Chapter 1. Shen Jinlin was certain that day marked the last of his existence. Reclining on a hospital bed, he shakily retrieved a photograph from the pocket of his hospital gown. The emaciated Shen Jinlin let out a weak sigh. It was a family portrait. The plump man in the picture was none other than Shen Jinlin himself, while the woman with delicate features beside him was his wife. In the center, embraced by them, was their adorable 80-year-old daughter. Once, this was a blissful family, but Shen Jinlin had dismantled it with his own hands. He had been diagnosed with a transformative disease, a terminal affliction that had suddenly surged across the globe in recent years. This malady was beyond remedy, leaving only the quiet wait for bodily mutation and eventual organ failure leading to death. Desiring not to burden his young wife or allow his daughter to witness his grotesque demise, he concealed his illness and, the very next day after the diagnosis, sought a divorce, leaving his wife and daughter behind to depart alone. To this day, he could not forget the look of confusion and resentment in his wife's eyes. After gazing at the photograph for a considerable time, Shen Jinlin carefully returned the family portrait to the pocket closest to his heart, then pressed his palms together firmly over it. His condition had deteriorated severely. He was gaunt, merely skin and bones. Even when he touched his own hands, they felt somewhat jagged. In just a month prior, he had weighed over 180 pounds. At least I won't die too hideously, he mused weakly as he felt his withered hands. He had researched the transformative disease. Many who succumbed to it experienced severe physical distortion. He felt fortunate that he was merely withering away, rather than transforming into a monstrous entity. After lying there for some time, clutching his chest, Shen Jinlin surveyed the empty ward. This was a specialized ward for terminal patients. The adjacent beds had housed 2 fellow patients, both of whom had passed away that morning. Waiting for death is truly tedious, he muttered to himself, attempting to reach for the laptop resting on the bedside table. As a PhD in physics, even with his life hanging by a thread, his first inclination during this period of ennui was to delve deeper into his research on particle physics. However, today he felt particularly feeble. His hand, resembling a withered branch, rested on the laptop but lacked the strength to lift it. After several attempts, he ultimately surrendered. He had intended to continue lying there and await death. Yet suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the ward, followed by violent tremors shaking the window, producing a cacophony of sounds. Turning his gaze to the window, he beheld a massive vortex slowly rotating in the overcast sky, its center as dark as ink. It appeared as if the sky had torn open, revealing a gaping maw of an abyss. Though it was midday, the outside world resembled dusk as a frenzied wind ravaged in sync with the vortex's rotation, lifting debris, clothing, and billboards, causing them to collide amidst the buildings. From within the city, unsettling sounds emerged. Sirens, cries of alarm, and the sounds of violent impacts echoed between the distant structures, accompanied by plumes of thick smoke. Lightning zigzagged across the sky, swirling within the dense clouds, converging upon the rotating vortex, where the inky center began to exude an aura of despair, as if something terrifying were about to emerge. As that ominous essence seeped forth, Shen Jinlin distinctly sensed his dwindling vitality slipping away rapidly. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice resonated in his ears. "Chosen deceased, come forth and serve the Lord of Death. Serve your king." This irresistible voice snatched away Shen Jinlin's remaining consciousness, plunging him into a slumber, or rather, he should say he had perished. Shen Jinlin was certain that day marked the last of his existence. Yet now he had awakened. As the fog and chaos dissipated, all that remained before Shen Jinlin was a blur, his field of vision obscured as if shrouded in a translucent crystal. No matter how hard he tried, he could only perceive a vague mist. His body seemed ensnared, utterly immobilized. Could it be that I did not die, but had become a vegetable? His consciousness remained remarkably clear. He was certain he was still alive, albeit unable to see or move. This is far worse than death. After several attempts, he could exert force, yet his body felt as if it were encased in an impenetrable barrier, leaving no room for movement whatsoever. Unable to see or move, Yet fully aware, he concluded that this predicament was indeed less preferable than death. Just as Shen Jinlin was about to give up, a fissure suddenly appeared within the haze before him. With a sharp crack, the fissure widened, branching out into more cracks. As the blur before him became riddled with a web of fractures, a resounding boom followed. The translucent crystal shattered, and the world around Shen Jinlin became clear. It was not an illusion. He truly had been encased within a translucent crystal, which had now crumbled. As his vision sharpened, Shen Jinlin surveyed his surroundings, a dimly lit chamber, with a slightly glowing green crystal on the ceiling serving as the sole source of illumination. Yet, this green light cast an eerie shadow over the entire room. The room, laden with cobwebs and dust, held no extraneous furnishings, only neatly arranged crystalline blocks, approximately 2 meters tall. Within these crystal blocks, something appeared to be present. From the vague shapes, it seemed that those encased within the crystal were, in fact, human. Only then did Shen Jinlin realize that he too had been enveloped in such a crystal block moments ago. What is this? A human experiment? As he pondered, a series of faint cracking sounds echoed throughout the room, followed by the sight of the crystal blocks containing the figures beginning to shatter. The cracking grew increasingly frequent, followed by the sound of crystals fracturing in succession. The translucent crystals shattered, littering the ground, revealing what lay within. What had been encased within those crystals was not human at all. They were skeletal remains, clad in assorted clothing. Skeleton specimens? Still in a daze, Shen Jinlin suddenly noticed that within the rib cages of these skeletons, blue flames erupted. As the flames ignited within the chest cavities, a blue glow flickered in the eye sockets of the skulls. What astonished Shen Jinlin even further was that these skeletal frames began to move. Though no expressions could be discerned on the rigid faces of the skeletons, it was apparent that they were in a state of confusion. One skeleton surveyed the room, its blue glowing eye sockets locking onto Shen Jinlin. Being stared at by a skeleton was hardly a comforting experience. What would happen next? Would it pounce on him? Would it attack? Should he flee? These thoughts raced through Shen Jinlin's mind. To Shen Jinlin's surprise, upon seeing him, the skeleton did not lunge forward or launch an attack. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. "Ghost!" The skeleton raised a hand, pointing at Shen Jinlin, exclaiming, Hey, that's a bit insulting. No matter how ugly I am, how can I be scarier than you?" Hearing that terrified scream, Shen Jinlin's initial confusion evaporated, and he retorted at the skeleton. "A talking ghost." Upon hearing Shen Jinlin speak, the skeleton appeared to be struck by immense fright, completely disregarding what he had said, turning to flee and inadvertently discovering the door to the room. The panicked skeleton burst through the door, triggering a chain reaction as the other awakened skeletons began to scream in unison. In an instant, the room was filled with shrieking skeletal figures darting about chaotically. Though the description of a demonic dance might not be entirely fitting, it was close enough any unsuspecting onlooker would undoubtedly be frightened by the scene. However, Shen Jinlin was well aware that it was this throng of animated skeletons who were currently terrified. Thus he felt no fear. In the midst of the chaos, the skeletons discovered the open door, stumbling and tumbling as they rushed out, leaving Shen Jinlin alone and disheveled in the room. Are these ghastly creatures truly so lacking in composure? Staring at the door through which the skeletons had fled, Shen Jinlin muttered to himself after a moment of contemplation. With a resounding boom, the surroundings quaked violently, causing the entire room to shake, jolting Shen Jinlin from his contemplation. Once the shaking subsided, he steadied himself, only for another muffled thud to follow. Then came a third, a fourth. The thudding continued, growing increasingly intense. Was this an earthquake? Shen Jinlin pondered, weighing whether to dash for the door or seek refuge in a corner. "You truly are the calmest one here." That moment, a strange voice echoed in Shen Jinlin's ears. Who is speaking?" Shen Jinlin glanced around, searching for the source of the voice. Yet in this room, which could be surveyed at a single glance, there was no one else present. No sooner had the words left his lips than a muffled thud resounded. accompanied by a tremor that was far more violent than before, causing crystals from the ceiling to plummet down. As the crystals shattered, vibrant green shards scattered about, one larger fragment sliding to rest before Shen Jinlin. Instinctively drawn to the fragment, Shen Jinlin beheld his own reflection glimmering in the luminous green debris. Surely, that must be his own reflection. Yet, Shen Jinlin felt uncertain, for within the shards he saw not merely himself, but a skeleton. A skeleton clad in a hospital gown, its chest ablaze with blue flames, and its deep-set eye sockets aglow with a cerulean light. After a moment of stunned silence, Shen Jinlin tentatively raised his right hand, and the skeleton in the reflection mirrored his gesture. Turning to observe his own lifted hand, he confirmed that it was indeed a skeletal appendage, devoid of flesh. Realizing he too had become a living skeleton, Shen Jinlin's mind buzzed, and an expletive escaped his lips. "Quit dawdling. A life is at stake." While Shen Jinlin was still grappling with the revelation of his skeletal form, the voice reemerged in his ear. Who? Who is speaking?" Snapping back to reality upon hearing the voice, Shen Jinlin once again scanned his surroundings, yet still encountered no signs of life. "You think I owe you an explanation?" The voice retorted with a hint of irritation. "Hey kid, you're quite the bold one. If you have the guts, show yourself." Shen Jinlin, not one to back down, shouted defiantly. "If I could manifest myself, I would simply kick you. If you wish to live, flee at once." The voice sounded increasingly urgent. "Oh, you dare to threaten me?" Shen Jinlin had intended to engage in a lengthy verbal spar with the voice, but another muffled thud reverberated, and the room shook even more violently than before. "Very well, stay put and witness your own demise," the voice declared once more. As the tremors intensified, threatening to collapse the very room around him, Shen Jinlin abandoned his retorts and bolted towards the door, unwilling to face death again, even as a skeleton. Beyond the door lay a lengthy corridor, stretching endlessly to the left and right, devoid of windows, illuminated solely by the eerie green glow of the crystals. The corridor, bathed in that ghostly light, exuded an unsettling aura that sent shivers down his spine. "Am I truly still alive?" Shen Jinlin muttered to himself. In terms of sensation, he felt no different from when he was alive. Yet, with his body reduced to mere bones, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him, Shen Jinlin began to question whether he had found himself in the realm of the dead. "Proceed straight to the right," the voice echoed once again in his ears. "Who are you exactly?" Shen Jinlin surveyed his surroundings yet again. Still finding no one, how could he still hear this voice after leaving the room? "You are remarkably slow. Hurry and save yourself," the voice replied, tinged with impatience. The unfamiliar environment left Shen Jinlin bewildered, unsure of where to flee. Thus, he resolved to heed the voice's guidance and turned to the right, proceeding forward. After jogging for several hundred meters, Shen Jinlin encountered numerous forks in the path, realizing the complexity of the place's layout. "Turn left," the voice echoed once more as they approached another intersection. At that moment, a dull thud reverberated through the labyrinthine corridors, accompanied by violent tremors that grew increasingly intense, their frequency markedly heightened. Amidst the shaking, crystals from the ceiling rained down, shattering upon impact with a cacophony. Sensing impending danger, Shen Jinlin remained silent, braving the falling crystals as he veered to the left, navigating the fork in the path. He glimpsed an open door at the far end. Surely the exit, he mused, quickening his pace towards it. Bursting through the door, Shen Jinlin found himself in a vast, box-like space, far more expansive than the corridor. This chamber soared 3 to 4 stories high, but lacked considerable depth. Directly opposite him, a mere 5 or 6 meters away, stood rows upon rows of cube-shaped pods, neatly aligned against the towering wall. To his left was another wall, adorned with a series of doors through which panicked skeletons rushed out, diving into the 3-dimensional pods embedded in the wall across from him. A skeleton entered one of the cubicle pods. A door suddenly swung open, and the pod was ejected with force, revealing a blue sky beyond. Another dull thud resounded, and the violent shaking nearly sent Shen Jinlin tumbling to the ground. "Quickly find an escape pod," the voice urged anxiously. An escape pod. It must refer to those cube-shaped pods across the way. He deduced swiftly and dashed towards them, locating an empty pod into which he promptly climbed. Externally, these cubes appeared opaque. Yet from within, he could see through all but the base of the walls. Inside the escape pod, there was only a fixed chair and an integrated control panel. Shun Jinlin settled into the chair, and a cross-shaped safety belt automatically secured his skeletal form. Moments later, a door opened in the wall behind the escape pod, and a powerful thrust propelled it through the opening. Initially, he had believed himself to be underground. However, as the escape pod burst forth, he realized that he had been inside an inverted pyramid. This massive structure, marred by cracks on its exterior, floated in midair, occupying most of Shun Jinlin's field of vision. The escape pod seemed no more than an inconspicuous pebble in comparison, as he marveled at the existence of such a colossal airborne edifice. A beam of light struck the outer wall of the inverted pyramid. The impact produced a tremendous noise, leaving a fissure in the floating structure, which began to sway slightly. Was this the source of the dull thud and tremors? Following the direction of the beam, Shun Jinlin noticed a formation of soldiers on the ground. From his elevated vantage point, he couldn't discern their identities, but he could see a large cannon among them. Uncertain if it was indeed a cannon, Shun Jinlin noted its lengthy barrel and substantial base. This cannon-like apparatus was so immense that even from high above, the runes engraved on its barrel and base were visible. After the beam struck, the runes on the cannon flickered, and energy began to coalesce at the muzzled AT that moment. A swarm of skeletal flying creatures erupted from within the inverted pyramid. Composed entirely of bones, these skeletal beings appeared grotesque and unrecognizable. Simultaneously, from both the ground and the clouds, a host of flying creatures surged forth. Bats the size of adults, fearsome beasts with expansive wings, sword-wielders, and various hybrids of man, bird, and beast ascended en masse, interspersed with numerous mechanical entities. From the clouds emerged serpentine Easter dragons and expansive Western dragons, alongside an array of avian and beast-like giants, as well as large flying machines encircled by circular magical arrays. This was undeniably a united army of fantastical creatures and sci-fi constructs. In terms of both numbers and strength, the skeletal beings emerging from the inverted pyramid were at a distinct disadvantage. In an instant, the air crackled with magical formations, elemental energies surged, and the thunderous sounds of spells and cannon fire echoed. What on earth is this? A CGI blockbuster. Shun Jinlin gaped at the fierce confrontation unfolding before him. Overwhelmed by the immense odds against them, the skeletal beings disintegrated upon contact, while their adversaries began to pursue the escape pods that had been ejected from the pyramid. Determined not to let a single one escape, sword wielders, mechs, and flying creatures all chased after the scattered cube-shaped escape pods, and one mech, adorned with runes, veered toward Shun Jinlin's direction. No. I'm just passing through, he exclaimed hurriedly as the mech approached menacingly. Stop wasting time and evade, the voice urged again in his ear. How do I evade? Shun Jinlin looked around frantically. Aside from the chair beneath him and the control panel before him, there was nothing else in the escape pod. Yet, the control panel only bore a palm imprint, lacking any buttons or levers. How was he supposed to operate it? Place your hand on the palm imprint, the voice insisted urgently. Just then, the mech's chest armor unfolded, revealing 4 rows of missile launch ports. Shun Jinlin had no time to hesitate. Following the voice's instructions, he placed his hand on the imprint. The moment his skeletal hand aligned with the imprint, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, flooding into the control panel. The mech wasted no time, launching several small missiles from its chest toward the escape pod. However, as Shun Jinlin infused the control panel with his newfound strength, the escape pod, previously inert, suddenly executed a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the incoming missiles. Yet, as it dodged, a creature resembling a human with wings for arms and claws for feet, its body cloaked in feathers, screeched and lunged forth, its razor-sharp talons crackling with electricity as they struck the pod. The talons punctured the escape pod's exterior, simultaneously injecting the electric energy into the cube. The escape pod lost all propulsion and began to plummet freely towards the lake below. The tranquil lake's surface shimmered as the cube descended, crashing into the water and disrupting its stillness, sending forth towering waves. The escape pod shattered upon impact, and Shun Jinlin, secured by the safety harness to the chair, was thrust downwards by the force of the descent. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Despite the destruction of the pod, Shun Jinlin remained alive, holding his breath as panic coursed through him. It was only when the chair sank into the lake's muddy bottom that he began to struggle desperately, frantically attempting to free himself from the safety belt. "What are you doing?" the voice questioned. "Perplexed that you're a skeleton, you can't drown." "Why the panic?" It continued. "Oh, that seems to be true," Shun Jinlin realized, finally understanding that he had instinctively held his breath, yet he had no need to. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed the blue flames flickering within his ribcage, seemingly unaffected by the water. Reassured that the lake would not spell his demise, he cautiously unfastened the safety belt, standing at the lake's bottom. He looked up towards the surface. The lake lay several dozen meters deep, with sunlight filtering down and explosions flashing above. As explosions erupted, debris and remnants fell into the lake, sinking towards the bottom. This vast area had likely been seized by the coalition of the seven races. It was best not to surface. "Move along the lake bed," the voice advised once more. Shun Jinlin shared this sentiment, estimating the direction of the inverted pyramid, and turned to glide along the bottom of the lake, heading in the opposite direction. Above the surface, the battle raged fiercely, but the depths remained eerily calm. Apart from the occasional sinking debris that might startle the fish, nothing appeared amiss. The lake, though not particularly vast, stretched several miles across the bottom to the opposite shore. Shun Jinlin traversed the lake bed amidst towering aquatic vegetation, frequently glancing up at the surface, wary of any lurking dangers that might have pursued him into these waters. It was precisely this vigilance that caused Shun Jinlin to overlook the fact that not far from him, behind the dense curtain of water plants, a pair of large eyes suddenly opened within a submerged cavern. Oblivious to the presence of the creature lurking below, Shun Jinlin moved cautiously along the lake bed when, in an instant, a colossal figure surged forth with astonishing speed, sending murky waters swirling in its wake. As the sediment gradually settled, the skeleton that had been traversing the lake bed vanished, and the massive silhouette retreated into the dark depths of the underwater cave. The turn of events transpired too swiftly. By the time Shun Jinlin comprehended the situation, his body had been ensnared and rendered immobile by a wide maw. The owner of this formidable mouth exceeded 8 meters in length. And in the water, it moved with remarkable swiftness, churning the aquatic surroundings into a turbulent haze, while the cave remained almost devoid of light. Shun Jinlin could not discern the creature's form, but from the texture he could feel. Its skin was rough, reminiscent of a crocodile, accompanied by an exceptionally broad, flat mouth. Though he was caught sideways within this gaping maw, its width nearly equaled his height. Within the flattened jaws, sharp teeth clamped down tightly, leaving no room for Shun Jinlin to struggle as he was carried deeper into the underwater cavern. Uncertain of how long he had been navigating through the tunnel, Shun Jinlin sensed the creature ascending. And soon, a faint green luminescence appeared ahead. Rising briefly, the creature emerged not at the lake surface, but into a pool within a cave. This cavern was adorned with numerous glowing green crystals, resembling those used for illumination in inverted pyramids. Bathed in the verdant glow, Shun Jinlin finally glimpsed the creature that had captured him. It was a being with a head as flat as a plate, slender body, elongated tail, and 4 short limbs. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to a gigantic salamander, albeit with a rough, tough exterior, sharp teeth, and a certain crocodilian quality. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to it as a salamander crocodile. This salamander crocodile clumsily dragged Shun Jinlin onto dry land. Due to its short limbs and disproportionately large head, its movements on land were decidedly more sluggish than in water. Clutching Shun Jinlin, the creature awkwardly crawled deeper into the cave, seemingly returning to its lair. "Hey, big guy, you certainly look like a carnivore," Shun Jinlin exclaimed, relieved that he had not been immediately crushed and devoured. "I assure you, I have no meat on my bones. Surely I wouldn't be to your taste. Perhaps you could let me go." The salamander crocodile, however, was oblivious to human speech, continuing its slow crawl with Shun Jinlin firmly in its grasp. The cavern before them was even more expansive than anticipated. Featuring numerous branching tunnels, as the salamander crocodile wound its way through, Shun Jinlin quickly lost all sense of direction. "Oh no, this is bad," he murmured despondently. "Hey, you're still here. Don't just stare. Think of a way out," a voice suddenly urged him. Though Shin Jinlin had no idea who or what was speaking, it felt like a lifeline amidst his despair. "We're doomed when this creature returns to its lair." "Dinner will be served," the voice lamented. "Surely not? I'm nothing but a skeleton. What could possibly be appetizing about that?" Shun Jinlin replied, clinging to a shred of hope that it is not picky. The voice retorted. Despair washed over Shun Jinlin once more. But just then, the salamander crocodile halted at a junction, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air warily. Its thick skin quivered, producing a low, rumbling sound. Before Shun Jinlin could react, a figure descended from the dimly lit cavern above, landing atop the salamander crocodile. This creature was a cave lizard, roughly the same size as the salamander crocodile, and it sank its teeth into the back of the larger creature's neck, green fluid oozing from the wound. In pain, the salamander crocodile released its grip on Shun Jinlin, tossing him aside, and with a powerful roll, it dislodged the lizard from its back. The cave lizard, undeterred, hissed in defiance and lunged at the salamander crocodile once more. The latter, not to be outdone, opened its wide mouth, and the two massive beings engaged in a fierce struggle, crashing through the cavern and sending debris scattering. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Jinlin fled, darting into one of the smaller side tunnels. One that he hoped the two titanic creatures could not navigate. He twisted and turned, not stopping until the sounds of their battle faded behind him. Finding a fissure in the stones, Shun Jinlin squeezed through and finally sat down, needing a moment of respite. "Where am I?" he muttered to himself. Living skeletons, dragons, monsters, and mechs. Nothing about this world resembled anything he knew. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, leaving Shun Jinlin struggling to process it all. "It's a dungeon. Isn't it obvious?" The mysterious voice chimed in once more. "Whoa, you startled me. Who exactly are you?" Shun Jinlin complained. "Since you have so kindly asked, you may call me Father," the voice declared. "Please, spare me the ethical dilemmas." "What are you playing at?" Shun Jinlin would have rolled his eyes had he been capable. "Don't like that. Then just call me Wong," the voice replied. "Wong. That name seems rather fitting for a tale of vengeance." Shun Jinlin muttered before continuing. "So, little Wong, may I inquire?" "What little Wong?" "Just Wong, King," the voice protested before Shun Jinlin could finish to, "Oh, so you know English too. Don't sweat the details," Shun Jinlin replied dismissively before asking, "Pray tell, have I crossed over into another realm?" Given the circumstances, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation to Shun Jinlin. "What nonsense are you spouting? You've been dead for 100 years. "What do you mean, crossed over?" Little Wong retorted. "Huh. What do you mean?" Shun Jinlin questioned, bewildered. "Strictly speaking, this world is still the same one you lived in. However, 100 years ago, it collided with another world, merging into a brand new reality." Little Wong explained. "What? Are you trying to spin a fantastical tale?" Shun Jinlin struggled to accept this notion. "Isn't that more logical than crossing over? Besides, how can you, as a skeleton, reject the idea of a magical setting?" Little Wong shot back with a hint of sarcasm. Shun Jinlin, feeling a newfound determination, reached into the pocket of his hospital gown and retrieved a family photo of himself with his wife and daughter. Though it had gotten wet, the lamination preserved it well to 100 years. This photo should have long since succumbed to mildew, Shun Jinlin asserted, as though he had found a crucial piece of evidence. "How could it mildew while sealed with a person? Never mind that. If you prefer to believe you've crossed over, then so be it," Little Wong replied nonchalantly. From the tone, it seemed Little Wong was not jesting, and Shun Jinlin found no reason to doubt him. "Let me clarify. You're saying I died 100 years ago, and that the world I lived in collided with another world. Therefore, all those dragons, magic, and sword immortals outside are genuinely part of the world I once inhabited," Shun Jinlin inquired. "Exactly. Do you remember how you died?" Little Wong asked. "Wasn't it due to that strange illness?" Shun Jinlin recalled, the memories of his final day surfacing with clarity. He was certain he had suffered from that bizarre ailment. Yet, just before his demise, the strange phenomena in the sky left him uncertain whether he had succumbed to illness. This so-called mutation syndrome was caused by the infection of demonic essence. Prior to the collision of worlds, a substantial amount of this essence permeated into the realm where he originally resided through rifts in reality. Half of humanity was unable to adapt to the demonic essence, resulting in their bodies becoming grotesque and deteriorated post-infection. Conversely, the other half developed immunity to it, awakening their abilities to wield sorcery and magic. Xiao Wangba elucidated. Humans? Hiss. So there are classifications. Does this imply the existence of other races? Shun Jinlin mused. After the collision, a world emerged where 8 major races coexist, in addition to humans. There are skeletons, orcs, bloodkin, soaring dragons, magical beasts, and dwarves. Xiao Wangba continued. Does this mean I belong to the skeleton race now? Shun Jinlin remarked, glancing down at his bony form. The demonic essence you were infected with in life contained the power of the Bone King. Therefore, upon your death, you were directly transformed into a skeleton soldier, Xiao Wangba explained. Wow. Having been a skeleton for a century, my strength should... Shun Jinlin clenched his fist and waved it, yet nothing remarkable occurred. Pathetically weak. Before Shun Jinlin could finish, Xiao Wangba interjected. Shun Jinlin was taken aback that in this fused world, one must level up to grow stronger, and you are merely at level 2, Xiao Wangba added. A century. And I am only at level 2? Surely that cannot be the case. Shun Jinlin expressed his disappointment. Oh, I see now. You must be the tailor-made leveling system for me, capable of helping me grow stronger. Right? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jinlin inquired. What leveling system? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wangba retorted in exasperation. That is to say, you will assign me tasks, and upon their completion, you shall elevate my level. Grant me rewards, and empower me to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Shun Jinlin declared earnestly. Puffed, as if I'd reward you with my good fortune. You should stop indulging in such fantasies. Moreover, after the Bone King's disappearance, your level can no longer increase, Xiao Wangba countered. No upgrades. Then, what use are you? Shun Jinlin stammered, struggling to accept this revelation. What use am I? If it weren't for my reminder, you would have been foolishly dead on the Bone Throne long ago. Xiao Wangba raised his voice. Well, thank you. Shun Jinlin replied sarcastically, no need for thanks. We are symbiotic. If you perish, I perish too. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Xiao Wangba stated. You truly have no other functions? Shun Jinlin still clung to a glimmer of hope that I can keep you company, alleviate your boredom, and provide you with cultural empathy when necessary. Xiao Wangba responded, Isn't that just being useless? Shun Jinlin's spirits sank. Realizing his hopes were dashed. You, an unupgradable minion, are hardly in a position to criticize, Xiao Wangba shot back defiantly. This retort left Shun Jinlin speechless. A symbiotic entity with no particular utility, coupled with an unupgradable level 2 skeleton minion, formed a rather dismal duo. Very well, as long as I'm alive. After a moment of silence, Shun Jinlin finally spoke again. Earlier, I noticed you seemed familiar with the route. How can we exit now? With your reckless wandering, how would any specter recall the path? Xiao Wangba replied. What then? Are we to be trapped here? Shun Jinlin asked. Fear not. You are a skeleton. Needing neither food nor drink, you cannot die. Besides, the coalition of 7 races is currently besieging the Bone Throne due to the Bone King's disappearance. Although they may lack fully level 100-tiered warriors, there are certainly those at the 70 to 80 levels. Even the lowest-ranking coalition minions would be at least level 10, easily crushing you. You would survive no longer outside. Xiao Wangba continued. In this cavern, the highest level creatures may only reach 15 or 16. Staying here is preferable to venturing out. The coalition is merely a temporary alliance. When it comes time to divide the spoils, conflict is inevitable. To that point, we can slip out amidst the chaos. Would they not venture into this cavern? Shun Jinlin inquired. There are far too many treasures within the Bone Throne for the coalition to ignore. Who would bother with this cavern? Xiao Wangba asserted confidently. Bang! Just as Xiao Wangba finished speaking, a loud explosion resonated throughout the cave. Shun Jinlin's immediate reaction to the sound was that someone nearby had discharged a firearm. Gunfire? Having witnessed those mechs and flying contraptions, it would not surprise Shen Jinlin if someone had drawn an AK. Whether or not it was indeed gunfire remained to be verified. However, something capable of producing such a noise was unlikely to be a mere beast. Weren't you saying that the coalition wouldn't come into the cavern? Shen Jinlin questioned. That was merely a conjecture. In a vast forest, one can find all sorts of birds. With so many members in the coalition, there might be one or two with poor judgment, abandoning the treasures of the Bone Throne to explore here. Xiao Wangba replied, I am curious to see what sort of fool would do that. Shen Jinlin gazed toward the direction of the gunfire. The cave's passages were intricate, yet he could still discern the general direction of the sound. The gunshot originated from a narrow passageway above him, and judging by the size of the opening, it was only wide enough for Shen Jinlin to pass through while bent over. Curiosity may lead to danger. Why pursue this folly? Xiao Wangba was not keen on Shen Jinlin's inclination to investigate. At that moment, however, the sounds from the narrow passage grew more intense. The gunfire erupted continuously, accompanied by explosions and the sound of heavy objects colliding. Has a battle commenced? Shen Jinlin remarked as he ascended the narrow passage. His intent was not merely to observe the spectacle. If a conflict was indeed taking place in the cavern, it could pose a threat to Shen Jinlin, who was hiding within. How could he rest easy without peeking? The narrow passage was not overly long. After crouching and traversing a distance of several dozen meters, he reached the end. The passage was blocked by a large stone, likely a naturally formed rock, mostly protruding from the entrance while only the base connected to the narrow passage. This stone did not completely seal the entrance. There was enough of a gap at the top for him to poke his head out. Shen Jinlin carefully leaned over the slanted boulder, cautiously extending his head through the opening. The space outside the narrow passage was quite expansive, and the entrance was about 10 meters above the ground. In this outer area, the green crystal stones provided illumination, and Shen Jinlin immediately spotted a massive lizard with a short forelimb, robust hindquarters, and a long, slender tail. This feathered lizard, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, was engaged in combat with 4 stout, hairy individuals. They must be dwarves. No wonder they enjoy burrowing into caves, Xiao Wangba remarked, clearly referring to the 4 stout figures. Despite the lizard's impressive size, it exhibited remarkable agility, climbing and leaping between the stone walls while launching a ferocious assault. The 4 dwarves had clearly defined roles. One, clad in heavy armor and wielding a large shield and short sword, charged ahead, while another, equipped with a massive axe, worked in tandem to draw the lizard's attention. The other 2 dwarves, one brandishing a musket and the other carrying a toolbox comparable to his own size, supported their comrades from behind, targeting the lizard. The firearm wielded by the dwarf closely resembled an old flintlock gun, engraved with runes. Each time the dwarf fired, the runes glowed, and after their illumination, the seemingly mundane shot unleashed explosive power rivaling that of a grenade. The other dwarf consistently produced peculiar gadgets from his toolbox: adhesive bombs, rune-imbued arrows, spring-loaded fists, and meteor hammers equipped with jet propulsion. These odd contraptions were anything but weak. The 2 warriors also possessed skills for self-preservation, employing shield walls, evasive maneuvers, and life-boosting techniques as needed. Although the confrontation with the lizard was somewhat strenuous, it provided sufficient time for the other 2 dwarves to unleash their attacks. 2 shots struck true, and a bomb detonated directly, inflicting considerable injury upon the lizard. This creature seemed to realize it was in peril, swiftly turning and scaling the vertical cave wall, evading the onslaught of firearms and various projectiles. Before leaping down from a height that as it descended, the lizard unfurled the feathers on its limbs. Though these feathers were insufficient for flight, they allowed for a brief gliding descent. Goodness, it's coming this way, Shen Jinlin whispered, promptly retracting his head into the narrow crevice. The gliding lizard was indeed heading straight for the very niche where Shen Jinlin was concealed. In midair, the lizard altered its skin color, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment as if it had become invisible. The dwarf carrying a toolbox immediately retrieved his equipment and swiftly assembled a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage in the direction of the lizard's glide. The Gatling's firepower was further augmented by runes, its explosive rounds detonating against the cave walls with a force akin to grenades. Shun Jinlin could distinctly feel the boulders behind him shuddering from the impact of the explosions. With a thunderous crash, the series of explosions ceased. The colossal lizard, despite its camouflage, could not evade the relentless fire of the Gatling gun and succumb to multiple gunshots, its lifeless body crashing down into the narrow crevice below. The two dwarf warriors cautiously approached the lizard's corpse, while the other two dwarves remained on high alert. Finally dealt with it. I never expected an elite gecko would be lurking here, remarked the shield-bearing dwarf, exhaling in relief only after confirming the lizard's demise. This creature was indeed troublesome. I've exhausted my ammunition, said the gun-wielding dwarf, stowing away his runic firearm. My supplies are depleted as well. If another one shows up, we may very well meet our end here, added the dwarf with the toolbox as he packed away the Gatling gun. Just then, a couple of stones clattered down from above, prompting the two dwarf warriors to instinctively retreat a few steps. A massive boulder, accompanied by a cascade of smaller stones, suddenly tumbled down, crashing into the spot where the two dwarves had just stood, burying the colossal lizard's corpse beneath the debris. The protruding boulder at the cave's entrance had only one point of support at its base. And fortuitously, the recent bombardment from the dwarves' Gatling gun had loosened that very support. The boulder could no longer bear its weight and collapsed, dragging Shun Jinlin down with it as it fell. The four dwarves and the skeleton perched atop the boulder exchanged bewildered glances, each party momentarily stunned into silence. Hey, I merely passed through. Do you believe me? Shun Jinlin broke the silence first. What on earth is a skeleton doing here? I am out of ammo. The dwarves exclaimed in a panic. Stay calm. It's only a level 2 foe. Let's take him down. The dwarf with the toolbox activated his eye of insight skill, glancing briefly at Shun Jinlin's level and basic attributes. Upon seeing a meager array of data, he did not delve further. This is bad. Shun Jinlin, sensing the urgency, prepared to flee. However, the shield-bearing dwarf was quicker, charging directly in front of him, with a ferocious charge. The dwarf shield sent the newly risen Shun Jinlin sprawling against the cave wall. Before Shun Jinlin could rise, the four dwarves encircled him, blocking any escape. 4 noble warriors, we bear no grudge against each other. And there is no need for violence, is there? Although Shun Jinlin was unaware of the precise levels of these four dwarves, he recognized that they could easily dispatch someone of his mere 2 levels. So he spoke up. A level 2 skeleton minion can talk? The dwarf with the toolbox finally reacted, his face a mask of confusion. Who cares? Let's just deal with him. We need to hurry and find what we're looking for, declared the dwarf wielding a great axe, brandishing his weapon menacingly. This is it. I'm truly finished. Shun Jinlin, pressed against the cave wall, uttered in despair, Oh, you remember that feeling when you controlled the escape pod? At that moment, the little turtle suddenly spoke up. Shun Jinlin indeed recalled that sensation of power coalescing within him. Ignoring whether the little turtle could see him, he nodded to himself that he raised his hand. Recollecting that feeling, and concentrated his energy at his fingertips. Snap your fingers, the little turtle instructed, as the great axe swung toward him. Shun Jinlin instinctively curled his body, shielding his head with his arm, and simultaneously snapped his fingers with the hand that had gathered energy. The instant he snapped his fingers, a wave of fatigue surged from the depths of his soul, almost causing him to falter. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a cacophony of crumbling stones, sensing something looming before him, while the raised axe remained poised, unmoving. Lowering his arm, he beheld the dwarf warrior, his great axe held high. Pierced through the chest by a skeletal claw, the creature responsible for this gruesome act was a massive skeletal entity, its forelimbs short and its hind limbs robust, trailing a long, slender tail, adorned with feathers on its head. Neck, tail, and limbs. Bony transformation. How could a level 2 minion possess the skill of a skeletal lord? The toolbox-bearing dwarf cried out in terror. Before anyone could respond, the skeletal lizard emitted a piercing shriek, its blue flames flickering within its chest cavity, and it hurled the impaled dwarf warrior aside. The shield-bearing dwarf was knocked down by the weight of his fallen comrade, and at that moment, the skeletal lizard leaped forth, simultaneously changing color to become invisible. The gun-wielding dwarf, devoid of ammunition, hastily affixed a bayonet to his firearm, but before he could prepare, a skeletal claw pierced through his body. The skeletal lizard reappeared, launching itself at the dwarf with the toolbox, who was still in shock, and brought him down in a bloody onslaught. The shield-bearing dwarf, just managing to rise, met the icy blue gaze of the skeletal lizard. Moments later, he too fell victim to its lethal claws. With all the dwarfs slain, the skeletal lizard turned its attention to the bewildered Sun Jinlin, striding towards him with purpose, its bony form splattered with blood. In its dark eye sockets, glowing with icy blue light, the imposing creature instilled a sense of dread within Sun Jinlin. Surprisingly, however, this fearsome skeletal being did not attack Sun Jinlin. Instead, it obediently lowered itself before him, adopting a submissive posture. What is happening? Sun Jinlin was equally perplexed. Simultaneously, that overwhelming fatigue surged back, causing his legs to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground. You have obtained the title of Skeletal Corporal. You have acquired the skill, Eye of Insight. You have gained the attitude, Obedience. You have received a random attribute boost. As soon as Sun Jinlin sat down, a series of notifications echoed in his ears. In an instant after the alerts, the fatigue dissipated, and he felt invigorated once more. Can someone explain what just occurred? Sun Jinlin flexed his fingers, relishing the return of his energy. The fatigue was because you depleted your magic points using skills. The random attribute boost you received likely replenished your magic points, thus alleviating the exhaustion. The little turtle explained. Skills? I still have those, Sun Jinlin inquired. Why don't you check for yourself? Didn't you just acquire the Eye of Insight? The little turtle inquired. What do you think? Sun Jinlin, looking quite perplexed, responded, Did you not just utilize a skill? With a hint of impatience in his tone, the turtle replied, By channeling your magical energy into your eyes. The corresponding skill will be triggered. It dawned on Sun Jinlin that the power he could manipulate at will was indeed magical energy. With newfound confidence, he focused his magic into his eyes. And before him, a compliant skeletal lizard revealed a stream of data. Skeletal dragon, elite, title, none race, beast level, 20 abilities, gliding, climbing, color change, invisibility attitude. Obedient following this was a series of attributes such as strength, attack, and speed. Indeed, one can perceive attributes, much like playing a game, Sun Jinlin remarked as he extended a hand into his line of sight, which, predictably, also displayed data. Skeletal transformer title, skeletal corporal race, skeleton level. 2. Cannot be raised skills. Eye of Insight, E. Mental link, A. Skeletal transformation, S. In the subsequent data, aside from magical value of 200, all other attributes were predominantly 2, aligning with Sun Jinlin's level, indicating a direct correlation between base attributes and level. I do possess skills. The letters following these skills denote their levels, do they not? Sun Jinlin observed, glancing at his own skills before asking. Indeed, the skill level correlates with the potential for development, acquisition difficulty, and limitations on holding. Skills rated D and below can be learned with a scroll, as their potential and acquisition difficulty are relatively minor. However, those rated D and above have various restrictions. Some require a specific race, others a profession, and some necessitate a certain level. Thus, the potential and difficulty associated with acquiring these skills are relatively significant. The turtle explained, N level and an S level skill. Merely considering these two indicates they are quite formidable. Surely, I should not be perceived as mere cannon fodder. Sun Jinlin expressed, somewhat confused. Mental link and skeletal transformation both possess limitations on holding. One must belong to the skeleton race. Beyond racial constraints, there are also professional restrictions. Only a skeletal transformer can possess them, and skeletal transformation cannot be acquired through active learning, thus resulting in a higher level, the turtle elaborated. Is that all? Then this level seems somewhat intimidating. Sun Jinlin voiced his disappointment. The strength of a skill is contingent upon its application, as for the strength of the skeleton race. It primarily hinges on the title. Given your current circumstances, it would indeed be challenging to intimidate anyone. The turtle retorted without reservation. The title in question is the Skeletal Corporal, correct? What purpose does it serve? Sun Jinlin inquired at D. Not merely ask questions. I'm not your customer service representative. Use the Eye of Insight. The turtle replied brusquely. TSK, quite the temper. Sun Jinlin complained before activating the Eye of Insight to examine the Skeletal Corporal title. Skeletal Corporal. a racial title, symbolizing identity. The corporal is the most fundamental combat unit within the skeletal legion. Capable of commanding 5 skeletal soldiers into battle, 15, that a formidable soldier can lead to your promotion. This description did not elucidate any direct impact on strength associated with the title. Shun Jinlin then utilized the Eye of Insight to examine his other skills. Mental Link establishes a mental connection with a servant or contract holder, allowing for communication unbound by terrain or distance. Essentially a radio, Shun Jinlin remarked after reading, before turning his attention to skeletal transformation. Skeletal transformation converts the deceased into skeletal servants. This skill description was succinct, yet it was evident that it served as a means to replenish forces. Currently, the corporal's soldier cap was set at 5, and 1 slot had already been filled. Contemplating this, Shun Jinlin glanced at the compliant skeletal dragon before shifting his gaze to the 4 dwarven corpses on the ground. Rising, he raised his right hand, channeling magical energy to his fingertips, and with a snap, activated the skeletal transformation skill. Following the snap, the flesh of the 4 dwarven corpses began to liquefy, revealing their bones. Once the flesh had completely dissolved, the skeletal dwarves shakily rose to their feet. Immediately, blue flames ignited within their rib cages, and a blue glow illuminated their eye sockets. Though these dwarven skeletons were reduced to mere bones, their hair and equipment remained intact, concealing much of their skeletal structure. At first glance, the 4 skeletons still bore a semblance of humanity. Utilizing the Eye of Insight, he discerned that the levels of these 4 skeletal dwarves ranged from 10 to 15. Skeletal Shield Warrior, Level 15, Skeletal Weapon Warrior, Level 13, Skeletal Musketeer, Level 12, Skeletal Craftsman, Level 10. The team is now fully staffed, with an average soldier level reaching 20. Promotion will be granted. A notification chimed in Shun Jinlin's EAR.SO. That was the implication. Shun Jinlin finally grasped why the turtle stated that the strength of the skeleton race primarily depended on the title. This title functioned similarly to a military structure, with higher title levels allowing command over a greater number of skeletal soldiers. Upon achieving a full roster, the average level of skeletal soldiers must meet a certain threshold for the title to be elevated, thereby elevating the average level of the skeletal soldiers as well. Having a multitude of skeletal soldiers with a high average level naturally conferred strength upon the holder of this army. The higher the title, the more subordinates one possesses, indeed, quite imposing. However, as a weakling whose level cannot be raised, I would still be vulnerable if I were to go solo. Shun Jinlin mused aloud. Do you think the Eye of Insight skill came about by mere chance? At that moment, the turtle interjected, What do you mean? Shun Jinlin was taken aback by the question that, in addition to expanding the soldier cap, title upgrades randomly reward a skill. These rewards are unrestricted and can include some quite formidable skills. The turtle explained, I see. Shun Jinlin nodded in understanding. Although he could not elevate his level, acquiring powerful skills could still ensure his survival, even at just level 2. Speaking of reward skills, Shun Jinlin suddenly recalled the earlier notification that mentioned attitude values and a one-time random attribute enhancement. Increasing the attitude value should enhance attributes, correct? He queried. I do not know, the turtle replied bluntly. Even you have things you are unaware of. Shun Jinlin expressed his surprise, given that throughout their journey, the turtle had been answering his inquiries. I have never encountered this attitude value before, the turtle remarked. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinlin decided to forego further discussion and directly employed the Eye of Insight on his skeletal soldiers, like the skeletal dragon. The 4 skeletal dwarves possessed an attitude attribute, all marked as obedient. Shun Jinlin promptly directed the Eye of Insight toward the attitude value, only to be met with a string of question marks. Does the Eye of Insight not function on this attitude value? Shun Jinlin inquired. This occurs only when a shielding spell has been applied, yet these are your directly transformed servants, so it is improbable they possess a shielding spell. The turtle replied, his tone revealing a hint of confusion. It seems that enhancing this attribute might also yield rewards, Shun Jinlin mused. Without concrete information, one cannot ascertain enhancement methods. Thus, it is ultimately futile, the turtle added. Then we shall have to experiment gradually. Shun Jinlin shrugged. I suggest you first elevate the levels of the skeletal soldiers and promote your title level, the very least, it presents an opportunity to acquire some self-defense skills. The turtle advised that, suddenly so considerate, offering suggestions. Shun Jinlin chuckled, questioning the turtle's newfound benevolence. Of course. We are symbiotic. If you perish, I cannot survive either, the turtle retorted with irritation. Given that our lives are intertwined, do provide a plan for upgrading the soldiers. Shun Jinlin continued seamlessly. The creatures within this cave, aside from the elite dragon, have levels at most in the mid-teens. Here, the skeletal dragon will undoubtedly yield no enhancements. However, the other 4 skeletal soldiers can still elevate their levels to 20 by hunting these creatures. Little Wang Ba cooperatively remarked, "So, do I have to follow them everywhere?" Contemplating his own meager attributes, he realized that without the protection of these skeletal soldiers, survival in this place would be quite challenging. Hence, Shun Jinlin inquired, "Isn't there a mental connection? They are a team of 4, capable of defeating even elite skeletal earth dragons. Other biological threats pose no danger to them. Leaving behind the skeletal earth dragons should sufficiently ensure our safety, while the remaining few can simply be upgraded under mental command." Little Wang Ba responded. Having had little experience with such skills, Shun Jinlin found himself unable to wield them with agility. However, after Little Wang Ba's reminder, he felt it was indeed quite convenient. Based on recent experiences, he understood that one must concentrate magical energy to the corresponding body parts to activate skills. Mental connection, he pondered, must involve the mind. He focused his magical energy in that direction. Upon concentrating his magical power, he felt his consciousness expand and establish a connection with the 5 skeletal figures before him, in that fleeting moment of connection. Shun Jinlin realized he could perceive the consciousness of the 5 skeletons and even delve into their memories from life. These 4 dwarves seemed to be searching for something. Take a look at their memories. If what they seek is of great importance, it might attract other dwarves, Little Wang Ba reminded him after Shun Jinlin established the mental link. Shun Jinlin promptly examined the memories of the skeletal dwarves and uncovered the purpose of their journey. Dante Copperhammer Sanctuary? What is that? In the memories of the 4 dwarves, Shun Jinlin learned that this sanctuary was precisely what they were seeking. Oh, that makes sense, Little Wang Ba exclaimed upon hearing this. Do you know of this sanctuary? Shun Jinlin inquired. I am unfamiliar with the sanctuary itself, but I am aware of Dante Copperhammer. He is akin to the spiritual totem of the dwarf race. Little Wang Ba replied. Would this attract other dwarves? Shun Jinlin was uncertain about the significance of this spiritual totem for the dwarves and thus asked. It's hard to say, Little Wang Ba responded. Hard to say? Please provide a clear answer. Should I be on guard or not? Shun Jinlin pressed. It's not that I can't clarify. Rather, there are numerous sanctuaries associated with Dante Copperhammer. Some are of great importance to the dwarves, while others appear to hold little value, Little Wang Ba explained. Shun Jinlin chose not to delve further into this matter and instead began searching through the life memories of the skeletal dwarves. He swiftly located information about Dante Copperhammer in the memories of the 4 dwarves. Any mention of Dante Copperhammer was always accompanied by a sense of reverence. This figure was not only a well-known explorer among the dwarves, but also a formidable warrior on par with the Dwarf King. A prince of the Dwarf Kingdom, and the greatest craftsman within their race that a century prior, following the collision and fusion of worlds, Dante Copperhammer commenced his solitary exploration of this new realm, utilizing his artisan skills to study and process the new discoveries, thereby directly enhancing the rune technology vital for the survival of the dwarf race, solidifying the Dwarf Kingdom's foothold in the new world. During his explorations, wherever Dante Copperhammer paused, he would establish a sanctuary to facilitate local resource gathering and research on new phenomena. No wonder Little Wang Ba stated that sanctuaries associated with Dante Copperhammer were ubiquitous. After traversing the new world, Dante Copperhammer did not cease his explorations. However, it had been 30 years since he last departed the Dwarf Kingdom. In those 30 years, no one had seen this dwarf explorer, and thus this idol of the dwarf race had vanished without a trace. Although Dante Copperhammer's fate remained unknown, he left behind an adventure journal, chronicling the general locations of the sanctuaries he established worldwide, along with notes on the types of research conducted at each sanctuary and some of the technological achievements left behind. The dwarf race, which esteemed craftsmanship, placed significant importance on the technological remnants left by Dante Copperhammer. Based on the entries in the Adventure Journal, some had classified these sanctuaries into tiers. Tier 1 sanctuaries had clear records of technological achievements that were exceptionally rare. Tier 2 sanctuaries had clear records of technological achievements, albeit more common. And Tier 3 sanctuaries lacked definitive records of technological achievements. Through the life memories of the four dwarves, Sun Jinlin learned that there existed specialized exploration teams within the dwarf race that would seek out the sanctuaries of Dante Copperhammer based on the journal's accounts. However, as these sanctuaries were established in concealed and perilous regions, the exploration teams prioritized those with clear records of technological achievements. The four dwarves were members of such an exploration team, accompanying the Seven Races Coalition to the territory of the Bone King to search for a Tier 3 sanctuary, which lacked clear records of technological remnants. Given the lesser investment of effort in Tier 3 sanctuaries, only this small squad was dispatched to search for one. Few. It seems there is no need for excessive concern. After reviewing the memories of the skeletal dwarves, Sun Jinlin exhaled in relief. For safety's sake, let's find a secure location first and allow the skeletal soldiers to upgrade themselves, Little Wang Ba suggested. This cavern resembles a labyrinth. After a few turns, one can hardly discern north from south. Where we find a safe place? Sun Jinlin pondered, glancing at the skeletal earth dragon. Since this creature is the local ruler, it must possess extensive knowledge of the cavern. Sun Jinlin contemplated as he began to probe the memories of the skeletal earth dragon. It did not take long for him to discover the location deemed safest by the skeletal earth dragon, its own lair. Issuing a command for the four skeletal dwarves to team up for upgrades, Sun Jinlin mounted the skeletal earth dragon and instructed it to lead the way back to its former lair. The skeletal earth dragon glided and climbed along the cave walls as if traversing flat ground. With such a convenient mode of transport, Sun Jinlin could better comprehend the terrain of the cave. The topography of this cavern was even more intricate than he had imagined. In addition to the maze-like network of tunnels, there were also rushing underground rivers, sheer cliffs, and bottomless chasms. The skeletal earth dragon soared over one chasm, securely adhering to the vertical, smooth rock face on the opposite side. On this flat rock wall, numerous openings and crevices of varying sizes were present. Upon the arrival of the skeletal earth dragon, the cave-dwelling creatures that had been clinging to the rock wall scurried frantically into these openings. These fleeing creatures were small and posed no significant threat. Thus, the skeletal earth dragon paid them no mind as it ascended toward a particular opening. During the ascent, Sun Jinlin observed that the smooth rock wall bore a series of bowl-sized stone holes, some of which were fitted with wooden sticks supporting several wooden planks, resembling remnants of a walkway. These remnants appeared to be quite aged, with the wood having decayed significantly. The stone holes left by the walkway extended upward, leading directly to the opening the skeletal earth dragon was heading towards. This opening was not particularly small, measuring 3 to 4 meters in height and width, and scattered about were fragments of rotting wood, clearly remnants of human-made structures. However, due to severe decay, it was impossible to discern their original forms. The skeletal earth dragon directly entered the opening. Although Sun Jinlin was now a skeleton, he could still perceive scents, and upon entering the cave, a wave of rancid odor assaulted his senses. Looking down at the ground, various animal remains lay scattered, leading Sun Jinlin to surmise that this was indeed the lair of the skeletal earth dragon in life. The skeletal earth dragon lowered its body within the cave, seemingly indicating for Sun Jinlin to dismount. Wow, the stench in this cave is overwhelming, Sun Jinlin complained as he jumped down from the skeletal earth dragon's back. The ability to smell is due to your lingering habit of breathing. You need not breathe. Simply forgetting to do so will eliminate the odor, Little Wang Ba commented. Sun Jinlin attempted to cease his habitual breathing, and indeed, the overpowering stench dissipated, with the unpleasant odor gone. Sun Jinlin began to survey the lair. This cave felt surprisingly spacious to him. However, it lacked luminous crystals, rendering it dark and obscuring the depth of the cavern. It appeared as though someone had once inhabited this cave. Sun Jinlin cast a glance at the decayed wood at the cave entrance, then peered into the profound darkness within it. It was evident that someone had once resided here, as indicated by the presence of crystal lamps. Lamps? Where? He inquired, prompted by Xiao Wangba on the inner cave wall. Xiao Wangba directed. Following his indication, Shun Jinlin scrutinized the depths of the cave and discerned, albeit faintly, something embedded within the wall. Approaching for closer inspection, he discovered that the embedded object was a polished crystal, akin to the luminescent crystals scattered throughout the cavern, though this particular crystal emitted a muted glow. Let us infuse it with magical energy. It should still be functional, suggested Xiao Wangba. Raising his hand, Shun Jinlin concentrated his magical energy at his fingertips and prodded the polished crystal. As the energy coursed into it, the crystal indeed illuminated, radiating a brilliance that surpassed that of natural luminescent crystals, resembling an incandescent bulb. With the crystal lamp aglow, the surroundings of the cave became discernible. Not far from the crystal lamp stood a stone wall adorned with a series of sharp wooden stakes. Though these stakes had succumbed to decay, their original purpose was clear, a formidable defense against large beasts. The craftsmanship of the stone wall bore the hallmark of dwarven artisanship. Could this be the shelter the dwarven expedition sought? Shun Jinlin pondered aloud. Let us venture inside and ascertain, replied Xiao Wangba. Shun Jinlin, sharing the same intent, noted the presence of a heavy wooden door in the stone wall. The door frame, slightly over a meter high, was too short for him but appeared just right for a dwarf. It seemed that behind this wall lay indeed the sanctuary of Dante Copperhammer. The heavy wooden door, having succumbed to rot, collapsed at the slightest touch, allowing Shun Jinlin to stoop and enter. Beyond the stone wall lay an abyss of darkness, but he soon found the crystal lamp, infused it with magical energy, and illuminated the space. The area beyond the stone wall was surprisingly spacious, divided into two sections. The portion nearest the door housed a furnace and various ironworking tools, while the intersection was further divided into two levels. The upper level contained a bed and a collection of equipment: firearms, long swords, heavy armor, ammunition, and some peculiar components unfamiliar to Shun Jinlin. The quality of these armaments was exceptional, and despite the decay of the shelter's wooden door, these items showed no signs of damage or rust. Utilizing his insightful gaze, Shun Jinlin observed that all the equipment was of high quality and fully operational, though due to level restrictions, he himself could not wield them. What a pity, merely to gaze upon them. They can only be employed by skeletal soldiers, he muttered. The cave was approximately 4 meters high, and with the upper level being too low for his stature, he decided against ascending. Shifting his gaze to the lower level, he noticed a workbench inscribed with runes, at the center of which was a raised section surrounded by a circular arrangement of runes, atop which rested a metallic ring that resembled a finger ring. Peering at the ring with his insightful gaze, he discerned the inscription, Mountain Copper Ring. The information provided was limited to these 4 words. Does this item possess no attributes? Shun Jinlin wondered aloud. Items with attributes are typically magical creations. This appears to be an unfinished piece of equipment. Thus the lack of attributes is understandable, Xiao Wangba explained. It indeed seems to be the sanctuary of Dante Copperhammer, Shun Jinlin remarked, diverting his gaze from the workbench to a nearby stone tablet. The tablet was covered in intricate patterns and symbols, though these bore a resemblance to a form of writing. What do these symbols signify? Shun Jinlin inquired, fixating on the tablet. Dwarven script? Xiao Wangba replied, that this also Dwarven script. Shun Jinlin pointed to a particular design on the tablet. It depicted 2 parallelograms interconnected, with the upper shape being a simple geometric form, while the lower one contained neatly arranged smaller squares, reminiscent of a computer keyboard. This not akin to a laptop computer? Shun Jinlin asserted with certainty. Are you referring to that small device used by humans? Xiao Wangba seemed familiar with the concept of a laptop. That device may appear small, but its utility is immense. Do dwarves also engage with laptops? Shun Jinlin questioned. As far as I know, only humans possess such gadgets, Xiao Wangba replied confidently. Then are you knowledgeable in Dwarven script? Shun Jinlin followed up. Not only Dwarven script. I am proficient in the languages and writings of the 7 races, Xiao Wangba responded with pride. Impressive. Can you decipher what this laptop represents in Dwarven writing? Shun Jinlin gestured towards the design again. This is merely an image, not Dwarven writing, Xiao Wangba clarified. Curious, if dwarves do not utilize laptops, why then is it etched upon this tablet? What do the dwarven inscriptions convey? Shun Jinlin continued to inquire. Do you take me for a mere errand boy? You expect me to perform translation duties? Xiao Wangba expressed annoyance. Alas, I wish to comprehend it myself, yet I find it unintelligible, given your mastery of the 7 races' languages. I must trouble you. Shun Jinlin smiled apologetically. Cross-reference with dwarven memories, and you shall glean the meaning, Xiao Wangba suggested. Indeed, that is a valid approach, Shun Jinlin mused, connecting with the consciousness of the dwarves to interpret the inscriptions on the tablet, thereby grasping their essence. The tablet bore the signature of Dante Copperhammer, with the text conveying, after the collision of worlds, I first encountered humanity, a fragile, short-lived race, yet they consistently astonish me. Humans lack mastery of magic or sorcery. Although they have devised certain combat techniques, their frail bodies render these techniques ineffective against other races. However, their mechanical prowess is exceptionally commendable. Even from a craftsman's perspective, their mechanical creations are remarkably intricate. If infused with magical or sorcerous enhancements, these mechanisms would undoubtedly pose significant challenges to other races. Furthermore, humans possess an extraordinary capacity for learning. Their ability to grasp magic and sorcery exceeds my expectations. And they're also exploring a concept known as science. The essence of science is complex yet fascinating. For instance, I stumbled upon this intriguing object amidst the ruins of humanity. Accompanying this passage was the illustration of a laptop. The object itself was captivating, but even more intriguing were the data it contained. This data pertained to research in particle physics, suggesting that our existing world is composed of minuscule particles, which seem to represent the very essence of reality. These particles, so small they are invisible, exist within magnetic fields, relying on these fields for their interrelations, thus forming the fabric of our world. The individual who documented this research endeavored to manipulate particles through magnetic fields to alter the forms of matter. This connection with the essence of reality, altering and creating entities, embodies the fundamental principles of magic and sorcery. The researcher aspired to harness the control of these particles, seeking power that could rival magic and sorcery, albeit without having discovered the means to manipulate the magnetic fields. However, it struck Shun Jinlin that by merging this research with dwarven runic technology, such a feat could be achieved as he absorbed this information. Shun Jinlin found himself momentarily bewildered, for he had once been a PhD in particle physics, and the study of particle manipulation through magnetic fields had been his research focus. His knowledge. Very few individuals in the field of particle physics were pursuing this avenue. Moreover, he had stored his own research data within a laptop before his demise. Could it be that this individual happened upon my laptop? Shun Jinlin muttered to himself as he continued to read on that I have distilled the core formulas from the materials and integrated them with rune technology, merging the controllable particle magnetic field formulas with runes, which are ideally suited to be carried by a copper ring. Below this section, there follows a passage inscribed in dwarven script, detailing the core formula. Shun Jinlin meticulously scrutinized this complex and lengthy equation, and he was acutely certain that this was indeed his research achievement from his previous life. That old rascal has truly stumbled upon my notebook. This represents half a lifetime of my scholarly endeavors. And he audaciously appropriates it for his own use without a thought for intellectual property rights. Shun Jinlin exclaimed with indignation, before he continued to read on. Somewhere along the line, something went awry. I have attempted numerous times, yet I have not succeeded. Why rune crafting skills are undoubtedly sound, and the compatibility of the copper ring is quite high. Thus, it must be the imperfection in the controllable particle magnetic field formula. I have no intention of persisting with further attempts, as each adjustment requires a substantial amount of mithril ore, and it is exceedingly arduous for me to gather it alone. Abandoning this endeavor is indeed regrettable. However, I shall leave the formulas and rune prototypes here. Should anyone discover them and successfully create this accessory capable of controlling the particle magnetic field, it would indeed be a marvelous feat. The inscription on the stone tablet seemed to convey just that. How dare he claim that my formula is flawed? Shun Jinlin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, flipped back to meticulously examine the formula summarized by Dante Copperhammer. After reviewing it thrice, he confirmed that the essence of the formula indeed stemmed from Shun Jinlin's own research. Yet, some variables have been added by Dante Copperhammer after his own interpretation that I must admit. This dwarven master craftsman possesses considerable skill, being able to extrapolate reasonable variables solely from the materials. Nonetheless, particle physics is Shun Jinlin's forte. In comparison, he is more specialized in this field. Thus, he can identify the subtle errors within these variables. Clearly the issues lie within the variables he himself summarized. Shun Jinlin stated, as he scraped a piece of black ash from the furnace and inscribed the correct variables beside the stone tablet. After completing this task, he double-checked to ensure that the entire formula was error-free before contentedly brushing the ash from his hands. This time, success is assured. With that thought, Shun Jinlin turned his gaze toward the workbench, which was adorned with runes, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. "You don't mean to continue forging this ring, do you?" The little rascal seemed to sense Shun Jinlin's intentions and inquired, "What harm is there in trying?" Shun Jinlin had invested a considerable amount of energy in his research on controllable particle magnetic fields during his lifetime. If I can conduct a verification and summary here, it would be nothing short of splendid. As you wish. I shall be here for a while. Just don't bother me. Handle your own matters, the little rascal replied. "Very well. I shan't trouble you." "My esteemed Wang," Shun Jinlin declared as he approached the workbench. Due to the connection with the dwarven memories, among the 4 dwarves transformed, there happened to be a craftsman. Thus, at this moment, Shun Jinlin could discern the arrangement and principles of the runes on the workbench. The circularly arranged runes could be broadly categorized into 3 types: amplification runes, formula runes, and transformation runes. Through layers of amplification runes, and subsequently through transformation runes, the formula inscribed on the formula runes would yield a brand new rune, which, when engraved on the inner side of the copper ring, would complete the crafting of the ring. As long as the wearer channels magical energy into the ring, the runes within the copper ring will, according to the principles of the formula, influence the particle magnetic field, thus achieving control over it. It sounds straightforward enough. However, due to 2 errors in the variables summarized by Dante Copperhammer, some formula runes would need to be replaced. Although fewer than 10 runes need to be replaced, each rune requires refined mithril for its creation. Approximately 50 kilograms of mithril is required to refine the amount necessary for a single rune. In other words, replacing these few runes would necessitate nearly half a ton of mithril ore, and no wonder Dante Copperhammer opted to abandon the endeavor. For a solitary individual, the sheer workload of mining is substantial. This cavern must possess mithril ore, right? Recalling Dante Copperhammer's intent in constructing the sanctuary for research purposes, Shun Jinlin surmised that this cave would likely contain the materials he needed. Thus he inquired, "Did you not say you wouldn't bother me?" The little rascal replied impatiently, "Just this once, only this once." Shun Jinlin insisted, somewhat shamelessly. "Yes, but it lies deeper within." The little rascal responded curtly. Shun Jinlin, through mental connection, directed the 4 dwarven skeletons, who were presently upgrading, to explore deeper into the cavern. The further they ventured, the more aggressive the cave-dwelling creatures became. Fortunately, all these creatures were of levels below 15, manageable for the 4 skeletons. As they cleared the cave of its denizens, the dwarven skeletons ultimately discovered a vein of mithril ore, albeit with a greater number of creatures lurking nearby than in other areas, which significantly hindered the extraction process. To facilitate the smooth mining of the ore, Shun Jinlin dispatched the skeletal earth dragon as well. After all, the sanctuary was sufficiently secure, and there was no need for bodyguards. The level 20 elite earth dragon proved to be the undisputed ruler of the cave, possessing the strength to easily crush the other cave dwellers. The 4 dwarven skeletons benefited from the earth dragon's assistance, gaining experience during the mining process. For a period thereafter, the dwarven skeleton's mind, while the skeletal earth dragon simultaneously cleared out cave creatures and transported the ore back to the sanctuary. Shun Jinlin, drawing upon the memories of the dwarven skeleton craftsman, ignited the furnace and began refining the returned mithril ore. The soldiers achieved an average level of 20, earning the title of skeletal squad leader and acquiring the skill promotion. Throughout the process of mining mithril ore, The levels of the dwarven skeletons also rose to 20, and Shun Jinlin received a new title and corresponding rewards. Skeletal Squad Leader, a racial title. Signifying status. A squad is the most fundamental combat unit of the Skeletal Legion, with each squad leader commanding 2 squads of skeletal soldiers for small-scale group operations. 12. That a powerful combat unit can lead to your advancement. Skill promotion. This skill allows the bestowal of a title upon one soldier or contracted individual under your command. The granted title S level must not exceed that of the skill's bestower. And in bestowing the title, the bestower may replicate an existing skill to confer upon the title bearer. It seems we can nearly depart from here. Following this notification, the little rascal remarked an "Oh rush." Shun Jinlin glanced at the titles and skills he had acquired. Continuing his work of refining the ore, with the opportunity to validate his research achievements from his previous life so close at hand, he was not inclined to leave at this juncture. Then you should promote the squad leaders as well. In the future, when traversing outside, you will rely on these soldiers for protection. The little rascal continued, I've noticed you are particularly enthusiastic today. Shun Jinlin replied while busily working. This pertains to life and death. Can I afford not to be enthusiastic? The little rascal retorted, somewhat irked. There's no need to hurry. I'll finish what I'm doing first. As there's no immediate danger, Shun Jinlin assured him, young man, one must possess ambition and strive to elevate their title level to be capable of creating a bright future. The little rascal continued. You sound like a master at painting grand visions. One might think you're trying to motivate your subordinates. As Shun Jinlin spoke, the skeletal earth dragon returned with the last batch of, or alongside the 4 dwarven skeletons. Seeing the arrival of additional hands, Shun Jinlin ceased his idle chatter with the little rascal and enlisted the 4 dwarven skeletons to join the ore refining efforts. Dwarves are inherently gifted craftsmen. Even warriors and gunners can quickly adapt to the processes of smelting and forging. With the addition of 4 helpers, the entire refining of the ore was completed in just 3 days. And the next step was to inscribe the modified formula variable runes. Although Shun Jinlin had gained some understanding of rune inscription techniques through the memories of the skeletal dwarven craftsman, the practical application remained exceedingly challenging for him. Thus, this task was directly entrusted to the skeletal dwarf artisan. As he tirelessly forged the refined mithril, the skeletal dwarf hummed a dwarven ballad with the increasingly vigorous rhythm of the song. Each hammer strike would unleash a circular magic array that by the time the mithril had taken shape, more than 20 magic arrays floated in the air. The skeletal dwarf then began to inscribe the formulaic variables. With each character etched, portions of the magic arrays merged into the design. Once the inscribing of the formulaic variables was complete, the floating magic arrays had all integrated into the runes, following the same procedure. Several runes requiring modification were successfully crafted. The skeletal dwarf respectfully presented the completed runes to Shun Jinlin. Eager to validate his research findings, Shun Jinlin's hands trembled slightly as he received the runes, the blue flames within his chest flickering with excitement. Carefully placing the runes on the workbench and confirming their stability, Shun Jinlin steadied his emotions before placing his hands on the amplification runes surrounding the rune circle. As he infused them with magic, the outer ring of amplification runes began to glow. The light advanced inward, igniting the second ring of runes, followed by the third ring of amplification runes and the fourth ring of formulaic runes. The light cascaded inward, intensifying with each layer, until it enveloped the innermost transformation rune, transforming into a dazzling halo. After the halo settled around the transformation rune, its intensity began to wane, while the surrounding copper ring gradually emanated light. Once the halo extinguished completely, the copper ring shone brilliantly, and the light that had gathered on the ring began to fade. Ultimately, the glow vanished, revealing a delicate circle of runes on the inner side of the copper ring. Confirming with the memory of the skeletal dwarf artisan, it was evident that the engraving of the equipment runes was complete, signifying that the crafting of the copper ring had been finalized. Immediately, he utilized his insight eye to examine the ring. Copper ring. The information that appeared before Shun Jinlin still consisted solely of those 4 characters. Failed? Shun Jinlin muttered to himself. Seeking confirmation, he delved into the skeletal dwarf artisan's memories. But the result remained unknown in the skeletal dwarf's recollection. A successful rune engraving would display the attributes or characteristics of the equipment, while a failed inscription would result in the item being damaged. Currently, this copper ring exhibited neither attributes nor characteristics, nor was it damaged, an unprecedented occurrence for the skeletal dwarf artisan. Let us try wearing it. Typically, runes inscribed in such a manner are bound to the wearer. If the inscription failed, there wouldn't be any binding, spoke Xiao Wangba at this moment. But if it succeeded, why are there no attributes or characteristics? Shun Jinlin inquired, filled with doubt. Although it was inscribed with runes, its essence still pertains to your so-called particles and magnetic fields. That does not belong to magic. The inside I can only perceive the properties of magical creations, which might be the reason. Xiao Wangba speculated, though not entirely certain. Despite his skepticism, Shun Jinlin seized the ring and placed it upon his skeletal finger. The moment of dawning, the oversized copper ring instantly adjusted its size to fit snugly around the bony digit. With the equipment bound, only the designated wielder could utilize it. As the ring resized, Shun Jinlin heard a prompt. Does this mean it was successful? He asked, intrigued. In theory, yes. You'll know if you can use it. Xiao Wangba replied. Shun Jinlin attempted to channel magic into the ring, yet nothing occurred. An O reaction. Shun Jinlin remarked after his attempt. Utilize the equipment's attributes or skills. You must first visualize the effect and intensity in your mind before infusing it with magic. Xiao Wangba responded, his tone tinged with slight impatience. Shun Jinlin, accustomed to Xiao Wangba's manner of speaking, merely acknowledged him. Scanning the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on the forging hammer resting on the anvil nearby. Mentally visualizing the effect of eliminating the magnetic field between the hammer's particles. Eradicating the magnetic field between particles would place the object in a state of strong interaction, with a surface friction coefficient of 0, rendering it indestructible while simultaneously ceasing particle vibration, bringing the object's temperature infinitely close to absolute 0, as Shun Jinlin recalled. Even in the most advanced particle physics laboratories during his lifetime, achieving such a state had never been realized. He wished to employ this extreme condition to test the copper ring. Visualizing the effect, Shun Jinlin infused the copper ring with magic once more, intending only a small amount. However, upon entering the ring, the magic within him surged forth uncontrollably, flooding into the copper ring like a burst dam. The overwhelming magic, unrestrained by Shun Jinlin, drained him of strength, the fatigue surging from the depths of his soul like a tidal wave. Shun Jinlin intended to call for assistance, yet before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. What just happened? Shun Jinlin asked, lying on the ground. You fainted from magical exhaustion. What on earth did you craft? It absorbs magic faster than a vampire drinks blood. Xiao Wangba questioned, and I'm not familiar with the magic aspect either. So, does this count as a success? Shun Jinlin said, rising from the ground. You were attempting to use the ring's ability on that forging hammer, right? Xiao Wangba queried. Yes, Shun Jinlin confirmed, turning to regard the forging hammer, which lay still on the anvil, unchanged in appearance. The ring was successfully crafted. However, it appears to be of no use to you. With this response, Xiao Wangba's tone took on a hint of schadenfreude. What do you mean? Shun Jinlin inquired. You successfully activated the skill, but due to magical exhaustion, the skill couldn't be completed, leaving the hammer unchanged. This indicates that even with magical depletion, you couldn't reach the activation threshold for the skill. By this measure, the magic consumed to activate this skill and have it fully function would be comparable to casting a high-tier large-scale spell. Even a king-level being couldn't solely rely on their magic reserves to cast such a large spell. What use is this ring to you? Xiao Wangba elaborated. Can this be improved? Shun Jinlin gazed at the copper ring on his hand, unwilling to accept defeat. There's no way around it. However, the amount of magic consumed by accessory equipment skills is related to the strength of the effect. Xiao Wangba explained. Related to the strength of the effect. If it directly affects the particle level, the magic consumption would be immense. But what if it only impacts the surface effect of the magnetic field? The surface effect of the magnetic field would, of course, be magnetism. Shun Jinlin focused on the forging hammer, visualizing the effect of altering the magnetic force, and once more attempted to channel magic into the copper ring. This time, his magic was not overwhelmingly consumed. After a brief infusion of magic, the hammer lying on the anvil suddenly flew toward Shinjinlin. Anticipating this, he swiftly reached out to catch the incoming hammer. Yes, I succeeded. Though he could not directly control the magnetic field at the particle level, the ability to manipulate magnetism itself validated Shun Jinlin's research findings from his past life, filling him with joy. That consumed 50 points of magic. Your total magic reserves are only 200. It's not cost-effective, Xiao Wangba remarked inopportunely. Does that even matter? It doesn't. What truly matters is that this proves our Shun family has produced a great scientist. This is a source of pride, Shun Jinlin exclaimed, the blue flames in his chest dancing with emotion. Acquired attitude, respect, acquired skill, veil. Just as Shun Jinlin reveled in his joy, a prompt suddenly rang out. What? Is there another unexpected gain? Shun Jinlin inquired, using his insight eye to scan the area, only to discover that the attitude values of the 4 skeletal dwarves had shifted from obedience to respect. They were all dwarves, and it seemed that you had crafted a ring that even Dante's copper hammer could not complete, impressing them in the process. Little Wangba remarked. So, in order to enhance this attitude value, one must occasionally put on a fa ade. Shun Jinlin inquired. I have no idea about that. Perhaps you should explore the new skill, the so-called veil, which I have never even heard of, Little Wangba urged. With the insightful eye, he gazed upon the skill veil, and information emerged. Veil. It solely displays the true level and corresponding basic attributes, concealing the real profession, race, title, and skills, while allowing the selection of false profession and race information for display. I have encountered abilities that obscure profession, race, skills, titles, and attributes, but this is the first skill I have seen that could display false information. Little Wangba said with considerable interest. Shun Jinlin activated the Veil skill and discovered that it did not consume any mana, and upon activation, his level remained unchanged while all attributes were reduced to 2, representing the base attributes of a mere 2 levels, with skills and titles completely vanished, under the guise of profession and race. An additional column of false information was available for selection. This meant that when using the insightful eye on Shun Jinlin, he appeared merely as an ordinary skeleton with only 2 levels. All attributes at 2, devoid of titles and skills, and his race and profession could be altered at will. What use does this skill serve, other than making me seem easily bullied? Shun Jinlin lamented. With all attributes at 2, he was essentially a creature that could be dispatched with a single blow. Even though race and profession could be changed, his skeletal visage could not, rendering this skill seemingly futile. It is wise to maintain a low profile when venturing out. Little Wangba seemed momentarily at a loss regarding the skill's utility and could only respond vaguely. You have also crafted the mountain copper ring, and the skeletal soldiers in this cave can no longer be enhanced. I suspect the allied forces of the 7 races have seized the skeletal throne, and these ruffians will certainly vie for the spoils before dividing the territory. The outside world is now a lawless land in utter chaos, a perfect opportunity to venture forth. Subsequently, Little Wangba shifted the topic. The inverted pyramid, suspended in mid-air, finally collapsed under the onslaught of the allied forces of the 7 races. The fall of the skeletal throne signified the end of the skeletal king's dominion over this territory. The colossal structure crashing to the ground stirred a cloud of dust visible from several kilometers away. Deep within the wailing forest, amidst dense trees, a towering rock face loomed, riddled with caves interconnected by walkways. Among the crisscrossing paths, vibrant wooden bullhorn totems indicated that this was a Tauran village. Yet, at this moment, only the elderly, the weak, women, and children inhabited the village, with not a single strong male Tauran in sight. The tremors from a fall of the skeletal throne and the resultant dust cloud caught the villagers' attention. A female Tauran, leading her young, stood bewildered at the cave entrance, peering out to the highest point of the rock face. 5 aged Tauran elders sat cross-legged on the walkway before the cave, gazing at the distant billowing smoke with an expression bordering on despair. They came too swiftly. The allied forces of the 7 races have arrived too quickly. One elder with a broken horn exclaimed in a frail voice, "Before long, the wailing forest will become a battlefield. What shall become of our village?" lamented a gray-maned elder with a worried expression, that we should not have sent all the young warriors into the skeletal legion. Now we lack the ability to even protect our village. A one-eyed elder added, in order to gain the protection of the skeletal king, we had no choice but to enlist the able-bodied from our tribe into the border legion. It was a covenant, said an elder with a thick beard, his voice tinged with resignation. Elder Earth, what shall we do? The broken-horned elder inquired of another elder adorned with several small totems at his waist. The other elders turned to the elder known as Elder Earth, awaiting his response. Elder Earth did not reply immediately, but instead gazed upwards at the sky, where clouds drifted with the wind, and beneath them, a hawk circled. As Elder Earth looked skyward, a faint light gradually glimmered in his eyes, his pupils turning white in its glow. After a brief moment, his pupils returned to normal, and he sighed heavily. What did you see? The broken-horned elder asked eagerly. Tell everyone to gather their belongings. We must prepare to leave the village. Elder Earth commanded. What? The allied forces of the seven races have entered the Wailing Forest. The gray-maned elder's voice quivered with a hint of panic. They are deserters. Soldiers from the goblin and gnoll tribes have fled from the front lines and are plundering other tribes' villages. Elder Earth revealed. Those wretched beings. If only I were 50 years younger, I could single-handedly crush these feeble wretches. The one-eyed elder exclaimed, his excitement nearly causing him to rise, but age hindered his mobility, and he struggled to regain his footing. What of the lords? Was it not only the western border that was breached? What of the three other lords? The gray-maned elder pressed, without the skeletal king's restraint. No one would dare to confront the allied forces of the seven races. Elder Earth shook his head. We are left to await our expulsion by the allied forces of the seven races? The gray-maned elder's voice trembled with dread. Perhaps we should be more concerned about those goblins and gnolls. The long-bearded elder stated as he stood up, if we leave the village, where shall we go? The broken-horned elder scanned the seemingly tranquil Wailing Forest, well aware that beneath this calm, unrest brewed beyond just the goblins and gnolls, the underground caverns. They offer sufficient concealment, Elder Earth suggested, but within the caverns lurks a level 20 elite earth dragon. The bearded elder cautioned, though we are old, we are still capable of risking our lives. We can still take down a level 20 elite beast, Elder Earth asserted as he also rose to his feet. Tell me, Elder Earth, have you misunderstood the prophecy from long ago? The one-eyed elder interjected suddenly. The Tauren walking along the cliffs shall encounter the god of skeletal forms, heralding a new era of prosperity. Elder Earth paused, reflecting on the prophetic words he had received years ago. The god of skeletal forms. Was that not the skeletal king? He had believed so at the time, which led him to guide the Cliff Tauren tribe to pledge allegiance to the skeletal king. Yet, after all these years under the skeletal king's rule, the Cliff Tauren tribe had endured harsh taxes and military conscription, showing no signs of prosperity and even diminishing in numbers, witnessing the fall of the skeletal throne firsthand. Elder Earth, once unwavering in his faith in the prophecy, began to waver. Not far from the Tauren village in the dense forest, a group of gnolls clad in simple armor and wielding weapons were tearing apart the corpses of humanoid creatures. The remains were so mangled that it was impossible to discern their original forms that don't consume at all. Save some meat, barked the gnoll leader, noticeably larger than the others and better equipped, as he shouted at his ravenous kin. However, the sight of blood easily drove these gnolls into a frenzy. Despite the leader's loud commands, none paid him heed. In a fit of rage, the gnoll leader swung his warhammer, sending a nearby gnoll, who was greedily devouring flesh, flying across the clearing. The struck gnoll crashed against a tree, gasping for breath before succumbing. Only then did the others halt their scavenging, though reluctant to part with their hard-earned meat. The gnoll leader's level of 50 far surpassed the average level 20 of his kin, leaving them too intimidated to protest. Gather the meat. The allied forces of the seven races approach, and we must prepare to migrate. We need provisions, the gnoll leader asserted once he had subdued the others. Under the leader's oppressive authority, the rest of the gnolls begrudgingly collected the torn meat. The gnoll leader felt satisfied with their compliance. But before he could relish his triumph, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent from the underbrush. He detected the presence of outsiders. With a sharp cry, The Knoll leader raised his warhammer and struck the ground, causing a flurry of sharp stone spikes to erupt at the moment when the warhammer struck. It burst forth from the ground and swiftly spread towards the thicket point. Two anguished howls pierced the air as the rock spire impaled the abdomens of two green-skinned humanoid creatures. Following this cry of despair, a horde of goblins clad in makeshift armor and wielding weapons leaped from the underbrush. The busy wolfmen, engaged in the gruesome task of collecting flesh and blood, drew their weapons upon seeing the goblins, emitting low growls and assuming defensive stances. The goblins, undeterred, screeched in a cacophony, brandishing their arms in a display of aggression. Both sides were numerous and similarly equipped, leaving little advantage to be gained in a skirmish. Thus, neither the wolfmen nor the goblins made the first strike. They merely shouted and confronted one another. The wolfman leader positioned himself at the forefront, roaring with the greatest intensity. That moment, from the ranks of the goblins emerged a particularly robust specimen, brandishing a heavy iron club. "Clear the way, you wretched goblins," the wolfman leader bellowed, recognizing this imposing figure as the goblin chief. "You block our path, vile wolfmen," retorted the goblin chief. "This territory belongs to the wolfmen." The wolfman leader howled in response. "What is seen is claimed," the goblin chief countered defiantly. As both groups echoed the roars of their respective leaders. The forest was filled with a tumultuous clamor. "The bullmen are ours," shouted the goblin chief, swinging his iron club towards the wolfman leader. "The bullmen are ours," the wolfman leader echoed, raising his warhammer. Both leaders, of equal standing at level 50, clashed their weapons, producing a shower of sparks and a piercing shriek. This exchange yielded no advantage for either side. They each took a half-step back, gathering strength for another assault. "Leader!" Before they could fully prepare, a diminutive wolfman soldier sprang forth from the ranks. The wolfman leader paid no mind to the small soldier, his warhammer poised for a strike. "The village of the Cliff Bullmen is deserted," exclaimed the small wolfman soldier. Upon hearing this, the wolfman leader turned to inquire further, realizing this small soldier was the scout he had previously dispatched to gather intelligence on the Bullmen village. "What?" the wolfman leader questioned, his interest piqued. The goblin chief, upon hearing of the deserted Bullmen village, also lowered his weapon, for goblins are inherently cunning and understood that without anything to contest, further conflict would be futile. "The Cliff Bullmen left before I arrived at their village, and it seems they departed in great haste," the wolfman scout reported. The wolfman leader, gritting his teeth, turned to the goblin chief and growled. "Now, the Bullmen village is yours. Go ahead." "Humph, a deserted village. Only a fool would venture there," the goblin chief spat, hefting his iron club and retreating into the throng of goblins. The horde of goblins followed suit, vanishing into the depths of the forest. "Leader, shall we seek another village?" the wolfman scout inquired, observing the goblins' departure. "The flesh of the bullmen can sustain us for a long time. Why would we change villages?" The wolfman leader scoffed, casting a disdainful glance toward the direction in which the goblins had vanished. "But there are no bullmen in the village," the wolfman scout replied, obliviously, just as foolish as the goblins. The wolfman leader cursed, kicking the scout to the ground. He then added, "What do you think your nose is for?" With that, the wolfman leader raised his warhammer and gestured toward the direction of the bullmen village. All the wolfmen, disregarding the remnants of flesh on the ground, brandished their weapons and let out a cacophony of cackles as they charged toward the village, deep within the forest, in a small valley overgrown with towering trees. Shen Jinlin led a skeletal dragon and 4 skeletal dwarves, peering out from a burrow obscured by grass taller than a man. "There's south no place to set foot," Shen Jinlin complained, surveying the dense foliage. Before he could finish, a distant rumble resonated through the air. Shortly after, the ground trembled and the trees rustled ominously. In earthquake, Shen Jinlin steadied himself, questioning that it seems to be coming from the direction of the skeletal throne. Said the small turtle, pausing before continuing, "The coalition of the 7 tribes will arrive soon. We must swiftly enhance our titles to increase our chances of survival. I don't know the way." Shen Jinlin exclaimed, glancing around and seeing only trees and grass, utterly disoriented. "Exit the valley to the right, then head east. There should be a bullmen village that will check it out first," the small turtle instructed. In the dense jungle, where the canopy obscured the sun, the surroundings were a sea of green. Yet this close proximity to greenery felt suffocating, compressing the space around them. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of leaves and underbrush, rendering each step a gamble. Whether shallow or deep, stone or thorn, was indiscernible. Navigating this terrain proved arduous, causing Shun Jinlin and his skeletal soldiers to progress at a painfully slow pace. How much longer must we walk? Surely you didn't team misdirect us? Shun Jinlin queried, doubt creeping in as they had trekked for half a day without sighting a village. Although skeletal, they felt no fatigue unless their magical energy waned. At your current pace, we should arrive before nightfall, the small turtle reassured him. Nightfall? That is still quite a ways off, Shun Jinlin protested. Keep your voice down. This howling forest is no backyard. The small turtle immediately admonished Shun Jinlin for his loudness. What? Are there ferocious beasts? Shun Jinlin's first thought was indeed of predators. Not just beasts, the small turtle replied. Indeed, I was just about to ask. This forest belongs to the skeletal king, correct? Shun Jinlin suddenly realized. This is the central area of the skeletal king's territory. What do you think? The small turtle countered. Then why is there a bullman village within the skeletal king's domain? Shun Jinlin inquired, as he imagined that the skeletons would turn all into bones, leaving no room for other races to coexist. Aside from the bullmen, many small tribal factions have pledged allegiance to the skeletal king. The small turtle explained. Small tribal factions? Shun Jinlin echoed. This world harbors many lesser races beyond the 8 major ones. Most exist in tribal forms and typically align with the major races to survive. The small turtle clarified, noticing Shun Jinlin's confusion. The skeletal king treats these subordinate tribes quite well, placing them in the central region of his territory. I had assumed these allied factions would be relegated to the borders as cannon fodder. Shun Jinlin mused. The old, weak, women, and children have no qualifications to be cannon fodder. However, they can be used as bargaining chips, the small turtle remarked. Bargaining chips? What do you mean? Shun Jinlin questioned, perplexed. These small tribes that ally with the skeletal king receive protection. But the condition is that all able-bodied members must be drafted into the border defense as soldiers. While individual tribes may have few soldiers, collectively, they form a substantial force. The skeletal king places the tribes with only the old and weak closest to the skeletal throne to prevent rebellion among the border soldiers. The small turtle succinctly explained that it kill everyone if they misbehave. That's ruthless. Shun Jinlin shook his head and then asked, so why would you have me go to a bullman village filled only with the old and weak? Naturally, to bolster the ranks of skeletal soldiers, the small turtle responded. The little turtle remarked, although the village is populated by the elderly and the weak, there are still esteemed elders among them. However, due to their physical frailty, they no longer possess the combat prowess befitting their ranks. Yet, once they are transformed into skeletal soldiers, the concerns of bodily decline will vanish, allowing them to unleash their full potential. For you, this represents a considerable fighting force. What? You don't mean to suggest that I should massacre the village, do you? Shun Jinlin exclaimed, his voice rising as he stood rooted to the spot. Keep your voice down, while the residents of this forest may be frail. Crushing your 2-level skeletal soldiers will be child's play for them. The little turtle retorted, what if I suggest a massacre? The expansion of the skeletal tribe relies primarily on the conversion of the deceased, which is why other races look down upon us. If you encounter the coalition of 7 tribes, you will undoubtedly be eliminated in the blink of an eye. It is imperative that you swiftly enhance your title and expand your strength to survive. If you do not adopt a more ruthless approach, how can you expect to gain the ability to protect yourself? That may be the case, but although I am not a paragon of virtue, I cannot bring myself to commit such an atrocity. Shun Jinlin shook his head in refusal. Oh, come on, the elders of the Minotaurs are level 40, even in their old age. Your 5 skeletal soldiers, averaging level 20, would be no match for them. Attempting to massacre the village would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. The little turtle scoffed. Then why do you want me to go to the Minotaur village? Shun Jinlin inquired. Among the numerous minor races, the Minotaurs are known for their noble character. Once a contract is forged, they swear to uphold it with their lives. But the other races in this forest are less reliable, the little turtle explained. The western border of the Skeletal King's territory has been breached by the coalition of 7 tribes, and it is there that the Minotaur warriors are stationed. These honest folk will not abandon their posts. However, the soldiers from other tribes are likely to flee at the first sign of defeat. With the fall of the skeletal throne and the impending arrival of the coalition, these deserters will undoubtedly choose to abandon their clans. Before that happens, they will frantically pillage other villages to gather supplies. Villages like the Minotaurs, devoid of warriors to defend them, are the easiest targets. Are you suggesting that I assist those honest folk in defending their village? Shun Jinlin asked, Brother, with your meager strength, what right do you have to offer assistance? The little turtle replied dismissively. What do you mean by that? Shun Jinlin asked, perplexed. What do you think those tribes are gathering supplies for? The little turtle inquired. Food, perhaps? Shun Jinlin pondered aloud. Precisely. Those frail and vulnerable individuals are viewed as the finest source of sustenance by them, the little turtle stated. What? How could anyone consume them? Shun Jinlin exclaimed. Astonished, when you feast on pork or beef, do you ever find it unappetizing? The little turtle countered, then continued. Some tribes even resort to cannibalism, let alone consuming members of different races. However, these tribes aim to migrate swiftly before the howling forest becomes a battlefield. Therefore, they will only take the meat of foreign races, leaving the corpses behind. That I need you to investigate whether the Minotaur village has already been plundered and perhaps, if fortune smiles upon you, see if you can convert a few high-level skeletal soldiers. So it's about collecting corpses, not slaughtering the village. Shun Jinlin sighed in relief upon understanding. Just then, Shun Jinlin received an alert from the skeletal earth dragon through their mental link. The skeletal earth dragon, capable of gliding through the trees with remarkable speed and the ability to change color and become invisible, was sent ahead to scout. Has the earth dragon discovered the Minotaurs? Is the Minotaur village nearby? Shun Jinlin inquired after receiving information from the skeletal earth dragon. About a kilometer ahead, within the dense woods, there was no sign of a village, only a circle of standing stones. The soil and debris on them still fresh, as if they had just emerged from the ground. That a group of terrified Minotaur women and children were encircled within this stone formation, with no escape in sight. Outside the formation, packs of werewolves lurked, eyeing their prey, yet they dared not approach the stones. 2 closely 5 elderly Minotaur elders stood between the werewolves and the stone formation, trembling as though they would collapse at any moment. However, their level 40 status instilled fear in the average 20-level werewolves. What are you still waiting for? At that moment, a notably larger werewolf leader squeezed through the crowd, shouting to the others, Leader, it's these old geezers. One werewolf pointed at the 5 elderly Minotaurs. These feeble old men have you cowering. The werewolf leader cast a disdainful glance at the 5 elders. They're level 40, the werewolf insisted before he could finish. The werewolf leader swung his war hammer and sent the speaker flying. I need to get my hands dirty with these old fools. If you don't charge in now, you'll all feel the brunt of my hammer. The leader roared. The other werewolves, witnessing this display, hesitated no longer, raising their weapons and charging at the 5 Minotaur elders with ferocious howls. Old comrades, it seems the time has come to stake our lives. The elder of the earth stepped forward, taking a couple of strides. He then pulled a small totem from his waist and planted it into the ground. The rejuvenation totem radiated golden light, bathing the 5 elderly Minotaurs in its glow, instantly revitalizing their spirits. Although their appearances remained frail, their expressions now bore the vigor of youth. The Rage Totem, Earth Vein Totem, Spring Totem, and Gale Totem followed suit, enhancing the elders' attack, defense, magic, vitality, and speed. The warrior elders, Longbeard, Greymane, and One Eye, unleashed their life force, their aging bodies bulging with muscle and veins. The Minotaur druid, Hornbreaker Elder, initiated the Thorn Shield spell, conjuring a swirling shield of thorns around the 5 elders. After casting a mental enhancement for each elder, Hornbreaker roared and transformed into a giant bear adorned with horns. The 3 Minotaur warriors, now infused with vitality, became frenzied, their manes bristling and eyes glowing red as they uprooted nearby trees to use as weapons. Charging into the horde of werewolves, with the Hornbreaker bear following closely behind, Mother of all, please reward my devotion and grant me the power of lightning. As the four elders charged, the earth elder remained rooted. His eyes glazed over, murmuring incantations. As he spoke, arcs of electricity began to dance upon his palms, gathering a surge of lightning power. With a brilliant flash, the earth elder thrust his hands forward, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck into the pack of werewolves. Sending several of them crashing to the ground, a flash of realization struck the werewolves as they witnessed their comrades being felled, but the Minotaur's onslaught had only just begun. The frenzied trio of Minotaur warriors and the Hornbreaker bear plunged into the werewolf ranks. The tree trunks wielded by the Minotaur warriors wreaked havoc among the diminutive werewolves, causing severe injuries or unconsciousness with every strike. Before the claws of the Hornbreaker bear, the werewolves were as defenseless as chickens, easily flattened into pulp. After unleashing the lightning, the Earth Elder drew two short axes, one crackling with electricity, the other swirling with wind, and charged into the fray. The once formidable werewolf pack was reduced to chaos by the 5 Minotaur elders, as if they alone could trample the 100 werewolves surrounding them. Are they really this fierce? Shun Jinlin, hidden among the bushes and observing the Minotaur elders' rampage, swallowed hard, despite not having any saliva to tea their last gasp. These 5 old geezers are exhausting their lives and cannot hold on much longer. Prepare to collect the corpses, the little turtle remarked. Despite their numerical superiority, the werewolves began to waver under the overwhelming might of the Minotaur elders. Oh! At that moment, the leader of the Wirgins raised his head and let out a piercing howl. This cry served not only to intimidate the Wirgins contemplating retreat, but also to provide additional attributes to the lower-ranked tribesmen. The leader's skill, offensive roar, granted a 10% boost to the attributes of his subordinates and placed them in a brief state of frenzied madness, rendering them immune to fear. Originally hesitant, the Wirgins, under the influence of this frenzy, had their eyes glinting red as they roared and charged once more at the 5 Tauren elders. Despite their overwhelming strength, the Wirgins found themselves outmatched, as the first 3 Tauren warrior elders were successively injured by the frenzied attacks. The frenzied Wirgins, brandishing thorny shields, recklessly leaped onto the elder with broken horns in bear form, either biting or stabbing him. The elder rolled his massive body, crushing a swath of foes beneath him. Yet more Wirgins surged forward, gradually staining the giant bear's fur with blood. The Earth Elder also found himself ensnared by the Wirgins, but he simultaneously noticed that the other 4 elders were being increasingly overwhelmed by the sheer number of Wirgins. Leaving their situation dire, 2 short axes clashed, and arcs of wind and lightning erupted, slicing through the nearby Wirgins. Seizing the moment, the Earth Elder raised his hand and chanted, "Mother of all, grant me a gust to fend off this harm." After the incantation, a wall of wind rose up around the Earth Elder, temporarily halting the Wirgins that sought to press their attack. Within the wind wall, the Earth Elder's eyes turned white as he spread his arms and continued to chant, "Mother of all, grant me the armor blessed by the earth." Following this invocation, clods of earth flew up from beneath him, enveloping his form in a layer of sturdy earthen armor. Simultaneously, the other 4 elders engaged in battle were also clad in earthen armor. Unfazed, the Earth Elder continued to chant within the wind wall, "Mother of all, grant me the life touch to heal my wounds." As he chanted, green life energy gathered in his hands, which he then projected towards the other 4 elders, causing a green glow to envelop them and their wounds to gradually heal. With their injuries mended, the 4 elders regained their former vigor, launching fierce assaults that shook the ground, causing the Wirgins to wail in anguish. Although the Wirgins could still rely on their numerical advantage to launch surprise attacks, their weapons proved futile against the earthen armor of the Tauren elders, after the completion of 2 consecutive skill chants. The gust that surrounded the Earth Elder dissipated that moment. A figure charged forward, reaching the Earth Elder in an instant. The Wargen leader. "Those Tauren shamans are truly bothersome," the Wargen leader screeched, swinging his hammer toward the Earth Elder. This strike was no ordinary blow, but a warrior skill known as Fatal Slam. The Earth Elder, having just finished a skill chant, found himself unable to distance himself from the Wargen leader and could only brace for the impact. Despite the support of the Rejuvenation Totem, The Earth Elder's frail body could not return to the peak strength of level 40. Even if he could recover, facing a level 50 War Gen leader one-on-one would still lead to his suppression. The fatal slam struck the Earth Elder with full force, shattering his earthen armor in an instant. Not only that, the massive form of the Tauren was sent flying by the blow. The Earth Elder was propelled far away, crashing heavily into the grass, while the War Gen leader, confident, believed that this aged Tauren would not survive. After sending the Earth Elder flying, the War Gen leader swung his warhammer, smashing the totems on the ground into fragments. Without the support of the rejuvenation totem, the aging bodies of the 4 Tauren elders lost their vitality and became sluggish, their earthen armor shattered and scattered after the Earth Elder was knocked away. The 3 elderly Tauren warriors, although they activated their life force once more, could only increase the burden on their frail bodies, and the druid with broken horns could no longer maintain his bear form. Seizing the opportunity, the frenzied Wurgens leaped onto the 4 visibly aged Tauren, screeching as they wildly slashed and bit. The 4 Tauren elders, unable to shake off the Wurgens clinging to them, could only succumb to despair and slowly fall. Yet, these frenzied Wurgens showed no sign of stopping at the sight of the fallen Tauren elders, continuing their wild screeches and relentless attacks until the elders were left in a bloody heap. Devoid of life, the Earth Elder, having been knocked into the grass, coughed up blood but still clung to a flicker of life, thanks to the earthen armor that had mitigated part of the fatal slam's force. However, at that moment, the Earth Elder realized he was beyond salvation. Yet he felt no despair. Instead, he sensed a glimmer of hope, for among the grass stood several skeletons, which for the tribe allied with the Bone King signified protection. Unbeknownst to the Earth Elder, these skeletons did not belong to the Bone King, but were merely under the command of the lowly level 2 Shun Jinlin. The Cliffs of Bones need you. In his dying moments, the Earth Elder slowly extended his hand, gazing at Shun Jinlin with eyes filled with longing. Shun Jinlin trembled at the sight of the Earth Elder's gaze, reaching out to grasp the hand of the dying Tauren. Yet, before he could reach him, the Earth Elder drew his last breath. Go. The Wurgens will be here soon. That moment, the little turtle spoke. Was he just seeking help from me? Shun Jinlin remarked gravely upon witnessing the Earth Elder's demise. He sought aid from the Bone King. You are irrelevant. The little turtle replied coldly. If I leave, what will happen to them? Shun Jinlin inquired, glancing at the circle of stone formations, referring to the Tauren women and children behind them. They will be slaughtered and their flesh harvested to provide sustenance for the Wurgens' migration. Did I not inform you of this? The little turtle stated. In his final moments, he must have viewed me as the hope of the entire tribe. Correct? Shun Jinlin observed the dimming eyes of the Earth Elder, the glimmer of hope frozen within those lifeless orbs. He sought the aid of the Bone King. You merely happen to be a skeleton. Do not flatter yourself. Depart quickly. The little turtle urged impatiently to uphold the covenant and defend the borders of the Bone King's territory, only to leave the entire tribe bereft of his protection. How despairing must that be? Shun Jinlin said after a moment of silence. That is not your concern. You only need to wait for the Wurgens to gather the flesh and return to transform these 5 elders into skeletal soldiers. The little turtle replied that, is it not rather unscrupulous to take others' corpses so freely? Shun Jinlin asked. What would you have me do? The little turtle retorted. Shun Jinlin examined the corpse of the Earth Elder with his insightful eye, then glanced at his own hand adorned with a copper ring. 0.5 level 40 skeletal soldiers would be just right. Shun Jinlin then looked up at the horde of Wurgens and the corpses strewn about. Go, bring that Tauren shaman's corpse over here. The Wargen leader instructed the 2 Wurgens beside him, then commanded the others. Knock down these stones and scrape the flesh off the Tauren inside. This meat will be hearty. The other Wurgens howled and began attempting to topple the circle of stone formations, while the 2 Wurgens given orders approached the grass where the Earth Elder had fallen. Before the 2 Wurgens could get close, a skeleton clad in a patient escarb emerged from the grass. It was Shun Jinlin, the skeleton. The 2 Wurgens were momentarily stunned at the sight of the skeleton before them. One of them exclaiming that "It is the Skeletal Legion." The other Wargen cried out. Encountering a skeleton in the realm of the Bone King naturally evoked thoughts of the Skeletal Legion, as deserters returned from the borders. These virgins were understandably fearful of repercussions, and having long been subjugated by the skeletal legion, they instinctively felt fear at the sight of a skeleton. Upon hearing the name of the skeletal legion, the wargen leader also felt a twinge of panic, but upon turning, he only beheld a skeleton unarmed and without armor, regaining his composure. "What does the skeletal legion care about this place?" the wargen leader muttered in confusion. "Leader, that skeleton is only level 2. It cannot possibly be part of the skeletal legion." At this moment, a werewolf with the insight skill turned to the werewolf chief and said, "Level 2. The werewolf chief initially lacked confidence, but upon hearing Shun Jinlin's level, he completely relaxed, reassured that there could be no soldiers of such low rank within the skeletal legion. They were merely scattered rabble, defeated by the coalition of 7 clans. What was there to fear? They could simply be eliminated. With renewed confidence, the werewolf chief shouted at the 2 werewolves. Upon hearing this, the 2 werewolves bared their teeth, brandished their weapons, and charged at Shen Jinlin with low growls. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the werewolf leading the charge collapsed to the ground. Immediately, 2 skeletal dwarf warriors surged forward, flanking and dispatching the remaining werewolf on the spot. The skeletal gunman and craftsman, along with the skeletal earth dragon, emerged from the underbrush, forming a protective barrier around Shen Jinlin. Indeed, it was the skeletal legion. The presence of other skeletons sent the werewolves into a flurry. The werewolf chief, though momentarily flustered, remained calmer than the others. He sniffed the air and confirmed that the only sense present, aside from the Elder of the Earth, belonged to these 6 skeletons. Just how many levels do these skeletal soldiers possess? The werewolf chief inquired of the werewolf beside him, who had the insight skill. Aside from one at level 2, the rest were at level 20, with the level 2 one lacking any skills. After peering through his insight, the werewolf remarked, "This area is now under my control. You will either submit or leave, or face ruthless extermination." At that moment, Shun Jinlin pointed to the werewolf chief, raising his head and speaking with haughty arrogance. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the werewolf chief erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain and contempt. "Werewolves yield only to strength. We fear the Bone King, not you lowly rabble. With the Bone King gone, you are nothing but a pack of barking wild dogs." The werewolf chief continued to laugh, subsequently commanding the other werewolves, "Lads, crush these skeletons to dust and brew them for me to drink." All the werewolves calmed down, deducing from their sense of smell that there were merely 6 skeletons on Shun Jinlin's side. Thus no longer in a panic, armed with weapons and howling, the werewolves surged towards Shun Jinlin like a Tai-Dada. "You have made the worst choice," Shun Jinlin sighed as he watched the werewolves rush forward. Shaking his head, dozens of werewolves emitted screeching cries as they pounced on Shun Jinlin and his entourage. Under such circumstances, it was evident that 6 skeletons could not cope. Yet, Shun Jinlin remained utterly calm, slowly raising his hand adorned with a copper ring, pointing towards the oncoming horde of werewolves. At that moment, a towering figure rose from the thicket behind him. This figure was the deceased Elder of the Earth, a minotaur shaman who, though devoid of flesh and blood, retained its robust frame due to its fur. The Elder of the Earth had now been transformed into a skeletal shaman. Upon rising, the hollow eye sockets of this skeletal minotaur filled with white light, and it raised its hand to bestow a blue glow upon Shun Jinlin. Skill, Fountain of Revival, Blessing of the Mother of All, bestowing the blessed with a state of mana recovery for 30 seconds, regaining 200 mana per second. This was a mana restoration skill, with a recovery rate of 200 mana per second. Within 30 seconds, it could accumulate up to 6,000 mana, sufficient for Shun Jinlin to lavishly expend. Infusing the copper ring with a substantial amount of mana, Shun Jinlin's mana was instantly depleted. However, under the effect of the Fountain of Revival, it quickly restored to full capacity. The copper ring, now charged with mana, activated its magnetic control, disarming all weapons from the werewolves, including the warhammer wielded by the werewolf chief. Such a wide-ranging weapon disarming spell was indeed rare, especially when cast by a mere level 2 skeleton, leaving the werewolves in a state of bewilderment. All the weapons manipulated by the magnetic force hovered in the air, turning their blades towards the werewolves before the werewolves could recover from their stupor. The weapons rained down upon them. The dense barrage caught the werewolves off guard, resulting in numerous fatalities, while those fortunate enough to survive were severely injured and unable to rise. Only the level 50 werewolf chief managed to activate the skill agility, narrowly evading the hammer's devastating strike, remaining unscathed. However, the werewolf pack had lost all combat capability, leaving the chief as a lone commander. Damn it! The werewolf chief surveyed the scene of carnage surrounding him, baring his sharp teeth and spitting as he roared. Submit or roll? Shen Jinlin calmly inquired of the enraged werewolf chief. You lot, a bunch of level 20 trash, along with a level 40 shaman, even if I were unarmed, could crush you to pieces. The werewolf chief bellowed, activating life surge, causing his muscles to swell, his fur to bristle, and his claws and fangs to elongate visibly. A level 50 warrior indeed possessed the strength to obliterate Shun Jinlin's party, whose average level was merely 20. Even with the addition of a level 40 skeletal shaman, they had no chance of victory. Perhaps you cannot count, Shun Jinlin coldly remarked. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gathering mana upon his fingertip before snapping it. The skeletal transformation skill activated, causing the corpses of 4 minotaur elders to rise unsteadily after their flesh had melted away, blue flames igniting within their hollow rib cages and blue light flickering in their eye sockets. Come on, even if these old geezers join forces, I won't care. The werewolf chief, once again layering skills, fury, war cry, and desperation, activated all abilities that could enhance his attributes, under the compounded effects of the skills. The werewolf chief's attributes surged, his eyes glowing red, veins bulging with rage, the crimson fury coursing through his veins causing his skin to flush. With a full team, the average level of the soldiers reaching 30. A promotion would be granted as the 4 minotaur elders were transformed. Shun Jinlin received a prompt indicating his team was at full capacity. The average soldier level reached 30. He acquired the title of skeletal centurion and the skill, free will. Simultaneously, as the levels of the 5 minotaur elders were all 40, they perfectly elevated the average level of the 10-man team to 30, granting Shun Jinlin a title upgrade and a new skill. Skeletal centurion, a racial title, a symbol of status. The centurion unit represents the initial group combat unit of the skeletal legion, with each centurion capable of commanding 10 skeletal soldiers for genuine group combat, 110. A powerful combat unit that can lead to promotions. Skill free will allows 1 skeletal soldier under your command to possess free will, fully utilizing their capabilities in command or combat to serve you. Free will is based on loyalty. Losing loyalty will result in the loss of free will. New information regarding the title and skill surfaced in Shun Jinlin's Mind Point 10. I want to transform 10. The enraged werewolf chief, empowered by skill layering, howled fiercely. Point 10. Dream on. Shun Jinlin responded nonchalantly. With the effects of the Fountain of Revival still active, Shun Jinlin activated the skeletal transformation once more, due to the title upgrade. He can now transform 90 skeletal soldiers from the corpses of the slain werewolves on the ground. Those of higher levels began to liquefy, and their bones rose unsteadily, with the team at full capacity. The average soldier level reached 40, resulting in another promotion. As the ominous signal echoed once more, the blue flames ignited within the chests of the skeletal virgins. Behind Shun Jinlin, the Earth Elder, now transformed into a skeletal shaman, let out a furious roar and charged towards the Wargen leader. The risen skeletal virgins, upon regaining their feet, hastily withdrew the weapons embedded in their forms and surged towards their leader, despite being unarmed. The Wargen leader, brimming with skills, showed no fear towards the legion of skeletal virgins that were significantly weaker than himself. His sharp fangs and claws cut through the skeletal ranks with unyielding ferocity, each strike capable of shattering the approaching skeletal virgins into fragments. In the midst of the chaos, the enraged Wargen leader seized 2 weapons and unleashed the warrior skill, Whirlwind Slash, spinning like a top as the whirling blades conjured a tempest upon the ground. This vortex effortlessly shredded the lesser skeletal virgins, sending bones flying in all directions, preventing anyone from nearing the Wargen leader. However, the skeletal Tauren elders, now turned into bone soldiers, did not afford the Wargen leader much time to revel in his dominance. The skeletal druid, Broken Horn, raised his hand and cast Vine Bind, causing robust vines to sprout beneath the war-gen leader, ensnaring him and halting his whirlwind assault. Although his skill was interrupted, the war-gen leader remained ferocious, wielding his weapons to strike down the skeletal wargens that dared to approach. That moment, 3 skeletal Tauren warriors combined their skills to execute a charge, their massive forms colliding directly with the war-gen leader. Yet the skill-laden war-gen leader merely staggered slightly, maintaining his stance resolutely. After stabilizing himself, he swung his weapons, preparing to cleave through the 3 skeletal Tauren warriors, but before he could bring his hands down, a numbing sensation coursed through his body. This was the lightning sphere cast by the Earth Elder, striking the war-gen leader. Although the sphere caused no significant damage, the accompanying paralysis rendered his body rigid. In that fleeting moment of paralysis, the 3 skeletal Tauren warriors swung their makeshift clubs, delivering a deadly blow that landed squarely upon the war-gen leader. Despite spitting blood, he suffered no fatal injuries. The skeletal druid, Broken Horn, leaped forth, transforming into a skeletal giant python, sinking its fangs into the war-gen leader's neck and subsequently coiling tightly around him. Once the war-gen leader was securely ensnared, the remaining skeletal wargens pounced upon him. Soon, the war-gen leader was overwhelmed by the skeletal horde, his roars gradually morphing into wails, ultimately falling silent. As the skeletal mass dispersed, the once ferocious war-gen leader lay lifeless, riddled with countless holes, refusal to heed warnings. Shen Jinlin remarked as he strolled over to the war-gen leader's corpse once the battle subsided, "I did not expect you to possess some intellect, calculating how to conduct this skirmish in such a short span." Basic maneuvers, Shen Jinlin reiterated. "All right, we've performed our duty of valor. Let us transform the higher-level corpses first to fill our ranks, and then we shall elevate our overall level," suggested the little turtle. Shen Jinlin did not elaborate further, allowing the Earth Elder to cast a revitalizing spring upon him before proceeding to transform the level 50 war-gen leader, followed by selecting several higher-level wargens to complete the 100-man squad. He promoted the squad and platoon leaders, ensuring the 100-man unit was neither too full nor too sparse. However, relying solely on one commander proved to be quite inflexible, with the team now at full capacity. The little turtle remarked, "Hey, you seem quite adept at this." Shen Jinlin acknowledged this with a nod, but proceeded to implement the plan. After establishing a mental connection, he promoted the 5 highest-level skeletal Tauren elders, the skeletal war-gen leader, and 4 skeletal dwarves to squad leaders, endowing them with the skill of mental connection for better command over the skeletal soldiers. As for the skeletal earth dragon, being a beast, it lacked any commanding prowess, so Shen Jinlin decided to keep it as a mount or scout, should I grant them free will. After promoting the relatively higher-level skeletal wargens to platoon leaders, Shen Jinlin pondered aloud regarding his newly acquired skill. Logically, granting them free will would ease command, but if their loyalty is lacking, that freedom becomes meaningless, the little turtle replied. Then, this would be an opportune moment to test their loyalty. Shen Jinlin stated, turning his gaze towards the highest-ranking skeletal war-gen leader. Having just battled this creature and recently transformed it, the war-gen leader was certainly the least loyal. Upon examining the attitude values of the squad leaders, he found that only the skeletal war-gen leader exhibited obedience, while the others showed respect. If granting him free will poses no issues, then the other should be even less problematic, he mused, casting the free will skill upon the skeletal war-gen leader. Moments later, the war-gen leader appeared visibly taken aback. Through the mental connection, Shen Jinlin sensed that the skeletal war-gen leader regained his autonomous consciousness, his thoughts swirling in complexity. After a brief pause, he perceived no hostility emanating from the war-gen leader's consciousness. "Do you comprehend your current predicament?" Shen Jinlin queried the skeletal war-gen leader. "I understand. War-gen Venomfang stands ready at your command." The skeletal war-gen Venomfang replied, kneeling on one knee. Through the mental connection, Shen Jinlin discerned Venomfang's inner thoughts. Recognizing that if he did not pledge loyalty to the 2-level superior before him, he would become a mindless puppet, hence he chose to submit. "Excellent. Rise." Shun Jinlin instructed Venomfong with a gesture, then waved his hand to bestow the free will skill upon the other squad leaders. Great craftsman, you shall henceforth be our master. Upon receiving free will, the 4 skeletal dwarves knelt, proclaiming their allegiance. Indeed, being capable of creating what even Dante Copperhammer could not, qualifies one as an extraordinary craftsman in the eyes of dwarves. Truly, we owe this to that dwarven adventurer. They expressed, "We are grateful for your rescue of the Cliff Clan. Please accept our respect." That moment, the 5 skeletal Tauren elders also knelt before Shun Jinlin, uttering their gratitude. And oh concerns. Let's proceed, the little turtle stated after confirming that the free will had no issues. Ahem, now. Everyone, gather your squads. We shall relocate, Shun Jinlin asserted, adopting a commanding demeanor as he addressed the squad leaders. Upon receiving the order, the squad leaders began organizing their skeletal virgins. Yet the 5 skeletal Tauren elders remained kneeling, motionless. Do you have any requests? Shun Jinlin inquired, perplexed by their stillness. We beseech your forgiveness. We cannot accompany you. The Earth Elder finally spoke after a moment of silence. What? Shun Jinlin exclaimed, quickly checking the attitude values of the 5 skeletal Tauren elders. The 5 before him maintained a respectful demeanor, and their free will had not diminished, indicating their continued loyalty to Shun Jinlin. Your immense favor towards the Cliff Clan shall not go unreturned. We would face death without hesitation, the Earth Elder vowed earnestly. However, if we leave now, the women and children of the Cliff Clan would remain defenseless. Thus, I humbly request permission for us 5 to remain behind to guard the village. This, Shun Jinlin hesitated. With the shaman's cooperation, he was able to effortlessly outmaneuver the virgins. He was well aware of the formidable capabilities of the 5 Tauren elders. If they did not accompany him, the combat effectiveness of the entire 100-man unit would be significantly diminished. Please grant us a little time. Once the children return from the front lines and the village is safeguarded, we shall immediately follow you, the Earth Elder implored, lowering his head further, his tone turning beseeching. "Oh, not be so heartless. Just acquiesce," the little turtle interjected before Shun Jinlin could respond. What did you just say? The words of the little turtle genuinely took Shun Jinlin by surprise. All along, the voice in his mind had sought mere survival, never speaking of any sentiment. And even under duress, Shun Jinlin could scarcely believe that he would agree to let the elders of the earth depart from their ranks. Please grant us a little time. As soon as the children return from the front lines and the village is secured, we shall promptly return to follow you. The elder of the earth could not hear the little turtle's voice. Thus, he assumed Shun Jinlin was addressing him, and he reiterated his earlier statement that, I wasn't asking you. I was merely contemplating. Shun Jinlin clarified to the elder of the earth, then lowered his voice to confirm with the little turtle. What is this? Have you had a change of heart, becoming so reasonable? It's not that I would disagree, but you think that would stop them from leaving? The little turtle retorted. Alas, how could I bear to do so? That would mean forsaking an entire village of women and children, Shun Jinlin replied. Exactly. Since you originally intended to let them go, why not just station the 100-man team in the Minotaur village? Suggested the little turtle. What? Are we to remain in the Minotaur village as well? Shun Jinlin questioned, somewhat perplexed that attain the next rank. You need to elevate the average level of the 100-man team to 40. We are still quite far from that goal, the little turtle explained. The tribes that raid villages are well aware of the Minotaur's strict adherence to contracts. Thus, they will undoubtedly target their village first. Rather than wandering aimlessly in the forest, it would be wiser to lie in wait for those materials to be delivered to us. But what if no one comes? Shun Jinlin inquired. Even if no one arrives. In the forest environment, the shaman can communicate with the mother of all things, likely able to pinpoint the location of those deserters that would be far more efficient than aimless wandering. The little turtle asserted. No wonder. I thought you had suddenly changed your nature, Shun Jinlin remarked, lifting his head, ready to acquiesce to the elder of the earth's request. However, before he could speak, he suddenly saw 5 skeletal minotaurs springing up from the ground, rushing menacingly towards him. I agree. Don't act rashly, Shun Jinlin exclaimed in alarm. But the 5 skeletal minotaurs paid him no heed, instead bypassing him to stand directly behind him. Shun Jinlin was initially taken aback, then felt an invisible pressure emanating from behind him, as if a colossal entity were charging towards him. Whirling around, he found no such entity, only an iron sword hurtling through the air, the source of that unseen pressure being the 3-foot blade. The flying sword was aimed squarely at Shun Jinlin, and the 5 skeletal minotaur elders, already poised, unleashed their skills. The shaman conjured a stone wall with earth-s flow, while the druid enveloped the wall in a hard protective shell. This wall, composed of earth and roots, stood firm against the incoming iron sword. When the sword collided with the stone wall, it shattered with a thunderous crash. The wall, capable of withstanding cannon fire, crumbling under the relentless force of the 3-foot iron sword. The 3 skeletal minotaur warriors, having already activated their life force, swung their mighty tree trunks infused with tremendous power towards the sword that had obliterated the stone barrier. With a resounding boom, the trunks met the sword, creating a shockwave that sent Shun Jinlin and the 5 skeletal minotaurs tumbling several meters away. Yet the force of the shockwave merely caused the sword to hover in midair. "Who goes there?" The skeletal warg leader, Poison Tooth, bellowed, wielding his warhammer towards the direction of the flying sword. In response, there was only the sound of the sword's ringing, a glimmering flash as the sword, still suspended, descended towards Poison Tooth. This level 50 skeletal warg, activating his life force, braced himself to receive the blow with his hammer. When the sword met the hammer, there was another thunderous clash, and Poison Tooth, along with his hammer, was sent flying. The sword remained poised in the air. The skeletal army, known for growing stronger with each battle, has indeed shrunk back into this forest. A man's voice resonated from the direction of the sword. Deep and powerful, though his tone was not fierce, it carried an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Soon after, a figure clad in white descended gracefully, akin to a soft breeze guiding falling leaves, landing effortlessly upon the suspended sword. This man, dressed in a white robe and boots with golden cuffs, had hair cascading like a waterfall, a form both delicate and striking. His face as radiant as frosted jade, and his eyes, like stars, exuded an air of undeniable heroism. The man stood upon the floating sword, gazing down at the skeletal warriors, his demeanor devoid of arrogance or frivolity, instead imbued with an ethereal grace. Such a figure reminded Shun Jinlin of the legendary heroes of ancient tales. However, this man, poised upon the sword, bore long, pointed ears. What manner of sword immortal is this? Shun Jinlin exclaimed involuntarily that it is the united armies of the 7 races. At this moment, the skeletal word Poison Tooth suddenly shrieked. All the skeletal soldiers surged towards the man standing on the sword, while only the highest-ranking squad leaders formed a protective barrier around Shun Jinlin. The united armies of the 7 races? Shun Jinlin's mind raced back to his escape from the Throne of Bones, recalling the presence of sword-wielders among the forces assaulting the inverted pyramid. It's the Yao Xian tribe. Their levels are not to be underestimated. The little turtle's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety upon sighting the figure before them. Shun Jinlin used his eye of insight to examine the Yao Xian, discovering that he was level 60, with attributes double those of the level 50 Poison Tooth. However, such a disparity was not insurmountable. At least in front of the 100-man team, this difference in attributes seemed to pose no significant threat. Only level 60. We should be able to handle this, right? Shun Jinlin remarked after reviewing the attributes of the Yao Xian. "Let them all charge in, everyone," the little turtle urged Shun Jinlin immediately. "Take him down. Do not let him approach the stone formation." Shun Jinlin commanded the 100-man team. Following the order, the squad leaders lined up to shield Shun Jinlin and the stone formation encircling the Minotaur women and children. While the skeletal soldiers rushed forward, attacking the white-robed Yao Xian. "Now's our chance. We must escape." At that moment, the little turtle suddenly directed Shun Jinlin. "What? Why?" Shun Jinlin asked in confusion. "That we cannot win, while the skeletal soldiers hold off the Yao Xian. We must flee, or we shall lose our lives," the little turtle urged in a frantic tone. "There's only one person over there, and from what I can see, he is merely level 60. Though his attributes seem formidable, we have so many on our side. Why should we run?" Shun Jinlin remained puzzled. "That is a Yao Xian. One cannot merely look at attributes. Level alone suffices." The little turtle, Realizing that Shan Jinlin would not abandon the 100-man team, continued to explain. The Yao Xian and the Xianglong tribes differ from the others. They do not wield magic but rather utilize techniques. These techniques require long-term cultivation to acquire, and those with poor aptitude cannot break through their realms, thus their levels cannot be enhanced. Although their training is rigorous, it yields tremendous power. Technique practitioners can explode with strength, elevating their attributes far beyond those of their level. A level 60 Yao Xian is already a first-tier combatant within their tribe, capable of contending with skeletal lords around level 80. This explains why the Yao Xian and Xianglong tribes have few high-level combatants, yet occupy 2 of the top 8 races. So formidable. Then why even engage? Let us retreat together. Upon grasping the explanation, Shun Jinlin felt a rush of panic. If no one stays behind, no one can escape. Besides, with so many women and children, they're just liabilities. Listen to me. We must leave quickly. As long as you survive, the skeletal soldiers may still have a chance to transform. The little turtle's tone grew increasingly frantic. At that moment, the throngs of skeletal soldiers had already reached the Yao Xian, yet the white-robed man remained remarkably calm. With a gentle push off the iron sword, he soared into the air and then descended slowly. Coldly intoning, 10,000 swords purge evil as the words fell, the suspended iron sword began to tremble, subsequently splitting into countless sword shadows. These newly formed long swords emitted a prolonged cry, swiftly transforming into silvery flying blades that shot forth in all directions. The chilling sword energy darted between the skeletal soldiers, and wherever it passed, an explosive force erupted, causing the skeletons to shatter into a myriad of fragments. Before the stone array, the Elder of the Earth raised a stone wall. In conjunction with the Vine Elder's tendrils, managing to withstand the barrage of flying swords until the wall finally crumbled. Once the sword light dissipated, all skeletal soldiers of the 100-man squad, save for the squad leader, were annihilated by the onslaught of a myriad of swords. Seeing the enemy's assault halt, the skeletal dwarf gunner was the first to fire a shot at the ethereal being, while the skeletal dwarf artisan had already assembled a Gatling gun, unleashing a fierce barrage at the man clad in white. The bullets, imbued with runes, exploded continuously at the man's position, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air once more. When the ammunition was finally exhausted, the 2 dwarfs ceased their fire, and once the flames and smoke cleared, a disc formed by the merged longsword stood upright like a shield in midair. As the shooting ceased, the disc of swords reformed into a single 3-foot azure peak. Behind this sword shield stood the man in flowing white, standing tall and unyielding, his attire untouched by even a speck of dust. Did I just hear you say that you wish to prevent me from approaching that stone array? The ethereal being spoke slowly. What secrets lie within that array? Don't be reckless. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinlin's heart tightened, and he shouted, "Sword pierces the long rainbow." The ethereal being seemed to disregard Shun Jinlin's words. Coldly intoning as soon as the words left his lips, the iron sword emitted a crisp, prolonged cry, its blade beginning to spin. With the rotation of a long sword, Shun Jinlin distinctly felt an invisible pressure approaching him. "It's over. There's no time left." At that moment, Xiao Wangba muttered despondently. The spinning long sword stirred the air, and in a fleeting moment, it appeared as though a force, centered around the sword's body, was swirling into a vortex. As this force rotated, Shun Jinlin felt the atmospheric pressure intensifying before him, as if an invisible giant wall was rising and slowly leaning toward him. Under such oppressive force, Shun Jinlin's skeletal form involuntarily trembled, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming burden emanating from the depths of his soul. Broken Horn, the Elder of the Earth, equally sensing the pressure, roared and began to ignite his magical power. Pouring all his magic into it, several stone walls rose in succession to block the long sword, while the Vine Elder similarly exhausted his magic, entwining the stone walls with sturdy roots. The other squad leaders instinctively dodged aside. But the 3 skeletal bull-headed warriors showed no intention of retreating, for behind them lay the stone array, within which resided the women and children of the Chowby clan. The 3 skeletal bull-headed warriors continuously stacked their skills, their strength surging, red energy coursing through their bodies. infusing into the tree trunks they wielded. The sword sang like a dragon's roar as the spinning flying sword surged forth with the might to topple the old and wither the new. The sword, which should have been light and agile, now struck with the force of a stampede, seemingly unstoppable. A series of thunderous booms echoed as the stone walls blocking the long sword crumbled instantly. Within moments, these walls were shattered entirely. The 5 skeletal bull-headed elders showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they charged toward the flying sword with a furious roar. The tree trunks, now infused with red energy, swung simultaneously at the flying sword. A resounding crack reverberated as the trunks splintered into shards. The immense shockwave unleashed from the collision scattered sword energy, and the 5 skeletal bull-headed elders were sent flying, their bodies ravaged by the relentless sword energy. The earlier retreating skeletal squad leaders had no time to evade, as they too were swept up in the sword energy, their fragile skeletal forms severed beneath the ferocious onslaught. The erupting sword energy surged toward Shun Jinlin's position. There was no escaping this. Yet in that moment of daze, Shun Jinlin suddenly saw a figure blocking his path. It was the largest of the skeletal warriors, the skeletal earth dragon. The sword energy swept past the skeletal earth dragon's body, instantly severing it into multiple segments, the blue flames within its chest extinguished by the gust of sword wind. In the earth dragon's sacrifice, the sword energy lost its momentum, and by the time it reached Shun Jinlin, it was reduced to a mere gust of wind. The force of the wind nearly knocked Shun Jinlin off his feet. But it was precisely this that snapped him back to reality. Though the skeletal bull-headed warriors had done their utmost to block it, the incoming longsword maintained its relentless momentum, bearing down on Shun Jinlin and the stone array behind him. There was no evading it. It was time to fight back, Xiao Wangba shouted in Shun Jinlin's mind. Without needing further prompting, Shun Jinlin raised his hands, channeling magical power into his mountain copper ring to unleash a repulsive magnetic force. However, as the magnetic force met the flying sword, Shun Jinlin felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he were attempting to stop a speeding train with his bare body, facing imminent destruction that a direct clash would yield disastrous results. Shun Jinlin made a swift decision to adjust the magnetic force, opting not to confront the sword head-on, but rather to redirect its path. Yet under the sword's terrifying momentum, Shun Jinlin felt as insignificant as an ant against a mighty tree. Until he suddenly sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him. Only then did the fully unleashed magnetic force allow the flying sword to deviate slightly. In an instant, his magical power depleted. The magnetic force vanished, and the flying sword, now fueled by unrestrained power, surged forth. Thankfully, due to that slight deviation, the sword passed by Shun Jinlin, who was collapsing from exhaustion, although he was not struck directly. The ferocious force still tore through his skeletal form. One of Shun Jinlin's arms and half of his body were severed. While it did not claim his life, it rendered his skeletal form utterly crippled. The flying sword, having altered its trajectory, did not strike the stone array head-on, yet the raging force it carried still sliced through half of the array. It was certain that the bull-headed women and children within were spared from the sword's wrath. How interesting. Such a feeble presence could still redirect my sword's trajectory, the ethereal being in white remarked with a slight smile upon witnessing his sword's deviation. Immediately after, the ethereal being gracefully leapt onto the stone array. And as his form steadied, the flying sword returned from afar, hovering beside him. Shun Jinlin, still clinging to life, lay helpless on the ground, gazing at the figure of the ethereal being standing atop the stone array. The ethereal being gazed into the array, where the bull-headed women and children huddled together, terror-stricken, their desperate eyes fixed upon him. These women and children understood that their fates were now entirely in the hands of this formidable ethereal being. They sought to discern his expression, yet because of the backlight, they could not make out his features. Perhaps he bore a sinister countenance, or perhaps he was cold and indifferent. The expression on the ethereal being's face remained an enigma. And this very uncertainty was what bred the greatest fear. Shun Jinlin, too, felt a wave of dread and despair. However, this was not his own emotion, but rather the overwhelming feelings of the 5 bull-headed elders connected to his spirit. Though the skeletal squad leaders had also been severed by the sword energy, they too, like Shen Jinlin, still clung to life. Meanwhile, the 5 skeletal bull-headed elders gazed intently at the ethereal being's back, battling a tumult of emotions, struggle, fear, despair, and rage, but they were utterly powerless in this moment. "Hey, we are the soldiers. Those women and children pose no threat to you," perhaps influenced by the complex emotions of the bull-headed elders. Shen Jinlin suddenly shouted at the ethereal being atop the stone array. "Soldiers?" The ethereal being clearly heard Shen Jinlin's shout, responding languidly. "Indeed, we are but soldiers of the skeletal legion. Those women and children are merely residents of a nearby village. There is no need for you to torment them." Shen Jinlin strained to prop himself up with his remaining arm, declaring, "Are you protecting them?" The ethereal being did not turn around, standing atop the stone array, fixing his gaze on the women and children within. "They are residents within the territory of the skeletal king. Is it not the duty of the skeletal legion to provide them protection?" Shen Jinlin retorted. Upon hearing this, the ethereal being turned his face slightly, seemingly examining the battered Shen Jinlin, who was left with only one hand and half a body. "Are you suggesting that you would sacrifice your life to fulfill this obligation?" The ethereal figure clad in white spoke, leaping gracefully from the stone array to land firmly beside Shen Jinlin. The flying sword followed closely, its icy blade poised ominously at the defenseless Shen Jinlin. It appeared that his time was drawing near. Shen Jinlin sighed softly, casting a glance at his fragmented skeletal form. "Can my life be exchanged for those of the women and children?" he inquired, raising his gaze. Even if he were to survive beneath this sword, with only one arm remaining, Shen Jinlin would still find it impossible to depart from this place. If this wretched life of his could be traded for those innocent lives, it would indeed be a worthwhile transaction. Furthermore, the initiative lay entirely in the hands of the white-clad specter, who could choose to execute everyone present. Yet, given the current atmosphere, it seemed there was room for negotiation. If so, why not acquiesce and temporarily spare the women and children? "You are quite unlike the soldiers of the skeletal legion we encountered before," the white-clad specter remarked after a moment of silence. A smile gracing his lips. In what way am I different? Are we not all mere bones?" Shen Jinlin replied, perplexed. "The skeletal legion has no penchant for meddling in others' affairs," the specter countered. With that, he raised his palm, concentrating his energy as a radiant sphere of golden light began to coalesce within his grasp. "It's over, it's over. I have only just returned to life, and now I face death again." Upon witnessing the gathering golden energy, Shen Jinlin felt an impending doom and began to fret. Once the energy had fully formed, the white specter swept his hand, sending the golden orb hurtling toward Shen Jinlin. Instinctively, Shen Jinlin turned his head, bracing for death. Yet, moments later, he found himself enveloped in golden light, the anticipated lethal strike never arriving. Within this luminous cocoon, a warmth spread from within, and Shen Jinlin, though composed entirely of bones, felt a remarkable comfort as his sinews seemed to stretch and relax. Before long, the severed half of his body and arm returned to him, drawn as if by an unseen force, merging flawlessly with his skeletal frame. Shen Jinlin tested the movement of his restored limbs, discovering that they felt no different from before, as if he had never been injured at all. "Hero, what does this mean?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly, a mix of confusion and joy in his voice. "Do you not wish to protect these women and children?" The white specter replied. Conjuring another golden sphere, he tossed this orb upon the elder of the earth, whose fragmented skeletal bovine form began to visibly restore itself. "No, you are not from the united clans of the Seven?" The elder of the earth, now standing, cautiously inquired of the specter. If he were indeed a soldier of the united clans, the specter would certainly not have healed Shen Jinlin and his companions. "Must all who come here belong to the united clans?" The specter answered, leaping onto the flying sword and addressing the elder of the earth. "Your companion shall be healed by none but yourself." Shen Jinlin regarded the specter, his mind awash with questions. How could the atmosphere shift so dramatically from imminent death to unexpected salvation? Observing Shen Jinlin's gaze, the specter removed a token from his waist and tossed it over. "The united clans will soon arrive in this forest. With just a few of you, it will be challenging to safeguard these women and children. Keep this token safe, that if you encounter the army of the ethereal clan, present it, and they shall not trouble you. The spectre instructed upon seeing Shun Jinlin catch the token. Having said this, he urged the flying sword forward, transforming into a fleeting white shadow that vanished amidst the dense foliage. What an unpredictable character, Shun Jinlin remarked, scratching his head as he watched the spectre disappear from view. As he spoke, he examined the token closely. It was a metallic insignia adorned with intricate patterns and what appeared to be symbols resembling writing. This is the insignia of the royal family of the ethereal clan? Could it be him? Upon recognizing the token, Xiao Wangba suddenly spoke up. Who? Shun Jinlin inquired, intrigued. Yinlu Wanli, a wandering hero of the ethereal clan. Xiao Wangba replied, "That a hero. But you just said this is the insignia of the royal family of the ethereal clan." Shun Jinlin remarked, weighing the token in his hand, that he is both a hero and a royal. Albeit the youngest prince of the ethereal clan, as a result of being a bastard, he could not access royal power, and due to his carefree nature, he chose the life of a wanderer. Xiao Wangba elucidated. How do you know him? Shun Jinlin further probed. This Yinlu Wanli prides himself on righteousness. He is notorious for stirring up trouble wherever he goes. Many have heard of him, Xiao Wangba replied. A hint of disdain in his tone. He is a chivalrous figure. No wonder his demeanor shifted so swiftly upon seeing the women and children. Shun Jinlin mused, nodding and understanding. It seemed he had merely passed through this place, mistaking them for remnants of the skeletal legion. That in the eyes of the ethereal clan, soldiers of the skeletal legion were considered malevolent beings. How can you be so certain he was just passing through? Shun Jinlin asked, still curious that he is likely heading to the marshes south of the Wailing Forest. Xiao Wangba stated with certainty. Acquired attitude, reverence, acquired skill, retribution, passive skill. Those who bestow beneficial effects upon the skill's owner will receive a 200-point increase in all attributes as a reward, lasting 5 minutes. Those who attack the skill's owner or inflict detrimental effects will suffer an 80-point decrease in all attributes and receive a penalty that seals their skills for 5 minutes. This skill can be triggered only once per person within a 24-hour period. Shun Jinlin had intended to continue discussing the ethereal hero, Yinlu Wanli, with Xiao Wangba. But before he could speak, he received a notification of an increase in attitude value and the acquisition of a new skill. Meanwhile, the Elder of the Earth had already healed the other 4 skeletal bovine elders, who now knelt respectfully before Shun Jinlin, one knee touching the ground. Activating his Eye of Insight, Shun Jinlin discovered that the attitude value of these 5 skeletal bovine elders had risen from respect to reverence. You have once again saved the Cliff Clan with your life. We shall offer you our unwavering loyalty and become your servants, the Elder of the Earth declared, bowing his head before Shun Jinlin. The other 4 bovine elders followed suit, expressing their loyalty. The women and children of the bovine clan, emerging from the shattered stone array, overheard the elders' words. Elders, what is the meaning of this? Although the 5 elders had transformed into skeletons, the bovine women and children recognized them by their hair and the distinctive features of their horns. Children, we have been reborn as skeletal soldiers and are no longer the elders of the Cliff Clan. The Elder of the Earth explained, lifting his head to address the women and children. But the village cannot be without your leadership. An older female bovine exclaimed anxiously, we have pledged our loyalty to this esteemed individual and cannot unilaterally decide our fate. The Elder of the Earth said respectfully, casting a glance at Shun Jinlin. Upon hearing this, the bovine women and children turned their gaze toward Shun Jinlin, their eyes filled with longing and hope. In the current situation, neglecting our plight would make survival difficult for the Cliff Clan. I propose we temporarily take refuge in your village until the young bovine warriors return, at which point we can devise further plans. Shun Jinlin suggested, having intended to wait in the bovine village for the return of the fleeing assailants. Although only 10 squad leaders remained, he believed that dealing with stragglers like the wolfmen should not pose a significant challenge. Thank you for your benevolence. The 5 skeletal bovine elders simultaneously bowed their heads in gratitude. May the Mother of all bless you. The bovine women and children also bowed respectfully to Shun Jinlin. Enough of this, Elder of the Earth. Hasten to heal the remaining squad leaders. It is too perilous to linger here. Shun Jinlin urged the elder. To your command. The elder of the earth replied, bowing in acknowledgement. With that, the bovine clan members assisted in piecing together the shattered forms of the squad leaders, while the elder of the earth and the horned elder each utilized their shamanic healing and druidic restoration arts. Though the healing abilities of the two skeletal bovine elders could not match the potency of Yunlu Wanli's golden light, they were nonetheless effective. Yet, even so, it can gradually allow the severed bones to rejoin. However, those skeletal soldiers whose blue flames in their chests have extinguished cannot be revived. Gather all the weapons and equipment. We shall return to Cliff Village first, considering the need to expand our number of skeletal soldiers. We will require arms and gear, Shun Jinlin remarked to the skeletal captains. The skeletal captains began rummaging through the equipment of the werewolves, while the women and children of the bull-headed people also joined in the effort. Acquiring this new skill is truly quite rogue. At this moment, Xiao Wangba exclaimed. What? Is such a skill rare even in the world of magic and sorcery? Shun Jinlin inquired. Rare my foot, I have never encountered such an unreasonable skill. As long as it strikes you, it will reduce your attributes by 80 and seal your skills. Any expert facing such a skill would inevitably become a subordinate. At long last, we possess a formidable trump card. Xiao Wangba said, somewhat excitedly. Hey, have you forgotten that I am only level 2? Even if my attributes are reduced by 80, any opponent above level 10 will still outmatch me. Even without skills, they could easily crush me. Shun Jinlin replied. Therefore, when you venture out, you must bring at least one skeletal soldier with decent attributes. A 200 attribute return equates to an immediate elevation of 10 levels, which represents a qualitative leap. Xiao Wangba remarked. If only we had this skill just now, the skeletal captains could have boosted their attributes by 200 and simultaneously, Yunlu Wanli would have triggered a penalty. As one diminishes, the other grows. That fellow would surely be left searching for his teeth. This sealing skill, can it also seal spells? Shun Jinlin pondered and asked, for Xiao Wangba had mentioned that spells must surpass magical skills, indicating they are seemingly different entities that I cannot say for certain. After all, I have never seen such a skill. However, the strength of sorcery is also bolstered by attributes, even if spells cannot be sealed. That fellow would still be unable to unleash the same devastating attacks as before, Xiao Wangba replied. Thus, it appears that this skill is indeed commendable. Shun Jinlin nodded in agreement that my lord, having obtained a commendable skill. Shun Jinlin was feeling quite pleased when Elder Dottie suddenly approached, respectfully addressing him my lord. Shun Jinlin was taken aback by this title, and then asked, Are you referring to me? Yes, according to the system of the Skeletal Legion. All skeletal soldiers have only one master, the Skeletal King. But now, as the Skeletal King is missing, the one who transformed us into skeletal soldiers is thus our master, Elder Dottie said with reverence. No, this title makes me sound like a wicked slave owner. Shun Jinlin waved his hands repeatedly. Then how should we address you? Elder Dottie asked, somewhat troubled. Just call me by my name, Shun Jinlin, or Xiao Shin will suffice. Shun Jinlin replied. That is unacceptable. It is far too disrespectful. Elder Dottie hastily countered. Well, calling me brother also seems inappropriate, as I perceive you to be much older than I am. Shun Jinlin also felt somewhat troubled. We are all your servants, so we must address you as our master, Elder Dottie insisted. Fine, but do not call me master. Shun Jinlin contemplated and suggested. Let us refer to me as Lord, as it sounds rather dignified. Yes, Lord, Elder Dottie responded respectfully. That's so. Have you finished preparing? Shun Jinlin finally asked. In accordance with your command. We have everything ready. However, I observed some changes in the village through the mother of all things, Elder Dottie reported. The cliff where the bull-headed people reside is steep as if carved by a knife. Jutting out from the treetops, a knife fell. The village that should have been deserted was illuminated by flickering flames. From the shadows dancing in the firelight, it seemed that someone had taken residence in the caves of the village. However, those residing in the village at this moment are not the bull-headed people. For the bull-headed people who once inhabited this village are now gathered in the forest beneath the cliff. after placing the women and children of the bull-headed people in a concealed area of the forest. Shen Jinlin led the captains to a vantage point where they could observe all the caves in the village. A skeletal dwarf craftsman retrieved a monocular telescope from his backpack. Shen Jinlin took the telescope and carefully examined the terrain of Cliff Village. The cliff where Cliff Village is situated forms a U-shaped mountain in the forest, with sheer cliffs on all sides, impossible to climb by hand. The caves where the bull-headed people reside are located on the concave rock wall of the mountain, connected by a winding pathway that begins at the base of the cliff and leads all the way to the summit, linking all the caves together. In other words, the only way to enter Cliff Village is to ascend the pathway from the entrance at the base of the cliff or to fly to the mountain's peak and descend along the pathway. Unfortunately, the skeletal dragon perished beneath Yunlu Wanli's sword. Otherwise, we could have relied on its climbing abilities to infiltrate the village. Now, among Shen Jinlin's group, no one possesses the ability to fly, so they must enter the village from the base of the cliff. However, at this moment, the wooden door at the pathway entrance is tightly shut, and a bonfire is lit inside. By the firelight, Shen Jinlin can see 5 or 6 fully armed humanoid beings guarding the door. These humanoid beings exhibit behaviors and postures reminiscent of humans. However, they are covered in red fur and appear stockier and taller than ordinary humans, suggesting they might belong to a species akin to apes. What are those creatures? Shen Jinlin inquired as he focused the telescope on the ape-like beings for a while. They're the Zhuyin ape tribe, the indigenous people of this forest, Elder Dottie replied from the side. Indigenous people? Not subordinates of the skeletal king? Shen Jinlin questioned. With the exception of the giant lizard tribe in the southern marshes, all races in the Wailing Forest fall under the dominion of the skeletal king. Elder Dottie explained. So, these Zhuyin apes are also deserters, then? Shen Jinlin asked again. Indeed, the Zhuyin ape tribe was stationed at the western border as well, Elder Dottie confirmed. Since they are deserters, shouldn't they have looted the supplies and left? Why are they occupying your village? Shen Jinlin asked in confusion. The Zhuyin apes are naturally warlike. Regardless of age or gender, anyone unable to participate in battle becomes food for their kin. Their entire tribe consists of warriors, and they're the only race in the Wailing Forest whose entire clan is enlisted in the border army, stationed at the frontier, while the village they once inhabited has long since fallen into ruin. Elder Dottie explained that so, being indigenous, even if they returned as deserters, they had nowhere else to go, hence they occupied your village, Shen Jinlin supplemented. That is likely the case, Elder Dottie replied. That is negotiation possible. Shen Jinlin set down the telescope and inquired. The Zhuyin apes communicate solely through battle, that if they cannot be subdued through combat, negotiation is impossible. Elder Dottie shook his head. So, there is no room for discussion. If that is the case, let us attack directly, Shen Jinlin declared, striding toward the entrance of the cliff village. My lord, do not act impulsively. Seeing Shen Jinlin approach the entrance without hesitation, Elder Dottie hurriedly intervened. The strength of the Zhuyin apes is not to be compared with that of the werewolves. We must deliberate further. Foolish cow, what do you mean? Before Shen Jinlin could respond to Elder Dottie's words, the skeletal werewolf leader, Duyo, bared his teeth and said, Is it not true? To my knowledge, most warriors of the Zhuyin ape tribe exceed level 30, which is a full 10 levels higher than your werewolf warriors, meaning their attributes are double that of your werewolves, Elder Dottie retorted without reservation, for this werewolf had previously attacked the Cliff clan. I despise bull-headed people, Duyo growled low, unsure how to counter. By the way, you're stationed at the western border. You must be quite familiar with these apes, right? Shen Jinlin turned to Duyo and asked. I also detest apes, Duyo continued to growl. Why do you detest every race? Shen Jinlin sighed and remarked, in comparison to the Minotaurs, I harbor a greater disdain for the ape men. They sneakily devour werewolves. Dia gritted his teeth and retorted, Aren't you all affiliated with the Bone Legion? How could they possibly consume werewolves? Shen Jinlin expressed his confusion. The Zhuyin ape tribe is inherently brutal. Anyone weaker than them may very well become their meal. The Elder of the Earth elucidated. Indeed, upon the western frontier, solitary werewolves are frequently hunted and consumed. Dia huffed, exhaling forcefully. Even if they are part of the Frontier Legion, shouldn't they be considered regular troops? Is there no one to intervene? Shen Jinlin inquired. The leader of the ape men, Tongbai, like the Minotaur leader, Lai Ti, is a 1,000-man commander of the alien army, and my werewolves fall under his jurisdiction. Who could possibly control those ape men? Dia explained that, you not resist this? Surely if the matter escalates, someone will intervene. Shun Jinlin questioned. Tong, by his level 60, I cannot contend with him. The Bone Legion does not regard the alien army as their own. Even if a 1,000-man commander from the alien army were to be killed in internal strife, no one would care. Dia said despondently that, in that case, I shall provide you with an opportunity for revenge today. Shen Jinlin replied upon noticing Dia's demeanor that I dream of tearing the ape men apart, yet even against Tong Bai's 2 brothers, I would struggle, let alone his warriors, who are all around levels 30 to 40. If we charge headlong, we may not even reach the village's gates. Dia shook his head. Just trust my judgment. As Shun Jinlin spoke, he surveyed the squad leaders. Yes, my lord, although the squad leaders still held reservations. They bowed their heads in response. Having concluded, Shun Jinlin strode purposefully towards the gate at the base of the cliff, with the squad leaders closely following. Upon exiting the woods, they found themselves in the open ground within the U-shaped indentation of the cliff village, where all trees and underbrush had been cleared, leaving no cover. Thus, the moment the group made their appearance, they were spotted by the ape men guarding the gate. Skeletons, it's the Bone Legion. The first ape man to notice Shun Jinlin's group exclaimed. Similar to the fleeing werewolves of the Bone Legion, these ape men reacted in a manner that mirrored their panic. What's the fuss? Even if they are from the Bone Legion, there are only a handful of skeletons. We have 200. Another, more robust ape man declared as he hefted his long knife onto his shoulder. Check for ambushes. The knife-wielding ape man instructed a smaller companion beside him, who brandished a gnarled wooden staff. Clearly a tribal shaman. The shaman closed his eyes to activate a spell for reconnaissance, a skill akin to the Eye of Insight, but capable of detecting individuals within a kilometer radius and discerning their attributes. Effectively an upgraded version of the Eye of Insight. There are only these 11 skeletons nearby, the shaman confirmed after his examination. What kind of beings are they? The knife-wielding ape man inquired further. 6 skeletal warriors, 1 skeletal shaman, 1 skeletal druid, 1 skeletal gunner, and 1 skeletal craftsman. Why is there also a low-level skeleton with no skills? The shaman enumerated. What are their levels? The knife-wielding ape man pressed. Aside from 1 level 50 skeletal warrior, the rest are level 40 and 30, and that low-level skeleton is merely at level 2, the shaman confirmed. Aside from the level 50 warrior, the rest are worthless. Call for more reinforcements. The knife-wielding ape man ordered another ape man, just as Shun Jinlin's group approached the gate of the cliff village. The wooden door swung open, and dozens of ape men, fully armed, charged out to block their path. Is there no one left in the Bone Legion? Have you worthless wretches come out to disgrace yourselves? The knife-wielding ape man bellowed, pointing at Shun Jinlin's group. While ape men lackeys, Dia seethed, ready to charge the unfamiliar ape man, but Shun Jinlin raised a hand to stop him. Glancing with the Eye of Insight, he noted that the blocking ape men ranged from levels 30 to 40, each possessing various offensive skills in a moment. I will take the lead, and you shall follow, Shun Jinlin murmured before advancing boldly. My lord. The Elder of the Earth expressed concern, but Shun Jinlin paid him no heed. Upon closing the distance to about 10 meters from the group of ape men, Shun Jinlin halted, raising his head to survey the blockade with an air of arrogance. Is this the level 50 warrior leading the charge? The knife-wielding ape man, bewildered by Shun Jinlin's audacity despite his lack of armor and weaponry, leaned closer to a nearby shaman for clarification. This is that 2-level skeleton with no skills, the shaman responded. A 2-level skeleton being so arrogant. Does this trash from the Bone Legion not know their place? The knife-wielding ape man muttered. Are you the cowards who fled back from the western frontier? Shen Jinlin taunted, gesturing dismissively at the ape men. Who are you calling coward? The knife-wielding ape man roared in response. The Zhuyin ape tribe, known for their cruelty and admiration for strength, consider being called cowards a grave insult, especially from a mere 2-level skeleton. You ran back after only a brief encounter with the 7 Races Coalition. How can you not be called cowards? Shun Jinlin retorted, hands on hips, his tone dripping with disdain. What is my lord doing? The elder of the broken horn wondered anxiously, seeing Shun Jinlin provoke the ape men, aware of their numerical disadvantage and lack of levels. "Is my lord intentionally trying to incite these Zhuyin ape men?" "Be ready to assist," the elder of the earth urged, equally concerned. "Not only are you cowards, but you are also homeless beggars, thugs occupying another's village, detested scum, worthless trash that no one would even glance at if you perished. Let me tell you, this village is under my protection, and you filthy monkeys had better get lost. Otherwise, I will skin you alive to make a coat. Oh no, I find coats repugnant. They are only fit to be made into insoles." Shun Jinlin continued unabated, not allowing the ape man a chance to retort. "Crush this bony frame." The knife-wielding ape man, furious, hurled his long knife at Shun Jinlin, a mere 2-level skeleton, lacking even skills, dared to act so brazenly before him. The naturally violent Zhuyin ape men could hardly tolerate such insolence. Other ape men joined in, throwing their weapons, pikes, clubs, arrows, and various magical attacks, all aimed at the audacious skeleton. Shun Jinlin, having prepared for such a confrontation, infused his magic into the mountain copper ring, ready to counter the assault with magnetic force. Yet before he could act, a wall of wind suddenly materialized beside him, deflecting the incoming weapons back towards the ape men. Almost immediately, several robust vines erupted from the ground, shielding Shun Jinlin and blocking the magical attacks that had penetrated the wind barrier. This timely intervention was courtesy of the Elder of the Earth and the Elder of the Broken Horn, who had been poised to assist. Seeing their attacks thwarted, the ape men howled and retrieved their weapons, charging at Shun Jinlin. The squad leaders behind him tensed, yet without Shun Jinlin's command, they dared not advance. Upon facing retaliation, the skill of retribution would activate, punishing the attackers for 5 minutes. As the attack from the apes was thwarted, Shun Jinlin heard the prompt for his skill, simultaneously, as the apes charged forth. A faint gray light emanated from their bodies, and they immediately felt their strength wane. "Let me crush these worthless monkeys." Upon receiving the skill prompt, Shun Jinlin raised his hand, pointing at the apes, and loudly instructed the sergeants behind him. Although the sergeants felt that the odds were heavily against them and that they lacked a level advantage, thus facing the enemy head-on would be unwise. They had no choice but to obey Shun Jinlin's command. Poison Tooth, who harbored a grudge against the Zhuyin ape clan, was the first to raise his hammer and charge in, activating skills that enhance his life force and other attributes. He led the charge into the throng of apes. The other sergeants followed suit, and the warriors also unleashed their skills, surging into the enemy ranks. The Earth Elder was the first to envelop his companions in earthen armor, then began to gather lightning. The Broken Horn Elder equipped his allies with thorn shields, transforming into a skeletal giant bear, and also plunged into the fray. The skeletal dwarven gunmen and craftsmen, lacking ammunition, prepared for close combat. One affixed a bayonet, while the other retrieved a mace from his pack. Although they had little confidence in engaging the apes in melee, they charged forward, shouting for battle. Upon making contact with the ape horde, the sergeants quickly realized something was amiss. These level 30 to 40 apes were unexpectedly frail, but a single sweep from the warriors rendered them defenseless, and even the gunmen and craftsmen, who were not adept in close quarters, found themselves cutting through the enemy as if they were unopposed. The Earth Elder's lightning spheres, lacking in destructive power, could still fell the apes, while the Broken Horn Elder's bare claws effortlessly crushed the apes into submission. What was anticipated to be a grueling battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The sergeants, with overwhelming might, were able to defeat the numerous apes with ease, and within 5 minutes, the Zhuyin ape clan was utterly routed by 10 skeletal warriors. Seeing the 2 remaining apes attempting to flee, Poison Tooth, in a frenzy, charged at them, delivering a devastating blow that felled one on the spot. In this manner, dozens of Zhuyin apes were annihilated by the skeletal sergeants, leaving even the sergeants themselves astonished. How could these apes be so? The Earth Elder pondered, gazing at the slain apes, muttering to himself. These monkeys are as fragile as quails. With such power, they dare to occupy another's village? The remaining monkeys should come forth and kneel, acknowledging me as their master. If they do so, I might consider sparing their lives. Before the sergeants could comprehend the situation, Shun Jinlin strode, toward the entrance of Cliff Village, shouting loudly at the rock face above. Under the tranquil night sky, his boisterous voice echoed between the U-shaped cliffs, ringing particularly sharp to the ears. Moments later, from the cave within the rock face, a cacophony of ape roars erupted, and a large group of Zhuyin apes surged forth from the cave, charging along the walkway toward the entrance. Among them, the strongest leapt directly from the rocky cave, landing with a thud, and charged fiercely at Shun Jinlin, who had called out "Ada!" Indeed, the cries of apes echo from both banks. Upon witnessing the 100 apes charging toward him, Shun Jinlin quipped, "You are truly audacious. Even I feel inclined to strike you." At this moment, the little turtle remarked, with a modicum of strength, "It is impossible not to be arrogant." "Indeed," replied Shun Jinlin, "if all these apes trigger the retribution penalty, even 100 of them would be insignificant. Even if the sergeants do not activate the 200 attribute enhancement from the retribution, it would suffice to deal with the apes whose attributes have been severely diminished and cannot use their skills." "Do you wish to eliminate all these apes?" the little turtle inquired. "What else should we do with them?" Shun Jinlin countered. "You are merely a centurion now, with the authority to command 100 skeletal soldiers. Do you not desire to lead more troops? These apes possess considerable combat prowess. Do not let them go to waste." The little turtle insisted that we must subdue them first, do we not? Shun Jinlin replied. "Certainly, but we only need to eliminate the strongest among them. The Skeleton King has always subdued such foes in this manner." "Got it, understood," Shun Jinlin affirmed. He then raised his hand, and the mountain copper ring, infused with magical energy, activated, drawing the weapons from the hands of several apes through magnetic force. Before the apes could regain their wits, the magnetically controlled weapons turned and plunged into their chests. Seeing Shun Jinlin effortlessly dispatch several apes, the first of the Zhuyin warriors who had rushed forward fixated their targets on him. "Anyone who approaches me will be eliminated," Shun Jinlin declared, standing his ground. The incoming ranged weapons and magical skills were deflected by the Earth Elder and the Broken Horn Elder, while the apes that charged in, intending to attack Shun Jinlin, triggered the retribution penalty, suffering a drastic drop in attributes, rendering them exceedingly fragile. The skeletal sergeants swiftly dispatched the weakened ape warriors, greatly boosting their morale. Witnessing the skeletal warriors eliminate their comrades with ease, the subsequent apes recognized the significant disparity in power, hesitating in their advance. After dispatching several more apes, the once formidable Zhuyin clan no longer dared to approach the entrance where Shun Jinlin stood, instead confronting the 10 skeletal sergeants. "Kneel and call me master, or perish here," Shun Jinlin taunted as the Zhuyin apes recognized the gap in strength. "Whose foul mouth speaks thus?" Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the air, and 3 figures descended from the night sky, crashing to the ground and kicking up dust. As the dust settled, Shun Jinlin discerned that 3 apes, visibly larger than the ordinary ones, had positioned themselves between the ape horde and the skeletal sergeants. With fur as red as blood and fangs protruding from their lips, these 3 apes appeared more menacing than their ordinary kin. Their arrival invigorated the other apes, who raised their arms in a cheer. Apart from their imposing stature and fierce countenance, the armor and weapons they bore were clearly of superior quality compared to those of the average apes. Each carried an iron club. One wielded a gnarled staff that shimmered faintly, suggesting it was imbued with magical power. The other 2 wielded iron rods that, while lacking visible magic, were evidently not ordinary weapons. Through the eye of insight, it became clear that the Zhuyin ape brandishing the gnarled staff was level 60. With attributes comparable to Yunlu Wanli, undoubtedly the leader of the Zhuyin clan, Tongbi. The other 2 Zhuyin apes were both level 50, with attributes akin to Poison Tooth, presumably the 2 brothers mentioned by the Wolfman leader. Upon seeing the 11 skeletal warriors before him, Tongbi did not exhibit the shock typical of ordinary apes. Instead, he activated the Eye of Insight to assess Shun Jinlin, due to the shrouding skill. Shun Jinlin appeared to Tongbi as merely 2 levels, with all attributes at 2, and devoid of any skills. Observing this, and then glancing at the pile of ape corpses at Shun Jinlin's feet, Tongbi was slightly taken aback. His gaze shifted to the sergeants beside Shun Jinlin. The skeletal minotaurs and dwarves were unremarkable. Only the level 50 skeletal wolfman, Poison Tooth, caught Tongbi's attention. This level and set of attributes, in conjunction with the minotaurs and dwarves, made it understandable that they could take down the ape warriors. Tongbi was convinced of this. Brother, that warhammer in the skeletal wolfman's grasp looks familiar. It resembles the weapon carried by Poison Tooth. A nearby ape whispered to Tongbi. Only then did Tongbi redirect his focus to the weapon held by the skeletal wolfman. As a captain commanding the wolfman tribe on the border, he naturally recognized the weapon belonging to the wolfman leader. I thought it was someone of note. Turns out it's just a lowly wolfman. Tongbi scoffed. Poison Tooth, do you truly believe that having completely transformed into a skeletal soldier grants you the ability to exact revenge against our Zhuyin clan? To me, you appear even less formidable now. At least you had flesh before, which we could drink to. Tongbi was confident that Poison Tooth, being the highest level among them, was undoubtedly the leader of this group of skeletal warriors. Ha 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 ha! A wave of derisive laughter erupted from the ranks of the primates. Upon hearing this derision, Doya emitted a low growl, gripping his warhammer tightly, yet he remained rooted in place. Without Shun Jinlin's command, he could not act recklessly. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable Tongbi. How dare you mock me? You are merely the leader of the Zhu Yen ape clan. Tongbi, Shun Jinlin retorted, his chin held high, exuding an air of superiority as he pointed at Tongbi. With but a mere 2 levels of skeletal power, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? The throne of bones has been breached, and you pitiful remnants of a defeated army have no sense of self-awareness. As the leader, Tongbi maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Shun Jinlin's tone, and retorted with scorn. Whether the throne of bones has fallen or not is irrelevant to you monkeys. In my eyes, refuse or refuse. Why not kneel and call me grandfather? Shun Jinlin gestured toward the ground before him, addressing Tongbi with disdain. Ha! Has this skeleton lost its mind? Tongbi scoffed. Though he was unsure who had bestowed such courage upon the 2-level skeleton before him, he certainly regarded him with contempt. In Tongbi's view, no matter how arrogant they were, these skeletal beings could not possibly rival him alone. Lost my mind? I believe it is you who is not thinking clearly. Shall I invite you to come forth once more and prove just how pathetic you truly are? Shun Jinlin replied derisively. You truly are oblivious to your own mortality. Tongbi remained indifferent to Shun Jinlin's provocation, yet one of his fellow primates, wielding a club, was successfully incited to fury. The ape surged forward, wielding an iron rod imbued with tremendous force, moving like a whirlwind and leaving a blur in its wake as it charged toward Shun Jinlin. As the attack commenced, the skill of retribution was triggered, ensuring that the attacker would face punishment for 5 minutes. In that instant, as the ape lunged, a notification echoed in Shun Jinlin's ears. Simultaneously, the advancing figure of the ape noticeably slowed, and before it could reach Shun Jinlin, Doya's warhammer swung down, crashing heavily into the ape. Doya had taken action. Though he knew he was no match for Tongbi, he felt no fear in confronting another level 50 primate. The warhammer, charged with skill, struck the ape whose attributes had been drastically reduced, producing a dull thud as it sent the creature crashing to the ground, its brain matter splattering upon impact. How could such a blow possess such power? Doya, despite exerting all his strength, realized that this was not sufficient to effortlessly slay an opponent of equal standing. What? Tongbi exclaimed, witnessing his brother being slain with such ease by Doya. How has Doya grown so formidable? Another ape beside Tongbi marveled, oblivious to the fact that it was not Doya who had grown stronger, but rather their comrade who had been weakened. Look, as weak as an ant. One strike and down he goes. Shun Jinlin remarked, shaking his head with a tone of amusement. Regardless of your methods, killing my brother warrants your life. At this moment, even Tongbi, usually composed, was engulfed in fury, growling in response. With that, the ape's aura surged, his crimson fur rising as if ignited by an unseen flame. That's right. Come at me one-on-one and prove just how worthless you truly are. Shun Jinlin felt the pressure of Tongbi's overwhelming presence. While it did not match the might of the level 60 Yunlu Wanli, it was still burdensome for him, a mere 2-level being. Nevertheless, Shun Jinlin remained audacious, beckoning Tongbi with a flick of his finger. Very well, I shall shatter every last one of you. Tongbi tightened his grip on the coiling dragon staff, striding toward Shun Jinlin. Doya, come forth, Shun Jinlin commanded, patting Doya on the shoulder. Hey. Doya trembled slightly. The oppressive force radiating from Tongbi stirred within him the terror instilled by the Zhu Yin ape clan. And at that moment, the skeletal wolfman found himself lacking the courage to confront the foe directly. I will help you grow stronger. Do you believe me? Shun Jinlin encouraged Doya. Since earlier, Doya had felt the ape warriors to be utterly feeble. And he began to sense that perhaps he had indeed grown more powerful, likely thanks to this two-level leader. Shun Jinlin's words solidified his thoughts. Yes, my lord, Doya nodded firmly, glancing at the level 50 ape he had just dispatched. Now go, and beat this monkey to death, avenging your kin who were devoured, Shun Jinlin declared, pointing at Tongbi. Grant me any enhancement skill, Shun Jinlin continued to instruct Doya. At this juncture, Doya was already resolved to make a desperate stand. Utilizing every stackable skill at his disposal, including a battle cry that could enhance both himself and his comrades. The battle cry's effect, which increased attributes by percentage, meant that Shun Jinlin, whose base attributes were already low, would only gain a marginal boost. With the enhancement granted, the skill of retribution activated, and the enhancer would receive an overall boost for 5 minutes. As the battle cry was unleashed, Shun Jinlin received another skill notification. At that moment, Doya felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. His physique noticeably expanded, and the once blue flames in his chest appeared tainted with a crimson hue as they flickered violently. Doya's transformation caught Tongbi's attention, and through the eye of insight, he suddenly realized that the skeletal wolfman's level remained unchanged. However, his attributes had doubled, and under the influence of various skills, Doya's power exceeded that of Tongbi. Though he was unsure of the nature of this skill, Tongbi sneered, If you think doubling your attributes will allow you to defeat me, you are sorely mistaken. With that, Tongbi began to stack his own skills. However, his abilities were less akin to those of a warrior and more reminiscent of shamanistic magic, drawing on nature-based spells akin to those wielded by druids. Layer upon layer of mystical enhancement enveloped Tongbi, further elevating his attributes above Doya's. A shamanic warrior? This is indeed troublesome. The Earth Elder, a shaman, recognized Tongbi's abilities, exclaiming at that moment, with attributes surging and his eyes glowing a menacing red, Doya paid little heed to his opponent's class. The sudden surge of power amplified his hatred for the Zhu Yin ape clan. I will tear you apart. Foul monkey! Doya roared and lunged toward Tongbi. Tongbi, undeterred, swung his staff to meet Doya's charge. And as the coiling dragon staff and the warhammer clashed, a deafening boom resonated, sending shockwaves that stirred clouds of dust from the ground. After their initial clash, Doya and Tongbi did not immediately separate, but rather engaged in a test of strength. Their weapons groaned under the strain, and the intensity of their confrontation reached its zenith, with tangible waves of energy colliding between them. After a moment of stalemate, Tongbi's momentum intensified, while Doya gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing that continuing to clash would lead to his downfall, Doya let out a fierce roar, suddenly unleashing a burst of power, shifting the balance momentarily as he pushed Tongbi's staff away and created distance. In that instant, with space between them, the warrior's skill guillotine activated. Doya leaped with all his might, raising his warhammer high above, and brought it crashing down toward Tongbi. The guillotine skill boasted a staggering 180 damage output, making it one of the most aggressive attacks a warrior could wield. Yet, facing such a fierce onslaught, Tongbi stood his ground, swinging his staff in response. Once more, a fierce collision ensued, the ensuing roar of impact sending gusts of wind swirling. And this time, Tongbi's coiling dragon staff trembled slightly, suggesting he was at a disadvantage. However, in the blink of an eye, a green glow radiated from Tongbi, empowering the staff, and Doya, suspended in midair, was flung backward by the sudden surge of force. Yet this shall be your end. With a disdainful glance at the fallen viper fangs, the leader of the ape men, Tongbi, sneered as he spoke. A shadow flickered with a wave of his hand, enveloping viper fangs in a shroud of dark energy. Simultaneously, The skeletal wolfman's natural resistance to magic was nullified, and his legs felt as if they were shackled by invisible chains, rendering him nearly immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Toneby gripped his staff, and a tempest swirled around the dragon staff. It was a curse of witchcraft entwined with misfortune. He intended to unleash a wind blade. Viper Fangs countered with nature's purification. As a shaman and elder of the earth, he recognized Toneby's abilities, both wielding nature's magic. Viper Fangs, a warrior of arms, had little recourse against magical attacks, relying solely on evasion or his own resistance to withstand them. However, the curse of witchcraft would impede his movement and strip away a vital resistance. In such dire circumstances, evasion was futile, and the nullification of resistance would render him vulnerable to the onslaught of wind blades. The druid's nature's purification could cleanse such curses, even though Viper Fangs had once sought to hunt the Cliff Clan. At this moment, they were united in their cause, an alliance forged in necessity. Elder Duankio did not hesitate. He transformed from his bare form back to his humanoid shape and invoked nature's purification. A flash of green light illuminated the area, dissipating the dark energy surrounding Viper Fangs, instantly restoring the skeletal wolfman's mobility and defenses. Interfering in a duel, how shameless! Toneby roared in fury upon witnessing the curse being lifted. Without delay, he redirected the gathered wind blade towards Elder Duankio. The elder summoned a wall of wind, aiming to intercept the incoming elemental magic. Yet the wind blade proved exceptionally sharp, shattering the wall of wind with ease. Though its power was partially mitigated, it still surged forward with relentless ferocity, targeting Elder Duankio up to level 60. Toneby possessed overwhelming strength compared to the level 40 Tauren. His attack was beyond the Elder's capacity to withstand. Just as the wind blade closed in, a figure dashed forward like a gale, interposing themselves before the blade. It was Viper Fangs using his charge skill to shield Elder Duankio from the wind blade. Although his attributes were enhanced twofold, facing Toneby's direct assault left Viper Fangs reeling. Several of his rib bones shattered upon impact, fragments scattering. Had it not been for the Elder's timely healing spell, Viper Fangs might have succumbed to the blow. "You despicable skeletons, are you all planning to team up?" Viper Fangs growled as he slowly regained his composure beneath the healing spell. Before he could finish his retort, a small stone suddenly struck Toneby squarely in the face. Turning, he beheld Shun Jinlin, whose hand had just released the projectile. "Enough prattle, you filthy monkey!" Shun Jinlin did not relent. Instead, he raised his middle finger defiantly at Toneby. Seeking death, Toneby raised his hand, summoning another flicker of shadow. Dark energy enveloped Shun Jinlin as Toneby cast the curse of witchcraft, a tormenting hex capable of burning away an opponent's life, given Shun Jinlin's meager vitality. The curse could spell his end in an instant. Fortunately, Elder Duankio was quick on the draw, casting nature's purification before the curse could take effect. The affliction was lifted, and the curse's backlash triggered, punishing the one who cast it for a duration of 5 minutes. In the moment of being cursed, Shun Jinlin received a notification of the skill's activation. Simultaneously, Toneby felt his own power wane significantly. The skills and states he had invoked dissipating alongside his diminishing strength. Viper Fangs, do not hold back. Annihilate this monkey. After receiving the skill notification, Shun Jinlin pointed at Toneby, vociferously commanding that Toneby's ferocity visibly diminished before their eyes. And although Viper Fangs had yet to fully recover from the healing spell, he charged forth, hammer raised high. Perhaps it was the long-standing underestimation of the wolfmen that clouded his judgment, despite feeling his strength waning. Toneby swung his staff to meet the charge. The war hammer and dragon staff collided once more, but this time there was no violent clash of power, merely a sharp crack, as Viper Fang's hammer sent Toneby's iron staff flying. The dislodged dragon staff thudded to the ground before the level 58 man, embedding itself deeply into the earth. Yet, after disarming the dragon staff, Viper Fangs did not relent. Facing the defenseless Toneby, he struck again, this time aiming directly for his chest. With his attributes drastically reduced, Toneby could not withstand the blow. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and his body was hurled to the ground with tremendous force. Though gravely injured and unable to rise immediately, Toneby did not perish instantly. Wolfmen are no fools. Wolfmen are not mere prey. Viper Fangs howled, relinquishing his warhammer and leaping on at Toneby's prone form. The skeletal wolfman sank his sharp teeth into Toneby's throat, viciously tearing at him as blood and flesh flew in a gruesome display. Even as Toneby's life ebbed away, Viper Fang showed no sign of stopping. Enough, enough. If you keep biting, it will be unsuitable for children. Shun Jinlin finally interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Only then did Viper Fangs relent, stepping back. Thank you, my lord, for allowing Viper Fangs to return the humiliation to the ape-man. From this day forth, I shall be your most loyal servant. Having vented his fury, Viper Fangs knelt before Shun Jinlin, bloodied and respectful, his attitude shifting from obedience to reverence. All right, from now on, follow me, and you shall not suffer indignities. That is the least I can offer. Shun Jinlin waved his hand dismissively. With that, Shun Jinlin strode confidently toward the stunned Juyin ape-men, hands clasped behind his back. Either kneel and submit, and I shall provide you with shelter and protection. Or face death, he declared, chin held high before the gathered ape-men. Though many among them possessed skills of reconnaissance and could clearly see that this skeletal figure was only level 2 and lacked skills, they had also witnessed Viper Fangs, a formidable warrior who could vanquish level 50 foes and overpower level 60 adversaries. Kneeling before this low-level skeleton, that it was evident that such a powerful being would not bow to just anyone. How could they not regard Shun Jinlin as a formidable character? The ape-men, leaderless, found themselves paralyzed with indecision, neither daring to defy nor knowing whether to submit. In that moment, Toneby's level 50 brother seized the fallen dragon staff. Raising it high, uncertain of his intent, the other skeletal leaders stepped protectively in front of Shun Jinlin, while Viper Fangs bared his bloodied fangs, issuing a low growl of intimidation. Yet when the ape-man approached Shun Jinlin, he displayed no hostility. Instead, he suddenly knelt, presenting the dragon staff with both hands at I. Ling Ming, now assume the leadership of the Juyin ape tribe and pledge our allegiance to you, my lord. The ape-man named Ling Ming bowed his head respectfully. Upon witnessing Ling Ming's submission, the other Juyin ape-men followed suit, kneeling in unison to express their fealty. Following this battle, not only had they reclaimed Cliff Village, but the skeletal unit was replenished, and they had gained a level 60 and a level 50 high-ranking skeletal soldier. With the skeletal leaders' levels also increasing, although the average level of the 100-man unit still fell short of 40, its overall level had significantly improved, turning misfortune into fortune. After the Juyin ape tribe's submission, Shun Jinlin fulfilled his promise, settling the compliant ape-men in Cliff Village. However, due to the sudden influx of residents, the cave dwelling of the Taran village proved somewhat inadequate. Under the luminous moonlight, Shun Jinlin stood before the highest cave in Cliff Village, gazing down at the scene below. Since skeletal soldiers did not require rest, several skeletal leaders were already leading the newly transformed skeletal ape-men in patrolling the perimeter. Some ape warriors, unable to find shelter within the caves, huddled around a bonfire to recuperate. Shun Jinlin surveyed the terrain. The U-shaped mountain range that housed the village formed an excellent defensive position, with sheer cliffs rising on all sides, akin to natural fortifications. If a defense line were established at the mountain pass, coupled with adequate air defense measures, it would be exceedingly challenging to breach this location, provided we do not face a barrage from large-scale weaponry. This area requires some renovations, at which point Xia Wangba suddenly interjected. What? Are you thinking along the same lines as I am? Shun Jinlin expressed his surprise. Survival is paramount. Leading a group of soldiers in a chaotic manner is not a sustainable strategy. We need a stronghold, Xia Wangba asserted. That aren't you concerned that the Seven Clans Alliance might come and overrun our stronghold? Shun Jinlin inquired. The Bone Throne has already been breached. The next step will be the division of spoils and territory. When it comes to profit, conflicts are inevitable. I suspect the temporary alliance of the Seven Clans may soon unravel, Xia Wangba concluded. Are you suggesting that the Seven Clans will no longer enter the Wailing Forest as an alliance? Shun Jinlin sought confirmation. Indeed, only the clan that lays claim to this forest will station troops here, Xia Wangba replied with conviction. Which clan do you think is most likely to garrison the forest? Shen Jinlin pressed on. Humans, orcs, or blood clans. At present, these three clans' territories are most likely to connect with the Wailing Forest. However, this is not a certainty that it largely depends on whether the Bone Lords from the east, south, and north can maintain their positions, that if even these three lords fall, it would signify the complete collapse of the Bone King's territory, allowing any clan to invade the forest, Xia Wangba articulated. Can these three lords hold their ground? Shun Jinlin continued to inquire. The three lords command 3/5 of the Bone Legion's forces, so they possess the capacity to resist a singular clan's army. This means as long as the 7 clans do not systematically dismantle them as an alliance, they should be able to hold their ground, Xia Wangba assured. Regardless, what we are likely to face is not a coalition, but rather an army from a single clan that, if our stronghold is sufficiently fortified and our strength robust. Establishing a foothold in this forest remains a possibility, Xia Wangba stated with unwavering certainty. What gives you such confidence? Shun Jinlin asked, curious, given the formidable clan armies they faced, if the enemy were to launch a full-scale assault. A mere forest settlement would inevitably fall, as long as you make the enemy perceive that the cost of taking the stronghold outweighs the benefits. You can ensure temporary safety, Xia Wangba explained. How so? Shen Jinlin pressed for clarity. Governing a region is akin to conducting business. One must weigh profit against cost. If the price of seizing the stronghold exceeds the gains from its capture, it becomes a losing venture. Would you pursue such a course? Xia Wangba elaborated. Take the giant lizard clan in the marshes to the south of this forest. They have never submitted to the Bone King, primarily because the cost of conquering this clan is excessively high. He elucidated, they're truly such a lawless area in the heart of the Bone King's territory. Shun Jinlin asked, somewhat astonished. That area is guarded by a high-level demon fairy, and mounting a forceful assault would require a significant troop deployment. In comparison to the meager resources to be gained from conquering that area, establishing a non-aggression pact with a giant lizard clan is far more advantageous, Xia Wangba reasoned. Isn't that akin to placing a ticking time bomb right beneath one's nose? If they have the capacity to resist the Bone Army, they also possess the capability to retaliate. How can the Bone King rest easy? Shun Jinlin queried. The Bone King merely deems the cost of an assault on the giant lizard clan too steep. It does not indicate a lack of capability. Even with a demon fairy stationed there, the Bone King is not excessively fearful, Xia Wangba replied. Understood, we must become a hard nut to crack to ensure our survival. It seems we must expedite the fortification of this village, Shun Jinlin asserted. Why, Lord? Elder Dottie interjected after standing by for some time, finally managing to speak. Elder Dottie, you've arrived. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Shun Jinlin exclaimed upon noticing Elder Dottie. What commands does my lord have? Elder Dottie inquired respectfully. Nothing of great import. I simply wish to trouble you to guide me around the village, Shun Jinlin stated. It is my duty to serve my lord. This is but a trifling matter, hardly a trouble. Elder Dottie responded, by the way, did you seek me for something? Shun Jinlin suddenly recalled that Elder Dottie had likely been occupied with settling the Minotaurs. Indeed, I have some concerns, Elder Dottie revealed. Concerns? Shun Jinlin, respecting the elder's autonomy, had refrained from using mental connection, thus was unaware of Elder Dottie's worries. And why, Lord? Look, Elder Dottie pointed towards the campfire below, where the lodging ape warriors gathered. What are they roasting? Shun Jinlin inquired. The corpses of the Zhuyin ape warriors, Elder Dottie replied. Since the maximum number of bone warriors in a 100-man unit is 100, some of the ape warriors' corpses cannot be converted into bone warriors. Therefore, after filling the ranks, there are still a dozen corpses left. These ape warriors truly waste not a single morsel. Shen Jinlin found the notion of cannibalism rather difficult to accept, that if they treat their own kind this way. I worry that living among them may pose a threat to the women and children in the village. Elder Dottie expressed his concerns. This worry was not unfounded, as these ape warriors had a history of preying upon werewolf soldiers during their time in the Border Legion. Is this a tradition of the Zhuyin apes, or simply a matter of hunger? Shun Jinlin pondered before asking. The Zhuyin apes are exceedingly brutal, and our interactions with them are minimal. So we remain uncertain whether this is their custom or merely driven by hunger, Elder Dottie replied. Shun Jinlin contemplated and established a mental connection with the consciousness of the converted bone soldier. Seeking the rationale behind the Zhu Yin ape's penchant for hunting other races and cannibalism. Within the consciousness of the bone soldier, the slaughter and consumption of those weaker than oneself was a commonplace affair, yet not a necessity. The Zhu Yin apes did not have a tradition of consuming their foes. All acts of hunting other races and cannibalism stemmed purely from hunger. These apes revered strength, and thus every Zhu Yin ape strives to become stronger, necessitating constant training and exertion, which leads to significant energy expenditure and a correspondingly high demand for food. The Bone Legion skeletons do not require sustenance. Hence, there is no systematic food production within the Bone King's territory. Although they do allocate some supplies to the Border Legion's foreign troops, the quantities are not substantial due to the lack of a systematic food supply. Consequently, the Border's foreign troops must find their own solutions to the problem of food scarcity, particularly for a food-consuming race like the Zhu Yin apes. This explains their secretive hunting of other races and cannibalism. Perhaps due to their prolonged experience of food scarcity, the returning ape warriors adhere to the habit of wasting not a single scrap of food. As long as we satisfy the Zhu Yin ape's food needs to the fullest extent during distribution, we should be able to ensure they will not act recklessly. Shan Jinlin suggested to Elder Dottie that if the issue is merely about food, then meeting these apes' dietary needs should guarantee they won't resort to preying on the weak out of hunger. Elder Dottie concurred that there a food shortage. Shun Jinlin surmised Elder Dottie's additional concern. Indeed, the Cliff clan was previously self-sufficient and barely managed to ensure the village did not go hungry. Now, with nearly 100 more ape warriors, we may face a food shortage. The Elder of the Earth spoke. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinlin realized that he had underestimated the task of subduing the ape-like creatures. The skeletal soldiers had no need for supplies. Yet these apes did that. If food supplies could not be ensured, the Zhu Yin ape tribe might indeed launch an attack on the women and children of the Minotaurs due to starvation. What is your primary source of food? Shan Jinlin inquired. Initially, the Cliff tribe resided in the mountains adjacent to the grasslands, primarily sustaining themselves through herding. However, after aligning with the Bone King, they had relocated to the jungle. Losing the conditions necessary for herding, the young men were conscripted into the army, while the elderly, weak, and women were woefully inefficient in hunting. Thus, they had no choice but to commence farming, although the druids' growth magic could hasten the cultivation of crops. Their lack of agricultural experience over generations, coupled with an inexplicable failure in yield, rendered their efforts less than ideal, as the Elder of the Earth lamented. Perhaps hunting could alleviate some of the food shortages, but supplying so many people necessitates a vast amount of game, which in turn requires a significant number of hunters. Consequently, the village would be left vulnerable, making it difficult to fend off potential attacks. Moreover, the deserters who have returned to the forest are scavenging for resources. Aside from raiding various tribes' villages, I believe even the edible animals within the jungle cannot escape their grasp. Thus, prey will inevitably dwindle. And even if manpower could be spared for hunting, capturing game would likely prove challenging, resulting in low efficiency. This is certainly not a sustainable strategy. Where are your farmlands? After much contemplation, Shun Jinlin concluded that farming was the most viable solution to their predicament. At the summit of the U-shaped mountain, there was a considerable area, approximately 2 square kilometers, akin to a small town, characterized by flat terrain and rich, fertile soil. This expanse of land was devoid of towering trees, encircled instead by low shrubs and grass, with a central pond nearby, flanked by several patches of tilled farmland. These fields, totaling less than 100 acres, occupied only a small fraction of the mountaintops area. The majority of crops cultivated here were a peculiar vegetable resembling a cabbage, albeit not green, but rather a purplish-gray hue, which Shun Jinlin did not recognize. What is this vegetable? Shun Jinlin asked, pointing at the purplish-gray plants. Purple-gray vegetable, our most familiar crop, the Elder of the Earth responded. Indeed, a straightforward name. How much can 1 acre yield? Shun Jinlin inquired as he walked through the fields, if nurtured with the growth magic of the broken horn. 1 acre can produce 500 kilograms in a month, barely sufficient for one person's sustenance. The Elder of the Earth replied, 500 kilograms per acre per month. Can it be cultivated year-round? Shun Jinlin further questioned. This forest mild climate is indeed suitable for year-round cultivation. The Elder of the Earth confirmed. As Shen Jinlin strolled through the fields, he suddenly noticed a small patch of farmland growing something other than the purple-gray vegetable. Is that a potato? This plant was found outside the forest. Its tubers are edible, so I brought it back to experiment with planting, the Elder of the Earth remarked, glancing at the few potato sprouts. These can effortlessly yield over 1,000 to 2,000 kilograms per acre. With this, we need not fear food shortages, Shen Jinlin exclaimed with enthusiasm. This potato produces such a high yield, the Elder of the Earth expressed surprise. Not only is the yield high, but its vitality and regenerative capacity are also robust. It thrives as long as the temperature is appropriate. The growth magic of the broken horn should also be effective on potatoes. Correct? Shen Jinlin asked. We have attempted this, and it works, the Elder of the Earth affirmed. That is splendid, Shen Jinlin declared, surveying the flat mountaintop before continuing. Let us cultivate the remaining area and plant potatoes. Then we shall not worry about food. The potatoes grown in this 100-acre field might suffice for the current population of the cliff village. Yet Shen Jinlin contemplated longer-term strategies. After all, they must always be prepared for the arrival of the 7 great tribes. Stockpiling food for wartime was essential. Estimating that nearly 2,000 acres of land, if planted with potatoes and accelerated by growth magic, could yield 1,000 tons in a month that if cultivated year-round. That would amount to tens of thousands of tons annually. Even if the Zhu Yin ape tribe were voracious eaters, they could not consume all the potatoes produced. The surplus could be stored as wartime provisions. Let most of the land be dedicated to potatoes, while you may plant other crops as well. It is good to vary the diet occasionally, Shen Jinlin added after some thought. While there are no issues with clearing farmland, we lack practical planting experience, and I fear we may not successfully cultivate these potatoes. The Elder of the Earth expressed his concerns. Potato cultivation is quite simple. It merely requires sprouting the tubers in a warm environment, then burying them in prepared soil, watering them once every 7 days. The only critical point to note is that the temperature must not be too high, or the potatoes will not grow. Although he had never farmed, Shen Jinlin had heard such wisdom from his ancestors. I can collaborate with the Elder of the Broken Horn to regulate the temperature in this area using natural magic. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the villagers to begin the tilling, the Elder of the Earth proposed. Shen Jinlin completed a circuit of the farmland and then made his way directly to the mountain's edge. This sheer cliff jutted out prominently from the forest, providing a sweeping view of the vast expanse below. The elevated vantage point should have afforded a clear sight, yet the dense canopy obstructed visibility into the forest. Should an enemy approach stealthily, they would be exceedingly difficult to detect. The surrounding trees must be cleared to create a field of vision, noted the small turtle. Shen Jinlin concurred, as he planned to strengthen Cliff Village, which would require ample timber if hunting is necessary. Which direction would be most suitable? He turned to the Elder of the Earth for guidance. While potatoes could resolve the long-term food supply issue, that would be at least a month away. In the interim, hunting was still essential to bridge the food gap. Please wait a moment, my lord, the Elder of the Earth said, lifting his gaze to the sky. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the deep night sky, which was devoid of clouds, save for a river of stars that twinkled like grains of sand. Mother of all things, please reward my devotion and grant me the sight to perceive all. As the Elder of the Earth uttered these words, his previously luminous blue eyes became filled with a white radiance. 0.3 kilometers to the east, there's a herd of terrafong boars. They make for excellent prey. However, not far from the boars, there's a group of goblin deserters. The deserters likely have not yet discovered the boar herd, but should we proceed to hunt, we may inadvertently alert them. After a moment, the white light in the Elder's eyes faded, and he spoke. Your skill is remarkable. A human spy satellite, Shen Jinlin exclaimed, impressed by the Elder's ability to easily locate game within the forest. My lord, you flatter me. The Eye of All Things skill is effective only in densely vegetated or biologically rich areas. It is of no use in barren deserts, the Elder of the Earth explained. It seems I shall have to rely on you for early warnings in the future. Can you discern the level and attributes of that group of goblins? Shen Jinlin pressed on. The Eye of All Things cannot reveal levels and attributes. However, goblins are roughly equivalent in strength to wargs, the Elder of the Earth clarified. roughly equivalent to wargs. That suggests an average level of around 20 for the current skeletal battalion of 100. They pose no significant threat, Shun Jinlin concluded, promptly establishing a mental connection to Poison Tooth, instructing him to lead the skeletal apes below level 40 to the location of the Terrafong boars, all the while dealing with the goblin deserters. Although eliminating this group of goblins may not significantly benefit the skeletal ape men of over level 30, even the smallest of flies can be considered meat. After the poison fong set out, Shun Jinlin returned to his dwelling cave to discuss with the little turtle how to plan and reinforce Cliff Village. Shun Jinlin sketched the results of their discussions, proposing to erect a sturdy city wall at the concave mountain pass of the U-shaped mountain, thereby creating a moated city between the wall and the entrance of Cliff Village. The city wall would serve as the primary line of defense, while the moated city would act as the secondary line, allowing for the construction of houses in the space created. These houses would be residences for the Zhu Yin ape clan, effectively resolving the overcrowding issue in the cave, while also separating the ape men from the women and children of the bull-headed tribe, ensuring that no incorrigible ape men could harm them. Furthermore, by placing the battle-hardened ape men within the moated city, they could assist in guarding the city wall and swiftly repel any invading forces. Having utilized the terrain, the next step would be to manufacture defensive weapons. With the skeletal dwarf craftsman present, there was no concern regarding the techniques involved in production. Through a mental connection, Shun Jinlin perused the memories of the skeletal dwarf craftsman and selected several types of defensive weaponry: the giant dwarf wind crossbow, dwarf artillery, dwarf hand cannons, and flintlocks. The giant dwarf wind crossbow, a large cold weapon, fortified with runes of wind manipulation, piercing, and explosion, possessed enough power to slay a dragon, making it an excellent anti-aircraft weapon. Shun Jinlin intended to install these crossbows atop the mountain and along the city wall. Although the dwarf artillery was heavy and incapable of targeting the skies, its power was formidable, enhanced by runes, and would deliver a strong blow to any besieging enemies when mounted on the city wall. As for the dwarf hand cannons and flintlocks, Shun Jinlin was primarily attracted to their ease of use. Mastering the bow and crossbow required extensive training over 1 or 2 years. However, with proper guidance, a novice could learn to operate the hand cannon and flintlock within days, and, after a month or two of practice, they could even take to the battlefield. The battle-hungry ape men might disdain the use of hand cannons and flintlocks. Yet in Shun Jinlin's plans, these weapons were not intended for them, but rather for the women and children of the bull-headed tribe. Shun Jinlin did not intend for these individuals to join the fray. He merely wished for them to familiarize themselves with the hand cannons and flintlocks in their leisure, thus acquiring a degree of self-defense capability. Additionally, should the city wall and moated city fall, they could utilize the cave's terrain to establish a third line of defense. Next came a collection of materials for production, since they already planned to fell nearby trees to clear the line of sight. Timber would be plentiful. The crucial elements were the metals needed for the firearms and the mithril required for crafting runes. Dwarven weapons primarily relied on runes to propel ammunition and enhance their power. However, runes required magical energy, and the majority of women and children possessed very low magical reserves. Consequently, it would be necessary to create additional runes capable of storing magical energy, allowing them to gather power over time and ensuring sufficient reserves for prolonged use of the hand cannons and flintlocks during battles. Refining mithril necessitated a substantial amount of ore, and the extra creation of magical storage runes further increased the demand. Upon careful calculation, the requirement for mithril to produce this batch of weapons far exceeded the metal needed for the weaponry itself. Both metal and mithril mines were located in the caverns, but transporting tons of ore back would require significant manpower and resources to address this issue. The little turtle suggested that the skeletal dwarf craftsman, accompanied by skeletal soldiers of level 40 or above, complete the weapon manufacturing directly within the cavern sanctuary and then transport the finished products back to the village. Cannot the ape men mine in the caverns? Shun Jinlin pondered aloud after considering the suggestion. They require food and rest. Their efficiency cannot compare to that of skeletal soldiers. The little turtle replied that I worry that if all the skeletal soldiers are dispatched, what if the ape men misbehave? Shun Jinlin expressed his concerns. The Zhuyan clan had only recently been subjugated, and their history of attacking other races made him apprehensive. Fear not. While the Zhuyan ape clan is indeed brutal, they respect strength as long as a powerful figure can subdue their chieftain. These ape men will not rebel, the little turtle reassured him. Then we must leave Tongbi behind, Shun Jinlin concluded after some thought. Poison Fong should return from hunting shortly, so leaving Tongbi should suffice. Oh, and we must also keep those dwarves here. The ape men cannot build houses, the little turtle added. The Elder of Earth and the Elder with the Broken Horn must remain as well. We still need their assistance in constructing the city wall. Shun Jinlin concurred. An outsider. It appeared that throughout the night, Shun Jinlin spoke to himself in the cave until dawn broke. Lord, a respectful voice called from the cave entrance, just as Shun Jinlin completed the refinement of his plans for Cliff Village. Turning to look, he saw an elderly bull-headed woman standing at the cave's entrance, holding a set of clothing. You are up early. Shun Jinlin greeted her politely. I hope I did not disturb you. My lord, the bull-headed elder inquired. Not at all. I do not require sleep, Shun Jinlin quickly replied. That is good, the elder said, extending the clothing in her hands towards him. I asked this for me, Shun Jinlin asked. I noticed that your clothing was quite tattered, so I altered my son's garments for you. Please try them on and see if they fit, the elder explained, after the ordeal with Yunlu Wanli. Shun Jinlin was left with little more than ragged fabric clinging to his skeletal frame, which rather suited the appearance of a skeleton. How could I accept this? He said, reaching for the coarse cloth shirt. My lord sacrificed himself to save the entire Cliff clan. We should have offered you something of greater value. Unfortunately, our village possesses nothing worthy, so this simple garment is all we could provide. The bull-headed elder stated that it is not humble at all. Shun Jinlin declared, donning the coarse shirt and carefully tucking the family portrait from his tattered clothing into a secure spot, though he was merely a skeleton. The altered coarse clothing fit him perfectly. In addition to the shirt, the elder also provided a pair of linen trousers, a sturdy pair of boots, a feathered crown, and a fur cloak. I suppose I can forego the cloak and crown. They seem too extravagant, Shun Jinlin remarked, wearing the shirt, trousers, and boots. These are the chieftain's regalia passed down through generations in the Cliff clan. The bull-headed people. Feathers and furs symbolize honor and status. You are our benefactor, and thus you deserve the highest honors and status. The elder insisted. It is far too inappropriate for me to accept such heirlooms. Shun Jinlin protested. Fool, look with your eye of insight before you speak. The little turtle suddenly interjected. What? Are the feathered crown and fur cloak truly treasures? Shun Jinlin pondered, using his eye of insight to examine the crown and cloak. Feathered crown of the soaring eagle, crafted from the feathers of the soaring eagle. Equipping it grants the blessing of the mountain wind, allowing the wearer to completely evade one ranged attack, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. And equipment requirements for the crown. Cloak of the mountain shadow leopard, made from the fur of the mountain shadow leopard. Equipping it grants the ability of shadow veil, allowing the wearer to blend into shadows and achieve complete invisibility until movement breaks the stealth, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. And equipment requirements for the cloak. The ability to completely evade a ranged attack and become invisible were invaluable assets for survival, particularly without any equipment requirements. For someone like Shun Jinlin, who was only level 2, they were perfectly suited. These items have now passed to my son, Lun, who is stationed with the clan's warriors at the western border. I do not know if he will return this time, and now you are the only one in the clan worthy of the crown and cloak. The elder said, pushing the crown and cloak towards Shun Jinlin once more. Hearing the bull-headed elder's words, Shun Jinlin felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude as she regarded him as a member of the Cliff clan. Then I shall temporarily safeguard the crown and cloak for your son until he returns. In the meantime, I will fulfill the duties of the chieftain of the Cliff clan to the best of my ability and protect the entire clan, he vowed. Shun Jinlin spoke as he accepted the feathered crown and cloak. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Cliff clan and the Split Hoof. Upon witnessing Shun Jinlin donning the crown and cloak, the elderly woman sincerely bowed and expressed her thanks. The coarse fabric trousers, complemented by the dark patterned shadow leopard skin cloak and the vividly colored feathered crown of the soaring eagle, created an ensemble brimming with wildness, lending Shun Jinlin's skeletal form an undeniable semblance of a tribal chieftain. Clad in this attire, Shun Jinlin commenced the transformation of Cliff Village. He left behind the Elder's Earth and Broken Horn, along with 3 skeletal dwarves and skeletal ape men, dispatching the skeletal dwarf craftsmen with the remaining skeletal soldiers to the catacombs to forge weapons. Furthermore, Shun Jinlin organized the entire Zhuyan ape clan to begin felling trees, planning to clear at least a kilometer of visibility around the mountainside. A formidable undertaking. The current leader of the Zhuyan ape clan, Ling Ming, upon receiving such a task, exhibited no dissatisfaction and promptly led his kin to commence the work. While these Zhuyan apes were not skilled in logging, they were well versed in the arts of combat. They applied their fighting techniques to the robust trees, achieving effective results with commendable efficiency. Meanwhile, Shun Jinlin was not idle. After delegating the matters of cultivation and planting to the Minotaurs, he commenced the construction of walls at the mountain pass alongside the Elder's Earth and Broken Horn. Utilizing the earth flow technique, Elder Earth swiftly raised a tall and sturdy wall, which was then reinforced with Elder Broken Horn's thorny vines, rendering the fortification even more resilient. This wall, standing 10 meters high and 8 meters wide, was sufficient to withstand most assaults. However, recalling the overwhelming sword force of Yunlu Wanli, Shun Jinlin felt an unsettling lack of security. Consequently, he reserved slots on the wall for embedding runes, intending to further fortify it with firm wall runes. In addition to the wall itself, Shun Jinlin instructed Elder Earth to create a deep trench on the outer side of the wall, while Elder Broken Horn nurtured thorny brambles at the trench's bottom. Establishing a buffer zone against potential sieges, Shun Jinlin busied himself with the wall's construction. The 3 skeletal dwarves within the encampment were also engaged in building shelters. Although these skeletal dwarves were not craftsmen, their inherent dwarven lineage endowed them with natural aptitude for construction, making the process remarkably smooth. As the reconstruction and fortification efforts of Cliff Village commenced, the first rays of dawn pierced through the dense canopy of the jungle, illuminating the slumbering goblin leader's face. With the sun climbing higher, the morning light grew increasingly blinding, prompting the goblin leader to awaken. Upon waking, the goblin leader let out a sharp cry, and figures began to emerge from the surrounding grass. Among these awakening forms were primarily goblin deserters, though not exclusively. Amidst the verdant goblin soldiers, there were also a few from other races, such as the Deerfoot clan, Ratmen, Half-Goatmen, and Ogres. These races were either inherently weaker than goblins, or, though individually strong, were fewer in number. They belonged to the scattered remnants of the Skeletal Legion, having fled from the western border. Now, the relatively stronger goblin deserters sought to absorb these combat-capable outsiders to enhance their efficiency in raiding villages. Leader, just as the goblin leader stretched, he heard someone calling out, "What is all this shouting so early in the morning?" The goblin leader retorted impatiently. "There's a group of Fearfang boars," the goblin scout exclaimed, pointing towards the nearby thicket. "What luck?" The goblin leader's face lit up with glee, and he inquired, "How many are there?" "About 20, the goblin scout replied. "It's time for you to show your worth. Go deal with that pack of Fearfang boars and bring back some fine meat," the goblin leader said with a cunning smile, turning to the outsiders. "Yet that many Fearfang boars may be beyond our capabilities to hunt." A timid half-goatman interjected. The Fearfang boar, massive in stature and renowned for its delectable meat, was a formidable prey, but that did not imply it was docile, that a fully grown Fearfang boar could unleash a force exceeding level 20 when enraged. And with its tough hide and substantial bulk, even a single adult would pose a significant challenge for these lower-tiered warriors of various minor races, let alone the presence of 20 gentlemen. "We have an agreement. You assist us in gathering resources, and we will spare your villages. If it's assistance, you must contribute something. Otherwise, what reason do we have to spare your villages?" The goblin leader sneered, raising the iron club in his hand. The other goblin warriors grinned maliciously, fixating their gazes on the weaker outsiders. The outsider warriors, having seemingly no choice, reluctantly grasped their weapons and moved in the direction indicated by the goblin scout. "Leader, those villages are ripe for the taking. Are we truly going to let them go?" A goblin scout whispered once the outsider warriors had distanced themselves. "Let them go, only if the coalition of 7 clans arrives early." The goblin leader replied with a sinister grin. Following this, the goblin leader gestured, and the goblin warriors hastily rolled out several large carts that had been concealed in the underbrush. These carts were laden with an assortment of plundered food and some fresh meat. The latter cut into pieces, rendering it indistinguishable in origin. The goblin leader leaped onto one of the carts filled with fresh meat, seized a chunk of raw flesh, and began to chew, while the goblin warriors pushed the carts in pursuit of the outsider warriors. A herd of fear-fang boars grazed leisurely within the forest. These beasts, as large as rhinoceroses and round like balls, possessed thick hides and coarse fur, with a pair of enormous, curved tusks resembling long blades. The coerced outsider warriors concealed themselves within the grass, anxiously observing the beasts. Among the 20 fear-fang boars, only 5 or 6 were younglings. The rest were adults, while the total number of outsider warriors barely reached 30 or 40. With an average level under 20, far from capable of confronting such a formidable herd. What do we do? Do we engage or not? A rat man trembled, clutching a diminutive weapon. Engage. With us, we'd be trampled into pulp. A deerfoot warrior retorted that if you choose not to engage, I wouldn't mind turning you into fodder as well. The goblin leader had inexplicably appeared behind them, poking his head out from grass. The outsider warriors, caught unprepared, jumped at the goblin leader's sudden voice. Yet, even under verbal intimidation, they exchanged glances, hesitating to decide whether to march towards certain death. As these outsider warriors wavered, they remained oblivious to the pairs of eyes watching them intently from the heights of the towering trees. Peering through the lush foliage, the diminutive race warriors in the grass continued to hesitate, but the once leisurely grazing fear-fang boars abruptly lifted their heads in unison, alertly gazing in their direction. It seems the fear-fang boars have caught wind of us. The rat man, fixated on the herd, spoke nervously. As soon as his words fell, the largest of the terrifying tusked boars let out a roar and charged into the thicket. The diminutive warriors concealed within the grass scarcely had time to ponder how these beasts had detected their presence. They swiftly scattered in a desperate attempt to evade the oncoming tide of ferocity. Only the level 50 goblin chief stood resolute, unflinching as he faced the leading tusked boar. Confronted by beasts whose levels paled in comparison to his own, the goblin chief deemed it unnecessary to utilize his skills. He simply brandished his iron club, bracing himself to deliver a crushing blow to the charging boar. Yet before the tusked boar could reach him, a creature emerged from the underbrush. A thunderhorn beast, its size dwarfing even that of the tusked boar by a factor of 2. With a single horn protruding from its head and a body encased in a layer of bony plates, it charged forth like a rampaging tank, colliding with the unsuspecting goblin chief. The ferocity of the impact sent the goblin chief hurtling through the air. Crashing through a tree as he was flung aside, 2 more thunderhorn beasts erupted from the foliage, barreling toward the goblin horde and the panicked diminutive warriors. The rampaging tusked boars began to brandish their fangs, joining the thunderhorns in their merciless pursuit of the fleeing combatants. Strangely, despite the inherently aggressive nature of these two species, they did not clash. Instead, they appear to form an alliance, targeting solely the goblins and their diminutive kin. Initially, the goblins and small warriors could have concealed themselves within the underbrush. Yet these beasts seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through their hiding spots, rendering their efforts futile. Chaos ensued among the fleeing warriors, with many meeting their demise at the hands of the relentless beasts. Amidst the turmoil, a piercing shriek rang out as the goblin chief activated his life surge, leaping toward the largest tusk boar. With a resounding thud, his iron club struck the boar's skull, causing its brain to splatter under the force of the blow. What are you waiting for? Reform your ranks and slay these beasts. The goblin chief bellowed, though he had endured a powerful blow from a thunderhorn. The level 50 goblin chief was hardly in danger of being killed by a creature whose level was less than half his own. Following the chief's command, the goblin horde reformed, weapons raised, and began to retaliate against the beasts. Despite their ferocity, the sheer number of goblins, most around level 20, quickly turned the tide, encircling and slaughtering the beasts. The goblin chief wielded his iron club with deadly efficiency, dispatching a beast with each strike, and soon nearly half of the tusked boars lay slain, while 3 thunderhorns sustained injuries, realizing their impending defeat. The beasts instinctively turned to flee, evading the encircling goblins with an uncanny precision as they dashed into the jungle. Although the tusked boars and thunderhorns were massive in size, their speed was remarkable, leaving the goblins unable to pursue, forced to watch as the beasts vanished into the forest. Something is amiss. How can these beasts be so cunning? Not only do they cooperate, but they also seem to anticipate our movements. One goblin observed by the chief's side. The goblin chief, upon hearing this, appeared to have an epiphany, lifting his gaze to the dense canopy and sniffing the air. "Come forth." After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, swinging his iron club to strike a nearby tree, which was thick enough to require both arms to embrace, snapping it in two. As the fallen tree swept through the air, several small figures tumbled down from the branches with cries of alarm. The goblins surged forward, capturing the fallen creatures and dragging them before the goblin chief. "They are from the imp tribe," one goblin reported. The creatures, no taller than 60 or 70 centimeters, possessed gray-green skin. Large pointed ears, oversized black eyes, and slender tails. "I suspected as much. These beasts could only be so clever if they were raised by you imps," the goblin chief remarked, eyeing the captured imps. While the diminutive imps were weak in combat, often less formidable than the small rat men, their unique talent lay in their remarkable ability to tame beasts. "You have quite the audacity, don't you?" the goblin chief sneered, brandishing his bloodied iron club at the imps. Trembling at the sight of the menacing weapon, the imps pleaded for mercy. "Please spare us. We only wish to protect the herd, for it is our tribe's only source of sustenance." An elderly imp quavered. "Very well. If you summon back the escaped beasts, I shall consider sparing your lives," the goblin chief replied. "But my lord, I implore you. If you take the herd from us, we shall starve," the elderly imp begged. Without further ado, the goblin chief seized the elder imp, sinking his teeth into its neck, and with a sickening crunch decapitated it. "Refusing to summon back the herd will lead to this fate," he spat, tossing aside the head and grinning wickedly at the remaining imps. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the other imps were quick to comply, producing whistles and blowing with fervor. Though their efforts were fervent, the whistles emitted no sound. Yet, after a brief moment, the previously fleeing herd of tusked boars and thunderhorns returned. The beasts, now devoid of their earlier rage, approached the imps with a placid demeanor. "You little ones, slay these beasts and gather the meat," the goblin chief commanded as the herd returned. The goblins responded with excited shrieks and raised their weapons. But before they could act, a figure charged toward the goblin chief. Reacting swiftly, the chief raised his club to meet the oncoming threat. A resounding clash echoed as a war hammer met his iron club, sending shockwaves through his hands and forcing him to stagger back. Steadying himself, the goblin chief finally recognized his assailant, a skeletal warg, the very creature tasked with hunting him down, known as Viper Fong. "This is my quarry." "Filthy goblin," Viper Fong declared, having repelled the goblin chief but choosing not to pursue further, resting the war hammer on his shoulder. Initially mistaking the skeletal creature for a member of the Bone Legion, the goblin chief was taken aback by Viper Fang's voice, and upon closer inspection of the warhammer, he recognized the skeletal form of his foe. "I wondered who it might be. Is that you, the despicable warg leader, Viper Fang? What brings you back from the dead as a skeleton?" The goblin chief taunted. "You, too, shall meet your end." As the venomous Fang spoke, he activated his life force and attribute enhancement skills once more, charging towards the goblin chief. This goblin chief was already familiar with venomous fangs from their previous encounters within the ranks of the Skeletal Legion, and he believed he could hold his own against the equally leveled venomous fangs. Now, with venomous fangs standing alone and himself commanding over 100 goblin soldiers, the goblin chief felt emboldened to engage in battle. With a simultaneous activation of life force and attribute enhancement, the goblin chief boldly advanced to meet him head-on. The clash of metal rang out as the war hammer met the iron rod. However, contrary to the goblin chief's expectation of an evenly matched conflict, he distinctly sensed that venomous Fang's strength surpassed his own. This was due to the fact that, following his confrontation with the Zhu Yin ape clan, where he had slain nearly 100 ape warriors and defeated the formidable Tong Bai, who was 10 levels his superior, venomous Fangs had ascended to level 53, boasting attributes far superior to those of the goblin chief. With a single blow, the goblin chief staggered backwards, but Venomous Fangs was relentless, swinging his war hammer with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of powerful attacks from the skills of mighty strength, valor, and deadly strike. Although the goblin chief managed to defend against some of these assaults, he found himself retreating under the relentless onslaught, gradually losing ground. "Get in there quickly," the goblin chief shouted to his goblin soldiers. Realizing he could no longer withstand the pressure at that moment, the goblin soldiers, disregarding the wild beasts, rushed forward to encircle Venomous Fangs. Yet from the depths of the forest emerged the skeletal ape warriors, catching the goblin soldiers off guard. Retaining the frenzied combat style of the Juyen ape clan, these skeletal warriors, all above level 30, may have been fewer in number, but were sufficient to overpower the average level 20 goblins. The cries of the goblins echoed as they were mercilessly slaughtered, and those diminutive warriors hesitated to assist, hastily seeking refuge among the bushes and trees, waiting for a chance to slip away. Soon, most of the goblin warriors were slain, with only a handful fleeing into the jungle. Sensing the tide turning against him, the goblin chief attempted to escape, only to be intercepted by Venomous Fangs, who charged and executed him with a swift guillotine strike. "Stop the pursuit, gather the spoils, and prepare to return," Venomous Fangs commanded, shouldering his war hammer as he addressed the skeletal ape warriors who still harbored intentions to chase the goblins. The skeletal apes relinquished their pursuit and began collecting the fallen beasts, discovering a cart laden with supplies belonging to the goblins hidden among the underbrush. Approaching the remaining living beasts, Venomous Fangs scrutinized the docile creatures, contemplating the prospect of bringing them back to Cliff Village. "That my lord, you do not require sustenance, do you?" a trembling little goblin cautiously inquired. "I do not, but I must take these beasts with me," Venomous Fangs replied nonchalantly, having no intention of harming the harmless little goblin. "Please, this is all the food our tribe has. I beg you not to take it all," the little goblin pleaded, ignoring the little goblin's lament. Venomous Fangs raised his war hammer, preparing to strike down a thunderhorn beast before him. "Venomous Fangs, leave it alive," Shun Jinlin interjected through their mental connection. Shun Jinlin was fortifying the city walls while the Elder of the Earth employed his earth manipulation techniques. He sought to ascertain the status of the hunt, and happened to witness Venomous Fangs slaying the goblin chief through this connection. Upon seeing the little goblin, information about their kind instinctively surfaced in Venomous Fangs' consciousness, which Shun Jinlin promptly seized upon. These diminutive goblins, while lacking in combat prowess, excelled in beast taming. Their presence would facilitate the large-scale domestication of livestock, addressing food supply issues, and enriching the diet, thus preventing a situation where they would be reduced to subsisting solely on potatoes during times of war. "Understood, my lord," Venomous Fangs responded. "Ask them if they would be willing to come to Cliff Village. I will provide them with shelter and a stable food supply," Shun Jinlin instructed after receiving a reply. "Certainly, my lord," Venomous Fangs acknowledged, then turned his gaze towards the few little goblins before him. The skeletal wolfman loomed before them, its expression hidden, with only green light glowing in its eye sockets, rendering its gaze inscrutable. As Venomous Fangs fixated on them, the little goblins felt a mix of apprehension and uncertainty. "Is this all the food your tribe possesses?" Venomous Fangs inquired, pointing to the docile herd. "Why, yes," the little goblin stammered. "I must take these beasts with me, if this is indeed your entire food supply. Would you be willing to relocate to our stronghold?" Venomous Fangs asked. The little goblin was taken aback, unsure of the intentions of the skeletal wolfman, momentarily at a loss for words. "Cliff Village, home to the Minotaurs, is currently sheltered by my lord. These beasts are intended for those residing in the Cliff Village stronghold. Besides food, my lord will also offer you protection. Such weaklings will be easily dealt with in my lord's presence," Venomous Fangs remarked, casting a glance at the goblin corpse on the ground. "But we do not know how to fight," the little goblin replied timidly. "Inform them that I do not require them to take to the battlefield. I only need them to tame more beasts to ensure a steady food supply." Shun Jinlin, having overheard the little goblin's concerns, communicated to Venomous Fangs through their mental link. "My lord does not need you to engage in combat. He only requires you to domesticate more beasts to provide food for our warriors and residents, Venomous Fangs relayed. Having witnessed Venomous Fangs easily dispatch the goblin chief, the little goblins became convinced that following this skeletal wolfman would guarantee their safety. With the entire wailing forest in chaos and various soldiers fleeing from the front lines wreaking havoc, the little goblins, already not adept at combat, found it exceedingly difficult to protect themselves. Moreover, the united army of 7 clans was likely on the way, and the little goblins were in dire need of shelter. However, they hesitated at this unexpected opportunity, for it was the first time someone had extended an olive branch to their weak kind. But the little goblins faltered, unsure how to respond. Venomous Fangs, tell them that we're not demanding anything, that if they have concerns, they can send a few representatives to Cliff Village to assess the situation before deciding whether to relocate their entire tribe. Shen Jinlin suggested through their mental connection upon noticing the little goblin's hesitation. Understood, my lord, Venomous Fangs affirmed before addressing the little goblins again. My lord will not impose any demands upon you. If you have reservations, you may first visit Cliff Village to see for yourselves, then decide whether to move your entire tribe. Are you saying your lord will take in our entire tribe? The little goblin before Venomous Fangs, initially believing the skeletal wolfman only sought to take himself and a few companions, was taken aback upon grasping Venomous Fangs' words in light of the current situation. It was rare to find a tribe willing to take in scattered members of an outside clan, let alone an entire tribe. Inform them that we aim to establish a long-term, stable, cooperative, symbiotic relationship. Not to plunder, thus we welcome the entire little goblin tribe to relocate. Shun Jinlin conveyed through the mental link to Venomous Fangs. My lord seeks to establish a long-term, stable, cooperative, symbiotic relationship, not to plunder. In other words, we wish to forge a partnership with the entire little goblin tribe, and we are indeed welcoming of your relocation. Venomous Fangs reiterated. If that is the case, the little goblin before Venomous Fangs gathered his courage and stood tall, declaring, I am willing to accompany you to Cliff Village. Please allow my companions to return to our tribe and explain the situation. Of course. Venomous Fangs replied readily. I could see that moment. A companion of the little goblin tugged at him anxiously from behind. Do not worry. I will go and take a look. You all return and inform the elders of our tribe. The little goblin reassured his companion, saying, But what if there is danger? The goblin companion replied, Even if there is danger, it will only affect me alone. However, if I do not investigate, our entire tribe may lose a chance for protection. The entire Wailing Forest is in disarray now, without someone to shield us. Our survival will be exceedingly difficult, the little goblin firmly declared to his companion. Rest assured, there will be no danger, said Poison Fong, shouldering his war hammer and addressing the goblins, after reaching a consensus. Poison Fong left a thunderhorn beast for a few goblins returning to the tribe, then instructed the others to harness the large cart left by the goblins onto the beast, loading it with their spoils as they set off towards Cliff Village. Did you hear that skeleton's words just now? Once Poison Fong and his group had taken the beast far away, a rat man hiding in the bushes whispered to the satyr beside him. Clearly, the dialogue between Poison Fong and the little goblins had been overheard by these concealed small race warriors. Of course I heard, that I wonder if those skeletons are remnants of the Bone Legion withdrawn from the western border. Replied the satyr. That skeleton wielding a war hammer is the Wolfman leader, Poison Fong. I recognize him. I remember when he returned from the border with the Wolfmen, he was still alive. Not like this. Interjected a Deerfoot tribe member hidden in the grass. Then he must have been transformed into a skeleton after returning. Could the master he mentioned be the Bone Lord of the western border? Pondered the satyr. These small race warriors had dealt with the Bone Legion extensively and knew that only a Bone Lord could transform corpses into skeletal soldiers. With a Bone Lord stationed, Cliff Village should be quite secure. Mused the rat man. Before the rat man could finish, the satyr abruptly sprang to his feet and hurriedly departed, prompting the other small race warriors hiding in various locations to hastily retreat into the forest. As Poison Fong collected beasts and the spoils from the goblins, a white figure glided above the mist-covered marshlands to the south of the Wailing Forest, standing upright upon a flying iron sword. The ethereal figure of Yunlu Wanjun scanned the marsh below, seemingly in search of something. However, After circling above the marsh, he only observed puddles and low vegetation, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. While hidden indeed, Yinlu Wanjun muttered to himself with a faint smile. With that, the celestial being retrieved a translucent, jade-like orb from a pouch at his waist. Cradling the orb in one hand, he gestured with the other, and moments later, the orb flickered with green light. Its shell vanishing to reveal a creature resembling a beetle to go forth. Yinlu Wanjun commanded, casting the beetle-like creature into the air. The creature flapped its wings, trailing a shimmering green light as it flew into the foggy marsh. Amidst the mist, the green light stood out prominently, and Yinlu Wanjun focused intently on it until it disappeared before a pool of water. Like a tea the moment the green light vanished, Yinlu Wanjun distinctly observed a translucent dome flickering to life in the clearing beside the pool. Resembling some form of barrier. Here it is, Yinlu Wanjun said with a smile. With that, he directed the flying sword towards the translucent barrier. Before the celestial being could approach, several arrows suddenly shot forth from within the seemingly empty barrier. Remaining unperturbed, Yinlu Wanjun formed seals with his hands, and moments later, a shield of energy manifested before him, blocking the incoming arrows, which tumbled harmlessly to the ground. Yet, arrows continued to rain down from within the barrier, some of which flickered with a faint aura of energy. These energy-encased arrows collided with Yinlu Wanjun's shield, exploding upon impact with a force rivaling that of small-caliber artillery. However, even such power could not breach the shield's defense. The shockwave merely ruffled the white garments behind the protective barrier. This how you welcome a guest from afar," Yinlu Wanjun called out, unfazed by the onslaught. Following his words, the arrows ceased their flight, and the translucent barrier gradually dissipated. Once the barrier vanished, a cluster of wooden and straw huts appeared by the previously empty pool, revealing the presence of a village. Within this village, a group of half-human, half-lizard beings, the giant lizard tribe, stood fully armed, vigilantly watching the figure of Yinlu Wanjun hovering above. As the village of giant lizards materialized, Yinlu Wanjun descended gracefully upon his sword, alighting gently before the armed giant lizards. Before he could steady himself, a long spear soared from among the ranks of the giant lizards, embedding itself firmly before the celestial being. Following this, a figure landed softly atop the upright spear. This individual was not a member of the giant lizard tribe. Rather, he was a celestial being donned in giant lizard garb, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, sporting a small beard, and possessing a countenance more rugged than Yinlu Wanjun's. "So, it is the prince," Yinlu Wanjun mused. The celestial figure, standing atop the spear, looked down from his elevated position, his tone lacking any reverence typically afforded to royalty. "When you venture out, addressing me in such a manner can be quite troublesome," Yinlu Wanjun remarked, maintaining his composure as he gazed at the individual. "Have you brought the goods?" the celestial being inquired, arms crossed, still looking down from his lofty perch. With a gentle smile, Yinlu Wanjun tapped his waist pouch, and several large jars of fine wine materialized before him. The figure upon the spear inhaled deeply, leaping down to stand before the jars. "Flowing Cloud, Jade Dew, you certainly remember my taste. A true brother indeed," he exclaimed, intoxicated by the aroma. "Even if I forget my own surname, I could never forget what Li Hongjian loves to drink," Yinlu Wanjun replied with a chuckle. "After decades apart, you still possess the gift of eloquence," Li Hongjian said, cradling a jar of wine and turning to the giant lizards behind him, calling out, "Let us revel tonight." Upon hearing this, the giant lizards raised their weapons and cheer, celebrating the arrival of their guests. The marshlands to the south of the Wailing Forest, adjacent to the lake at the forest's edge, were rich with fish, making the giant lizard tribe adept at fishing. Under Li Hongjian's direction, the lizard folk brought forth their stored catches and aquatic beasts. As the sky darkened but night had yet to fall, the lizard folk kindled a great bonfire, filling the village by the pool with revelry for their distant friends, despite being of different races. The lizard folk showed immense respect towards Li Hongjian, extending warm hospitality to Yinlu Wanjun, with an abundance of fine food and drink laid out before the two celestial beings, and soon they were both pleasantly tipsy. "So, have you been living like this for decades? No wonder you have no desire to leave," Yinlu Wanjun remarked, observing the lizard folk dancing joyously around the bonfire as he sipped his drink. If this continues, won't you end up exhausting the village's resources? For decades, we have had to guard against the Bone King, toiling with worry. Moreover, the giant lizards do not cultivate the land, and without grain, we cannot brew wine. Had he not brought this flowing cloud jade due today, I would surely have perished from craving. Li Hongjian reclined against a wooden stump, speaking with great ease. That it seems that after the Bone King's disappearance, you've grown quite lax. Yunlu Wanjun observed that I traveled here today and saw not a single formation. It is precisely because the Bone King has gone missing that I cannot afford to relax. Although the Bone King possesses the strength to conquer this village, he is not foolish. He knows the price he must pay to breach my formations. After years of standoff, the Bone Legion has rarely paid us visits. Without the threat of a large army, maintaining my formations would only waste magical energy. Yet, ever since the Bone King vanished, those unruly deserters in the Wailing Forest have begun to appear more frequently. Against such small fry, there is no need for grand formations. However, I suspect the Seven Races Alliance will soon take over this forest, and after a brief period of peace, we shall be busy once more. Li Hongjian shook his head and took a sip of his wine. Am I not here to assist you? Yunlu Wanli remarked, refilling the cups for both Li Hongjian and himself. What is this? Did you not come with the demon and fairy army to assault the Bone King? Li Hongjian turned to inquire. Do you not know me? I would rather wander the world than remain in the capital. Unwilling to be constrained, how could I possibly endure the strictures of the army? Yunlu Wanli replied with a smile. Consider the time before the world merged, when the Bone King coveted the demon and fairy arts and harmed countless of our kin. Since then, the demon fairies and the skeletons have been sworn enemies. That I thought, as a prince of the demon fairies, you might seize the opportunity to obliterate the skeleton race. Surely you would involve yourself. Li Hongjian said, tilting his head back to drain his cup. Perhaps not all skeletons are irredeemably wicked, Yunlu Wanli remarked, also finishing his drink. Every race under heaven deserves compassion, yet only the skeletons are to be exterminated. This has been your famous saying. You might extend a hand to any endangered foreign race, yet you would never spare the skeletons. How is it that such a principle has changed in just a few decades? Li Hongjian asked, astonished. The so-called skeleton race is merely a puppet of the Bone King. Why must I adhere to principles with mere puppets? Yunlu Wanli replied, that it seems you have encountered a most unusual skeleton. Li Hongjian chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, Yunlu Wanli nodded slightly. On my journey here, I encountered a small skeleton. So, this is a rather special little skeleton, Li Hongjian remarked, shaking his head. Its aura is weak, yet it managed to divert my sword. The long rainbow. What do you think? Is that not remarkable? Yunlu Wanli said as he poured more wine for both. In the ranks of the skeleton army, only a commander-level skeleton could alter the course of the long rainbow. Such a skeleton should not possess a weak aura, Li Hongjian mused, holding his cup with a puzzled expression. Its aura was indeed weak, yet even those skeleton soldiers with a strength many times greater could not contend with my long rainbow. Only he, for some unknown reason, managed to do so, Yunlu Wanli said, taking a delicate sip of his drink. Are you suggesting he employed a concealment spell to mask his true power? Li Hongjian asked, fixing his gaze upon Yunlu Wanli as he lifted the cup to his lips. If it were a concealment spell, it would be astonishing. This little skeleton's aura was nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. Even when he was casting to resist the long rainbow, his aura remained unchanged. I have never witnessed a spell or magic that could conceal one's aura while casting. Yunlu Wanli remarked that is indeed intriguing. Li Hongjian exclaimed, downing the wine he had brought to his lips. But that is not the most intriguing part. The most fascinating aspect is that this little skeleton, nearly losing its life to my long rainbow, fought desperately to protect a group of minotaurs and their children. Yunlu Wanli continued, a smile creeping onto his lips. The skeleton race, sacrificing themselves to protect other races? Surely you jest. Li Hongjian responded, disbelief etched across his face. As you mentioned, the skeleton race is merely a puppet of the Bone King, devoid of self or emotion, indifferent to all life. Having dealt with the skeleton army for decades, Li Hongjian knew this truth all too well. Thus, Hearing Yunlu wanly speak of a skeleton sacrificing itself to protect minotaurs left him incredulous. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would have thought it a jest. Perhaps the disappearance of the Bone King has liberated these souls once shackled. Such skeletons could truly be considered a vibrant race. Yunlu wanly mused, taking a sip of his wine. It seems this little skeleton aligns with your temperament. Why not befriend it? Li Hongjian, well aware of Yunlu wanli's disposition, accepted this without skepticism. I shall defeat the troops you command and then seek to befriend you. Tell me, do you dare? Yunlu wanli laughed. What is the matter with that? Did we not also become brothers after a scuffle? Li Hongjian replied with a smile. Let us first ensure you defend this great lizard village. Perhaps we shan't have the chance to meet again, Yunlu wanli said. The skeleton army was indeed the target of the 7 races' current campaign. And Yunlu wanli did not believe that Shun Jinlin's dozen or so skeleton soldiers could withstand for long. Even if Li Hongjian's assertion about the skeleton employing a concealment spell to hide its strength was true, the coalition of 7 races included many formidable beings. Even the skeleton lord from the western border, with merely a handful of skeleton soldiers, would find it exceedingly difficult to survive against the united forces of the 7 races. Yunlu wanly envisioned those dozen skeletons still scrambling for survival. Yet, on the side of Cliff Village, the scene was quite different. Shun Jinlin had not only refrained from hiding, but had also bolstered his ranks, establishing a semblance of a stronghold. After a full day's labor, under the combined magic of the Elders of Earth and Broken Horn, the wall had taken shape, and Shun Jinlin was currently directing the Zhu Yin monkey tribe to transport the felled trees into the city for construction materials. The Venom Fong, tasked with hunting in the forest, returned with a herd of beasts and their spoils. The little goblin accompanying Venom Fong, riding atop the lead Thunderhorn beast, spotted the towering wall from a distance before exiting the forest. Living in the woods, the small tribe rarely saw such grand structures, and the little goblin couldn't help but gawk in awe at the wall's magnificence. Upon leaving the thicket, the little goblin found the Zhu Yin monkey tribe busy cutting down trees. Instinctively, upon seeing these primates, the little goblin leapt into the cart pulled by the Thunderhorn beast, trying to conceal its body amongst the supplies for the residents of the Weeping Forest, the Zhu Yin monkey tribe. Known for their penchant for battle and slaughter, devouring the weak, were akin to harbingers of doom. The diminutive goblin was keen to avoid them at all costs. However, it soon realized that the monkey showed no inclination to attack the herd led by Venom Fong. Instead, those monkeys who noticed the fresh meat in the cart momentarily paused their labor, fixated on the sight. The little goblin, hidden among the goods, remained oblivious to the fact that the monkeys were merely interested in the food and had not even noticed its presence. Trembling with fear, the little goblin curled up, silently praying for safety, its large ears perked up to catch the slightest sound from outside the cart. Suddenly, the cart came to a halt, causing the already frightened little goblin to jump in fright, promptly shutting its eyes and trembling uncontrollably. Little one, why are you hiding in there? Venom Fong's voice broke the silence as he lifted the cargo to inquire. The little goblin finally dared to open its eyes. Monkeys, 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 it stammered. Monkeys? What's wrong? Venom Fong, unaware of any issue with the monkeys, continued. My master is just ahead. Come out. The little goblin quaked in fear, shaking its head vigorously until Venom Fong seized it and pulled it from the cart. Clutched in Venom Fong's hand, the little goblin curled up tightly, resembling a frightened kitten. That moment, Shun Jinlin was briefing Ling Ming, the current leader of the Zhu Yin monkey tribe, on matters at hand. It's nearly dark. Let your kin wrap up for the day, Shun Jinlin instructed Ling Ming. But my lord, the tasks you assigned have not yet been completed, Ling Ming replied cautiously. I am aware. I did not expect you to finish all the trees today. Your efficiency is commendable. I thought it would take at least a few days. At this rate, you'll be done by tomorrow. Shun Jinlin remarked. If we hasten our efforts, we could finish tonight. Ling Ming remarked. Wow. You exploit the laborers even more than the most nefarious capitalists. Your kind differs from the skeletal soldiers. They require rest, for sharpening one's tools does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Shun Jinlin found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why Ling Ming was so fervently devoted to work, appearing as if untouched by the harsh realities of society. Little did he know, Lingming had been conditioned by the Skeletal Legion to be this way. Within the border troops, the status of the alien race was exceedingly low. They knew nothing of compassion, only that failing to complete their tasks promptly would result in severe punishment. "Thank you, my lord." Lingming expressed his surprise upon hearing Shun Jinlin's words. Yet he felt a deep gratitude for such consideration, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "What is there to thank? I certainly can't allow you all to work yourselves to death. Go on, let them transport a portion of the felled trees back, and we shall resume tomorrow," Shun Jinlin instructed. "Yes, my lord," Lingming replied with renewed gratitude. "Oh, and after work, gather everyone at the Wangqing." Shun Jinlin suddenly recalled something and added another directive. "Yes, my lord." Lingming again bowed respectfully, then carefully took 2 steps back before turning to leave. The little goblin, held aloft by the venomous fangs, had never before witnessed such obedience from the ferocious ape-men. And his gaze toward Shun Jinlin shifted from fear to admiration. "Ah, you're back." Once Lingming had departed, Shun Jinlin turned to see Doya and the herd of beasts he had brought back. "My lord. Doya has followed your orders and brought back the prey. Additionally, we have confiscated supplies plundered by goblins," Doya reported respectfully as he set down the little goblin. "Excellent, excellent, a substantial haul indeed. With this amount of meat, we could feast for a month or more." Shun Jinlin nodded approvingly as he surveyed the herd and the supplies on the cart. "I will arrange for people to slaughter these beasts and prepare dried meat for storage." Doya pointed to the terrifying toothed forest boar and the thunder-horned beast behind him, suggesting to Shun Jinlin, but let's raise these living beasts first. A steady supply is key. Later, you can have people build a beast pen. Once these beasts are well fed, we will have meat without the need for hunting." Shun Jinlin hastily replied to Doya. "You truly think ahead, my lord." Doya responded respectfully. That moment, the little goblin gazed up at Shun Jinlin with admiration. Sensing the attention, Shun Jinlin turned to the goblin. "Ah, is this the little goblin tribe?" Shun Jinlin observed the small, big-eyed, big-eared goblin. Realizing Shun Jinlin was referring to him, the little goblin quickly knelt on the ground, lowering his large ears to appear exceedingly humble. "I am Hatu of the goblin tribe. My apologies for my rudeness." The little goblin, Hatu, said nervously, bowing low. "What's this? We do not adhere to such feudal formalities here," Shun Jinlin said, assisting Hatu to his feet. Hatu, once upright, kept his head bowed, unable to meet Shun Jinlin's gaze, while the skeletal soldier crouched down to align his sight with the little goblin's level. "Have your companions returned?" Shun Jinlin intended to ask with a smile, but his skeletal visage betrayed no expression. "Why, yes, my lord, they have all returned," Hatu stammered, pressing his head even lowered. In this world of survival of the fittest, the weak little goblins had never been treated equally. Nearly all races looked down upon them, and the level gaze from Shun Jinlin was an experience Hatu had never encountered, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss. "Then you shall be regarded as the ambassador of the little goblin tribe," Shun Jinlin declared as he rose, turning to Doya. "You all settle the beast herd and lend a hand in constructing houses. I will take Ambassador Hatu on a tour around the village." "Yes, my lord," Doya replied respectfully, and then led the herd and the skeletal ape-men toward the city walls. Being referred to as an ambassador left Hatu somewhat flabbergasted, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, upon seeing Shun Jinlin again, he quickly composed himself. It was important to note that the seemingly unassuming skeleton, who exuded a sense of approachability, was the master of the skeletal soldiers and the Zhuyan ape tribe. Under normal circumstances, Hatu would never have encountered such a prominent figure, let alone engage in conversation with him. Thus, he felt compelled to be mindful of his demeanor. "My lord, you may simply call me Hatu. I can wander about on my own. There is no need to trouble you," Hatu said, lowering his head humbly. "How could that be? That would be a slight against our diplomatic ambassador," Shun Jinlin exclaimed, waving Hatu over. "Let me first take you to a high vantage point to see the entirety of our cliff village." With that, Shun Jinlin strode toward the inner city walls, and Hatu hurriedly followed. Hopping along with his short legs, they entered the inner city walls. Hatu observed the ape-men and skeletal soldiers methodically constructing houses under the guidance of 3 skeletal dwarfs. The design and structure of these houses were all conceived by the dwarfs. Though still unfinished, their exquisite craftsmanship was already evident. The diminutive goblins had always built rudimentary nests in trees to avoid danger and had never before witnessed such refined dwellings, prompting Hatu to steal several glances. These are dormitories being constructed for the Zhuyin ape tribe. If the little goblins wish to relocate here in the future, we can also build houses specifically suited for their needs. Shen Jinlin remarked, noticing Hato's interest in the buildings under construction. Can we also have such houses to live in? Hato asked incredulously. Of course, we seek to forge partnerships, not to enslave anyone, hence we must enhance the quality of life. Everyone deserves a home, and everyone should have enough to eat. This is the very least we can guarantee, Shen Jinlin replied. Listening to Shen Jinlin's words, a flicker of yearning passed through Hata's large, dark eyes, although he chose not to express it outwardly. Ascending the cliffside-esque walkway, they encountered a minotaur who respectfully bowed to Shen Jinlin, and Hato as perception. Those receiving such deference must be lofty figures, typically proud and unapproachable. Yet, Shen Jinlin greeted each person warmly, often engaging in brief conversations as if he were merely an ordinary individual among them. This further distinguished him in Hata's eyes, as they continued upward. The panoramic view of Cliff Village gradually came into focus. The imposing and grand city walls instilled a profound sense of security within the village beyond. The bustling skeletal soldiers and ape men added to the lively atmosphere. A scene that stirred a quiet longing within Hatu, who had lived in fear within the jungle for far too long. Look, this is our farmland. Shen Jinlin pointed out the cultivated fields at the summit of the cliff. Under the diligent efforts of the Minotaur men and women, the land at the cliff's top had been thoroughly tilled, now awaiting the planting of crops. However, Hatu, having never been exposed to farming, did not comprehend what the tilled earth represented. Once we sow seeds in these fields, a month later, we shall reap a bountiful harvest, that time. With both meat and vegetables, everyone will truly be well fed, Shen Jinlin explained, noticing Hato's confusion. Can everyone eat the grains that grow here? Though the little goblins did not engage in farming, they traded the meat of domesticated beasts for grains. Hato, the grain produced from the land seemed far more precious than meat. Certainly, as long as one resides in the village. Irrespective of their race, they will share in the bounty of the harvest. Shen Jinlin assured him, I have already devised a plan. During this special period, we shall allocate resources based on need to ensure basic survival. Once we weather this storm and eliminate external threats, we will expand production to that point. We shall distribute according to labor, motivating everyone's enthusiasm. Perhaps by that time, we might even have surplus grain to exchange for other fine goods. Shen Jinlin spoke animatedly. Distribution based on need, distribution based on labor. However, for Hart, what Shen Jinlin was saying was quite difficult to comprehend. To illustrate the concept of need-based distribution, he said, for instance, if you can consume 2 pounds of grain and 1 pound of meat in a day, we will allocate that amount to you systematically, ensuring that no one goes hungry and everyone has the strength to defend this village. Shen Jinlin became enthusiastic and continued to explain. Due to their small stature, the Goblin clan, while adept at animal husbandry, often fell prey to extortion by other races. Ensuring that every member of the tribe could eat their fill was no easy feat thus. Upon hearing that hunger could be alleviated, Hart's eyes sparkled with hope. And what about labor-based distribution? Hart pondered and inquired further. Provide another analogy. Suppose your goblin clan is tasked with raising animals. If you manage to rear 10 terrifying tooth boars, you would only need to surrender 1 to the village as reserve food, while the rest would be yours to keep. If you raise 20, you would surrender 2, and so forth. The more you raise, the greater your share of the terrifying tooth boars. Although food would no longer be uniformly distributed, the resources you could manage independently would increase. And with the provisions you contributed, the village could develop further and offer you better protection. Shen Jinlin continued to elaborate with fervor. But if we have so many terrifying tooth boars, won't it be a waste if we cannot consume them all? Hart asked with a hint of confusion. In a primitive tribe, being able to eat to satisfaction was already a luxury. The idea of having excess food was beyond Hart's comprehension. He believed that uneaten meat would spoil, thus constituting waste. Uneaten meat can be exchanged for other goods, You can swap it for food, clothing, or even hire people to help you with animal husbandry using these provisions. If this continues, as long as resources are abundant, trade can flourish. Surplus meat can not only be exchanged for goods within the village, but also with other tribes. That it is not an exaggeration to say that once trade routes are established, exchanging resources with the other great races will be within reach. This was Shun Jinlin's preliminary vision for future development. Of course, all contingent upon fending off external threats, that we could even trade with the 8 major races. Hart was astonished. The Goblin clan was so small that even the ruling Bone Legion looked down upon them, denying them entry into the border army. He had never imagined that his seemingly insignificant tribe could have direct connections with the formidable 8 races. You truly think far ahead. Just as Hart was taken aback by Shun Jinlin's words, the little turtle suddenly interjected. This is what is called foresight. Shun Jinlin replied softly to the little turtle. As a member of the skeleton clan, there was no need for such convoluted schemes. As long as enough soldiers could be produced, they could rampage without restraint, for these soldiers did not require food or drink. The little turtle scoffed. Only know how to fight is barbaric. Even if one conquers a territory, it requires a strong national power to maintain stable governance. How does one acquire strong national power? It must rely on the gradual accumulation of what I just described. Shun Jinlin regarded the little turtle's words with disdain. All right, since you are in charge of this body, you may do as you please. However, it is still too early to discuss this. Right now, you must think about how to deal with the coalition of the 7 clans. The little turtle, not wishing to argue, shifted the topic. Shun Jinlin was well aware of what was most important at present, so he did not press the matter further. This moment, the sky had completely darkened. Below the cliff, within the village's main gate, the elders of the bull-headed skeletons had kindled several bonfires, observing the flames. Shun Jinlin patted Hart on the head and said, "Come, I will show you a thing or two. The act of consuming food is sacred." Shun Jinlin hailed from a province renowned for its culinary delights. As a man born and raised in this province, especially one who was married and had children, he possessed a certain expertise in cooking in his past life, besides his obsession with particle physics. Shun Jinlin was equally passionate about preparing meals that would bring joy to his family. Over the burning bonfires, a grill had already been set up, and the meat brought back by the venomous fangs was sizzling over the flames, releasing tantalizing aromas. However, merely eating grilled meat was rather monotonous. Although Shun Jinlin had no need for sustenance, he could not help but feel the urge to showcase his culinary skills. Requesting a large pot, vegetables, and seasonings from the bull-headed man, Shun Jinlin set up a cooking station and began to demonstrate his culinary prowess. With a variety of cooking techniques, frying, boiling, steaming, and braising, he left the bull-headed man in awe. The food simmering in the large pot emitted an enticing fragrance, and the onlookers were thoroughly astonished by this novel method of food preparation. "It smells so good. I'm starving." Outside the gate of Cliff Village, the 8 men, who had just finished transporting wood into the city, were similarly drawn in by the alluring aroma of the food. Some could not help but stare at the wooden gate, swallowing their saliva. "Have you finished the work?" At this moment, Ling Ming called out to the 8 men who were captivated by the scent of the food. "Chief, we have brought back most of the timber," one 8 man reported to Ling Ming. "Then get back to what you were doing," Ling Ming instructed the 8 men. "Chief, when do we eat?" Another 8 man inquired. The enticing aroma wafting from below the cliff was simply too irresistible after a long day of labor. The 8 men were struggling to maintain their composure. Ling Ming, upon hearing this, glanced at the 8 man who had asked the question, then looked at the bonfire within the gate, said nothing, and turned to leave. "Hey, Chief," the 8 man, seeing that Ling Ming did not respond, intended to pursue the inquiry. "Are you foolish?" An adjacent 8 man intercepted the questioner. "What? Is there something wrong with asking when we eat?" The halted 8 man asked, bewildered. "Do you think we are in a good position? We were defeated and incorporated. Our status is likely lower than when we were part of the Bone Legion. As for food and supplies, we have no say. One eat? It depends on their mood. What do you think you can ask the chief? You know how the skeleton clan operates, don't you?" Disperse. Let us all disperse," said another 8 man, waving his hand to those still yearning for the food. The tribe of Zhuyin, situated at the border of the Bone Legion, held little standing. Therefore, in the distribution of spoils, the skeletons were usually prioritized, as for supplies. It was entirely up to the whims of the skeletons. Thus, seeing Shen Jinlin and his companions busy cooking, these oppressed Zhuyan ape-men had already resigned themselves to the belief that the enticing food would not include them, that if worse comes to worst, we could secretly catch a bull-headed man to fill our stomachs, murmured one among the departing ape-men. Oh, you want to get killed? Someone cautioned, glancing uneasily at the gate. Better than starving to death, came the reply. These combative ape-men feared death in battle, yet they could not endure hunger. Just as the Zhuyan ape-men, begrudgingly preparing to leave, noticed that the previously closed gate of Cliff Village suddenly swung open, revealing skeleton soldiers pushing several large carts from within. The carts were laden with large barrels, steam rising from within, and Shen Jinlin, adorned with a feathered crown and clad in animal skins, stood at the forefront of the leading cart. Lingming, assemble! Shen Jinlin called out loudly to the ape-men from atop the cart. Everyone, come over! Upon hearing the call, Lingming ordered the ape-men. The ape-men were unsure of what task Shen Jinlin had in mind and, feeling somewhat fatigued from a day of chopping wood, were not particularly eager to gather. Unload these barrels, Shen Jinlin instructed as the apathetic ape-men gathered around him. Lingming promptly rallied his kin to begin unloading the barrels from the cart. It was then that the ape-men realized that the steaming contents of the barrels were the meat roasted earlier and the dishes personally prepared by Shen Jinlin. Thanks to their engagement in agriculture, the cart also bore several jars of homemade liquor brewed by the bull-headed men. Though scarce, such treasures are indeed rare in this wailing forest. The ape-men, stifling their hunger amidst the tantalizing aroma of food, carefully arranged the large jars in a neat line. After a long day's labor, all were weary. Upon seeing the jars filled with provisions neatly arranged, Shen Jinlin uttered a few words before beckoning to those behind him. The women and children of the Minotaur village, bearing chairs and utensils, busied themselves with the preparations. Once the tables and chairs were set and the food portioned out, Shen Jinlin again summoned Hart to stand beside him. Hart, the envoy from the Goblin clan, was instrumental in today's bountiful hunt, and thus we must first express our gratitude to Hart and his kin. Shen Jinlin introduced Hart to the Minotaurs and ape-men before him. Upon hearing this, the Minotaurs erupted in cheers, while the Jia ape-men responded with a rather perfunctory acknowledgement. Hart had never before experienced such prominence, and amidst the raucous applause, he found himself somewhat bewildered. To reward everyone and to warmly welcome the Goblin envoy Hart to Cliff Village, tonight we shall indulge in a grand feast, regardless of whether one hails from the Cliff clan, the Jia ape clan, or the Goblin clan. Tonight we are all one family. Shen Jinlin proclaimed loudly to all present. The Minotaurs cheered as they took their seats at the table, while the Jia ape-men remained standing. Not out of politeness, but rather because they had never considered they could join at the table, momentarily rendered speechless. What? Are you not hungry? Shen Jinlin inquired, noticing the ape-men's immobility, turning to Lingming. The Lord has decreed that all may take their seats and partake in the meal. Lingming finally reacted, addressing his fellow clansmen that it was only then that the Jia ape-men realized they too were entitled to share in the feast. Following Lingming's command, they rushed to the table. However, despite their hunger, the ape-men seated at the table did not immediately dive into the food. Instead, they collectively turned their gaze toward Shen Jinlin. Why are you looking at me? I have nothing further to say. Eat and drink. Such a banquet is a rare occasion, Shen Jinlin declared, noticing the ape-men's fixation on him. The Jia ape-men, upon hearing this, wasted no time and began to distribute the food before them. These ingredients were familiar to the ape-men, yet they had never encountered such a method of cooking. The dishes prepared by Shen Jinlin were rich in flavor. Even the roasted meats, enhanced by various seasonings, offered a distinct taste, providing the ape-men, who previously viewed eating merely as a means to fill their bellies, with a newfound appreciation for food. Although the skeletal soldiers and I require no sustenance, we shall ensure a steady supply of provisions for both the Minotaurs and the ape-men. Starting tomorrow, both clans will receive a daily ration of food as for the quantity. Lingming and Elder Dottie will assess the daily consumption of both clans. We will distribute accordingly, striving to ensure that everyone has enough to eat each day. Shen Jinlin proclaimed loudly as everyone began their meal. The 8 men were momentarily stunned by his words, then gazed incredulously at Shen Jinlin. As the defeated party, they had never anticipated receiving the same treatment as the Minotaurs. "The Lord is wise," someone called out first. "The Lord is wise," soon echoed throughout the assembly of 8 men. Enough with the flattery. From now on, the Jia Ape clan, like the skeletal soldiers, shall be responsible for guarding our shared home. The warriors of the Jia Ape clan will still be under Lingming's command, while ranks beneath him will be determined based on each individual's military achievements. Shen Jinlin raised his hand and continued. "Can those of lower ranks still be promoted based on merit?" A voice among the 8 men inquired loudly. "Certainly, as long as you can earn sufficient military merit. Regardless of rank, you can attain a position," Shen Jinlin assured them. "Excellent," the ape warriors cheered. "Enough of this. Tonight's watch will be entrusted to the skeletal soldiers. You need not worry. Just enjoy your drinks," Shen Jinlin said, lifting a wooden cup brimming with wine. Although the skeletons do not require food or drink, nor can they become inebriated, they can still savor flavors. Shen Jinlin felt it was essential, as a leader, to exhibit the charm expected of one in his position. Thus, he began to toast from table to table. The women and children of the Minotaurs also circulated, pouring wine for the 8 men, and the atmosphere grew lively. It must be said, this culture of feasting fosters connections between two races that previously had little in common, and even barriers began to dissolve. Hart, the goblin, shed his earlier apprehension, raising a small cup to drink with the 8 men. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, the ambience became increasingly warm and inviting. The women of the Minotaur clan began to perform tribal dances, while the jubilant 8 men joined in with their war dances to enliven the celebration. Indeed, there is nothing a grand feast cannot resolve. Observing the camaraderie between the 8 men and the Minotaurs, Shen Jinlin nodded with satisfaction that "My lord." Just as Shen Jinlin reveled in his triumph, Elder Dottie approached him. "What is it? Come, share a drink with me." Shen Jinlin raised his cup toward Elder Dottie. "My lord, I have spotted a group of fleeing pig-headed soldiers with the eye of all things." Elder Dottie was not there to partake in the revelry. "Are they heading this way?" Shen Jinlin immediately set down his cup and inquired. Lingming, who had been toasting with Hart, also paused to listen to know, but they are advancing toward the Goblin clan settlement, and they may soon pose a threat to their village. Elder Dottie stated gravely. "What?" Hart exclaimed, dropping his cup in shock. "And no need to panic. I will send the skeletal soldiers at once." Shen Jinlin reassured Hart before turning to Elder Dottie. "Is there still time for us to reach them in support?" "We should set off immediately. We should still catch up with them." Elder Dottie replied, "But my lord, let us go." Lingming stepped forward, advocating for action. "The warriors have all indulged in wine. Are they fit for duty?" Shen Jinlin worried that dispatching the skeletal soldiers would leave the intoxicated 8 men vulnerable and compromise Cliff Village's defenses. Lingming did not answer directly. Instead, he brandished the dragon staff and stood upon the table. Capturing the attention of all present, "Clansmen, Hart is our friend, is he not?" Lingming called out to the assembled 8 men. Indeed, the 8 men, unsure of the reason behind Lingming's inquiry, raised their cups in unison. "Now, there's a group of pig-headed soldiers threatening his clan. What shall we do?" Lingming posed another question, his voice resonating. "Eliminate them." The 8 men rose in unison, shouting fervently, "My lord, leave it to us." Lingming turned to Shen Jinlin, having received his clansman's fervent response. "Then I entrust this task to you. Remember to record your military merits." Seeing the enthusiasm of the 8 men, Shen Jinlin nodded at Lingming. "Set forth immediately. Let those pig-headed fools learn that daring to threaten the friends of the Jia Ape clan comes with a price." Lingming raised the twisted dragon staff high, roaring into the night. Whether it was the influence of alcohol or the awakening of his inherent battle lust, all the primates joined in the cacophony of roars. The inebriated Juyen primates seemed even more fervent than when sober, their howls reverberating through the forest under the cloak of night, continuing until the warriors had vanished from sight. Air on the side of caution. Shen Jinlin dispatched the skeletal soldier Tongbi to accompany the group of primates, concerned that the tribe's heart might take the initiative to lead them, and thus he too followed. Shen Jinlin instructed Tongbi to prioritize the safety of Hart and the goblin tribe. Feeling no trepidation himself, as he could glean the situation through their mental connection, Around dawn, the Zhuyin primates encountered the pig-headed men outside the goblin tribe settlement. Although these pig-headed men were of low rank, their numbers provided a slight advantage. However, they were utterly defenseless against the sudden assault of the Zhuyin primates. Tongbi, who had accompanied them, did not even have the opportunity to strike, as the pig-headed men were overwhelmed and scattered, with only a few fortunate enough to escape. Upon seeing the Zhuyin primates, the goblins reacted much like Hart had upon first encountering the primates in Cliff Village, believing their doom was imminent. Fortunately, Hart, who had accompanied them, conveyed Shen Jinlin's intentions and the circumstances to the elder of the goblin tribe. After much deliberation and confirming Shen Jinlin's stance with Hart, the elder ultimately resolved that the entire tribe would relocate to Cliff Village. Indeed, it seemed the beast pen would require expansion. Through the mental connection, Shen Jinlin learned that the goblin tribe was approaching Cliff Village under the escort of the Zhuyin primates, and he mused to himself. With one matter settled, Shen Jinlin felt elated and promptly arranged for the skeletal dwarves to plan living quarters for the goblin tribe, while the other skeletal soldiers continued constructing the dwellings for the primates. Standing atop the partially completed city walls, he looked down upon the hastily constructed houses within the enclosure, feeling a sense of accomplishment. You should have these skeletal soldiers below level 40 work on upgrading. Constructing houses here seems a waste of time. The little turtle interjected inopportunely that if you intend to garrison here, you must establish a solid foundation. If these newly incorporated personnel are not properly organized, it will lead to trouble in the future. Shen Jinlin replied dismissively. Humph, the 7 great clans won't grant you much time to lay a foundation, Little Turtle retorted with a scoff. When do you estimate the armies of those great clans will arrive? Shen Jinlin inquired thoughtfully. That depends on whether these great clans can reach an agreement, that if they fail, there will inevitably be conflict among them, and perhaps you'll have more time due to the chaos. If they do come to terms, you can expect an army to occupy this forest within a month or 2. Little Turtle stated that a month or 2 is hardly a long time. Shen Jinlin considered pessimistically. Thus, I reiterate, you must expedite your strength enhancement instead of squandering time here, Little Turtle advised earnestly. Lord, at that moment, Shen Jinlin suddenly received a summons through the mental connection from Elder Dottie. What is it? Given the sparse military presence in Cliff Village, Shen Jinlin had instructed Elder Dottie to monitor the forest at all times with the eye of all things, ready to issue warnings should any threats arise. Receiving his call now surely indicated something amiss. A large group of people is approaching the village. Elder Dottie quickly reported that a large group. How many? Shen Jinlin pressed further. Approximately 1,000, and they're already not far from the village. Elder Dottie responded that 1,000. Shen Jinlin abruptly turned his gaze toward the forest beyond the city walls. Currently, Cliff Village was defended by only a few dozen skeletal soldiers, most of whom were below level 40. And the heavy defensive weaponry was still under construction. Faced with an assault of such magnitude, even if the enemy's levels were low, the numerical disparity posed a significant challenge. It seemed their only hope lay in the absence of siege weaponry on the opposing side. Relying on the already constructed walls for defense. Shut the city gates. Women and children retreat to the caves. All soldiers assemble on the city walls. Shen Jinlin shouted toward the village. The bull-headed women, upon hearing the call, hastily grabbed their children and fled toward the caves and the cliff, while all skeletal soldiers gathered atop the city walls. Elder Dottie, after raising the drawbridge over the moat outside the city walls, erected a stone wall behind the closed gates for reinforcement. The few dozen skeletal soldiers atop the expansive city wall seemed so scant when considering the thousands approaching. This thought diminished Shen Jinlin's confidence considerably. By noon, with the sun blazing overhead, Cliff Village remained silent, as did the surrounding forest a kilometer away. Shen Jinlin fixed his gaze on the shadows cast by the dense trees beneath the sunlight. Awaiting the intruders, uncertainty loomed over who was coming, their strength, and whether they bore siege equipment. This anticipation was fraught with unknowns, intensifying his anxiety as time slowly passed. Shen Jinlin sensed that the figures in the forest were drawing nearer, the weight of pressure upon him growing ever more palpable. They're coming. After what felt like an eternity, under Elder Dottie's alert, figures finally emerged from the shadows of the forest. Shun Jinlin hastily picked up the monocular left by the skeletal dwarf craftsman to scrutinize those who stepped forth from the woods. These individuals were clad in similar rudimentary armor, weapons in hand, yet they varied in height and appearance, clearly not of a single race. Ogres, half-goats, deer-footed folk, rat men, bear beasts, snake demons. Little Turtle enumerated the diverse races, tallying at least 7 or 8. Are these all deserters? Shun Jinlin asked incredulously. The able-bodied from the Wailing Forest tribe have been conscripted into the Skeletal Border Legion. Those appearing here, armed with weapons, are undoubtedly deserters, Little Turtle affirmed Shun Jinlin's assessment. Nearly 1,000 deserters had gathered for reasons unknown, and Shun Jinlin, having encountered these individuals multiple times, was certain their intentions were not benign. Wait. As more figures emerged from the forest, Shun Jinlin noticed something amiss. Indeed, the number of individuals stepping out was substantial, yet the armed youth comprised only the first 100 or so in the front. Behind them were only the elderly, women, and children, which did not resemble an army poised for siege. Observing their heavy burdens and the weary, helpless expressions on their faces, they appeared more like refugees fleeing disaster. "It seems they're not here to attack the village," Little Turtle remarked, having discerned the same. The refugees, spotting the towering walls of Cliff Village from afar, quickened their pace, as if seizing a lifeline. What do they intend? Shun Jinlin pondered aloud, noting their apparent focus on Cliff Village. The throng of refugees gathered at the base of the wall. Yet the thorny ravine blocked their path, forcing them to congregate below. Upon closer inspection, Shun Jinlin was further convinced that these were indeed refugees. Yet he remained vigilant, for among them were still over 100 fully armed deserters. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Shun Jinlin called out, noticing the refugees gazing up at the walls, silent and motionless. "We heard that the Lord of the Skeletal Legion is stationed here, and we have come to seek refuge." A half-goat deserter boldly replied, "Lord of the Skeletal Legion? Who is that?" Shun Jinlin questioned, glancing around in confusion. "Who else could it be but you?" Little Turtle interjected at me. "When did I become a lord?" Shun Jinlin exclaimed. Taken aback, within the Skeletal Legion, only those possessing the ability to transform into skeletons could be considered lords, which explained the misunderstanding. "There's no lord here. Disperse," Shun Jinlin declared. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinlin shouted down to the refugees gathered beneath the city wall. A stir arose among the displaced as they processed his words. "Oh, not jest. My lord, we are all too aware of the Bone Lord's invitation to the Goblin tribe." At that moment, a deserter from the Deerfoot tribe stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, how swiftly news travels in this place, despite its lack of communication." Shun Jinlin muttered under his breath. Little did he know, when Poison Fong led the Goblin tribe away, nearly all the various tribal deserters present before the wall had witnessed it. Like the Goblin tribe, we too are subjects of the Bone King, now beseeching the protection of our Lord, the Bone Lord. The Deerfoot deserter continued, addressing those atop the wall. "You have always been fond of recruiting, have you not? Here they come, delivered to your doorstep," a certain turtle remarked, somewhat gleefully. "Recruit? What nonsense! With our current rations, we can barely sustain over 1,000 souls in less than half a month. I shall be completely drained." Shun Jinlin retorted, "There truly is no Bone Lord here. Cliff Village is but a small settlement and cannot provide you with sanctuary." He called out to the people below. Another wave of whispers rippled through the refugees. And after a moment, an elderly half-goat man stepped forward to address the young deserters. "My lord, you jest. Such towering walls are not the hallmark of a mere village. We desire not to trouble you. Yet in these tumultuous times, survival is a formidable challenge for our small tribes that we do not seek to enter the city. We merely ask for permission to settle outside its gates, so that your esteemed reputation may deter the marauding deserters and safeguard our people." The elder implored earnestly, "Elder, if we merely dwell outside, should we be attacked, would we not become mere fodder?" A young half-goat deserter anxiously interjected, "Patience, young one. Matters must unfold step by step." The elder whispered to the deserter, "If we only camp outside without additional supplies, it may suffice." Yet, Shun Jinlin was still troubled by the sudden influx of nearly 1,000 individuals, a chaotic mix that could easily lead to disorder. Moreover, Among these people were deserters, and if they were not kept in check, they posed a significant risk to Cliff Village's security. To incorporate these deserters could impose a certain level of control. But it also meant taking on a greater number of refugees, and Cliff Village's resources were insufficient to support so many. My lord, though we are a small tribe, we are not without merit. The goblin tribe can offer you livestock, and we too can provide other forms of assistance. The elder of the half-goat tribe, noticing Shun Jinlin's silence, called out once more to those atop the wall. Indeed, each tribe possesses its unique strengths, remarked the turtle, having listened to the elder's words. Do enlighten us. Given their specialties, Shun Jinlin thought it wise to learn more. The half-goat tribe was skilled in alchemy and potion-making. Given ample materials, they could concoct all manner of curious brews. The nearby Deerfoot tribe, while lacking in combat prowess, excelled in speed, making them suitable scouts. The ratfolk were unparalleled in excavation, though they lacked other notable skills. While the serpent demons were adept at stealth, primarily serving as scouts within the Bone Legion. The bear beasts and ogres, though not particularly intelligent, possessed considerable strength, making them capable of labor even if they could not serve as soldiers. The spider folk were masters of traps, and the wood spirits had a strong affinity for nature magic. Both tribes were few in number, yet quite rare. The turtle enumerated the various tribe specialties, after a moment's contemplation. Shun Jinlin deemed that these tribes could indeed be of use. Alas, we lack surplus provisions before the first harvest of potatoes. Shun Jinlin thought, absently stroking his bony chin. Should the first harvest of potatoes arrive now, it could potentially sustain this 1,000-strong crowd. Yet the potatoes had only recently been planted and would require a month before they could be harvested. Currently, there were only the scant supplies of the minotaurs and the meat acquired from yesterday's hunt, which would not last even a month. Open the gates. I shall descend to assess the situation. After a moment of deliberation, Shun Jinlin turned to the Elder of the Earth and stated, the skeletal soldiers formed 2 lines at the city gate as the drawbridge lowered, and Shun Jinlin, accompanied only by Poison Fong, approached the gathering of refugees. Even those unversed in perception magic could sense the faint aura emanating from Shun Jinlin, while beside him, the imposing presence of Poison Fong. At level 53 was palpable. My lord. The refugees collectively bowed to Poison Fong. Some had used detection skills to ascertain his level, although level 53 was significantly lower than that of the Bone Lord. Poison Fong was indeed the highest ranked among the skeletons, leading the refugees to naturally view him as the true leader of the skeletal soldiers. What nonsense is this? Poison Fong barked as he noticed the attention directed toward him. Neglecting Shun Jinlin, he pointed respectfully at Shun Jinlin, proclaiming, "It is he who is our true lord." At Poison Fong's reprimand, the refugees jolted in surprise and turned to face Shun Jinlin with trepidation. Who would have thought that this seemingly feeble skeleton, exuding a faint aura, with only 2 levels and lacking any skills, was the genuine leader of these skeletal soldiers? Alas, I had made a poor impression right from the start. The refugees' thoughts turned anxious as they feared they had offended him. Thus, you see, there is no Bone Lord here, nor can we provide you with sanctuary, Shun Jinlin stated, taking advantage of their reaction. Forgive us. My lord, we, the common folk, were blind to your greatness. At this moment, the elder of the half-goat tribe stepped forward with utmost reverence. This elder possessed the skill of insight and clearly saw that Shun Jinlin was but level 2, with woefully low attributes and no skills. Although he did not comprehend how such a weak skeleton had ascended to the leadership of the skeletal soldiers, the presence of the formidable level 53 Poison Fong nearby offered a strong guarantee of safety. Furthermore, with dozens of skeletal soldiers in a 30 station at the gate, this force was more than sufficient to handle goblin-level deserters. Even without the backing of a Bone Lord, Shun Jinlin's strength could ensure temporary security. Thus, the elder of the half-goat tribe remained resolute in his desire to seek refuge in Cliff Village. There is no need to speak of greatness. This is merely a small village, with a mere 100 or so soldiers. Lacking in true power, Shun Jinlin waved off the elder's flattery. Hearing of the 100 or so soldiers, the elder's eyes gleamed with thought. If there were indeed 100 soldiers at level 30 or above, they could surely handle the deserters plaguing the Wailing Forest. Cliff Village was stronger than he had initially perceived, solidifying his resolve to seek refuge with this settlement. We have also heard of your benevolence, my lord, in sheltering weaker tribes like the goblins, providing them with protection and sustenance. Of course, we understand that the goblins do not receive your generosity without reciprocation, as they are required to tame beasts in return. The elder of the half-goat tribe relayed the information he had gleaned from the deserters in his tribe, then continued, "Since we have taken the liberty to approach you, we do not intend to accept your kindness without offering something in return. As I mentioned earlier, we can also provide you with other forms of assistance." Upon hearing the elder's words, Shun Jinlin thought to himself that they had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. His purpose for meeting these refugees was to discern what assistance these small tribes could offer Cliff Village, that if he were to ask directly, it would seem desperate, allowing the other party to seize the opportunity to negotiate. By guiding them to reveal their own strengths, he could maintain the upper hand, a negotiation tactic of which Shun Jinlin was keenly aware. Cliff Village was indeed lacking in strength and had many areas needing enhancement. He was curious about what they could contribute to the village. Shun Jinlin, after enduring a moment of difficulty, finally inquired with a tone of reluctant acceptance, "As you can see, there are many young and strong individuals among us who can serve the adults and bolster the village's defense. While we elders and the weak may not be able to fight on the battlefield, we can certainly assist with logistics and other minor tasks." The half-goat elder, however, did not readily reveal his hand. Had it not been for Xiao Wangba's earlier mention of their race's proficiency, Shen Jinlin might have let the matter rest here. Yet, the half-goat elder had conspicuously omitted any mention of his clan's expertise in alchemy and potion-making, indicating a deliberate reserve. "Alas, were our resources ample and the land expansive, I might have acquiesced to your requests," Shun Jinlin remarked. Sensing the elder's reticence, in response, the half-goat elder, eager for Shun Jinlin's protection, decided to lay his cards on the table. "My lord, we half-goats are adept at alchemy and potion-making. You see, with soldiers guarding the village, there will inevitably be injuries, and we can provide ample healing potions." The elder was indeed desperate for Shun Jinlin's patronage, and thus he disclosed his kin's capabilities without further pretense. As for the other races, he was less concerned. "We have shamans and druids among us, so there is little pressure regarding healing. Healing potions are undeniably essential for wartime preparedness. If they truly intend to resist a great invasion, relying solely on the two elders, Dadi and Duanjiao, may prove insufficient for addressing injuries." However, Shun Jinlin did not relent. The elder had not been forthright from the beginning, and he felt compelled to probe further in case there were additional secrets at play. "Not just healing potions. We can also concoct potions to enhance attributes, and even poisons," the half-goat elder quickly asserted, simultaneously producing a cloth bag from his waist and unfurling it for Shun Jinlin to see. "Behold, I have even brought the seeds of the herbs required for potion-making. Just grant me a plot of land, and I can cultivate the necessary materials to produce potions instantly. Once those herbs mature, how long will that take?" Shun Jinlin mused, examining the assortment of seeds within the bag, which confirmed his suspicion that the elder was indeed holding back. Adopting a tone of disinterest, he replied, "No need to wait. You not have a druid here. With the druid's growth magic combined with our growth potions, we can harvest the herbs in 10 days. Seeing Shun Jinlin's lack of enthusiasm, the half-goat elder eagerly interjected, "Of course it's useful. When paired with growth magic, our growth potions can yield a bountiful harvest in less than half a month." Harvest in half a month. Now, that is impressive, Shun Jinlin considered, noting that, given the current food supplies in Cliff Village, sustaining over 1,000 people for half a month was manageable. If the potatoes were harvested by then, the food issue would be resolved. Furthermore, with more hands available, they could clear additional land around the village for further cultivation, establishing a sustainable cycle of food production. Indeed, potions have their merits, Shun Jinlin acknowledged thoughtfully. "Then let the half-goats settle here. We shall provide them with shelter and sustenance." "Thank you, my lord." The half-goat elder and his kin rejoiced at Shun Jinlin's willingness to take them my lord. "We can also offer assistance. We can too." As Shun Jinlin only agreed to shelter the half-goats, the elders of other races grew restless, clamoring to proclaim their tribe's capabilities while edging closer to him. Were it not for the intervention of Doya, These tribal elders would have rushed forward to cling to Shun Jinlin's legs, meticulously detailing their tribe's strengths. With the half-goat's growth potions in hand, the food dilemma seemed resolved. And thus Shin Jinlin felt more at ease about accepting these tribes, that he merely went through the motions, allowing the remaining races to state at AS for how each tribe would be utilized. Shun Jinlin had already devised a plan. The half-goats would primarily supply food production, followed by healing potions, AS for poisons. They would be used in conjunction with traps set by the spiderkin to create a defensive perimeter in the surrounding forests. The wood spirits, with their affinity for nature magic, would be trained by the elders Dadi and Duanjiao, aiding in the expansion of food cultivation and serving as magical combatants and medical support. The stealthy snake demons would continue their role as scouts, utilizing their eye of all things ability within the forest, while acting as eyes and ears outside the forest, keeping a vigilant watch on the movements of the seven races, who pose the greatest threat in the future. The swift-footed deerfolk would serve as messengers between the snake demons and the village, ensuring that Shun Jinlin remained informed of developments beyond the forest. The bear folk and ogres, with their limited intellect, would not engage in intricate tasks. However, Shun Jinlin planned to construct an outer city of similar size to Cliff Village beyond the walls to accommodate these newly integrated tribes, who would be tasked with labor-intensive work. AS for the rat folk. Their expertise in excavation made them ideal for creating underground food storage and shelters in preparation for wartime, as well as establishing sewage systems to manage waste and drainage. With thousands now residing here, the absence of such infrastructure would lead to unbearable conditions during inclement weather. Additionally, among the seeds brought by the half-goats, Shun Jinlin discovered grains such as wheat and rice. Thus, while overseeing the construction of the outer city, he also set these tribes to work on cultivating new fields. With a population of over 1,000, the scale was neither overly large nor small. Yet the mixing of races inevitably led to clashes in customs and lifestyles. Within days, as shelters in the outer city were being built, several altercations and thefts arose. Although these incidents were minor, if left unchecked, they could foster a detrimental atmosphere, which would not bode well for governance. To ensure systematic management of this burgeoning stronghold, Shun Jinlin toiled through the night to devise a set of basic regulations to serve as the village's laws. The first step was to conduct a census. Given that most tribes within Cliff Village were organized by family units, he compiled a population count for each household, facilitating future land and housing distribution, stimulating production, and subsequently easing taxation through privatization of land. This would also aid in maintaining order, holding household accountable for any lawbreakers. Next, he established punitive measures for a range of criminal activities, including theft, murder, brawling, and deception, and formed a security team under military command, tasked with preventing, pursuing, and penalizing offenders according to the established regulations. While the skeletal soldiers were wholly obedient to Shun Jinlin, the soldiers of other races were not. To regulate their conduct, he crafted relevant military duty guidelines, detailing the consequences for violations, while also instituting a merit-based reward and promotion system. Given the extensive construction required, numerous building projects awaited completion, and the expansion of arable land necessitated irrigation and drinking water solutions. Water management efforts were essential. Thus, Shun Jinlin formulated management rules and rewards concerning construction projects and future waterworks. With these regulations in place, there arose a need for dedicated individuals to oversee matters related to households, security, military, construction, and agricultural production. Consequently, Shun Jinlin established a reward and punishment system for these managers. These 5 laws, which Shun Jinlin named the 5 regulations, were inscribed on stone tablets and erected in the center of the outer city to serve as a warning to all tribes and to encourage mutual oversight among them. With the implementation of these laws, the tribes became considerably more orderly, and the expansion of Cliff Village progressed remarkably smoothly. With an abundance of labor and the assistance of magic, the buildings in both the inner and outer cities were completed, and the tribes were allocated housing according to their households. For safety, a wall was constructed around the outer city, although not as towering as the walls of the mountain pass of Cliff Village. It was sufficiently sturdy to deter fleeing soldiers without engineering tools, and even the armies of the great tribes would find it challenging to breach. The vast expanses of cleared land surrounding Cliff Village were transformed into farmland, with a majority cultivated for grains and a portion set aside for medicinal herbs. However, the irrigation of these newly established fields presented yet another challenge. Prior to the establishment of Qiaobi village, the presence of shamans and druids wielding nature's magic rendered the need for deliberate irrigation unnecessary. However, the current arable land has expanded to a scale hundreds of times greater than before, making it challenging to solely rely on magic for sustenance. Shun Jinlin, having surveyed the terrain, discovered a river flowing through the Wailing Forest, its waters substantial in volume. Yet, as this river approached the direction of Qiaobi village, it was diverted by massive boulders, redirecting its course to the opposite side, to channel water into Qiaobi village. Shun Jinlin instructed laborers to carve through the boulders and, employing magic, erected a dividing embankment in the river's center, thus segregating it into an inner and outer river. The outer river, situated along a convex bank, features a wide and shallow riverbed, while the inner river, located along a concave bank, is narrow and deep. This design was an intentional strategy by Shun Jinlin. Given that Qiaobi village lies at a lower elevation than the riverbed, a mere diversion of water could lead to flooding during the rainy season. The differential width and depth of the inner and outer rivers were crafted by Shun Jinlin to utilize the principles of fluid dynamics. As water encounters a bend, surface water flows along the concave bank, while the bottom layer flows along the convex bank. During periods of heavy rainfall, the water level rises, with approximately 60% of the river's flow directed towards the broader outer river. Conversely, in dry seasons, the flow diminishes, allowing around 60% of the river's water to shift towards the inner river due to its deeper bed, while about 40% continues towards the outer river. This meticulous design ensures that excessive water does not flood Qiaobi village during the wet season, while still providing sufficient supply during droughts. Furthermore, this design mitigates sediment accumulation in the inner river. According to the flow dynamics at bends, clear surface water moves towards the concave bank, while murky bottom water flows towards the convex bank, resulting in 80% of sediments entering the outer river and 20% into the inner river. Additionally, Shun Jinlin commanded the construction of a flood discharge channel at the tail end of the central embankment. This channel, located outside the water intake, is designed as a low weir that can retain water during dry seasons. While during periods of heavy rainfall, the elevated water levels can spill over the low weir into the discharge channel. As the floodwaters recede, a significant amount of sediment is swept over the low weir and subsequently deposited into the outer river. This hydraulic system integrates water diversion, flood prevention, and sediment discharge, ensuring a reliable water supply for Qiaobi village without causing water-related disasters, all while maintaining high efficiency with minimal maintenance required, which would be easily managed by 100 individuals. The diverted river water has been transformed by Shun Jinlin into two protective moats. The outer moat encircles the farmland, facilitating irrigation while simultaneously deterring wildlife from damaging crops and posing obstacles to any enemies contemplating an assault on Qiaobi village. The inner moat, on the other hand, surrounds the mountains and outer walls of the village. This layer not only serves as a defense, but also aids in the removal of wastewater from the village's drainage system. Beneath Qiaobi village, the ratfolk have excavated a labyrinthine network of sewers. In addition to this, they have also constructed vast underground warehouses and shelters beneath the cliffs within the inner city. These facilities lie nearly 100 meters underground, rendering them impervious to even a nuclear explosion. The depth of these excavations unexpectedly yielded additional treasures for Shun Jinlin. While digging the underground warehouses, the ratfolk stumbled upon a cavern containing skeletal dwarven artisans, indicating that this was the previously discovered lair of Dante Coppermer. Shun Jinlin's surprise, this cavern extended beneath Qiaobi village, a fortunate turn of events. This passageway leads deep into the forest and connects to a lake to the south, providing a strategic escape route. Should Qiaobi village find itself encircled, there would be no fear of entrapment. Moreover, this cavern allows for the establishment of a military factory, enabling skeletal dwarven artisans to continuously produce weapons and ammunition, which can be directly transported to the village through the tunnel. With this discovery, Shun Jinlin instructed the skeletal soldiers mining for or to document and map the cavern's terrain, which, with its intricate layout, could serve not only as an escape route, but also as a final line of desperate defense when necessary. Under Shen Jinlin's careful design and planning, the construction of Qiaobi village progressed steadily. In a mere half-month, the transformation of the village began to take shape. During this time, Shen Jinlin fulfilled his commitment to distribute rations daily, ensuring that all residents remained well-fed, which greatly pleased the tribes inhabiting the area. He extended particular care to the Zhu Yin ape tribe, as the skeletal soldiers under the command of Poison Fong, all below level 40, were tasked with eradicating various deserters in the jungle. Thus, these ape folk became the primary force maintaining law and order in Qiaobi village and safeguarding its security. Furthermore, Shen Jinlin was genuinely concerned that these apes might resort to indiscriminately hunting other races out of hunger. Therefore, he prioritized their food rations. The ape folk, realizing they were receiving preferential treatment after enduring prolonged oppression, were profoundly moved by this sudden change in fortune. Consequently, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their duties. Fostering a sense of respect towards Shen Jinlin, as the half-month period drew to a close, the village's stored grains had been nearly depleted. Fortunately, thanks to the druid's growth magic and the half-goat people's enhancement potions, the first harvest from the farmlands proved bountiful. In fact, the yield surpassed Shen Jinlin's expectations, alleviating the food crisis and providing a surplus for wartime preparation. Witnessing such high yields, Shen Jinlin resolved to further stimulate the tribe's production enthusiasm by promoting private land ownership. Residents of Qiaobi village could now allocate farmland per household, with each family required to contribute 10% of their harvest to the village's reserves, while retaining ownership of the remainder. However, for longer cycle productions, such as livestock rearing, private ownership would not be implemented at this time. The Goblin tribe, primarily responsible for domestication and breeding, voiced no objections to this change. Conversely, many other tribes, accustomed to a primitive lifestyle, found it challenging to comprehend the shift from unified food distribution to self-production. With an additional requirement to pay a portion to the village in response, Shen Jinlin devised corresponding measures. All agricultural produce could be stored in a centralized warehouse, from which families could receive food vouchers based on the quantity deposited. Those who contributed grain could redeem it at any time with their vouchers, which could also be exchanged for other necessities such as food, clothing, and tools to stimulate consumption. Shen Jinlin enlisted the Earth Elder to employ earth flow techniques for salt drilling and gathered all skilled artisans from the tribes to produce clothing, vessels, and tools in exchange for food vouchers as payment. Additionally, he shared his culinary recipes and snack-making techniques with the skeletal minotaurs through a mental connection, establishing public dining establishments, snack shops, and pastry stalls. The Dwarven tribe, renowned not only for their craftsmanship, but also for their brewing expertise, was allocated a portion of the stored grain to create fine wines. All residents of Qiaobi village could utilize their food vouchers to obtain desired daily necessities, as well as indulge in previously unexperienced delicacies and beverages. This multifaceted use of food vouchers allowed residents to tangibly appreciate the advantages of having an abundance of food, proving far more persuasive than mere lectures, thereby fostering a heightened enthusiasm for agricultural production. Moreover, all stored grains were consolidated within Shen Jinlin's warehouse. Although most belonged to the producers, they could be mobilized as collective reserves during times of conflict. The skeletal dwarven artisans were also in the process of gradually transporting defensive weaponry back to Qiaobi village. Atop the cliff, the dwarven crossbows were poised for aerial defense, while both the inner and outer walls were equipped with dwarven cannons. Shen Jinlin increased the demand for firearms and hand cannons, initiating regular training sessions for everyone to become proficient in their use. As the sun set, Shen Jinlin stood atop the high walls, surveying the newly renovated Qiaobi village and listening to the commands of residents during training, a swell of accomplishment blossoming within him. This should secure our position, he mused aloud, yet he knew well that it would not suffice to withstand the might of the great clan's armies. At that moment, the little turtle chimed in at an opportune time. I know what you're about to say. Shen Jinlin, hearing the little turtle's words, sighed in resignation. The little turtle had long believed that the only path to increasing strength lay in consistently enhancing title levels, acquiring skills, and expanding the ranks of skeletal soldiers. However, Elevating the average level of the skeletal 100-man squad to 40 was no easy feat over the past half-month. Poison Fong had led skeletal soldiers below level 40 to scour the Wailing Forest, effectively exterminating nearly all the deserters that had retreated from the western border. Yet the levels of these deserters remained relatively low, preventing any significant rise in the average level. Raising the average level of the 100-man squad proved exceedingly challenging. Shen Jinlin shook his head and remarked, "Currently, the combat effectiveness of the 100 skeletal soldiers is acceptable. However, the other miscellaneous troops, aside from the Zhuyan ape tribe, are essentially of little use. With such strength, it is virtually impossible to defend this village against the forces of the great clans." Xiao Wangba spoke gravely. At present, Qiaobi village has a total of over 300 soldiers, 100 skeletal soldiers, just over 100 ape soldiers, and the remainder consists of able-bodied individuals from various tribes, as Xiao Wangba mentioned. The only combat-ready troops are the skeletal soldiers and the Zhuyan ape tribe. The soldiers from other races lack sufficient strength and are significantly outmatched by the belligerent apes. Perhaps we need not confront them head-on. If all else fails, we can retreat to the underground caverns for refuge. Shen Jinlin had to concede that, given their current troop strength and configuration, resisting the forces of the great clans would indeed be a formidable challenge. Though he spoke thus, Shen Jinlin was not inclined to relinquish this village easily. Based on their current defenses, it could not be said that they were entirely without the means to fight back. If your first instinct is to retreat into the caverns, why then invest so much time in fortifying this village? Xiao Wangba seemed to perceive Shen Jinlin's true intentions and continued, "Moreover, once you take refuge in the caverns, you will effectively surrender your only foothold, in that case, once the great clans have fully seized control of this forest. You and these smaller tribes will have no chance of resurgence. I have already done all I can. If we still cannot establish a presence in this forest, retreating to the caverns for survival is the only option left." Shen Jinlin replied. Xiao Wangba had not once failed to inform Shen Jinlin about the other races' attitudes toward the skeletal tribe. Unlike the other major races, the skeletal tribe cannot reproduce. Their sole means of expansion and development lies in the conversion of corpses, which inevitably means that the growth of the skeletal tribe is accompanied by ceaseless warfare. For this reason, among the 8 major races, the skeletal tribe stands as the only one that cannot coexist peacefully with the others and is the most reviled. Thus, when news of the skeletal king's disappearance emerged, the other 7 races immediately set aside their grievances to form an alliance against the skeletal tribe, seeking to eradicate them with haste, in other words. Regardless of which race controls the Wailing Forest, there will be no sanctuary for Shen Jinlin. The hostility that the 7 races harbor toward the skeletal tribe extends beyond the skeletons themselves. Any race associated with them will likewise be implicated. The deserters from the smaller tribes have mentioned that once the coalition of 7 races breaches the western frontier, no prisoners will be taken. Any race affiliated with the skeletal legion that falls into their hands will face execution. This means that once the Wailing Forest changes hands, the tribes currently inhabiting it may face annihilation. If they were to abandon Qiaobi village, all the races within would have to retreat into the caverns together, and this retreat would not be a temporary measure. The skeletal tribe requires no sustenance, but these smaller tribes do. Prolonged confinement in the caverns would jeopardize their survival. Therefore, Shen Jinlin would not relinquish Qiaobi village and retreat into the caverns unless absolutely necessary. If his own strength cannot be enhanced for the time being, he must seek allies. Xiao Wangba seemed to understand that Shen Jinlin would not easily abandon the village with so many tribes under his care. Allies, given the reputation of the skeletal tribe. Would anyone be willing to ally with us? Shen Jinlin pondered aloud. As long as there is a common interest, it is not inconceivable that allies could be found, Xiao Wangba replied. Who would have a vested interest in a humble village like ours? Shen Jinlin questioned, perplexed. Opposing the great clans is no trivial matter. Without sufficient strength, who would dare to do so? And those with sufficient strength would hardly ally with a mere village of 1,000 souls, such as the skeletal lord of the northern border. The northern border has a skeletal army numbering in the hundreds of thousands, capable of contending with the forces of the great clans. Furthermore, as fellow members of the skeletal race, there exists no animosity between the skeletal lord and yourself. Additionally, the territories controlled by the northern border forces are adjacent to the Wailing Forest, allowing for swift mobilization for support. Xiao Wangba asserted that if these skeletal lords were willing to send troops, the skeletal throne would not have fallen so swiftly. Without the restraint of the skeletal king, the lords are likely eager to carve out their own domains. I do not believe the northern lord would risk sending troops in a battle against the great clan for the sake of our insignificant village, Shun Jinlin exclaimed without further thought. Over the past half-month, Shun Jinlin had dispatched spies from the Snake Demon tribe, who, through scouts from the Deerfoot tribe, had brought back considerable news from beyond the forest. After the fall of the skeletal throne, the coalition of 7 races remained in the southern part of the forest, occupying the central territory of the former skeletal king and dividing his treasury. During this time, the skeletal lords from the southern, northern, and eastern borders had remained inactive, merely strengthening the defenses in their respective regions. This indicates that with the skeletal king's demise, the lords of the 3 regions have developed ambitions of military independence, likely hoping that once the coalition of 7 races has finished dividing the treasury, they will disperse without any inclination to provoke conflict. The northern border lord, with his focus on fortifying the northern defenses, would not willingly engage in battle with the great clans over a mere village. But why inform him that Xiaobi village is just a small settlement? If you were to convey to the northern border lord that you possess the capability to control the entirety of the Wailing Forest, serving as a buffer zone to the south, do you not think you would be inclined to assist? Xiao Wangba prodded. Are you suggesting that I deceive the northern lord into sending us aid? Shun Jinlin sought clarification. How can that be termed deception? It is merely a matter of diplomatic finesse, Xiao Wangba replied. That may be so, but the northern lord is no fool. He would not simply take my word for it, that we have the strength to command the entire Wailing Forest. Shun Jinlin still found the notion dubious. As long as you can convince the northern lord of your value. Even if he does not directly send troops to the Wailing Forest, he will exert pressure on the invading forces of the great clans. In that case, our living conditions would significantly improve, Xiao Wangba continued. But how can we make him see our value? Shun Jinlin pressed further. First, under the banner of the Forest Coalition, send a letter to the northern lord requesting an alliance. I believe he will send envoys to assess our strength, Xiao Wangba suggested. But if they come to assess us, won't our true strength be revealed? Shun Jinlin thought to himself, realizing that such an assessment would eliminate any chances of forming an alliance. Of course, this is merely the first step in establishing communication. Given Xiaobi Village's current strength, the envoy will undoubtedly reject any proposal for an alliance upon their arrival, Xiao Wangba stated with conviction. Brother, are you playing with me? After all this back and forth, we still cannot form an alliance, Shun Jinlin retorted. Exasperated, I said, this is merely about establishing communication. In the initial phase, the great clan's forces entering the forest will not be too numerous. If you can hold out this time and demonstrate your strength, the northern lord may very well reconsider, Xiao Wangba explained, setting aside whether we have the capability to withstand a single assault from the great clans. Do you truly believe that merely surviving one encounter will change the northern lord's mind? Shun Jinlin inquired. I cannot say for certain, but without demonstrating our strength, the northern lord will certainly not ally with us. Xiao Wangba remained adamant. What do you anticipate the size of the initial forces from the great clans will be? Do we have any assurance of being able to withstand their assault? Shun Jinlin asked after a moment of contemplation. At the very least, several thousand. At most, over 10,000. In any case, it will be exceedingly difficult for Xiaobi village to withstand such forces on its own. Xiao Wangba replied, candidly did I say, Brother Wangba, your narrative is quite the roller coaster. In the end, it seems we have come to naught. Shun Jinlin felt as though he was being led on a wild goose chase by Xiao Wangba. It will indeed be impossible for Xiaobi village to withstand such forces alone. Thus, we must strive to secure another ally, Xiao Wangba stated calmly. Who else in the vicinity of this forest could possibly be persuaded to ally with us? Shun Jinlin pondered for a long time, unable to recall any formidable forces in the vicinity. The giant lizard clan to the south of the forest swamp, remarked the small turtle. Indeed, I had forgotten about this lawless territory. Shun Jinlin exclaimed, smacking his forehead. The skeletal soldiers led by Doya had ravaged the forest, but had deliberately avoided the southern swamp, for the small turtle had warned that venturing there would lead to misfortune. Gradually, Shun Jinlin began to overlook that area. The giant lizard clan had steadfastly defended the swamp since the reign of the Bone King, where powerful and peculiar formations were laid out, if we could secure their assistance. It should be no trouble to withstand an assault from an army of 10,000, continued the small turtle. However, the 7 great clans harbor animosity solely towards the skeletons, not the giant lizard clan. Besides, haven't they consistently refrained from submitting to the Bone King? Even if the great clans are to invade, it is unlikely they would trouble them, right? What grounds do the giant lizard clan have to ally with us? Shun Jinlin inquired once more. As long as that demon immortal named Li Hongjian remains, the giant lizard clan will never yield to any race. No faction would permit a non-submissive force to exist within its domain. Thus, the giant lizard clan will inevitably become one of the targets of attack, the small turtle asserted. If they can withstand the Bone King's offensive, then facing the great clan's army, the giant lizard clan possesses the capability to independently guard the swamp. They may not even regard us. Shun Jinlin expressed his concerns that you think their losses will be minimal just because they can hold off the Bone King's attack, once they realize that allying with us to defend could alleviate their burden. I believe that immortal is not foolish, the small turtle confidently replied. That does make some sense. Shun Jinlin nodded, then suddenly recalled something and asked, I have always been curious as to why there exists a demon immortal within the giant lizard clan. The giant lizard clan in the southern swamp originally did not inhabit this place. It was all orchestrated by Yunlu Wanli and Li Hongjian. The small turtle replied with annoyance. Could you elaborate? Shun Jinlin pressed for more details. Decades ago, Yunlu Wanli, accompanied by a band of idlers, claimed to be wandering chivalrously, but in truth, they were merely instigating trouble that time. The giant lizard clan was still enslaved by the beastmen and was rescued by this group, only to be pursued by the beastmen. Although this region was under the dominion of the Bone King, it had yet to develop into a territorial stronghold, allowing them to exploit the situation and settle in that swamp. The small turtle recounted. Then, having rescued them, why did Li Hongjian remain? Shun Jinlin continued to inquire with curiosity. Because he married the female priest of the giant lizard clan, the small turtle replied nonchalantly. The female priest of the giant lizard clan? She must also be a lizard folk, right? This fellow certainly has peculiar tastes, rivaling even Sango. Shun Jinlin exclaimed in astonishment. However, the female priest of the giant lizard clan succumbed to lingering ailments from the prolonged subjugation by the beastmen and passed away shortly after their marriage. The small turtle added, then Li Hongjian could have left. Why didn't he continue to wander with Yunlu Wanli? Shun Jinlin questioned, recovering from shock. Because Li Hongjian promised his wife to safeguard the giant lizard clan. The lifespan of the giant lizard clan cannot compare to that of a demon immortal. After all these years, the lizard folk they rescued back then may have perished, yet this fellow still honors that promise. The small turtle remarked with a hint of disdain. Such loyalty. If the female lead were to change, I might feel more touched, Shun Jinlin mused, envisioning a scene of lizard folk in wedding attire. The magical arts of the demon immortals are truly troublesome, ranging from cultivation techniques, artifact refining, talismans to formations. Li Hongjian excels in formations, and a myriad of layers in the southern swamp has thwarted the skeletal army's assaults countless times, ultimately leading the Bone King to realize that a direct attack on the giant lizard clan was unwise. If we could ally with the giant lizard clan and obtain a few formations from Li Hongjian, then Cliff Village would indeed be secure. The small turtle continued. This demon immortal clan can not only surpass their level, but also deploy formations. It feels as though one could single-handedly hold the fort. Why hasn't the Bone King converted a few for his own use? Shun Jinlin inquired. Having transformed so many skeletons, Shun Jinlin was well aware that those who became skeletons retained all their attributes and skills from their previous lives. Though the demon immortal clan is formidable, who can guarantee that there are no casualties on the battlefield? If those who fell in battle were to be transformed into skeletons, the Bone King could utilize magic to counter magic, thus not relinquishing his ambition to conquer the giant lizard clan. The Bone King desires the power of magic more than anyone else. He even waged wars against the demon immortals and the Xianglong clan for it. In these two wars, the Bone King paid a heavy price, defeating numerous high-level combatants from the other two clans. However, regrettably, once those corpses were transformed, the power of the magic dissipated, the small turtle explained. Why does it disappear? Shun Jinlin asked, puzzled. The Bone King conducted thorough research through the memories of the transformed demon immortals and concluded that skeletons cannot wield magic. This is because such magic requires a force called Qi to activate. And this Qi only exists within the meridians. Without flesh and blood, how could skeletons possess meridians? The small turtle clarified, I see. Shun Jinlin exclaimed, enlightened, in pursuit of magical power. The Bone King has slain too many demon immortals and Xianglongqin, leading those two clans to regard the skeletons as the epitome of evil, harboring even greater animosity than towards other races. The small turtle added, goodness, will Li Hongjian refuse to ally with us because of this? Shun Jinlin exclaimed. Other skeletons may not succeed, but you still have a chance, the small turtle replied. You think so highly of me. Shin Jinlin wondered why the small turtle held such faith in him. Did Yunlu Wanli not give you a waste token? That fellow not only shares a deep bond with Li Hongjian, but is also a prince among the demon immortals. With that token, you should have a chance to sit down and converse with him. The small turtle continued. After this reminder, Shun Jinlin recalled indeed possessing such a waste token. However, since he had tucked it away, he had not taken it out again. The overwhelming power of Yunlu Wanli had left a significant shadow over him. Now, needing it, Shun Jinlin hurried back to his cave, rummaging through his belongings until he finally unearthed the token. With the token in hand, Shun Jinlin initially intended to hasten to the swamp to meet with the giant lizard clan and the demon immortal Li Hongjian. However, he reconsidered, given the deep-seated enmity between the demon immortals and the skeletons. What if he ventured forth recklessly and was killed before he could express his intentions? According to the small turtle, Li Hongjian was on par with Yunlu Wanli. If he harbored murderous intent, he would be capable of extinguishing Shun Jinlin with a mere gesture, leaving no opportunity for explanation. To be prudent, Shun Jinlin decided to first compose a letter detailing his intentions and then set off. Thus, he penned a missive and entrusted it to a scout from the Deerfoot clan, instructing them to venture south to the swamp. The Deerfoot clan, fleet of foot and agile, traversed the forest with remarkable speed, moving even faster than horses. The scout took less than half a day to reach the swamp located south of the Wailing Forest, and on this day, the sun shone brightly, even within the forest. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy. Yet upon arriving at the swamp, the sky darkened noticeably. In the misty swamp, the damp air mingled with the earthy scent of vegetation. The scout from the Deerfoot clan hesitated for quite some time at the edge of the chilly fog before finally stepping inside. Though the Deerfoot clan had settled in this forest for decades and had heard tales of a tribe in the swamp that had not been conquered by the Bone King, this scout had never encountered the giant lizard clan. This was because the clans that had consistently submitted to the Bone King regarded the giant lizard clan as an adversary. However, they viewed this tribe, capable of resisting the skeletal army, with a sense of dread. The scout from the Deerfoot clan had grown up hearing of the might and terror of the giant lizard clan. Walking cautiously through the marshes, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Every rustle of grass or whisper of wind could rouse his vigilance. This swamp was even quieter than he had anticipated, to the extent that the scout from the Deerfoot tribe explored for half a day without encountering a single living creature. Not even the faintest sound of insects. However, in truth, this marsh was not devoid of life. The scout had unwittingly entered the five-tongued golden flower formation, a mesmerizing array and the primary defensive mechanism that had been activated in this marsh for an extended period. Once ensnared in this formation, one's senses were effectively sealed, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. Even if someone were to stroll brazenly past, the entrapped individual would remain unaware. The Deerfoot scout treaded carefully beside the village of the giant lizard tribe. Yet in his perception, the world around him was merely a desolate and damp marsh. Meanwhile, the warriors of the giant lizard tribe watched the scout's every move with keen eyes, while Li Hongjian and Yunlu Wanli stood atop a rooftop, scrutinizing the Deerfoot. It's strange. What has been going on with the Deerfoot tribe lately? They have visited several times, Li Hongjian remarked with a hint of perplexity as he observed the scout within the formation. Are the Deerfoot tribe also dwellers of the forest? Yin Lu wanly inquired, lacking familiarity with the inhabitants of the Wailing Forest. Indeed, this tribe poses little threat and is quite timid. They previously never dared to approach this marsh. Li Hongjian nodded in affirmation. Such abnormal behavior. Do you think the Deerfoot tribe has a specific purpose for coming here? Yin Lu wanly asked. Hui Lin, what do you think? Li Hongjian lowered his gaze to question a robust warrior of the giant lizard tribe, whose scales were tinged gray. These are young members of the Deerfoot tribe. The young across various forest races should have been conscripted into the Border Legion by the Bone King, while the Deerfoot tribe lacks combat prowess. They are adept at navigating diverse terrains, hence their typical role as scouts. The warrior named Hui Lin responded slowly. Are you suggesting that these Deerfoot are sent by the Bone Legion to scout? Yin Lu wanly asked, also gazing at Hui Lin. The Bone Legion would not be so courteous. Hui Lin chuckled and continued. If they intended to stir trouble, they would have marched directly in without sending scouts. Moreover, the Deerfoot tribe stationed at the western border of the Bone King's territory has long been defeated by the coalition of 7 tribes. Then who are these Deerfoot, frequenting this place for the past few days? Scouting for? Yin Lu wanly pressed further. Recently, I encountered a few deserters in the jungle, and from them, I learned that a new force has emerged in this forest. Not only have they constructed sturdy fortifications, but they're also purging the forest of those who do not submit to them. Hui Lin stated, his gaze fixed on the retreating Deerfoot scout, that it appears these Deerfoot are working for this new force. Yin Lu wanly nodded in understanding. Building fortifications and cleansing non-aligned forces, these people are quite tyrannical. Li Hongjian remarked with a smirk that it seems they are explicitly targeting the giant lizard tribe. Yin Lu wanly added, also watching the departing Deerfoot scout. Unexpectedly, while awaiting the army of the 7 tribes, we are confronted with such an oppressive force. However, it matters not. This marsh village could not even be subdued by the Bone Legion. So what capabilities could these ragtag forces possess? If they dare to approach, let them learn why I, Li Hongjian, am known as the master of arrays, Li Hongjian declared nonchalantly, after thoroughly surveying the marsh. The Deerfoot scout saw no sign of life, not even a glimpse of the giant lizard tribe's village, and thus had to return to Cliff Village. Found nothing again? Upon hearing the report from the Deerfoot scout, Shun Jinlin grew restless. 3 days had passed since the dispatch of the first scout, yet each one returned with reports of no sighting of the giant lizard tribe's village. Meanwhile, the serpent demon spies outside the forest relayed continuous messages that the coalition of 7 tribes was retreating. The peaceful withdrawal of the coalition indicated they had negotiated the division of territories, which also implied that the army of a certain tribe would soon occupy the Wailing Forest. The letter sent to the Northern Lord should have arrived by now. Yet there had been no response, and with no trace of the giant lizard tribe, Shun Jinlin could hardly contain his anxiety. Could it be that the giant lizard tribe has relocated? He muttered to himself. Even if they had moved, could they possibly take their village with them? It must be the trickery of Li Hongjian's formation. A voice interjected. What shall we do now? Shun Jinlin inquired. You should go in person and make a grander display. The voice suggested after a moment of silence. For a long time, the giant lizard tribe had thrived amidst formidable enemies, and caution was inevitable. It seemed that continuing to send scouts into the marsh would prove futile. Only Shun Jinlin could take the risk and visit personally, aiming to attract the attention of the giant lizard tribe and encourage them to reveal themselves for contact. Accompanied by Duyu, Tongbi, and 30 skeleton soldiers, Shun Jinlin loaded a cart with provisions, potions, and fine wine brewed by the skeletal dwarves, setting off towards the marsh under the cover of night. What do you need all this food and drink for in negotiations and alliances? The voice questioned along the way. This is called reciprocity. I thought you understood everything. Yet when it comes to social customs, you behave like a novice, Shun Jinlin replied, leaning against the cart pulled by the thunder beast. Whether in strategic analysis or coalition tactics, the voice usually spoke with confidence. But once it came to social interactions, it seemed utterly lost, igniting Shun Jinlin's curiosity. Social customs? What use do I have for that? The voice responded dismissively. Youth speaks such words. Those who say them are often young. Our skeletons have a history with the giant lizard tribe. Suddenly visiting empty-handed seems rather presumptuous. Shun Jinlin shook his head. Do you believe that these 3 carts of provisions could resolve the grudge between the giant lizard tribe and the skeletons? The voice persisted, of course not to resolve a grudge. One must sit down and have a calm discussion. Mustn't they? These gifts are a gesture of goodwill to leave a favorable impression, thereby creating an opportunity for dialogue. After all, one should not strike a friendly face, Shun Jinlin explained. If it were me, I wouldn't even spare a glance at these items, the voice retorted. Better to arrive with gifts than to come empty-handed. Courtesy is never unwelcome. Shun Jinlin maintained his stance. Master, we are nearing the marsh. Diu, who had been leading the way, turned to inform Shun Jinlin. Hold on a moment, Shun Jinlin called out, jumping down from the cart. Before him lay the fog-enshrouded marsh, its mist distinctly separating the forest from the wetlands. As if an invisible shroud contained it within the marsh's boundaries. Proceed further, and we will enter Li Hongjian's formation, the voice cautioned, noticing that the mist lingered solely within the marsh. Shun Jinlin pondered its abnormality. If it were due to the formation, that would indeed explain it. We are here as guests, so please conduct yourselves with decorum. Shun Jinlin adjusted his feathered crown and cloak. Addressing the skeletal soldiers, Yes, master, Diu responded in unison. Giant lizard brethren, are you present? Shun Jinlin of Cliff Village has come to pay a visit. After briefing the skeletal soldiers, Shun Jinlin called out towards the marsh. His voice echoed through the expansive, damp marsh, and after a lengthy wait, there was no response. Shun Jinlin of Cliff Village has come to visit. I humbly request the giant lizard brethren to grace us with their presence for a conversation. Shun Jinlin then raised his voice and called out loudly towards the swamp. After a brief moment, the only response to his call was an overwhelming silence. Could it be that he was too far away to be heard? Shun Jinlin murmured to himself, intending to venture deeper into the swamp and shout again. Just as the skeleton lifted its foot, it suddenly felt a formidable pressure approaching. This oppressive force felt eerily familiar to Shun Jinlin, akin to once again facing the devastating sword of Yunlu Wanli. Although this pressure was somewhat weaker than before, it was still enough to make Shun Jinlin's soul tremble under its weight. Looking up, he saw a long spear slicing through the mist of the swamp, its fierce aura stirring the water vapor as it hurtled towards him. Beware, my lord! At that moment, he heard a loud shout from Doya as he rushed forward. Doya, sensing the danger of the incoming spear, swiftly grabbed Shun Jinlin and flung him aside, then leaped to the side himself. Don't confront it head-on. Scatter! Doya called out to the other skeletal soldiers as he dodged. Having witnessed Yunlu Wanli's sword piercing through the heavens, he recognized the similarity between the spear's momentum and that devastating strike. Doya understood the dire consequences of facing such an attack directly. The skeletal soldiers by the 3 large carts hastily abandoned their vehicles and scattered to the sides. Shun Jinlin, having been thrown away by Doya, saw the spear aimed directly at the carts and couldn't help but exclaim, "My welcoming gift!" As he shouted, Shun Jinlin raised his hand adorned with a copper ring, channeling magical energy into it. Under the ring's control, magnetic forces began to attract the spear shooting from the depths of the swamp. Although the spear's momentum was weaker than Yunlu Wanli's sword, it was still far beyond what Shun Jinlin's mere 200 magic points could counter. The wave of exhaustion washed over him as he realized his magical energy was nearly depleted. Yet the spear had only slightly changed its trajectory to a T that moment. Shun Jinlin lifted his cloak, revealing a circle of dwarf runes at his waist, crafted by the skeletal dwarven artisans. Each rune stored 2,000 magic points. With one hand manipulating the magnetic control of the copper ring and the other grasping the storage rune at his waist, the energy flowed continuously from the runes into the copper ring. As all 10 storage runes were about to be exhausted, the spear was finally redirected by the magnetic force, now hurtling towards Shun Jinlin's position. As the spear approached, Shun Jinlin activated the feathered crown skill, Blessing of the Mountain Wind, enabling him to evade one ranged attack with absolute certainty. When the blessing took effect, Shun Jinlin felt the wind whistle past his ears, and in the next instant, he was swept up like a leaf in a breeze, floating towards the 3 carts, narrowly avoiding the incoming spear. With a thunderous crash, the spear plunged into the ground where Shun Jinlin had just stood, sending soil, stones, and water flying, creating a large crater. Despite having evaded the strike, Shun Jinlin was still staggered by the shockwave. Had he not braced himself against the cart filled with wine, he might have fallen face first into the mud. Before Shen Jinlin could regain his balance, a figure flashed through the swamp mist, swiftly arriving before the spear embedded in the ground. Clad in coarse cloth and animal skins, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, and sporting a small beard with long, pointed ears, it was Li Hongjian T.S. Li Hongjian. "Where is your token?" Little Wangba quickly reminded him. Shen Jinlin hurriedly reached for his token, only to see Li Hongjian draw the spear from ground. In an instant, he transformed, the spear radiating a cold glimmer, moving with lightning speed. Shen Jinlin was certain that the previous strike had triggered a retribution skill, reducing Li Hongjian's attributes by 80. Yet, this demon immortal still seemed to possess considerable strength. "The skeleton clan is not welcome here." Li Hongjian's voice boomed, the cold glimmer of the spear aimed directly at Shen Jinlin's skeletal head. The speed of this demon immortal was such that Doya and the others couldn't reach him in time to assist. As the cold glimmer approached, Shen Jinlin finally produced the token given to him by Yunlu Wanli. "Hero, we did not come seeking trouble," he shouted, raising the token high. The menacing spear paused inches from his skull as Li Hongjian, still oblivious to the token in Shen Jinlin's bony hand, sniffed the air and, with a swift motion, leaped onto the cart behind Shen Jinlin, inhaling deeply from a sealed jar. "Wine. Excellent wine. I've never tasted anything like it." Li Hongjian exclaimed excitedly as he uncovered a jar of wine, taking a deep breath. "Oh, this gift is even better than the token?" Little Wangba muttered upon witnessing Li Hongjian's actions. "Oh, it truly is you. All skeletons look alike. I wouldn't have recognized you in different garb." Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the mist of the swamp. Turning around, they saw an iron sword flying through the air, atop which stood Yunlu Wanli, elegantly clad in white. As the flying sword reached Shen Jinlin, the demon immortal gently descended, landing steadily. "Hero, you are here too. This is splendid." Upon seeing Yunlu Wanli, Shen Jinlin quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Since Yunlu Wanli had spared him last time and gifted him a token, Shen Jinlin believed that the demon immortal prince had a favorable impression of him. Initially, Shen Jinlin had little confidence in this alliance, given the long-standing enmity between the giant lizard clan and the skeleton clan. However, with Yunlu Wanli's connection, negotiations would surely become far more manageable. "Is this the little skeleton you mentioned?" Li Hongjian continued to savor the aroma of the wine, not bothering to turn around. "Do you not recognize my token?" Yunlu Wanli remarked with irritation. "Token? What token?" Li Hongjian finally withdrew his nose from the enticing scent of the wine, turning to inquire. Shen Jinlin waved the token given by Yunlu Wanli, prompting a look of realization from Li Hongjian. "This wine is so fragrant that it distracted me." Li Hongjian chuckled before jumping down from the cart, a faint aura, yet able to deflect the sword that pierces the heavens. "Had I not witnessed it myself, I might not have believed it. Quite impressive, young one." After circling around Shen Jinlin and scrutinizing him closely, Li Hongjian remarked, "You flatter me, hero. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have met my demise." Shen Jinlin quickly bowed in respect to Li Hongjian. "Enough of the pleasantries. While Wanli has a good impression of you, it remains that the skeleton clan is not welcome here." Li Hongjian's tone was not particularly friendly. "I apologize for the abruptness of my arrival. I should have sent a letter in advance, but the messenger I dispatched was unable to locate the giant lizard village, leaving me no choice but to come myself." Shen Jinlin spoke with an air of contrition. "Oh, so those Deerfoot clan members wandering in the swamp these past few days were sent by you?" Li Hongjian inquired, raising his chin as he fixed his gaze on Shen Jinlin. "Indeed, indeed," Shen Jinlin replied hastily. "So, it was you who constructed the fortress in the Wailing Forest and pursued the deserters?" Li Hongjian pressed further. "That is indeed the case," Shen Jinlin admitted. "It seems you are truly intent on targeting the giant lizard clan." Li Hongjian's tone suddenly shifted. His spear rose rapidly, aimed directly at Shen Jinlin. "A cart of foul wine serves as my token of sincerity." As the spear lunged forward, Shen Jinlin stood tall and unyielding, declaring loudly. Upon hearing this, the spear once again halted inches from his bony head, and Li Hongjian's expression morphed into a foolish grin. Having witnessed Li Hongjian's keen interest in the cart of fine wine, Shen Jinlin was not naive. this cart of wine meant for me. Although Li Hongjian struggled to contain himself, the foolish smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Of course. Why else would we have brought it all this way, in addition to the wine? There are also provisions and healing potions. Merely our humble offerings. Shun Jinlin replied with composure. If I kill you, then all this wine will be mine. Li Hongjian seemed to have regained his senses, suddenly darkening his expression as he spoke. As for me, I have come seeking peace. This wine has been brewed by Qiaobi village itself, and due to a recent bountiful harvest, we have produced quite a lot. If we can set aside our past grievances and establish a relationship of mutual assistance, the giant lizard clan can come over at any time to exchange wine. Of course, if the hero wishes to slay me. That is entirely your prerogative. However, should that happen, Qiaobi village and the giant lizard clan would lose their chance for harmonious coexistence. Forsake a continuous supply of wine for a single cart would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Wouldn't you agree? Although Li Hongjian had already suppressed his smile upon seeing the fine wine, Shun Jinlin was convinced he had grasped his thoughts. Bring the wine. Let us head into the village. Upon hearing this, Li Hongjian retracted his spear and raised his hand to signal. Are we really entering the village? Aren't skeletons unwelcome here? What about your principles? Yin Lu Wanli, surprised by Li Hongjian's straightforwardness, immediately launched a series of probing questions. When have you ever seen me adhere to principles in the face of fine wine? Li Hongjian retorted, taking it upon himself to pull the cart laden with wine. Wow, I'm a bit worried that you might sell me out for wine in the future. Yin Lu Wanli chuckled in response. Not a chance. You wouldn't fetch me much wine. Li Hongjian guided the cart pulled by the thunderhorn beast towards the marsh. Is gifting this effective? Witnessing Li Hongjian, who had just moments ago been ready to fight, so readily agreed to enter the village for a cart of wine, Little Tortoise seemed to have his worldview remarkably altered. I truly am a fortunate soul, Shun Jinlin muttered under his breath. Although he had agreed to let Shun Jinlin discuss matters in the giant lizard clan's village, Li Hongjian only permitted 2 people to accompany him. After all, having been at odds with the skeleton clan for decades, Shun Jinlin was concerned that he might be beaten to death upon entering the giant lizard clan's territory. Thus, he chose the strongest of the skeletal soldiers, Tongbi and Doya, to accompany him, while the remaining 30 skeletal soldiers waited at the marsh's edge. Li Hongjian excitedly led the way, pulling the cart filled with wine, while Tongbi and Doya urged the other 2 carts to follow closely behind as they ventured into the marsh. As Shun Jinlin and Yin Lu Wanli sat atop the wine-laden cart, they noticed that once they entered the marsh, the spiritual connection between the skeletons and the skeletal soldiers had been severed. Likely due to Li Hongjian's formation, Shun Jinlin marveled at the function of this formation, while Yin Lu Wanli kept a keen eye on the 3 skeletal soldiers. Although the demonic immortals did not possess the magical ability to detect skills, their practiced arts allowed them to sense their surroundings. In simpler terms, they could gauge the strength of others based on the aura they emanated. Although the skeleton clan lacked meridians and did not possess what one might call qi, the varying prowess stemming from their strength was no different from other races. Yin Lu Wanli. Shun Jinlin's aura remained as weak as when they first met, seemingly even less formidable than that of a juvenile. However, the aura emanating from Tongbi and Doya surprised him. He had encountered the skeletal wolfman Doya before, but now he sensed a significant increase in its strength. The aura from the skeletal ape Tongbi was even more potent than that of Doya. Yin Lu Wanli could distinctly assess that the strength of these 2 skeletal soldiers was roughly equivalent to his own base strength when not utilizing his skills, indicating that both Tongbi and Doya were around level 60. In a world where strength is primarily gauged by level 60 represents a critical threshold, a dividing line between the competent and the elite. Before level 60, every 10 levels would double 1's attributes. Thereafter, each increment of 10 would quadruple them, signifying both a substantial boost in capabilities and an increase in the difficulty of leveling up. Achieving level 60 is no simple feat, without ample opportunities for training or practice. One would need to invest considerable time to transition from level 50 to 60, but over the years, Yin Lu Wanli had encountered many individuals, yet few surpassed level 60. As a ranger, he often mingled among the populace, while those above level 60 typically resided within military ranks or practitioner organizations. Only armies engaged in frequent combat or specialized cultivation organizations could provide the necessary experiences and training opportunities to help individuals surpass this barrier. Both Yin Lu Wanli and Li Hongjian were level 60, having endured rigorous magical training to reach their current status. Now, among the followers accompanying Shen Jinlin, 2 skeletal soldiers had also ascended to the ranks of the elite. Capturing Yin Lu Wanli's attention to, "It seems you've fought quite a few tough battles recently," Yin Lu Wanli remarked after assessing Tongbi and Doya, turning to Shen Jinlin. Previously, most of the skeletal soldiers under Shen Jinlin had been eliminated by him, leading Yin Lu Wanli to assume that this skeletal squad would be struggling to sustain themselves. Furthermore, with a multitude of minotaurs and their families to care for, he had not anticipated that this squad would not only increase in number, but also include 2 warriors around level 60. "There's no choice. If we don't fight, we'll be the ones getting beaten," Shen Jinlin explained, with over 1,000 people across more than a dozen tribes in Xiaobi village, most of whom are elderly. Weak or women and children, those deserters wandering in the forest are far too dangerous, which is why we took the initiative. More than a dozen tribes? You've taken in so many. Upon hearing Shen Jinlin's words, Yin Lu Wanli expressed his astonishment that he was surprised that not only had this skeletal squad expanded in size, but it had also grown strong enough to shelter so many tribes. All of them came to Xiaobi village seeking refuge. "Everyone plays their part and helps each other out," Shen Jinlin replied courteously. "So, you're building fortifications to guard against those deserters?" At this moment, Li Hongjian, guiding the Thunderhorn beast, interjected. "Not quite. We don't need to go to such lengths to deal with those scattered soldiers." Shen Jinlin responded. "Are you preparing for the arrival of the great clan's armies?" Yin Lu Wanli inquired. "The 7 great clans harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the skeleton clan, and I believe you both understand this better than I do. If we do not prepare for a desperate struggle, when the great clan's armies arrive, the more than 1,000 souls in Xiaobi village will likely not survive." Shen Jinlin nodded in agreement. "Now I understand why you said this little skeleton is special." Upon hearing Shen Jinlin's words, Li Hongjian turned to Yin Lu Wanli. Having dealt with the skeletal army for decades, he was well aware of the nature of these bony figures. Fundamentally, the skeleton clan acted solely according to the will of the Bone King, devoid of emotions or compassion. They could disregard the lives and deaths of their kin, let alone those of other races. Shen Jinlin, who could consider the welfare of other minor races, was a first for Li Hongjian. "We have arrived at the village." Just as he pondered this, Li Hongjian looked up and announced, "This." Shen Jinlin also raised his gaze toward the front, only to find an empty expanse. There was no sign of a village. "Are we there yet?" Shen Jinlin turned his head to survey the surroundings and asked. Li Hongjian remained silent, continuing onward with the cart laden with wine. It wasn't until they passed through an invisible barrier and entered a realm of enchantment that the scene before Shen Jinlin transformed. A village constructed from wooden huts emerged, and towering nearly 3 meters tall, giant lizard clan warriors clad in colorful scales awaited them, fully armed. Shen Jinlin used his insightful eye to examine the area, discovering that these burly lizard men, equipped with sharp fangs and claws, were all around level 40. The lifespan of the giant lizard clan is comparable to that of humans, and for them to boast such an average level among their young warriors indicates they have seen considerable combat. After Shen Jinlin assessed the levels of these lizard men, Little Tortoise remarked, "The giant lizard clan and the skeleton army have battled for decades. These young warriors of the giant lizard clan have been taught from birth that the skeleton clan is their enemy." As such, upon seeing the 3 skeletons accompanying Shen Jinlin, all the young lizard men exhibited expressions of hostility. Noticing Shen Jinlin still scrutinizing them, several warriors of the giant lizard clan tightened their grips on their weapons, baring their teeth in a menacing display. "Master Li, why have you allowed the skeleton clan entry?" One of the giant lizard clan warriors could not restrain himself from loudly questioning Li Hongjian. "Do matters concerning the elder generation require explanation to you?" Though Li Hongjian appeared youthful, he was certainly not just a mere elder to the young lizard men. His words carried the weight of a senior. "No." Li, the giant lizard warrior, cast a glance at Shen Jinlin, as if about to say more. "Enough with the chatter. Someone, bring me the wine, without waiting for the giant lizard warrior to finish. Li Hongjian began issuing orders. The giant lizard warriors, despite their hostile demeanor towards Shen Jinlin and his companions, promptly commenced unloading the considerable quantity of wine from the cart. Come, let us converse at my abode. Li Hongjian beckoned to Shen Jinlin and his companions as they made their way. Shen Jinlin and his companions endured the hostile glares of the giant lizard warriors, eventually arriving at the tallest structure in the village. This building resembled a watchtower more than a dwelling. It featured 2 levels, the upper one devoid of walls, solely for observing the surroundings, while the lower level served as Li Hongjian's residence. The living space was modest. Furnished simply, yet it exuded an air of disarray, unmistakably the abode of a solitary man. Find a place to sit, Li Hongjian said, settling down beside a ground stove with a hanging pot, gesturing towards a few cushions nearby. Shen Jinlin and Yun Lu Wanli each took a cushion by the stove, while Tong Bai and Duya stood guard behind Shen Jinlin. Speak of your intentions, Li Hongjian prompted as Shen Jinlin settled. Yet before Shen Jinlin could respond, he added, however, let me clarify. My agreement to allow you into the village is solely due to the wine you brought, and does not imply any commitment on my part. Surely, Master Li is aware that the coalition of the 7 races is withdrawing from the throne of bones. Shen Jinlin replied politely, yes, that's so. I am not well informed. I have not concerned myself with the outside world for quite some time. Li Hongjian remarked, unconcerned. The withdrawal of the coalition means they have divided the lands they seized. The Wailing Forest will undoubtedly witness the arrival of large clan armies, posing a potential threat to Cliff Village and the giant lizards. Our situations are akin. We are, after all, interdependent. That I have come to propose an alliance with the giant lizards to jointly resist these invading armies, Shen Jinlin stated earnestly. You make a valid point, Li Hongjian conceded. The giant lizard village will not submit to any authority, and thus will undoubtedly be regarded as adversaries by the large clans. Cooperation would indeed be beneficial. However, as you can see, I am not of the giant lizard clan, and such matters are beyond my purview. After hearing this, Shen Jinlin inquired, what does Master Li mean by that? Before arriving, Xiao Wangba emphasized that Li Hongjian is the key figure in this matter. Yet this enigmatic figure claims he is not in a position to decide, leaving Shen Jinlin rather perplexed at a group of individuals, all grown, yet still behaving like children eager to join in on the fun. Is quite laughable. Li Hongjian did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to the giant lizard warriors crowding at the door, peering in the room. Go fetch Grayscale. Oh, and bring me some of that wine you just unloaded. The lizard warriors, showing great respect towards Li Hongjian, promptly nodded and hurried off to fulfill his request. Moments later, the lizard warriors returned, carrying jars filled with wine, accompanied by an exceptionally tall lizard man. This newcomer was quite distinctive. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, his scales differed from those of the other lizard men, which were often colorful. His scales were gray, and his robust body bore numerous scars, suggesting a life steeped in battle. Master Li, Grandpa Wanli. The gray-scaled lizard man bowed respectfully to Li Hongjian and Yun Lu Wanli at the entrance. Grayscale has arrived? Come in. Li Hongjian gestured for the lizard man to enter. Grayscale scraped his feet at the doorway before accepting the wine from the giant lizard warrior, bowing as he stepped through the shorter entrance. Upon entering, he cast a sharp glance at Shen Jinlin and the 2 skeletal soldiers behind him. This is Shen Jinlin, representing Cliff Village for negotiations. Li Hongjian, introduced as Grayscale, settled cross-legged by the stove. Li Hongjian promptly took the wine from Grayscale's hands and pointed at Shen Jinlin. Grayscale, towering over Shen Jinlin, looked down at the skeleton in front of him without uttering a word or displaying any friendliness. This is Grayscale, the chieftain of the giant lizard clan. You shall discuss the matter of the alliance with him. Li Hongjian remarked while fiddling with the wine jar. This fellow, the most formidable warrior among the younger generation of the giant lizard clan, Xiao Wangba, suddenly exclaimed upon seeing Grayscale. Chieftain Grayscale. Despite the unwelcoming demeanor of Grayscale, Shen Jinlin politely extended his greetings. If this is about forming an alliance, then there is no need for further discussion. The giant lizard clan will not ally with the skeleton clan. Grayscale bluntly declared, disregarding Shen Jinlin's courtesy. TSK, To refuse without even a discussion is rather impolite, Li Hongjian interjected, glancing at Grayscale. Since you and Grandpa Wanli led the giant lizard clan to establish this village. For decades, from my grandfather to my father, and now to me, we have continually battled the skeletal army. How many warriors in our village have lost brothers and friends at the hands of these skeletons? What need have we to discuss manners? Grayscale maintained a respectful tone towards Li Hongjian, yet his refusal remained adamant. I fully understand Chieftain Grayscale's sentiments, yet we are not the skeletal army you have dealt with in the past. Shun Jinlin interjected. What difference does it make? Grayscale retorted sharply, raising his voice with evident disdain. The difference lies in the fact that we are not under the dominion of the Bone King and will not be enemies with the giant lizard clan. Furthermore, Cliff Village and your village share an identical predicament. Shun Jinlin calmly responded. Regardless of who you are subject to, you are still a group of beings unworthy of being called living creatures. Grayscale's tone remained steeped in disdain and hostility. Now that the coalition of the 7 clans has divided the territories fallen to the Bone King, their forces are about to encroach upon us. Chieftain Grayscale, are you prepared to act out of spite and disregard the safety of the giant lizard clan? Shun Jinlin remained composed. Humph, for decades, the giant lizard clan has constantly faced the threat of the skeletal army. Why should we fear their approach? Grayscale's stance showed no sign of wavering. Upon hearing this, Shun Jinlin refrained from immediately responding, instead observing the crowd of giant lizard warriors at the door. Reflecting on what he had seen upon entering the village, for decades, the skeletal clan had held the upper hand yet still could not overcome us. What right does such a feeble race have to seek an alliance with us? Your Cliff Village likely realizes it cannot withstand the onslaught of the clan armies and seeks to find a powerful ally in us. Is that not so? That is not entirely out of the question. As long as you pledge fealty to the giant lizard clan and offer monthly tributes, I might consider it. Grayscale continued when Shun Jinlin remained silent. Indeed, we could also adopt you as our godfather. Ha ha ha! The giant lizard warriors at the door erupted in laughter at Grayscale's words. The skeleton clan is weak and ineffectual. If that is the case, then where have all the elders of the giant lizard clan gone? Facing the laughter, Shun Jinlin merely responded coolly to this remark. The laughter abruptly ceased, and Grayscale's expression darkened instantly. Even Li Hongjian, who had been sipping his wine, paused momentarily. Traverse from the village entrance to Li Hongjian's residence required passing through the entirety of the giant lizard village. Yet throughout the journey, Shun Jinlin had only encountered robust lizard men and children. According to Xiao Wangba, the lifespan of the giant lizard clan is comparable to that of humans. Thus, after living for decades, how could there be not a single elder in the village? Such a situation is utterly abnormal. Intuition tells Shun Jinlin that it must be related to the conflict between the giant lizard clan and the Bone Legion. After a brief moment of silence, Shun Jinlin suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from Huailin, a sharp and piercing aura that alerted Tongbi and Doya, causing them to leap in front of Huailin and Shun Jinlin. Huailin, at that moment, Li Hongjian, who had been preoccupied with drinking, interjected. The sudden interruption caused Huailin to gradually retract the menacing aura, allowing Shun Jinlin to motion for Tongbi and Doya to step back. Decades of warfare. What immense toll does that signify? The elderly cannot serve as warriors against the enemy. Doing so would only exacerbate the depletion of resources. Perhaps this is the reason there are no elders left in the village. Huailin's reaction confirmed Shun Jinlin's thoughts, and he maintained his composure as he continued. Enough! Li Hongjian's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Shun Jinlin. Meanwhile, the warriors of the giant lizard clan at the entrance glared at Shun Jinlin, their eyes ablaze with wrath, as if they wished to incinerate the very skeleton before them. I do not wish to offend. I merely state a fact. Perhaps the giant lizard clan possesses the ability to withstand external threats for an extended time. But such capability is not without limits. In just a few decades, 2 generations have been expended. How much longer can your generation endure? 10 years, 20 years, and then what? Will you leave a ravaged village to your children who are yet to reach adulthood? You need allies. You must bring this war to a definitive conclusion. Shun Jinlin, undeterred by the hostility and fury, pressed on. Are you seeking death? a small warrior, witnessing the escalating tension, could not help but warn Shen Jinlin. 10 years prior, the Bone King launched the most ferocious assault in history. The relentless onslaught persisted for 2 years. We have repelled the Bone Army countless times, and they have paid a steep price. Yet our village is on the brink of starvation. My parents and the village elders sacrificed themselves as sustenance, allowing us to persevere until now that we are one with them. We shall carry forth their will and continue to live. As long as we draw breath, we shall fight for the village, to put an end to the Bone King. Yet now, you wish for us to ally with the Skeleton Clan? Huailin, suppressing his murderous intent, spoke each word with weight. Shen Jinlin had initially thought that the giant lizard clan had abandoned the elderly merely to avoid unnecessary losses in war, but he did not anticipate the reality to be far more brutal. As a parent, one cannot wish for their children to live solely for battle. The Bone King is no more. The war instigated by his personal will against the giant lizard clan has ceased. What you're about to face is another war that poses a threat to your very existence. And this adversary is no longer the Skeleton Clan. 10 years ago, you were isolated and unsupported. Now we can become allies who watch over each other. After steadying his resolve, Shen Jinlin declared, "The Bone Legion cannot overcome us, nor can other great clans. We do not require the assistance of the skeletons." A warrior at the entrance shouted defiantly, "Indeed, we have no need for the Skeleton Clan's aid." More warriors from the giant lizard clan echoed in agreement. From birth, you are confronted with war and slaughter. Have you not grown weary of it? Do you not desire for your descendants to live in peace, free from battle? Shen Jinlin chose to ignore the warriors at the entrance and directed his gaze toward Huailin. Faced with this question, Huailin did not respond immediately, but slowly turned to regard the warriors at the entrance. "Show them out." After a moment of silence, Huailin said coldly, "Chief, why not simply sever the heads of these 3 skeletons?" An angry warrior at the entrance retorted. Upon hearing this, Huailin turned to Shen Jinlin, and Tongbi and Doya immediately became alert once again that I said, "Show them out." Huailin reiterated coldly. Seeing the chief's insistence, the warriors at the entrance reluctantly parted to create a path. Realizing that there was no room for negotiation, Shen Jinlin stood up, accompanied by Tongbi and Doya, departing under the unfriendly gazes of the giant lizard warriors. Shen Jinlin and his companions left. The warriors at Li Hongjian's residence dispersed on their own, leaving only Huailin still seated by the hearth, seemingly lost in thought. "What's the matter? Care for a drink?" Li Hongjian asked, noticing that Huailin had not departed. While covering the wine jar, "What of drinking a cup?" "I send tea the wine bestowed by Shen Jinlin ample," replied Yunlu Wanli, observing Li Hongjian's frugality. "Just 1 cup. I must conserve for myself, for who knows when the next delivery of wine will come." Li Hongjian said, pouring a small cup of wine and presenting it to Huailin. "What about mine?" Yunlu Wanli inquired, noticing that Li Hongjian seemed disinclined to pour him any wine at all. "After you leave, you can drink at any time. We don't produce wine here, so let me keep some for myself," Li Hongjian said, concealing the wine jar behind him with a beaming smile directed at Yunlu Wanli. "Hand it over," without further ado. Yunlu Wanli stood up and snatched the wine jar. Be careful not to spill. "It would be a waste," Li Hongjian exclaimed, distressed as a few drops spilled from the jar. Meanwhile, Huailin seemed oblivious to the antics of the 2 celestial beings, silently lifting the cup before him and consuming its contents in one go. Alas, drinking requires savoring. How can you gulp it down like that? Wasting the good stuff, Li Hongjian exclaimed as he observed Huailin downing the wine. "Lord Li, do you believe we should ally with that skeleton clan?" Huailin asked earnestly after swallowing the wine. "That my opinion matters little. You are the chief, and the path of the giant lizard clan should be determined by you," Li Hongjian replied, casting a glance at Yunlu Wanli, who was still pouring wine, and continued to chide, "Enough already. Why pour so much? Just a taste will do." Compared to Lord Li, Huailin had scarcely lived for 30 years. Still seeking guidance from his elder. "Ask Wanli. He has met that little skeleton before," Li Hongjian said, seizing the opportunity to reclaim the wine jar. "Wanli has encountered that skeleton clan?" Huailin asked, somewhat surprised, turning to Yunlu Wanli. "I met him on the way here," Yunlu Wanli replied. "What do you think? Is the skeleton clan trustworthy?" Huailin pressed further. That is difficult to say, but he is indeed quite remarkable. Despite his feeble aura, he still chose to protect those unrelated women and children. He hardly resembles a typical member of the skeleton clan. Yunlu wanly stated, taking a sip of the wine he had poured. Will the skeleton clan truly protect women and children? In Huailian's understanding, the skeleton clan lacked any semblance of emotion, and even the lower-tier skeletons lacked free will. Thus, he expressed astonishment at what Yunlu wanly had said. Surprising? I senti it. I was equally taken aback. Had I not witnessed those minotaur women and children he protected, that little skeleton and his skeletal soldiers would have perished beneath my sword. Yunlu wanly chuckled. Minotaurs? No wonder it was Cliff Village. Huailian muttered to himself. Even more astonishing to me is that he took in over a dozen races, housing more than 1,000 individuals in Cliff Village. With such benevolence and responsibility, I believe this young man is worth trusting. Yunlu wanly continued. Though the giant lizard clan had not submitted to the Bone King, Huailian remained attentive to the other smaller tribes within the Weeping Forest. These tribes, while ostensibly under the protection of the Bone King, were in reality merely pawns in the Bone King's control over the border military forces of foreign races. The Bone King. These smaller tribes were expendable and could be sacrificed at any moment. Thus, apart from exploitation and oppression, there exists not a semblance of the so-called refuge. The moment of the fall of the Bone Throne, it is evident that the Bone King would have little regard for the survival of these minor tribes. Yet, Shen Jinlin has gathered these small clans, fortifying them with bastions and providing protection, which truly astounds Huailian. Father, a young child of the giant lizard tribe respectfully called out from the entrance. This youngling, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, bore scales of a dark gray, this tender age. He is akin to a mere child, brimming with innocence and naivety. However, his countenance displays a sternness uncharacteristic of one so young, and his gaze reflects a maturity reserved for adults. Huaizhu, why do you not first pay your respects to the 2 esteemed elders? Huailian remarked, glancing back at the child at the doorway. Huaizhu pays respects to Elder Li and Elder Wanli. The youngling, Huaizhu, bowed deeply in greeting to the 2 celestial beings. Come in, come in. Li Hongjian waved his hand, his face alight with a warm smile. The small Huaizhu, devoid of any childish frivolity, moved with the poise of an adult. He brushed his feet and entered the room with utmost respect, carefully taking a seat beside his father, Huailian. What have you accomplished today? Li Hongjian inquired, his voice high-pitched with curiosity. Today, I practiced the druidic transformation technique and have successfully mastered the metamorphosis into the spirit of the terror lizard. Huaizhu replied in a voice that, though youthful, bore a profound respect. By the looks of it, this little one already possesses the prowess of an ordinary adult. Truly remarkable. Yunlu wanly exclaimed in admiration that I recall that Huaizhu began his training almost as soon as he learned to walk. Did he not? Li Hongjian interjected. All the children in the village commenced their various practices around the age of 2. Huailian responded, casting a glance at his son. Alas, they scarcely have time to play. Li Hongjian sighed, expressing his lament. Huaizhu, oblivious to the concept of play, declared, in order to fight alongside my father, I must practice daily. His voice, though youthful, conveyed a maturity far beyond his years. To be so preoccupied with thoughts of battle at such a tender age. This hardly reflects the demeanor of a child. Li Hongjian shook his head in dismay. Since the tragic demise of the previous 2 generations a decade ago, our village has been left with only our generation of warriors. If we do not expedite the growth of our youth, we risk a significant decline in combat capability, a truly lamentable predicament, Huailian lamented. Have you truly not considered altering this course? Li Hongjian poured himself a cup of wine and inquired. Do you believe we should still seek an alliance with the skeleton clan? Huailian glanced at his son once more. The path of the giant lizard tribe must ultimately be chosen by you. Li Hongjian replied, sipping his wine. Though the lifespan of the celestial beings far surpasses that of the lizard folk, Li Hongjian understood that he could not remain indefinitely. Once the giant lizard tribe is free from the scourge of war, he would have fulfilled his promise to his wife, and it would indeed be time for him to depart. Thus, the village requires the leadership of the lizard folk. As a celestial being, Li Hongjian has his own boundaries. He is merely a guardian, not a member of the giant lizard tribe, and he believes he has no right to dictate the future path of this village. Lordly, I inherited the chieftainship from my father at the age of 20. At that time, I was still naive, relying on your guidance to maintain the village's stability. I too desire to change the current situation and wish for the children to enjoy a carefree childhood. Yet, I cannot easily place my trust in the skeleton clan, that I find myself utterly perplexed. I beseech you, Lordly, to illuminate my path once more. Huailin bowed his head sincerely to Li Hongjian. Your options are rather limited. Either submit to the impending encroachment of the great clans, or establish an equitable partnership with Cliff Village, or stand alone against the onslaught of the great clan's armies. The giant lizard tribe has never bowed to the Bone King. Thus, even if you were to submit to the great clans, it is likely you would not face discrimination, Li Hongjian stated without much contemplation. However, the ancestral teachings of the giant lizard tribe dictate that we shall not submit to any race. Huailin retorted with renewed determination. That leaves you with but two choices, to ally with Cliff Village or to fight alone, Li Hongjian concluded. Although with your protective formations, the village will not be easily besieged, I still harbor concerns. Considering the current state of the giant lizard tribe, I fear we cannot endure for long. Having guarded the village alongside my forebears since childhood, I am acutely aware of the brutal nature of war. I worry that our present generation of giant lizard warriors may not withstand the rigors of the next decade of conflict, Huailin confessed. Then what do you linger in confusion for, with only one choice remaining? Li Hongjian pressed, fixing his gaze upon Huailin. But it is the skeleton clan. Moreover, I cannot be certain that an alliance with Cliff Village will ensure our survival, Huailin replied. Previously, the skeleton clan was merely a puppet under the will of the Bone King. Rather than being a true race, they were but many extensions of the Bone King's singular will. Now that the Bone King has vanished, this race has gained a semblance of autonomy, and the three factions of Bone Lords hoarding their own power serve as testament to this. In other words, the true enemy of the giant lizard tribe has always been the Bone King, not the skeleton clan. Yunlu wanly interjected, sharing his newfound perspective of the skeleton clan after encountering Shen Jinlin. If there are uncertainties, why not seek validation? Li Hongjian suggested further. After a moment of contemplation, Huailin expressed, Thank you both for your guidance. I have come to understand. Following this silence, Huailin appeared to have resolved himself to a certain decision, addressing the two celestial beings with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Shen Jinlin and his companions, driving 3 empty carts, made their way toward the swamp's edge. Though the path was not long, the surrounding silence was overwhelming, causing Shen Jinlin to feel drowsy. Or rather, it was the profound stillness that induced a state of mental blankness, for skeletons do not require sleep. Humph, these lizard folk are truly shameless. Not only did they drive us out, but they also took everything without a second thought. Shen Jinlin, lost in thought, heard the grumbling of Poison Tooth. What are you going to do about it? Toneby retorted in response. What will I do? I shall gather my troops and return to teach these shameless creatures a lesson. Poison Tooth declared vehemently. Ignorance is truly bliss. Toneby remarked with disdain. What's that supposed to mean? You stinking monkey? Poison Tooth challenged Toneby. Aside from those 2 celestial beings, there are at least 3 level 60 warriors in this giant lizard village. Even the smallest of children do not fall below level 10 to be why the time you bring your soldiers back. Who knows who will be teaching whom a lesson? Toneby replied. Perhaps out of habit and instinct, the moment they entered the village, the skeleton ape began to observe the lizard folk with its keen insight. Just as Toneby finished speaking, he abruptly halted, alertly gazing ahead, and Poison Tooth also sensed something amiss, gripping his war hammer tightly. What's wrong? The still drowsy Shen Jinlin asked as the cart came to an unexpected stop. No sooner had he straightened up than he heard the sound of water splashing, followed by the sight of 2 towering figures emerging from a nearby pool. These were 2 heavily armed, burly warriors of the giant lizard tribe. The male and female lizard folk were both approximately level 57 or 58, comparable to Poison Tooth, and their aggressive approach, blocking Shen Jinlin's path, caused alarm among the 3 skeletons. It seems these lizard folk intend to do more than just take our belongings. Poison Tooth gripped his warhammer, apprehensively stating, From the moment they entered the giant lizard village, An omnipresent hostility could be felt. And now, with these two lizard folk obstructing their way, it was difficult not to be wary of their intentions. The female was level 58, equal to Poison Tooth, while the male was level 57. Shen Jinlin immediately utilized his insight to scrutinize the two lizardman warriors obstructing their path. With such lackluster hues, do they truly believe they can impede us? Poison Fong remarked upon hearing their levels. Despite having ravaged the forest for half a month alongside skeletal soldiers, Poison Fong remained stuck at level 58. Nevertheless, in this forest, such a level was commendable, especially with a level 60 companion like Tongbi at his side, enabling them to effortlessly deal with the two giant lizard warriors before them. That if they were genuinely intent on thwarting us, would they merely dispatch these two? Tongbi asserted, glancing back towards the direction of the giant lizard village. Through the mist, a towering figure with gray scales led two scarred giant lizard warriors, all fully armed, approaching their way. All three appeared to be level 60, representing the pinnacle of the giant lizard tribe's combat prowess. Tongbi commented after examining the trio with his inside eye. Remain calm. Our lord is present, despite the formidable opponents. Poison Fong remained unfazed, recalling the last encounter when Shen Jinlin had triumphed over Tongbi despite being 10 levels lower. Grayscale Chieftain, what is the meaning of this? Shen Jinlin inquired, standing atop the large cart as the grayscale figure drew near. Do not be alarmed. We are not here to fight, a voice echoed from the skies. Yinlu, WNL, who stood upon a floating iron sword, cradling a 5 or 6-year-old giant lizard child. Mr. WNL and Chieftain Grayscale, do you have any guidance for us? Upon seeing Yinlu WNL, Shen Jinlin felt assured that the giant lizard tribe bore no ill intentions. Having lingered in this swamp for too long, I wish to venture out. Upon hearing I am headed to Cliff Village, Grayscale expressed a desire to visit as well. That I wonder if you would extend your welcome? Yinlu WNL descended onto the large cart where Shen Jinlin stood. After listening to Yinlu WNL, Shen Jinlin glanced at him, and then at the serious-faced Grayscale, immediately realizing that the giant lizard tribe wished to assess their strength at Cliff Village. This presented a splendid opportunity for alliance. Of course, you are most welcome. Cliff Village embraces all friends bearing goodwill. Shen Jinlin replied earnestly to Grayscale. Although Grayscale's demeanor lacked hostility, it was not friendly either. He merely regarded Shen Jinlin with a cool gaze, offering no response. You four, take Greyclaw back to the village. During my absence, activate all formations. Everything must heed Lord Lee's arrangements. Grayscale instructed the two level 60 giant lizard warriors behind him. Chieftain, it is dangerous to venture alone into the territory of the skeleton tribe. Allow us to accompany you, one of the level 60 warriors urged. Who will guard the village if we all leave? Your chieftain is no soft persimmon, and besides, Grandfather WNL will accompany me. With his presence, there is no need for concern. Your presence is unnecessary. Grayscale retorted to the giant lizard warrior. Father, I wish to accompany you. At that moment, Greyclaw, nestled in Yinlu WNL's arms, piped up with a youthful voice. Do not be foolish, Grayscale admonished sternly, turning to glare at Greyclaw. Father, I am already the strongest of our generation. I can protect myself, Greyclaw insisted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinlin couldn't help but use his insight to assess Greyclaw's attributes, only to be surprised that this young giant lizard child was level 20 and had mastered several druid skills. What piqued Shen Jinlin's interest further was that Greyclaw's attitude value was marked as hostile. Let him go. Young Greyclaw has yet to leave the giant lizard village to become an exceptional warrior. He requires more experience. Besides, I will be there to look after him. Yinlu WNL interjected. Do not paint Cliff Village as a den of danger. We are but an ordinary village, embodying harmony and inclusiveness as our core principles. With courtesy and humility as our attitude, in Cliff Village, both adults and children will feel at home, Shen Jinlin remarked, slightly awkwardly, after overhearing their conversation. Since Grandfather WNL has spoken, let Greyclaw accompany us. Grayscale disregarded Shen Jinlin's input, stepping onto the large cart without a word. Then, let us depart. Shen Jinlin, still feeling awkward, turned to Poison Fong and Tongbi as Grayscale boarded the cart. Thus, Shen Jinlin, Yunlu WNL, and young Gray Claw shared the first cart, while Grayscale took the second. As they journeyed out of the swamp, to the swamp's edge, they encountered 30 skeletal soldiers awaiting them. Gray Claw, who had never left the giant lizard village, felt a tinge of nervousness. However, Yunlu WNL merely patted his shoulder, calming the young giant lizard child. Throughout the journey, Gray Claw remained vigilant, casting wary glances at Shen Jinlin and the skeletal soldiers, showing no trace of friendliness. Meanwhile, Grayscale in the second cart wore a sullen expression, uttering not a word. In contrast, Yunlu WNL appeared much more at ease. That I am quite curious. Since the disappearance of the Skeleton King, have you noticed any differences within your tribe? Yunlu WNL inquired, fixing his gaze on Shen Jinlin. Differences? That is quite difficult for me to articulate, Shen Jinlin pondered before responding. What do you mean? Yunlu WNL asked, somewhat perplexed. I have no recollection of what the Skeleton King was like. I only remember dying, then awakening as if from a slumber, only to find the throne under siege by the coalition of 7 tribes. And then I fled. Shen Jinlin recounted truthfully. When did you die? Yunlu WNL showed no surprise at Shen Jinlin's account. After all, within the skeleton tribe, the will of the Skeleton King reigned supreme. And low-tier skeletons like Shen Jinlin, with their feeble essence, possessed no free will. That 100 years ago, perhaps shortly before the collision of worlds, Shen Jinlin speculated, recalling the celestial phenomena he witnessed before his demise. 100 years. That seems implausible, Yunlu WNL responded, astonished. Why is that implausible? Shen Jinlin queried, puzzled. After serving as a skeleton soldier for a century, how could you remain so weak? Yunlu WNL remarked that in the perception of the Yaoxian, skeletons with such weak essence as Shen Jinlin were typically relegated to the role of cannon fodder, stationed at the forefront of battle. In the aftermath of a single skirmish, most weak skeletons would perish, and those who managed to survive would often experience significant elevation, a method of cultivating combat strength among the skeleton tribe. That it was only logical that a skeleton soldier who had served for 100 years would at least ascend to mid-tier, if not higher. Yet Shen Jinlin's essence remained undeniably low-tier. I wish to know as well. After all these years, why am I still at level 2? Moreover, since the Skeleton King's disappearance, my level has not progressed. Who am I to seek redress? Shen Jinlin began to voice his grievances. Your level cannot advance. I have never heard of such a phenomenon. Yunlu WNL expressed his astonishment once more. The Yaoxian regarded the skeleton tribe as mortal foes, and their enmity drove them to invest considerable effort into studying the skeletons. A prince. Yunlu WNL had received meticulous training since childhood. He had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the skeleton tribe's lore. According to the ancestral records of the Yaoxian, the missing Skeleton King was not the first of his kind. Several predecessors had filled that role before him. However, over prolonged periods of conflict, these Skeleton Kings had perished. The skeleton tribe, already vast in number, proved difficult to eradicate entirely, allowing them to rise anew like an unquenchable spark. Each new Skeleton King had been a servant of the previous one, and these successors had gradually ascended through experience. There was no record of the servants being unable to level up after the fall of their king. That I have certainly never heard of such a thing. Shen Jinlin said, throwing his hands up in exasperation. How intriguing. You truly are exceptional, Yunlu WNL remarked, stroking his chin before appearing to recall something, then asked, You are only at level 2? The Yaoxian had the ability to gauge an opponent's essence through their foundational divine perception techniques, allowing them to discern strength and weakness. Yet, unless one has cultivated a particularly unique technique, it is impossible to perceive the specific levels. Indeed, there is no deception among the young and the old. Shen Jinlin replied, the second level. The magical skills one can learn are exceedingly limited, and it is improbable to acquire any formidable abilities. How could you possibly divert my sword? Piercing the rainbow. To slightly shift one's own sword, piercing the rainbow, with a faint breath is something that Yunlu Wanli holds in high regard. Speaking of piercing the rainbow, Shen Jinlin involuntarily shuddered for that moment. When facing Yunlu Wanli's flying sword, was the closest he had come to death since his awakening. Nevertheless, Yunlu Wanli not only spared his life, but also provided him with healing. Moreover, the alliance with the giant lizard tribe surely involved assistance from this demon immortal, which granted him a chance for redemption. Shun Jinlin was quite certain that he harbored no ill intentions. Because of this, Shun Jinlin revealed, not holding back, as he displayed the mountain copper ring. After stating this, he channeled his magical energy, activating the magnetic control of the mountain copper ring, but a loosened rivet from the large cart was twisted and dislodged by the magnetic force, flying into Shun Jinlin's hand. There was no fluctuation of magical essence. In the corner of the cart, the young Grey Claw remarked, somewhat astonished. The so-called fluctuation of magical essence refers to the abnormal changes in magical essence that occur when a magical skill is activated. After the collision of worlds, magical essence permeated the air, making it impossible to avoid such anomalies whenever a magical skill was employed. Druids are capable of sensing these fluctuations, though there are indeed spells that can manipulate objects. A skill that activates without any fluctuation of magical essence is simply inconceivable. This is common knowledge and the reason for the Grey Claw's astonishment. This is neither a magical skill nor a characteristic of an artifact. How did you accomplish this? Although demon immortals do not employ magical skills, Yunlu Wanli understood what a fluctuation of magical essence entails. This is magnetic field control, a result of my research before I died. Though it employs dwarven runes, the principles are different. It shouldn't be considered magic, Shun Jinlin explained. Not magic nor technique. What exactly is this? Yunlu Wanli continued to inquire. Science, Shun Jinlin replied. You speak of human science. Correct? Yunlu Wanli, a wanderer, had encountered humans and heard a bit about science. Indeed, you were aware of it. Shun Jinlin was somewhat surprised that Yunlu Wanli possessed knowledge of science, that I have heard that this subject is quite complex. In-depth research and development in science can achieve effects typically attainable only through magic. Therefore, individuals well-versed in science are held in high esteem. Fascinating, you're truly becoming increasingly intriguing. Upon hearing Shun Jinlin's affirmation, Yunlu Wanli regarded the skeleton before him with renewed interest. Throughout their journey, Yunlu Wanli posed numerous questions about science, exhibiting a keen interest in this unfamiliar realm. Shun Jinlin did not delve deeply into explanations, merely touching upon concepts. The science you describe is far more detailed than what I gathered from humans. Yunlu Wanli remarked with a sense of wonder. That shouldn't be the case. Shun Jinlin expressed confusion, as he had only mentioned some basic concepts, which were likely at a middle school level, with perhaps a few personal interpretations added. That it is said that human society has regressed significantly compared to before the collision of worlds, due to the magical essence infection that claimed half of humanity's lives. Coupled with the chaos following the arrival of the 7 tribes, a vast amount of human knowledge has been lost. Fortunately, these humans possess a strong adaptability to learning magic and techniques. After decades of decline, they have successfully integrated these 2 elements with their inherited skills and risen to become one of the 8 great tribes. Yunlu Wanli elucidated that, oh, I see. Shun Jinlin nodded in understanding that at this point, he couldn't help but feel an urge to visit the human territories, despite now being a member of the skeleton tribe. Shun Jinlin's memories date back to the day of his death, fostering a lingering closeness to humanity within him. He longed to witness what the society of humans, blending magic, techniques, and technology, truly resembled. As the 2 conversed, the large cart arrived outside Cliff Village. Upon the towering outer city coming into view, Shun Jinlin noticed the previously silent young Grey Claw's eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. Even the gray-scaled lizard seated in the second cart, upon seeing the magnificent city walls, couldn't help but lift his gaze, displaying a trace of astonishment on his face. Quite impressive. This village has been constructed like a fortress, Yunlu Wanli exclaimed, standing up to gaze at the outer city of Cliff Village. There was no other option. Without such measures, it would be challenging to ensure the safety of over 1,000 residents in this village. Shun Jinlin responded. 3 large carts emerged from the forest, traversing the farmland surrounding Cliff Village, where fields were abundant with various grains, vegetables, and herbs. The laborers working the fields waved and greeted Shun Jinlin as he passed by. Seeing the expansive farmland, The gray-scaled lizard's eyes sparkled, and he immediately contemplated how much grain could be harvested here. If there were this much produce, the elders of the giant lizard tribe Wunti have had to make sacrifices a decade ago. As they approached the imposing city gates, the gray-scaled lizard spotted the soldiers guarding the entrance, fully armed Zhu Yin ape men, and instinctively gripped his weapon. In this wailing forest, who doesn't he know how brutally warlike the Zhu Yin tribe is? Encountering these ape men could easily lead to becoming their next meal. My lord, upon seeing the large cart carrying Shun Jinlin pass by, the ape men soldiers of the city gate saluted respectfully. Is everything well today? Shun Jinlin waved in a casual manner, inquiring. All is well, replied the ape men soldier stationed at the gate. The mannerisms of this ape soldier were impeccably disciplined, indicating that the military he belonged to maintained strict order. A stark contrast to the savage reputation of the Zhu Yin tribe. Could these not be the Zhu Yin tribe? The gray-scaled lizard pondered. These soldiers are indeed from the Zhu Yin tribe. They are also members of the various factions within Cliff Village, serving as one of the main forces guarding the village. After passing through the city gate, Shun Jinlin introduced this to Yunlu Wanli. Perhaps also for the benefit of the gray-scaled lizard, Shun Jinlin spoke particularly loudly during his introduction. The gray-scaled lizard certainly heard him clearly and thought to himself that although the Zhu Yin tribe may not be as formidable as the giant lizard tribe, which has been in a constant state of warfare, they are still one of the few combat tribes in this wailing forest. Moreover, they only submit to the strong. Thus, the ability to command these ape men indicates that Shun Jinlin indeed possesses some strength. Inside the city gate, it was even larger than Yunlu Wanli had imagined, accommodating over 1,000 residents without feeling crowded. Beyond the training grounds near the entrance, the buildings were meticulously planned and constructed, presenting a refreshing sight. Various tribes cohabited here, with no hierarchy among them, living in harmony. The number of smaller tribes far surpassed that of the skeleton tribe, yet they exhibited profound respect towards the skeletal soldiers. The skeletal soldiers maintained a demeanor of at least respect towards Shun Jinlin, alleviating any concerns he had regarding their loyalty. Thus, the skeletal soldiers of Cliff Village were granted free will. These skeletal soldiers, endowed with free will, behaved and conducted themselves much like they did when they were alive, and they could coexist harmoniously with the diverse tribes here, even offering mutual assistance, which greatly astonished the gray-scaled lizard. The 5 laws. Do you have your own laws here? The stone tablet inscribed with the 5 laws stood prominently along the wide main road leading from the outer city to the inner city. As the large cart passed this spot, Yunlu Wanli glanced at the content of the tablet, astonished. With over 1,000 people from more than 10 tribes, a lack of regulations would surely lead to chaos. Shun Jinlin courteously replied, Indeed, it is essential to have some rules in place. Quite right. You have a long-term vision. Yunlu Wanli nodded in admiration. Before the cart reached the inner city, Shun Jinlin instructed Poison Fong and Tong Bai to pull over, stopping in front of the village's dining establishment. You may return now, Shun Jinlin instructed the skeletal soldiers, then turned to Yunlu Wanli and the gray-scaled lizard, saying, After such a long journey, let us first enjoy a meal. There is a dedicated restaurant. There is also a general store. Upon disembarking, Yunlu Wanli looked around, muttering in astonishment. This area was filled with village-run shops established by Shun Jinlin to promote the use of food vouchers. In addition to restaurants, there are also shops for daily necessities, tool stores, blacksmiths, and so forth. Beside these establishments, some recreational facilities have been constructed, such as basketball courts, small football fields, and badminton courts. Although initially, the residents of Cliff Village were unaware of the purpose of these venues. After a few competitions organized by Shun Jinlin, the villagers began to utilize these facilities during their leisure time. What is that for? Yunlu Wanli inquired, pointing to a building adjacent to the basketball court. Children of various races were seen entering and exiting, leaving him momentarily perplexed about the nature of the place. It is a school where all children can learn to read and write, as well as study magical knowledge. Shun Jinlin replied, glancing at the building. After disembarking, the young Greypaw observed a group of slightly older children from various races playing basketball on the court, not entirely comprehending their activities. Yet, witnessing the excitement and joy radiating from these young ones stirred a desire within Greypaw to join them. Greypaw, what is it? Graylin noticed his son's expression was no longer as mature as usual and thus asked, "Father, what are they practicing?" Graypaw pointed towards the children on the basketball court, inquiring, "That is not practice. It is called playing basketball, a form of sport. You can join them too." Shun Jinlin encouraged Graypaw. That just playing? Graypaw muttered to himself, disregarding Shun Jinlin's words. "First, let us eat. After we finish our meal, I will have them teach you how to play basketball." Shun Jinlin continued. Upon hearing this, Graypaw remained silent, merely glancing at the children on the basketball court before turning to stand beside his father. "Ah, let us head inside then." Shun Jinlin chuckled awkwardly. "My lord, are you here for a meal as well?" The half-goat waiter at the restaurant approached Shun Jinlin upon his entrance to tea that moment. It was not mealtime, and the restaurant was rather empty. Having received Shun Jinlin's culinary guidance, Elder Huizong, who was on duty in the kitchen, emerged upon hearing of Shun Jinlin's arrival. "My lord, come to inspect?" Elder Huizong queried. "There are guests. Prepare a few signature dishes and a good pot of wine." Shun Jinlin indicated Yunlu Wanli and Graylin behind him to Elder Huizong. Only then did Elder Huizong notice the presence of and two lizard folk, one large and one small, and he recognized that there was Yunlu Wanli. This, not to mention how rare it was to see a giant lizard folk, Elder Huizong vividly recalled the dangers associated with Yunlu Wanli, causing him to feel somewhat flustered. "What are you standing there for? Go prepare the food." Shun Jinlin commanded upon noticing Elder Huizong's hesitance to, "Oh yes, of course." Elder Huizong nodded and hurried back to the kitchen. As the dishes were served, Graylin's curiosity intensified. Although the giant lizard village remained in a state of readiness for battle, he occasionally roamed the forest to gather information to Graylin's knowledge. The tribes in the Wailing Forest did not prepare food in such a manner. However, he could not deny that this style of preparation made the food far more appetizing. The unique flavor that danced upon his palate was something Graylin had never experienced in his 30 years of life. And this meal opened the door to a new world for him. Yet, the lizard folk maintained a demeanor of seriousness and indifference. "I did not expect you to have human recipes," Yunlu Wanli exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the meal. "This wine is quite good as well. It is truly a loss for Li Hongjian not to be here. It would also be possible to take some wine back for the great hero Li." Shun Jinlin remarked in response that, "I must concede that the prosperity of Cliff Village is beyond that of the giant lizard folk. However, relying solely on this may not suffice to withstand the forces of larger clans." Graylin interjected, his face serious. Having witnessed various races coexisting harmoniously in Cliff Village, living in abundance, and observing the meticulous governance of the village, its farmlands, residences, laws, and schools, Graylin could not help but acknowledge that Shun Jinlin was indeed different from the average skeleton folk. Perhaps an alliance could be considered, but Graylin did not believe this village possessed the strength to resist the armies of larger clans. Although Cliff Village had implemented numerous defenses, such measures paled in comparison to Li Hongjian's formations. Under the relentless assault of siege machinery, it would not take long for this seemingly impregnable village to be breached. What benefits would an alliance with such a village bring to the giant lizard folk? "You are right, Chief Graylin. Since we have all dined well, let us proceed to the inner city," Shun Jinlin suggested, leading the group towards the inner city, standing atop the walls of the inner city. They observed the formation of skeletal soldiers, Zhuyin monkeys, and soldiers of various races gathered in orderly ranks within the walled city. Apart from those on duty and those mining, all the soldiers of Cliff Village were assembled here. Shun Jinlin gestured towards the soldiers in formation and remarked, "There are over 200 soldiers within the walled city, standing tall and proud, exuding quite an imposing presence." However, under the scrutiny of his discerning eye, it became evident that the soldiers' levels varied significantly, ranging from level 15 to 40, reflecting a considerable disparity in strength. This army may not even be able to defeat the warriors of the giant lizard folk, Graylin stated bluntly. Indeed, the disparity in levels among these soldiers renders them incapable of facing the armies of larger clans head-on, Shun Jinlin agreed. "However, we have never intended to confront them directly." "Not intending to engage directly? Then how do you plan to repel the invaders?" Graylin retorted with disdain, "That we retreat when the enemy advances, we harass when they camp, we strike when they tire, and we pursue when they retreat." Shun Jinlin replied calmly, What do you mean by that? After hearing Shun Jinlin's words, Yunlu Wanli inquired curiously. Shun Jinlin did not answer directly, but led Yunlu Wanli, Greylin, and the others through the walled city, directly into the original wooden gate of Cliff Village. In the open space beyond the wooden gate, a group of women from various races had gathered, each armed with a dwarven firearm, arranged in formation as they awaited further instructions. Is that a dwarven firearm? Moreover, it appears to be of excellent quality. These weapons pose a significant threat to those below level 50. Yunlu Wanli, having traveled extensively, recognized the weaponry commonly equipped by dwarven armies. In addition to dwarven firearms, we are continuously crafting dwarven cannons, wind crossbows, and other weaponry. Currently, we have managed to equip each individual with a dwarven firearm. Shun Jinlin nodded in affirmation. Are these firearms not powered by magic? From what I understand, firing one shot consumes approximately 100 magic points. Even if everyone has one, not all possess sufficient magic points to use them, right? Yunlu Wanli pondered aloud. Thus, we have developed magic storage runes, each capable of storing 2,000 magic points, with each individual receiving a standard allocation of 10 such runes. Consequently, each firearm can be fired at least 200 times, and each hand cannon can be fired at least 40 times. Shun Jinlin explained, pointing to a woman with magic storage runes at her waist. Since the discussion was about forming an alliance, he had no intention of withholding information. These are authentic dwarven runes, Yunlu Wanli remarked, examining the magic storage runes closely. Before the rise of humanity, runes were a specialty of the dwarves. However, humans have independently developed methods to create them, though their runes pale in comparison to the authentic dwarven runes. He continued, "My lord," at that moment, a skeletal dwarven gunner stepped forward from the ranks, bowing respectfully to Shun Jinlin. Upon seeing this skeletal dwarven gunner, Yunlu Wanli finally understood why Cliff Village was capable of producing authentic dwarven runes. "Please demonstrate," Shun Jinlin instructed the dwarven gunner. "Yes, my lord." The skeletal dwarven gunner responded affirmatively before turning to the assembled women of various races and calling out, "Shooting formation," under the command of the skeletal dwarf musketeer. The women swiftly reformed their ranks, aligning themselves in 3 columns toward a target several dozen meters away. "Alternate fire," commanded the skeletal dwarf musketeer. A synchronized volley of gunfire erupted as the 3 columns of women took turns shooting, seamlessly filling the gaps in their magically charged firearms, thereby creating a continuous barrage of firepower. Each shot from the runic-imbued dwarf muskets packed considerable might. After 2 rounds of alternating fire, the target was utterly obliterated. Grayscale was taken aback, for these women were no more than around level 10, some even below that threshold. Yet their coordinated firing was sufficient to suppress the assault of soldiers below level 50. Even with an armed populace, could the strength of Cliff Village truly withstand a large-scale siege? Grayscale steadied his thoughts and remarked, "With over 1,000 inhabitants in Cliff Village, one might assume that each could wield a dwarf firearm in battle. However, they remained but a mere 1,000. If a large clan's army were determined to besiege, they would likely field tens of thousands. As I mentioned earlier, we do not intend to engage the large clan's army head-on," said Shun Jinlin, leading a few individuals along the pathway up the cliff. At the summit of the cliff lay a cave, originally Shun Jinlin's residence. However, he had repurposed it since he had no need for rest. At the far end of the cave, a large wooden board displayed a map of the entire Wailing Forest. In the lower right corner of the map was a smaller illustration, filled with intricate markings resembling intertwining paths. Bewilderingly complex and difficult to decipher at first glance, in the center of the cave stood a massive table, upon which a sand table constructed from earth and small branches lay. This sand table served as a 3-dimensional representation of the aforementioned map. The topography of the Wailing Forest was laid bare on the sand table, with designated areas marked for various tribes, including Cliff Village and the giant Lizard Clan settlement, from the sand table. It was evident that Cliff Village was situated near the center of the Wailing Forest, while the giant Lizard Clan's village was positioned near the southern lake of the forest, in addition to the marked villages. Numerous small flags dotted the sand table, scattered throughout the forest. Grayscale observed for a while, but could not discern their significance. "What purpose do these serve?" Grayscale inquired, looking at the sand table. "This is called a tactical sand table," useful for tactical simulations and for gaining a comprehensive view of the battlefield. As you can see, Cliff Village is centrally located within the Wailing Forest, surrounded by dense jungles and intricate terrain that serve as a barrier. We merely need to utilize these terrains and barriers to prevent the large clan's army from approaching Cliff Village, thus avoiding direct confrontation. Shun Jinlin pointed at the tactical sand table as he spoke. If jungles and terrain could truly thwart the large clan's army, then wars would not exist, Grayscale scoffed. I have 300 soldiers, Shun Jinlin replied. With those 300 soldiers of varying strength, they might hold against 1,000, but what advantageous terrain exists within the jungle? Grayscale still expressed skepticism. With dwarf firearms in hand, engaging in guerrilla tactics within jungle terrain, 300 soldiers could contend with 10,000, Shun Jinlin stated nonchalantly. Guerrilla tactics? What do you mean by that? Yin Luanli, unfamiliar with the term, expressed keen interest. Enemy advances, we retreat. Enemy encamps, we disrupt. Enemy fatigues, we strike. Enemy retreats, we pursue. This encapsulates the essence of guerrilla warfare. The large clan's army is formidable, thus we must avoid their strength. This is what is meant by enemy advances. We retreat, seize every opportunity to harass them, preventing them from recuperating. This is enemy encamps, we disrupt. Once they are wearied from our harassment, it is time for us to strike. This is enemy fatigues, we strike. Should they choose to retreat, we shall pursue and deliver a crushing blow. This is enemy retreats, we pursue. Shun Jinlin elaborated passionately. Such is mere theoretical discussion. In the jungle, will not the enemy have shamans on guard? Under the eye of all things, let alone harassment, even the chance to approach is non-existent. Grayscale dismissed the notion. What if our movements were entirely underground? Shun Jinlin countered. Underground? Are you suggesting we station our troops beneath the surface? Yin Lu Wanli pressed for clarification. Point one could say that only underground can we evade the eye of all things and move unseen. These small flags indicate the entrances and exits to our subterranean routes. Shun Jinlin pointed to the small flags on the sand table. Stationing troops underground indeed allows one to avoid the eye of all things. But how do you propose to distribute your 300 soldiers among so many underground posts? Grayscale continued to question. Why connecting all these posts? There will be no issue of dividing forces. Shun Jinlin responded. Connect so many posts is an enormous undertaking. Even a year may not suffice. Grayscale chuckled. Within the Wailing Forest lies a cavern. I wonder if Chief Grayscale is aware of it. Shun Jinlin inquired. Looking at Grayscale, that of course, I know it well. The labyrinthine tunnels within make it easy to lose one's way. Grayscale replied, without much thought. Indeed, the complexity of this cavern is vast, with numerous connections that we have utilized this cavern as a foundation to expand our underground passages, linking these posts into a cohesive network. Furthermore, the speed of movement within these underground passages surpasses that of the jungle terrain, allowing my soldiers to outpace the enemy, Shun Jinlin explained, gesturing to the intricate markings on the small illustration in the lower right corner of the wooden map. The convoluted markings on this small illustration represented the expanded underground passages, and through the spiritual connections of the skeletons, Shun Jinlin had become well acquainted with this cavern's layout, with the exceptional excavation skills of the rat folk. The expansion of these passages was accomplished. Grayscale examined the small illustration, then glanced at the sand table dotted with flags throughout the forest. The combination of the two, indeed, formed a network of pathways that would enable ease of movement throughout the forest. If Chief Grayscale finds my explanations lacking in clarity, perhaps we could conduct a sand table simulation. You shall assume the role of the attacking side, with no restrictions on troop strength or equipment. While I shall defend, Shun Jinlin proposed as Grayscale fell silent. Very well, let me witness your guerrilla warfare. Grayscale agreed without hesitation as they gathered around the sand table. Grayscale meticulously studied the terrain, calculating how many troops would be needed to penetrate Cliff Village most swiftly, while Shun Jinlin calmly awaited. Lord, just as Grayscale was formulating his offensive plan, Elder Earth suddenly arrived with news. Is there a problem? Shun Jinlin inquired, for Elder Earth's eye of all things could survey the forest. Shun Jinlin had entrusted all matters of vigilance to him, and the Minotaur Elder's arrival indicated something amiss. Indeed, scouts from the Serpent Demon have reported that an orc army is advancing towards the Wailing Forest, Elder Earth conveyed. The orcs have been assigned this territory. These madmen are relentless. This poses a bit of a predicament. The previously silent Little Long Ba finally spoke up. How many troops are involved? From which direction do they approach? Shun Jinlin asked directly, ignoring Little Long Ba. Approximately over 1,000, not particularly elite, Elder Earth answered. This force belongs to the orc army that breached the Bone Throne and is currently circumventing the southern lake to approach the forest from the west. Only an average level of 40 qualifies as elite. This force should not be difficult to handle, Little Long Ba remarked. It seems these orcs are unaware of the situation in the Wailing Forest. This 1,000-strong contingent is likely a vanguard, Shun Jinlin mused, almost to himself, while also addressing Little Long Ba. This contingent is primarily infantry, with only 100 wolf riders and no siege equipment, Elder Earth added. Thus, they truly are oblivious to the presence of fortifications like Cliff Village within this forest. Little Long Ba concluded. This force's capability for siege is limited, and they should pose no threat to Cliff Village at this moment. Yinlu Wanli stated they still cannot be allowed to approach the village. If possible, we must strive to annihilate them before they reach Xiaobi Village. Shun Jinlin contemplated for a moment and replied, since the orcs are unaware of the existence of Xiaobi Village, we must prevent this vanguard force from returning with any more intelligence. It seems there is no need for further strategizing. I am eager to witness how you intend to employ guerrilla warfare to decimate these 1,000 foes with merely 300 soldiers. Upon hearing this, Hui Lin remarked, to the west of the Wailing Forest, a formidable red-skinned orc army, led by a level 50 orc warrior, marched grandly into the forest. The orc warrior rode upon a wolf, leading 100 wolf cavalry, followed by 500 orc warriors, 300 archers, 100 orc scouts, 50 orc warlocks, and 50 orc shamans. Within this army, aside from the wolf cavalry, whose levels were all above 40, the rest of the soldiers ranged from low teens to the 30s, hardly qualifying as elite troops. Commander, I have heard that this forest is inhabited by minor races that are subservient to the Bone King. Moreover, the able-bodied among these minor races have been forcibly conscripted into the Bone Legion. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such a large force against a mere collection of the elderly, weak, women, and children? The terrain of the jungle is also ill-suited for cavalry operations. Are we not somewhat excessive in our approach? As they neared the forest, the centurion of the wolf cavalry, bearing the standard, addressed the leading orc warrior, suggesting, wouldn't it be better to engage in less strenuous tasks? The orc warrior, without turning, inquired, why not have a more thrilling encounter with humans or bloodkin? The centurion of the wolf cavalry responded, breaking through the western defenses of the Bone Legion has already incurred significant losses among the various races. A renewed conflict will not arise in the short term. Once we secure this forest and connect the territory we seize with our clan's domain, we will form a pincer movement against the northern defenses of the Bone Legion. Do you truly doubt that battles will not await us? The orc warrior declared. The orc territories predominantly lie to the north, and the defenses of the Bone Legion along the northern border are established to withstand their advance. If we can eliminate this obstacle, the orc forces can march southward. Will the Bone Legion on the northern front intervene in this forest? The centurion of the wolf cavalry queried with some concern. Even when the throne of bones was breached, they did not take action. These skeletons are disheartened and hesitant to strike, the orc warrior confidently asserted. As they spoke, the orc army had already reached the edge of the Wailing Forest. Observing the dense thicket, the orc warrior commanded the troops to halt and summoned the shaman to the front. Mother of all, please reward my devotion and grant me the eyes to perceive all. The orc shaman commenced the incantation for the skill Eye of All Things at the forest threshold. Subsequently, the orc shaman gazed skyward, his eyes glowing with white light, as visions from the Eye of All Things began to manifest in his mind, clarifying the state of the Wailing Forest. What is the situation? Upon the shaman concluding his skill, the orc warrior inquired. There are 20 villages within the forest, along with a fortress. The orc shaman replied, but a fortress? The Bone King has constructed a fortress in this desolate place? The orc warrior exclaimed in surprise. The fortress lies in the forest center, and it appears to be quite substantial, Though the population within is not particularly large, the orc shaman continued. With our current configuration, we cannot besiege the fortress, the centurion of the wolf cavalry interjected. How many skeletal soldiers are likely stationed within that fortress? The orc warrior pondered before asking. It seems that this fortress houses a variety of races. But I did not observe any skeletal soldiers, the orc shaman reported candidly. Oh, then it is merely a refuge. Encircle it for a couple of days, and we can intimidate them into submission, the orc warrior remarked dismissively. Should we not first bring in some siege equipment? The centurion of the wolf cavalry cautiously suggested. Why would we go to such trouble against a mere collection of insignificant minor races? Let the scouts pave the way. All shall advance toward the fortress in the forest center. The orc warrior held the minor races in the wailing forest in utter disdain along the western border. Aside from a few races, these disparate groups of lesser beings would crumble at the first touch of conflict. Possessing little combat efficacy, 100 scouts ventured into the forest ahead of the others, who followed under the orc warrior's command. Pressing further into the depths of the forest, scouts, being high-risk units, are held to stringent standards. Thus, the 100 scouts that entered first all boasted levels above 30. Although these scouts were ill-suited for direct confrontation, they excelled in stealth, assassination, and trap dismantling, making them the ideal vanguard in a forested environment. The 100 scouts divided into 10 teams, each consisting of 10 members, and began to explore toward the forest center while leaving safety markers along the way. One team of orc scouts, adorned with vibrant paints on their red skin, blended seamlessly into the dappled light of the forest. Unless one looked closely, these orcs moving stealthily among the foliage would go entirely unnoticed. The leading orc scout suddenly raised his hand, signaling the scouts behind him a halt, then slowly crouched down, using his dagger to lift a fine thread of spider silk from the grass at his feet. The orc scout cautiously followed the thread and discovered that one end was connected to a swinging log trap. Should they inadvertently trip this thread, the concealed log would swing down upon the team. A trivial trick, the orc scout scoffed. With that, the scout leader instructed his team to lower themselves, then carefully severed the thread with his dagger. Indeed, at the instant the thread broke, a spiked log came crashing down through the dense foliage above. Had the scouting team not crouched in time, they would have been caught off guard by the descending timber. The log swung like a pendulum, crashing against the trunk of a nearby tree beside the orc scout leader with a resounding thud. Just as the orc scout leader mocked the simplicity of the trap, he suddenly felt a liquid splatter against his face. This was due to the log striking the tree trunk, piercing a hidden water pouch concealed by leaves, causing its contents to spray forth. Before the scout leader could react, the liquid on his skin ignited a stinging sensation, which rapidly progressed to visible arcane. As the decay spread, the orc's once red skin gradually turned a purplish hue. With the encroaching color, he began to froth at the mouth and collapse to the ground, lifeless. The splattered liquid was, in fact, a poison concocted by the half-goat people. This seemingly simple trap was, in reality, a complex mechanism reliant on the poison to eliminate foes. Several scouts, similarly splashed by the toxin, fell dead one after another. That moment, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket, and a figure from the spider demon race darted past. There, eliminate him! Fortunately, the surviving scouts, upon spotting the spider demon, wasted no time in pursuing. However, after just a few steps, they heard a whoosh, and a web sprang up beneath their feet, woven from extremely fine strands of silk, buried beneath the fallen leaves and grass, making it difficult to detect. The suddenly risen web ensnared the orc scouts without exception, swiftly hoisting them into the air. Although the silk was thin, it was as resilient as steel wire. No matter how the orcs struggled or attempted to cut themselves free, they could not break loose from the web in their panic. The orc scouts were ambushed by several skeletal soldiers emerging from the underbrush, armed and ready, who stabbed at the ensnared orcs until the last breath was drawn. This moment in the wailing forest, it was not just this team of scouts that encountered an ambush. Other scattered scouting teams were experiencing similar fates. From the moment this orc army entered the forest, their movements were monitored by the Elder of the Earth, and their actions were relayed through a mental link to the skeletal soldiers lying in wait within the woods. These dispersed orc scouts either fell victim to the intricately connected traps set by the spider demons or were ambushed by the suddenly appearing skeletal soldiers, all perishing within the depths of the jungle. The 100 orc scouts were completely annihilated before the tactical sand table. The Earth Elder, who had just acquired the Eye of All Things, put away the small flags representing the orc scout team while addressing Sun Jinlin. "What are our losses?" Sun Jinlin immediately inquired. Although he could glean the situation at the front line through mental connection, he still posed a question, as it was to be reported to the nearby Grayscale and Yin Luwanli. "We have suffered no losses," the Earth Elder replied. "0 casualties and eliminating 100 foes. This remarkable achievement indeed garnered Grayscale's silent admiration. However, the expression of the chieftain of the giant lizard tribe remained impassive. "Where is the main force of the orcs?" Sun Jinlin continued to question the Earth Elder. "The orc main force is still advancing forward," the Earth Elder stated, moving the small flag representing the orc main force further ahead on the sand table. "At this rate, they would reach Cliff Village within 2 days." Sun Jinlin gazed at the sand table, contemplated for a moment, and suggested, "Have the skeletal soldiers clear away the bodies of the orc scouts without alerting the orc main force." "Yes, my lord," the Earth Elder responded. "Then, using the markers left by the scouts, lure the orc main force to this location." After further thought, Sun Jinlin pointed to a small forest valley situated ahead of the orc main force. Following the markers left by the scouts, the orc main force advanced deeper into the forest, where numerous destroyed traps lay scattered along their path. "Isn't this a bit too smooth?" The centurion of the Wolf Riders expressed his concern while passing by a dismantled trap. "What? Do you think these minor tribes possess the capability to confront us head-on?" The orc warrior scoffed. "I merely feel a sense of unease," the centurion admitted, although he believed the small tribes in the forest lacked the strength to resist an army of thousands. A vague foreboding lingered in his mind. Did the scouts leave any warnings? The orc warrior bellowed to the soldiers ahead. "None. All are safety markers," came the reply from an orc warrior stationed in front. "Shaman, see where the scouts have reached now." The orc warrior then turned to the shaman following the Wolf Riders. The shaman immediately began chanting a spell, his eyes glowing white as he activated the Eye of All Things skill. "Strange, there isn't a single person ahead. The scouts have vanished," the shaman, having detected the anomaly, exclaimed. "Vanished." The orc warrior immediately sensed something was amiss and raised his hand to command, "Halt the advance," upon hearing the order. 900 orc soldiers came to a standstill. However, they failed to notice that they were currently situated in a small valley within the forest. "There's someone nearby." The orc shaman, still under the influence of the Eye of All Things skill, suddenly observed a group of individuals surrounding their position. Before the words of the shaman could fully escape his lips, the orc warrior noticed a number of younglings from the small tribes emerging from the thickets atop the high ground on either side of the valley. These younglings ranged from levels 10 to 20, not particularly high, yet each wielded a dwarven firearm, and some were equipped with dwarven hand cannons. The seasoned orc warrior was well aware of the power these dwarven weapons possessed. "Defend," the orc warrior shouted, immediately activating his shield wall skill. The younglings above the valley raised their weapons, and a barrage of gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the forest. The shield wall of the orc warrior absorbed the incoming projectiles with relative ease. Yet the lower-level orc warriors, despite attempting to defend, found their efforts utterly futile against the fierce firepower, being knocked down on the spot. Those with weaker defenses, such as the archers and spellcasters, fared even worse. 50 orc shamans were slain, and more than half of the orc warlocks also fell, resulting in nearly 200 orcs rendered incapacitated. "Archers, return fire," the orc warrior commanded loudly during the lull of the barrage. Being a regular unit, the archers responded swiftly, and the orc warlocks began chanting dark magic, preparing to strike at the younglings on either side of the valley. However, these younglings, having executed their volley, swiftly retreated back into the thickets. Leaving the orcs' counterattack in vain, the archers and warlocks retaliated. The Wolf Riders, under the orc warrior's lead, had already burst forth from the valley and maneuvered towards the high ground on the side, preparing to encircle the younglings. Though the movements of the orc warriors were slower than those of the cavalry, they too flanked to the other side. The forest terrain posed significant restrictions on the mobility of cavalry. Nevertheless, the agility of the wolf mounts surpassed that of horses, allowing them to navigate the woods with remarkable swiftness. The orc warrior was confident that the flanking speed of the wolf riders would easily trap the younglings retreating from the high ground. However, upon the orc warrior and the wolf riders charging into the high ground, not a single youngling was in sight. It was as if those ambushing the orc army had vanished in a thin air. The orc warriors who had ascended the high ground faced the same empty outcome. These rascals ran away so quickly. The orc warrior bellowed after leading the wolf riders through the thickets without capturing a single youngling. Just as the orc warrior seethed with anger, the ground beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves in the small valley suddenly stirred, and nearly 100 skeletal soldiers, led by the arm and venom, burst forth. The orc archers and warlocks, preoccupied with the flanks of the valley, remained oblivious to the hidden ambush below. Consequently, when the skeletal soldiers charged forth, they were met with shock, completely forgetting to resist. Among the 200 archers who survived the ambush, only a few dozen managed to flee the valley in panic, while all the orc warlocks perished at the hands of the skeletal soldiers. Hearing the cacophony of screams from within the valley, the orc warrior dashed to the edge of the high ground, witnessing the skeletal soldiers slaughtering the archers and warlocks. "Surround them! Do not let these skeletons escape!" The orc warrior shouted to the orc soldiers on the opposite high ground, who were also gazing into the valley. With that, the orc warrior led the wolf riders down from the high ground, charging toward the valley entrance. Yet, when the wolf riders and orc warriors surged into the valley, they were greeted by a scene of countless orc corpses, while nearly 100 skeletal soldiers had vanished without a trace. We eliminated over 400 orc soldiers, annihilated the shamans and warlocks, and we suffered no casualties at this moment. Before the sand table in the cave of Cliff Village, the Earth Elder reported after retracting the eye of all things. Upon hearing this, shock surfaced on Grayscale's previously impassive face. The orc army had suffered severe casualties while the soldiers of Cliff Village remained unscathed. Such a feat was indeed astonishing. There are still over 400 left. Continue to monitor their movements, Shun Jinlin calmly stated after deliberation. There's something eerie about this. How could these fellows flee so swiftly? The centurion of the wolf riders remarked, surveying the battlefield littered with orc corpses. These scoundrels quickened our march, and let us demolish that fortress without leaving a single soul behind. The orc warrior roared in fury at the soldiers. Commander, these individuals were prepared, now that the shamans are dead. Rushing in could lead to losses. The centurion of the wolf riders immediately advised. Cavalry take the lead, warriors follow behind, search as we advance, and spread out the formation. The orc warrior, consumed by rage, disregarded the counsel of the centurion. The centurion, left with no choice, led his cavalry in a staggered formation, progressing slowly toward Cliff Village. The remaining orc warriors and archers, adopting a loose formation, cautiously followed behind the cavalry, inching forward. Although the orc warrior demanded an accelerated pace, the orcs dared not act recklessly in the cave of Cliff Village. The Earth Elder once again retracted the eye of all things, moving the small flag representing the orc main force slightly toward the direction of Cliff Village, and inquired what other troops remain. After listening, Shun Jinlin inquired, our primary objective in this ambush is the frail ranged units, so the losses of the Mount Wolf cavalry and warriors are not excessively high. Currently, we still have nearly 100 Mount Wolf cavalry, over 300 warriors, and several dozen archers. The Elder of the Earth reported, it is nearing dusk. Let us conclude matters here. As he spoke, Shun Jinlin gestured upon the sand table, indicating a dense thicket directly in front of the orc army. Under the cautious exploration of the Mount Wolf cavalry, the orc army advanced slowly into the thicket, while the sky gradually darkened, enveloping the night forest in profound darkness. The orc warriors ignited torches, continuing onward. By the flickering light, they discerned diminutive figures concealed among the dense canopies above. These hidden figures were the diminutive goblins with large eyes and ears. However, the orc soldiers remained vigilant against the dark foliage surrounding them, oblivious to the presence of the goblins above. Though not warriors themselves, these goblins possessed their own unique talents. Emerging from their leafy concealment, the goblins produced whistles and began to blow vigorously, yet no sound was emitted. The whistle did not lack sound entirely. Rather, it produced infrasound waves perceptible only to beasts. Upon receiving the inaudible signals, the mount wolves beneath the orc cavalry became agitated, and despite the riders' attempts to soothe them, they could not quell the unrest. "What is happening? These mount wolves seem frightened," shouted one rider as he endeavored to calm his steed. And no sooner had the orc spoken than his mount wolf bolted in terror into the dark forest. With others following suit, riders clinging to their backs, seeing their mounts unmanageable, the orc warriors made swift decisions to leap off. Just as they regained their footing, screams echoed from the forest, both those of mount wolves and orcs alike. The chilling cries resonated through the darkness, causing the orc warriors to instinctively tighten their formation, standing back-to-back in a defensive stance. Moments later, the screams ceased, indicating that the cavalry had been entirely eliminated. With the assailants remaining hidden in the shadows, the abrupt silence was palpable. All orcs held their breath, peering into the impenetrable darkness, hoping to catch sight of any approaching threat. Eventually, they glimpsed flickering lights in the gloom, followed by the thunderous sound of gunfire breaking the stillness, as projectiles and shells rained down upon the tightly clustered orc ranks. The successive explosions erupted within the orc contingent, claiming the lives of unprepared warriors and archers. This barrage from the darkness had the orc numbers, yet the ambush was far from over. From above the treetops came rustling sounds, and the crimson-furred Zhuyin ape tribe leapt down, plunging into the bewildered orc ranks. The Zhuyin, regardless of gender, emitted exultant roars, brandishing weapons as they charged at the panicked orcs. Most of these apes were around level 30, their collective strength slightly surpassing that of the orcs, and the element of surprise rendered the orc warriors defenseless. However, the assault by the apes was not the entirety of the onslaught. From the dark recesses of the forest surged skeletal soldiers, averaging level 40, joining the massacre of the orcs. "You despicable bastards!" roared an orc warrior, witnessing his soldiers fall one after another, his rage eclipsing reason. Life surge, shield wall, battle cry. His eyes reddened as he stacked skills upon himself. Grasping his shield in one hand and a sword in the other, he prepared to charge at the nearest Zhuyin. Yet before he could initiate his assault, a shadowy figure emerged alongside the skeletal soldiers. A sinister glimmer flashed in its hand as a curse of misfortune ensnared the orc warrior. In an instant, the orc felt as though lead had been poured into his feet, rendering movement arduous, let alone charging. Simultaneously, his resistance to damage was stripped away by the curse. A shrill scream pierced the air as the venomous Tooth Fong surged forth from behind the shadowy figure, charging at the orc warrior and employing the warrior's skill guillotine mid-leap. As the warrior beheld the descending warhammer of Tooth Fong, he attempted to raise his shield for defense. However, under the curse's influence, his movements were agonizingly slow by the time the hammer struck his body. His shield remained unlifted, with his resistance obliterated and suffering the brunt of the guillotine's devastating blow. The level 50 orc warrior was slain by Tooth Fang's hammer in that very moment of the orc's demise. Tooth Fong ascended from level 58 to 59. "You certainly know how to seize opportunities," Tooth Fong remarked, witnessing his kill being snatched away. "Oh, the swift go the spoils," he retorted, then resumed his assault on the frantic orc warriors. The orc army was entirely obliterated. As the fighting in the forest subsided, the Elder of the Earth reported to the assembly within the caverns of Cliff Village. "The average level of the soldiers has reached 40. You have earned the title of Captain of the Skeletons." The title indicated a rank within the Skeletal Legion, symbolizing one's status as a mid-tier officer, with each captain able to command 1,000-man squads on the battlefield. Elite troops could pave the way for your promotion. The newly acquired skill, Royal Guard, allows for the potential cultivation of elite guards through the fusion of skeletal soldiers, with these elite guards boasting double base attributes, along with the Perception Skill Scout and a random acquisition of a skill from their respective class. Upon receiving the notification of his title elevation, Shun Jinlin promptly examined his new title and skill. "Elite guards, this is rather impressive," exclaimed Xiao Wangba. With attributes doubled and the acquisition of 2 new skills, Shun Jinlin too found the elite guards commendable. Yet the skill description was somewhat vague. For instance, what was the probability of cultivating elite guards? Given the presence of others, Shun Jinlin refrained from discussing this with Xiao Wangba. "Chief Grayscale, are you satisfied with such achievements?" Shen Jinlin turned to address Grayscale. This 1,000-strong orc unit was not elite. If coordinated with Li Hongjian's formations, the giant lizard tribe could have eradicated them without casualties. However, that would rely on defensive formations. This time, Shen Jinlin took the initiative, and without formations to rely upon. Those 300 soldiers would certainly not stand a chance against the giant lizard warriors. To eliminate that 1,000-strong orc force without any losses is truly commendable. Grayscale mused, "I could see this moment." His expression had shifted from earlier shock to one of calm indifference. It was difficult to discern his satisfaction with the battle at Cliff Village. "We shall not impede your efforts in clearing the battlefield," Grayscale remarked flatly before turning to exit the cavern. "What a temper these giant lizards have," Xiao Wangba commented, noting Grayscale's ambiguous demeanor. Shen Jinlin also found Grayscale somewhat inscrutable, yet considering the long-standing conflict between the giant lizard tribe and the skeleton tribe, such an attitude was not surprising. "Dispatch all carts to retrieve the orc corpses," Shen Jinlin instructed the Elder of the Earth once Grayscale had departed the cavern. Since the number of skeletal soldiers could be expanded, it would be a waste to disregard the bodies of the orc soldiers. However, even with the corpses transported through the tunnels, the round trip would require 2 days, thus concluding tonight's endeavors. Within the cavern where Grayscale and his companions temporarily resided, the young Gray Claw sat in meditation, while Yunlu Wanli indulged in a sumptuous dinner provided by the Minotaurs. Grayscale stood silently at the cavern entrance, gazing down at Cliff Village. Meanwhile, the villagers were still awake, with lights illuminating every household, twinkling like stars. The crystalline lamps outside brightened the broad streets, resembling a silver ribbon under the night sky, connecting the lights emanating from the homes. Everything was so tranquil, a warm and serene atmosphere enveloping Cliff Village. Such tranquility was an experience that Hui Lin had never encountered before. Enveloped by this serene atmosphere, Hui Lin could not help but take a deep breath, as if his body, which had never relaxed, began to unfurl in that moment, and the nerves that had been taut amidst the flames of war also experienced a slight easing. "This feeling is rather pleasant, isn't it?" Yunlu Wanli suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Hui Lin candidly replied. "Having fought alongside my forebears since childhood, I have never tasted such peace. It is the life I wish for the giant lizard clan. As long as this forest is governed by its native inhabitants, such a life can become a reality." Upon hearing this, Yunlu Wanli remarked that although they had defeated the vanguard of the Beastmen, there would inevitably be more to come. Even with an alliance with Cliff Village, it could not be guaranteed that they could ultimately withstand the onslaught of the Beastmen's army. Hui Lin still harbored some reservations. The greatest advantage of the Skeleton Clan's army was its ability to grow stronger with each battle. If he were not mistaken, today's Beastmen would also be transformed into a force for Cliff Village. Perhaps after enduring a few such battles, Cliff Village would possess sufficient strength to contend with any major clan's army. Yunlu Wanli's understanding of the Skeleton Clan led him to this conclusion. If that were the case, then Cliff Village could potentially become the greatest adversary of the giant lizard clan. Hui Lin voiced his concerns. Whether they would be the greatest enemy or a formidable ally depended on the maintenance of their relationship. "If your worry is that Cliff Village may pose a threat to the giant lizard clan once it grows stronger, then I have something that may assist you," Yunlu Wanli said, gesturing to a pouch at his waist, for which a finely crafted wooden box appeared on the table before him. "What is this?" Hui Lin inquired as he opened the box to reveal a scroll within. On the following day at dawn, Shen Jinlin was in his cave, studying the newly acquired skill. "What is the probability of cultivating elite guards with this guardian skill?" Shen Jinlin asked the small turtle. "I haven't researched this, but you can just try it out. After all, you have an additional 1,000 corpses available for conversion," the small turtle responded. Having just dealt with one vanguard, they still had to prepare for many more beastmen forces. It was indeed a time when manpower was in short supply. If the success rate is too low, it would be unwise to waste resources. Shen Jinlin asserted that if you can successfully fuse elite guards to enhance the combat power of the skeletal soldiers, that would be splendid. However, if the fusion requires a substantial number of skeletal soldiers, outweighing the benefits of the overall enhancement, then it would be unnecessary, Shen Jinlin contemplated. Regardless, you will have an extra 100 corpses. You might as well convert 100 skeletal soldiers to test the odds. The small turtle suggested after a moment of silence. That is also a viable approach, with the title upgraded to skeletal captain. Shun Jinlin's command limit for skeletal soldiers increased to 1,000, originally possessing 100 skeletal soldiers. He now had an additional 1,000 corpses, indeed allowing for the conversion of an extra 100 beyond the limit. At that moment, Hui Lin appeared at the cave entrance, interrupting Shun Jinlin's musings. "Oh, it is Chief Hui Lin. Have you had breakfast?" Shun Jinlin greeted warmly upon seeing Hui Lin. "I have come to discuss the matter of alliance with you." Hui Lin stated directly, "Yes, that's so. Excellent. Come, let us talk inside." Shun Jinlin exclaimed joyfully at Hui Lin's proactive approach to discussing the alliance, and promptly invited him into the cave. "No, I wish for you to summon all the residents of Cliff Village to bear witness." Hui Lin raised his hand, refusing to enter the cave, and said solemnly, "No problem. It is only right, as this concerns everyone." Shun Jinlin replied without hesitation. All the residents of Cliff Village were gathered before the five-toned stone monument in the central plaza. Upon hearing that an alliance with the giant lizard clan was to be formed, the residents were filled with joy. After all, the giant lizard clan was a formidable race capable of withstanding the skeletal legion for decades by their own strength. Having such an ally was undoubtedly a source of great reassurance. "Fellow residents of Cliff Village," Shun Jinlin called out, urging the excited crowd to quiet down. Then continued, "Today, our Cliff Village shall form an alliance with the giant lizard clan to jointly resist the invading forces of the great clans into the Wailing Forest." Upon hearing this, the residents erupted into cheers once more, their voices rising in a chorus of celebration. Amidst this joyful clamor, Hui Lin stepped forward and the cheers subsided as they beheld this remarkably tall, scarred lizard man. "You may find the giant lizard clan to be quite unfamiliar, as we were enemies in the past." The cheers faded, allowing Hui Lin to speak slowly. "Since the time of my grandfather, our giant lizard clan has been at odds with the skeleton clan, and we have paid a heavy price for it. Therefore, we are not easily swayed to trust the skeleton clan." Hui Lin's tone was not particularly harsh. Yet the residents exchanged glances, a ripple of unrest stirring within the crowd. However, the skeleton clan of Cliff Village is different from the puppets of the Bone King. At this point, Hui Lin shifted his rhetoric, continuing, "Enslavement and exploitation are how almost every major clan treats us smaller races. Yet in Cliff Village, every race can live together in equality and freedom. This is the life our giant lizard clan desires. And I believe it is what you all yearn for as well. Ensure that this way of life endures. The giant lizard clan shall ally with Cliff Village to jointly resist the invasion of the great clans and protect the equality and freedom of the Wailing Forest." Upon finishing his speech, Hui Lin was met with another round of cheers from the residents of Cliff Village. What the lizard man had articulated resonated deeply with the experiences of these smaller races. The various clans, long oppressed by the Bone King, had indeed found a taste of equality and freedom in Cliff Village. If the great clans were to take control of the Wailing Forest, such a way of life might vanish. Amidst the cheers, Hui Lin produced a wooden box given by Yun Lu Wanli and retrieved the scroll within. "Is this the soul contract?" the small turtle remarked upon seeing the scroll. "What is it?" Shun Jinlin inquired softly. "It is a type of contract that requires a soul as payment. Once signed, the violator's soul shall face eternal damnation." The small turtle succinctly explained. Demonstrate sincerity. "The giant lizard clan and Cliff Village shall sign a soul contract. The giant lizard clan and Cliff Village shall become allies, supporting each other through thick and thin. Should either party violate the contract, they shall suffer the torment of flames and the punishment of their soul descending into the abyss," Hui Lin declared, infusing his magical energy into the soul contract, causing the scroll to levitate and hover in midair. "This lizard man still does not trust us. Think carefully before signing. Otherwise, you will have no chance for regret," the small turtle cautioned Shun Jinlin. Hui Lin and all the residents present turned their gazes toward Shun Jinlin. "The giant lizard clan and Cliff Village shall become allies, supporting each other through thick and thin. Should either party violate the contract, they shall suffer the torment of flames and the punishment of their soul descending into the abyss." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shun Jinlin echoed the words of Grayscale extending his hand to infuse his magical power into the soul contract. The soul contract, suspended in mid-air, briefly displayed the contents of their oath before the entire scroll spontaneously ignited, transforming into azure smoke. The smoke, born of the contract, coalesced around Grayscale and Shun Jinlin, branding a small sigil of the pact upon them. The signing of this soul contract solidified the alliance between Cliff Village and the Giant Lizard Clan. And in the subsequent 2 days, Shun Jinlin and Grayscale deliberated on the mutual assistance they would provide to one another to a military alliance. It was agreed that whenever one party was in need, the other would dispatch troops to assist, and both sides would unconditionally share military intelligence. Cliff Village would share the underground passages of the Wailing Forest with the Giant Lizard Clan, including maps of the passages, the distribution of their entrances and exits, and the defensive mechanisms within. Additionally, Cliff Village would gratuitously supply a portion of weapons and provisions, while the Giant Lizard Clan could choose to relocate to Cliff Village, where all facilities would be equally accessible to the lizard folk. In return, the Giant Lizard Clan would provide Cliff Village with a set of 5-channel Golden Splendor arrays to conceal the fortress of Cliff Village. They would also permit the expansion of the underground passages into the southern marshes, and the lizard folk would send experienced warriors to train the soldiers of Cliff Village, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. This mutual openness would facilitate unobstructed trade between the aquatic products of the Giant Lizard Clan and the goods of Cliff Village. To facilitate communication, both parties would send envoys to reside permanently in each other's villages. Yinlu Wanli temporarily stayed as the ambassador of the Giant Lizard Clan in Cliff Village, considering that it would take time for the Giant Lizard Clan to fully accept the Skeleton Clan. Shun Jinlin only dispatched a few members of the Deerfoot Clan to accompany Grayscale to the village of the Giant Lizard Clan, with the Giant Lizard Clan as an ally. The chances of withstanding the next onslaught from the orc army had significantly increased. Now, they awaited the response from the Northern Lord. After bidding farewell to Grayscale and his entourage, Shun Jinlin murmured to himself, "The response should have been given long ago. The Northern Lord is likely still observing this moment," Xiao Wangba remarked, "still assessing our strength. I presume, should I inform the Northern Lord about our complete annihilation of the Orc Vanguard?" Shun Jinlin inquired. "There is no need for that. Those skeletal lords have their own means of intelligence. By now, news of our defeat of the Orc Vanguard should have already reached them. However, that alone will not be enough to reassure that fellow into an alliance with us. Those scoundrels are quite cunning," Xiao Wangba replied with a hint of disdain. "But did you not say that the Wailing Forest is of great importance to the Northern Lord?" Shun Jinlin asked, slightly perplexed. "Indeed, it is crucial, but the Northern Lord will not easily engage in war with the large clans, especially the Orc army, until he is certain of our value, that if we become entangled with the Orc forces in the south, the Orcs to the north will undoubtedly launch an assault on the Northern Lord," Xiao Wangba explained. "However, if the Wailing Forest is occupied, would not the Northern Lord find himself besieged as well? Moreover, the initiative would fall into the hands of the Orcs," Shun Jinlin countered. "The Northern Lord will not relinquish the Wailing Forest so easily that if we were to be annihilated by this 1,000-strong Orc Vanguard, the Northern Lord would certainly take the risk to seize the Wailing Forest from the Orcs. However, if we defeat that Orc Vanguard, the Northern Lord will not be so hasty to intervene," Xiao Wangba stated, his tone suggesting he had already discerned the situation. "He wishes to observe how much resistance we can muster, does he not? So, does this mean that the Northern Lord has no intention of forming an alliance with us?" Shun Jinlin queried. "The Orc army invading the Throne of Bones consists of approximately 100,000 troops, and the Northern Lord is well aware that we cannot withstand such a force. This Northern Lord is playing a dual game. One is to let us exhaust the Orc army, then reap the benefits. The other is to ally with us once he confirms our capability to withstand large-scale attacks, allowing us to serve as a bulwark against the Orcs," Xiao Wangba analyzed. "The Northern Lord scouts have also reported that there are movements among the skeletal forces at the edge of the forest. It seems they are also awaiting the results of the Orc army's next assault," Shun Jinlin mused. "The next Orc offensive will not be as effortless as this one. We must prepare to defend against thousands of warriors. I ponder that if we cannot endure this time, the skeletal forces at the forest's edge will advance unimpeded to harvest the Orc army," Xiao Wangba remarked, if we manage to hold our ground. Should we not be able to form an alliance? Shun Jinlin asked uncertainly. If we can withstand an army of thousands, it will demonstrate that we can stall the orc forces at the Throne of Bones. In that case, the Northern Lord would only need to commit a minimal force to have the opportunity to crush the orc troops that have penetrated deep into the Throne of Bones. With us, he can maintain northern defenses while eliminating the threats from the south. He has every reason to ally with us, Xiao Wangba asserted confidently. This Northern Lord is quite shrewd, even if an alliance is formed in the future. I suspect we must remain vigilant, Shun Jinlin remarked. Point 1 Watchful eye is insufficient. At the very least, we must keep 8 watchful eyes, Xiao Wangba emphasized. My lord, the orc corpses have arrived. That moment, Shun Jinlin received a message from Tongbi through their mental connection. To avoid disturbing the residents, Shun Jinlin had previously instructed that all returned orc bodies be concentrated in the forest outside Cliff Village. By the time Shun Jinlin arrived, the soldiers had already unloaded the corpses and arranged them in the woods. The 1,000 orc bodies occupied a considerable area. Shun Jinlin adorned himself with several storage magic runes he had brought, selecting 100 lower-level orc corpses for conversion. He then utilized these low-level skeletal soldiers as materials, employing the Royal Guard skill to fuse them with the highest-ranked skeletal soldiers, testing the probability of cultivating elite guards. After expending the 100 low-level skeletal soldiers, the 60-level Tongbi, the 59-level Poison Fawn, Tongbi's brother, the 55-level skeletal ape Redbeard, the 46-level Earth Elder, and the 48-level Broken Horn Elder were successfully promoted to elite guards. Their attributes doubled, granting them the skill of reconnaissance and a new skill specific to their profession. The success rate was around 5%, which was rather low. Confirming the consumption for upgrading to elite status, Shun Jinlin remarked, given the current number of skeletal soldiers, this consumption is indeed significant, with the impending assault of tens of thousands of orcs. I anticipate employing guerrilla tactics to deplete their numbers. Thus, it is unlikely there will be opportunities for direct confrontation. We will need to expand the range of our guerrilla disruptions with numbers. Therefore, at this moment, compared to the quality of soldiers, a greater quantity is what I require. Consequently, he temporarily shelved the idea of continuing to cultivate elite guards. Having obtained the test results, Shun Jinlin raised his right hand, pressing his left hand against the storage magic runes adorning him, channeling magical energy to gather at the fingertips of his right hand, snapping his fingers. The skeletal transformation skill was activated, and as the magical energy stored in over a dozen runes was expended, the flesh and blood of the orc corpses melted away, transforming 900 corpses into 900 skeletal soldiers. The team was now at full capacity and under the condition of maintaining full numbers. Cultivating 100 elite guard unit would yield promotion. That moment, Shun Jinlin heard the notification that the 1,000-man team was at full capacity. What? This time, are we not required to maintain an average level? Shun Jinlin questioned upon hearing the notification. Has anyone ever told you that every title promotion is based on average level? Xiao Wangba retorted. 100 elite guards would require 2,000 skeletal soldiers to produce. I can currently command only 1,000 skeletal soldiers, Shun Jinlin said, somewhat helplessly. What is so difficult about it? Simply gather enough corpses, Xiao Wangba replied. Consider how challenging it would be to elevate the average level of 1,000 soldiers to level 50. Wouldn't that be an even greater task? Xiao Wangba suggested. True, if the level advancement were based on average levels after reaching level 60, continuing to elevate the average level would be nearly an impossible feat. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jinlin remarked, having been accompanied by the skeletal soldiers for such an extended period, he had developed a certain understanding of the intricacies of leveling up, with Poison Fong serving as the primary combat force. Consistently charging at the forefront, he had managed to rise from level 53 to level 59 after engaging in the sweeping of the forest and the annihilation of the initial orc forces. This clearly illustrated the immense challenge of advancing to level 60. Similarly, Tong Bai, who also fought valiantly at the front lines, had undergone comparable battles yet remained at level 60, suggesting that progression beyond this threshold was considerably more arduous. Reflecting on this, Shun Jinlin found the prospect of training 100 elite guards no longer seemed as daunting. At the very least, it was not an impossible task. following a fierce battle that not only resulted in the complete annihilation of the invading foes, but also saw the expansion of his forces severalfold. The residents of Cliff Village placed greater trust in Shun Jinlin, and many races elevated their regard for him from respect to reverence. However, Shun Jinlin dared not grow complacent. He was acutely aware that the disappearance of the vanguard would soon attract the attention of the orc horde, leading to an even fiercer assault. Within a matter of days, or at most a couple of weeks, the orcs would launch their second offensive, and Shun Jinlin needed to swiftly regroup his troops and strategize. Uncertain of the scale of the orc army's next deployment, he prepared for the worst-case scenario. Should Cliff Village fall, a full retreat into the caverns would be imperative, with the northern lords still observing. If the orcs succeeded in capturing Cliff Village, the skeletal lord would undoubtedly dispatch troops, preserving his strength in the hope of seizing an opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos. With his plans set, Shun Jinlin studied the map in his cave, contemplating tactics. The orc army was currently stationed at the skeletal throne, a location he recalled being situated just south of the Wailing Forest, separated by a small lake. To enter the Wailing Forest, the orc army had three options: to directly cross the lake or to circumvent it by either the west or the east. Although the lake between the skeletal throne and the Wailing Forest was not particularly vast, it still required boats for crossing. Given that the orc army was not engaged in naval warfare this time, they likely lacked any vessels, making a crossing improbable. Moreover, to approach from the east, they would have to traverse the territory of the Eastern Lord, a venture unlikely to pique their interest. Thus, it seemed most probable that they would enter the Wailing Forest from the west. Yes, Shun Jinlin pondered this. He turned his gaze toward the tactical sand table. Scanning the terrain of the western Wailing Forest, My lord, someone is approaching Cliff Village at an astonishing speed from the south, just as he was contemplating how to utilize the terrain to his advantage. The Elder of the Earth called out, through their mental connection, that the long spear soared above the treetops, with Li Hongjian seated atop it. His demeanor remarkably relaxed until he caught sight of the sharply cut cliffs and towering walls of Cliff Village in the distance. "Well, it truly resembles a fortress," Li Hongjian muttered, descending toward the outer city of Cliff Village. Before he could land, he spotted Shun Jinlin and Yun Lu Wanli already waiting atop the city walls. "I told you Li Hongjian is here." Upon seeing Li Hongjian fly toward the walls, Yun Lu Wanli remarked to Shun Jinlin, raising a hand in greeting to the celestial being. I Hongjian sheathed the spear and gracefully leaped onto the city wall. "How did you know I was coming?" Noticing that Shun Jinlin and Yun Lu Wanli had been specifically waiting for him, Li Hongjian inquired. "Your aura could be sensed from thousands of miles away." "What? Have you finally decided to leave that swamp?" Yun Lu Wanli teased with a smile. "Ridiculous. I am not rooted in Giant Lizard Village. Besides, I am here on serious business," Li Hongjian replied, adjusting his expression. "I suspect you are here because you heard about the delicacies here and are craving them," Yun Lu Wanli quipped. "Well, there's a hint of truth in that, but primarily, I am here to deliver the formation." As he spoke, Li Hongjian produced 5 crystals inscribed with the language of the celestial beings. "I truly appreciate your trouble, Li Daxia, to make a special trip." Shun Jinlin surmised that these were the 5 tokens of the Jinhua formation that Hui Lin had mentioned. This formation, specifically devised by Li Hongjian for the Giant Lizard clan, was said to conceal villages and confuse enemies once activated. This was the reason why the numerous scouts from the Deerhoof clan had failed to locate the Giant Lizard village previously. If this formation could effectively conceal the fortress-like Cliff Village, the enemy would struggle to find their target upon their initial assault, thus providing greater opportunities for ambushes. Additionally, during guerrilla warfare, there would be no need to constantly worry about the village being vulnerable to surprise attacks, alleviating many concerns. No trouble at all. I have not ventured out in a while. It serves as a means to stretch my limbs." After a moment, Li Hongjian continued, "I will assess the positioning and arrange these 5 crystals according to the 5 elemental directions. I have modified these crystals so that both magical and arcane energies can activate them. Once the formation is initiated, it will only require a daily infusion of magical energy to maintain." As he spoke, Li Hongjian handed the crystals to Shun Jinlin. "Very well, where shall we begin?" Shun Jinlin asked as he accepted the crystals. "No rush. It is nearly mealtime. Shall we have a bite to eat first?" Li Hongjian suggested, glancing at the sky with a serious expression that I suspect that is precisely your intention. Yin Lu wanly teased. Knowing that, why not hurry and arrange it? Li Hongjian did not deny this, smacking his lips in anticipation. Arranging. I will take care of it immediately, Shun Jinlin declared, leading the two celestial beings down the city wall toward the village restaurant in the outer city. Today, the elder with the long beard was on duty in the kitchen, and Shun Jinlin requested him to prepare a feast of his signature dishes, accompanied by a large jar of dwarf brewed fine wine that, delightful. The aroma is unmistakably that of dwarf brew, my absolute favorite. Long before the wine jar was opened, Li Hongjian inhaled deeply. Playboy, I ascend to your favorite, the flowing cloud jade dew. Yin Lu wanly shot a sideways glance at Li Hongjian. Each has its own charm. I hold no bias when it comes to wine. Li Hongjian eagerly opened the wine jar and poured himself a glass. As the wine flowed down his throat, the celestial being shivered with excitement, disregarding the other two as he shoveled food into his mouth. With each sip of fine wine and bite of exquisite cuisine, Li Hongjian emitted satisfied hums of enjoyment. Old Li, when did your eating habits become so unrefined? Yin Lu wanly remarked, unable to hold back his teasing upon witnessing Li Hongjian's gluttonous display. You have no idea. I've been eating grilled fish in Giant Lizard Village every day. It has been quite fiery, and my mouth has blistered, Li Hongjian explained between mouthfuls. Fear not. You shall have ample food and drink, Shun Jinlin reassured him. Rest assured, I will not partake without contributing something good. Li Hongjian, preoccupied with his meal, glanced at Shun Jinlin. What? Have you concocted a new formation? Yin Lu wanly inquired upon hearing this. Is it any wonder you know me so well? Li Hongjian replied, producing a piece of paper and handing it to Yin Lu wanly before resuming his feast. Yin Lu wanly unfolded the paper, and Shun Jinlin leaned in for a closer look, but could only see a rough sketch of a formation adorned with numerous celestial characters. The reversed four elements nightmare formation? Shun Jinlin did not recognize the celestial script, but Xiao Wangba read the name aloud. Why does this formation name sound so familiar? Yin Lu wanly pondered after examining the sketch that I mentioned it to you decades ago. Li Hongjian replied, stuffing his mouth with food. Is this the formation you were contemplating back then? Yin Lu wanly exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, I have been researching it during my spare time over the past few decades, and finally managed to piece it together a few years ago, Li Hongjian declared with pride. Impressive, to develop such a formation in just a few decades, truly worthy of the formation master, Li Hongjian. Yin Lu wanly's eyes sparkled with admiration. Does this formation possess any unique abilities? Observing the reaction of Yin Lu wanly, it seems that the reverse birth four symbols nightmare formation is quite formidable, prompting Shun Jinlin to inquire. The four symbols give rise to yin and yang, flowing with a natural order, interdependent and mutually nurturing, generating all things within the universe. When one goes against this principle, the four symbols transform into two entities, which then converge into one, leading to a chaotic disruption of order and the proliferation of nightmares. Li Hongjian mumbled as he ate, his words somewhat beyond Shun Jinlin's comprehension. What? Could you express that in simpler terms? Shun Jinlin genuinely struggled to grasp the meaning. The explanation was rather convoluted. In essence, this formation can induce confusion and spawn nightmares in those who enter it, awakening their deepest fears and blurring the line between reality and illusion. Yin Lu wanly elucidated, so it's somewhat akin to the five-element golden splendor formation, a formation that obscures vision, correct? Shun Jinlin queried, half comprehending. Obscuring vision? Nightmares can indeed be lethal, Li Hongjian remarked, glancing at Shun Jinlin. How should I elucidate this for you? Yin Lu wanly pondered before continuing. In terms of human science, this formation, much like the five-element golden splendor formation, can alter the magnetic field. However, the reverse birth four symbols nightmare formation not only interferes with perception through magnetic fields, but also stimulates the soul that it defies the natural order, plunging the soul into chaos, evoking fears potent enough to kill. Are you suggesting it can frighten someone to death? Shun Jinlin expressed his understanding. I cannot guarantee death by fright, but the terror it incites is sufficient to cause chaos. And this fear originates from the soul, rendering one immune to it, or able to dispel, and only if they possess royal-level strength. Perhaps only then can one resist this influence if this is combined with your so-called guerrilla warfare. With soldiers appearing and disappearing like phantoms, it would be effortless to eliminate those ensnared in fear and confusion. With this formation, what have we to fear from the horde of beastmen? Li Hongjian's confidence grew with each word. We are in dire need of such a formation, Shun Jinlin exclaimed with excitement. If what Li Hongjian claimed holds true, that this reverse birth four symbols nightmare formation can withstand an army of 100,000, then what is there to be anxious about? A peaceful and prosperous life, filled with songs and dances, is just around the corner. I know you require it, but although the materials for crafting this formation have been gathered, it will still take time for its construction and calibration. Moreover, this is a large-scale formation that necessitates the arrangement of its framework in the four cardinal directions of the forest, with the focal point established at its center. The framework and focal point can be constructed underground using subterranean passages. However, this requires substantial labor and effort, Li Hongjian continued, indulging in his meal. How long before we can commence the formation? Shun Jinlin inquired. His impatience evident. I can estimate the crafting time, but the calibration is uncertain, Li Hongjian reflected. You devised this formation several years ago. Why not implement it directly? Wouldn't it have been effective in the giant lizard village? Yunlu Wanli interjected. This is a large formation, and the marshland to the south is unsuitable for its deployment. Furthermore, constructing this formation is time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring personnel to maintain both the framework and focal point. The giant lizard clan lacks the manpower and energy for such undertakings. The reason it is being brought forth now is due to the alliance with Cliff Village, which has provided us with surplus manpower, Li Hongjian explained. Although the immediate deployment of the reverse birth four symbols nightmare formation is not feasible, there is at least a glimmer of hope, considering that it might be unrealistic to set up the formation before the second wave of the beastmen's attack. It should pose no issue afterward. In other words, as long as we endure this second assault and position the formation before a larger-scale attack from the beastmen, we need not worry about the Northern Lord's reluctance to ally with us. Once Li Hongjian has had his fill, he begins to arrange the five-element golden splendor formation in Cliff Village. When the formation is fully established, the entire village is enveloped in a transparent barrier. Outside the barrier, aside from the mountain walls and land, the city walls, houses, and inhabitants of Cliff Village have vanished, and no sounds of activity can be heard, even upon entering the formation, without the incantations of the dispelling spells. One cannot perceive the fortified village and its residents, only an expanse of wilderness. While Shun Jinlin marvels at the intricacies of this formation, he suddenly recalls Yunlu Wanli's mention that the five-element golden splendor formation affects the magnetic field to create sensory interference. Since the mountain copper ring can also influence the magnetic field, could the wonders of this formation be replicated using the mountain copper ring? Shun Jinlin mused, beginning to channel magical energy into the ring. However, this time, he intended not to control the magnetic force, but to sense the surrounding magnetic fields. The mountain copper ring materialized the detected magnetic field structure into ripples, allowing Shun Jinlin to distinctly observe the altered magnetic field around him due to the formation. Recording these magnetic field structures, Shun Jinlin attempted to manipulate the magnetic field with the mountain copper ring, simulating the magnetic field structure of the five-element golden splendor formation. Each alteration of the magnetic field structure demanded considerable magical energy. Fortunately, Shun Jinlin had brought along a magic storage rune. Consuming approximately 2,000 points of magical energy allowed him to complete a simulation of the formation's magnetic field, albeit only a rough approximation. To fully replicate the formation's effects, substantial practice would be required. After a series of operations, Shun Jinlin felt that modifying the magnetic field was akin to sculpting or painting. Only through continual practice could one accurately refine the desired magnetic field structure. In the following days, Shun Jinlin meticulously studied the terrain on the western side of the forest and, through mental connection, repeatedly familiarized himself with the common tactics of the beastmen's army within the consciousness of the transformed skeletal soldiers. In response to the beastmen's tactics, he devised a guerrilla warfare plan, role-playing both sides in numerous attack and defense simulations on the sand table, constantly refining his strategy. During this period, the residents of Giant Lizard Village below level 30 migrated to Cliff Village, most of whom were children, with only a handful considered adults. Shen Jinlin temporarily arranged for these migrating giant lizards to reside in caves. He then designated a living area for them outside the city, planning to construct accommodations once the beastman's assault concluded. The migrating adult giant lizards may not possess high levels, but they could still join the military as for the children, although many surpassed the strength of minor race soldiers. Shen Jinlin was not inclined to allow these young ones to participate in combat, that he arranged for these giant lizard children to attend school alongside the children of minor races and, adhering to military family protocols, provided them with food vouchers. Approximately 10 days after the vanguard of the Beastmen was eliminated, Shen Jinlin had preemptively stationed troops in the western forest and deployed decoy soldiers in all minor race villages to confuse the Beastmen's reconnaissance. As for the matters in the south, they were entirely entrusted to the giant lizard clan. Although the likelihood of the Beastmen's army crossing the lake was slim, it was not impossible, and the giant lizards excelled in naval warfare, making them well suited to oversee this lake. However, from the memories of the Beastmen warriors, Shen Jinlin learned that the army at the Bone Throne was equipped with an airship and a unit of bipedal wyvern cavalry. Currently, the Ihowl Forest Coalition lacked aerial forces. While they possessed defensive weapons like the dwarven wind crossbows, they would still be at a disadvantage when faced with aerial assaults to bolster defenses. Shen Jinlin commissioned the skeletal dwarven craftsman to produce a batch of dwarven wind crossbows and established a concealed anti-air position along the lakeshore. Equipping this position, managed by the giant lizard clan, with skeletal soldier communicators that M.Y. Lord, a squadron of bipedal wyvern cavalry is crossing the lake. Should we engage? One day, while Shen Jinlin was refining his tactics, he received an inquiry from the skeletal soldier communicator at the lakeside anti-air position via mental connection. The forest environment imposes certain visibility restrictions on aerial units. Shen Jinlin had assumed the Beastman's army would not dispatch their flying forces so soon. Thus, he was somewhat taken aback by the communicator's report. "How many are there?" After regaining his composure, Shen Jinlin asked 0.5 bipedal wyverns. "The cavalry is lightly armored." The skeletal communicator replied, "It seems they are reconnaissance units. Do not act recklessly and expose the anti-air position. Let them approach." Shen Jinlin instructed through the mental connection that it seems that after so many days have passed without any news from the vanguard of the orc forces, the chieftain stationed at the Throne of Bones has sensed something amiss and has dispatched scouts to ascertain the situation. With the protection of the 5 elements golden array, such aerial reconnaissance poses no real threat. Rather, it can be utilized to their advantage. Shen Jinlin has stationed soldiers throughout the abandoned villages in the forest, with the intent of diverting the attention of the orc horde, thereby allowing the raptors to convey this misleading information back to their commanders. The raptors, soaring over the lakes, spread out above the forest, heading in various directions, and systematically discovered the scattered abandoned villages and the suspicious soldiers within. These raptor scouts flew back and forth over the cliff village several times. However, due to the protective barrier of the 5 elements golden array, they failed to detect this fortress-like village. Gazing upward at the departing raptors, Shen Jinlin returned to the cavern, the innermost part of the cave. The previously displayed map of the Wailing Forest has been replaced with a larger map encompassing a broader area. This new map not only includes the Wailing Forest, but has also been updated with terrain information regarding the region south of the Throne of Bones. Based on intelligence gathered by the Serpent Demon Scouts, the purpose of this updated map is to prepare for the imminent challenge posed by the entire orc army in the Throne of Bones region, necessitating a broader strategic perspective. According to reports from the Serpent Demon clan, after the coalition of the 7 clans breached the western defenses of the Bone Legion, the territory gained was primarily allocated to the orcs. Humans and Blood Clan, as their original domains, could seamlessly connect with these newly occupied areas. The remaining 4 clans primarily seized a significant amount of treasures that belonged to the Bone King. The territory of the Blood Clan is predominantly situated outside the southern defenses of the Bone Legion. Thus, they have claimed the southern portion of the occupied territories, and at present, their original lands and the newly acquired territories have formed a pincer movement against the southern lord of the Bone Legion. It is believed that the Blood Clan is currently focusing their efforts on besieging the southern lord, leaving them little time to concern themselves with the conflict between the orcs and the Wailing Forest to the north. The newly allocated human territory is sandwiched between the Blood Clan and the orcs. Originally, the human domain lay beyond the western defense line of the Bone Legion, and in the recent assault on the western border of the Bone King's territory. The humans contributed the largest number of troops. Consequently, they have received the largest portion of land. Due to the extensive territory they have acquired, they also face the greatest challenge in clearing the remnants of the Bone King's forces. Thus, the humans currently lack the resources or inclination to intervene in orc affairs. Even if the Blood Clan and the humans had the capacity, they would likely refrain from engaging with the orcs and the Wailing Forest. As the alliance among the 7 clans would dissolve after the conquest of the Throne of Bones, it would be surprising if the Blood Clan and humans did not seize the opportunity to attack the orcs. A small portion of the orc territory lies within the conquered western border. However, to connect the vast lands of the Throne of Bones with this small section, the Wailing Forest must be occupied. This implies that the orc forces currently stationed in the Throne of Bones region are entirely isolated from their original territories. This moment, the orc occupation zone, adjacent to the colossal ruins of the Throne of Bones, serves as the main camp for the orc army. This contingent of 100,000 orcs that has invaded the heart of the Bone King's territory is now divided into 4 factions. One camp is on guard against the Eastern Lord. Another is wary of human incursions to the south. A third is poised to advance into the Wailing Forest, and the remainder constitutes the Central Command Camp. This central camp, situated near the northern lake, also serves to guard against potential attacks across the water. The southeastern and southwestern camps each house 20,000 troops, while the central camp accommodates 40,000 here. Airships and raptor cavalry are stationed, with the raptor scouts dispatched into the forest originating from this location. The decision to send raptor scouts was prompted by the fact that the orc army's supreme commander, Crusher, had heard that the vanguard forces from the western camp had entered the Wailing Forest, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. The orcs. The Wailing Forest appeared devoid of formidable enemies, and 2,000 orc soldiers should easily secure the area. Nevertheless, the disappearance of the vanguard has left Crusher with an unsettling feeling. A missing army is most likely a sign of annihilation. The indigenous inhabitants of the Wailing Forest lack the capability to achieve such a feat, leading to the conclusion that the Bone Legion may be responsible for the destruction of the vanguard. The most likely culprits would be the forces of the Northern Lord of the Bone Legion. Initially, it was presumed that the Northern Lord would remain passive until the Throne of Bones was breached and would not actively venture into the Wailing Forest. However, the disappearance of the vanguard has caused Crusher to question his assumptions. Should the Wailing Forest fall under the control of the Bone Legion, then his army's connection to their original territory would be severed entirely. The skeletal forces do not require resupply. Within their domain, one would find little in the way of material resources, especially given that this region has recently endured a great battle, likely obliterating any remaining supply points. Losing all contact with the orc territory means that this contingent of 100,000 orcs would be cut off from supplies, condemned to starve and inevitably collapse within months at that point. The newly acquired territory would likely revert to other hands. In his tent, Crusher anxiously awaited news from the scouts. If the Bone Legion was indeed discovered within the Wailing Forest, he would have to prepare to abandon this newly acquired land and concentrate all efforts on securing the forest. Commander, the raptor scouts sent to the forest have returned. A messenger announced just as Crusher's impatience peaked. Quickly, let them in, Crusher called out towards the entrance. Moments later, the captain of the raptor scout team entered the tent. Lifting the curtain. What is the situation in the forest? Without waiting for the captain to speak, Crusher inquired. We circled through the forest several times and found no trace of the vanguard forces. The captain quickly replied. Not even a corpse? Crusher pressed further. None, the captain affirmed confidently. It seems it truly is the Bone Legion. Crusher mused. The absence of the vanguard's presence indicates that they have undoubtedly been annihilated, with no bodies left behind. This is indeed the modus operandi of the Bone Legion. However, we did not encounter any signs of the Bone Legion within the forest. The captain quickly added. None? Not a single army in sight? Crusher turned to the captain, visibly surprised that we discovered around 20 villages within the forest, and there were people moving about within them. Those individuals appeared to be soldiers. equipped with armor and weapons, the captain reported. Soldiers? What kind of soldiers? Crusher probed. Merely soldiers of minor races, likely remnants fleeing from the western front of the Bone Legion, the captain replied after a moment's thought. Deserters? How could those feeble deserters possibly contend with 1,000 orc warriors? Crusher raised his voice, demanding an answer. But we only encountered those minor race deserters. The captain, startled by Crusher's tone, nevertheless responded firmly. There must be other forces within this forest. Upon hearing this, Crusher ceased to press the captain further, muttering to himself before pondering for a moment, and then asking, those captured minotaurs must also have originated from this forest, correct? Indeed, that's correct. They're from the Cliff clan residing in the Wailing Forest. The captain promptly replied. Inside the Orc Central Camp, there exists a designated cage for holding prisoners. However, at this moment, the cage contains only a group of minotaurs, with no prisoners from any other races. Nearly 100 minotaurs, all of whom are above level 40, bear various injuries. Though these wounds have been minimally treated, a burly orc general, scarred and missing half an ear, stood before one of the cages, scrutinizing the minotaurs within. Are you still unwilling to consider my proposal, Broken Horn? The burly orc asked the minotaur in the cage. Backbone, I appreciate your good intentions, but minotaurs never violate the contracts we establish. The creature within the cage, known as Split Hoof, appeared gravely injured, its voice barely a whisper. The Bone King was nowhere to be found, possibly having perished in some distant place. What significance does the pact you forged with him hold now for your Cliff clan? The orc general, called Broken Spine, inquired sharply. The pact was established between the Cliff clan and the Skeleton clan. While the Bone King may be dead, that does not provide us with a justification to breach our agreement, replied Split Hoof, still weak but resolute. Among the myriad of races along the western front of the Skeleton Legion, only your Cliff clan can truly be regarded as warriors, which is precisely why I choose to spare your lives. Would you truly sacrifice the lives of these valiant warriors for the sake of a trivial contract? Join the orc army, and you shall be granted your lives, I can assure you. Once the orc horde conquers the Wailing Forest, they shall spare your entire Cliff clan. Broken Spine insisted earnestly. I shall not tarnish the honorable tradition of the Cliff Tower, and I believe the elders of my clan would not wish for me to do so. Split Hoof's reply, though weak, was unwavering. It is futile. Broken Spine, that moment, Skull Crusher appeared behind Broken Spine and spoke loudly. Commander. Upon seeing Skull Crusher, Broken Spine turned and saluted in the Orcish manner. I have encountered many Tauren, and each one has proven as obstinate as this young warrior of the Cliff clan. Skull Crusher glanced between Broken Spine and the caged Split Hoof, saying, Commander, they are all exceptional warriors, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the finest orc fighters. Give me a little more time, and I will ensure their willing enlistment into the orc army. Hearing Skull Crusher's words, Broken Spine quickly interjected. The orc army has always maintained a ruthless stance towards the skeleton race and its affiliates. The reason Split Hoof and his kin survived after the western front of the Skeleton Legion fell was entirely due to their indomitable spirit. Split Hoof and his Tauren warriors fought valiantly until the very end. From 200 down to less than 100, even after the skeletons of the Skeleton Legion were thoroughly routed, this Tauren contingent remained steadfast, surrendering only when utterly exhausted. Orcs value martial prowess, and they regard tenacity in battle as the highest virtue of a warrior. It is this very resilience that has elicited compassion from Broken Spine, who captured them. Not be alarmed. I am not here to execute them, Skull Crusher said, waving his hand as Broken Spine anxiously sought to plead for the Tauren. But Commander, what brings you here? Skull Crusher, who typically showed little interest in this batch of captives, puzzled Broken Spine with his sudden arrival. You haven't signed any peculiar contracts, have you? Such as a non-disclosure regarding the Wailing Forest. Skull Crusher waved his hand dismissively at Broken Spine and then turned directly to Split Hoof. Split Hoof instinctively shook his head in response to the Orc Commander's strange inquiry. That is good, Skull Crusher replied with a smile, then continued, Now, tell me, what powers reside within this forest? Which races inhabit it? Though I have not entered into any confidential agreements, as a soldier, I see no reason to divulge any information to the enemy. Split Hoof turned his head away and stated, Tauren truly are obstinate creatures. Skull Crusher seemed to have anticipated such a response. gesturing for two orc soldiers in the distance to approach. As they drew near, the soldiers saluted Skull Crusher. Thus, for every refusal to answer, I shall execute one of your kin, Skull Crusher declared, signaling the two orc soldiers. The soldiers, receiving the command, opened a nearby cage and dragged out a feeble, towering warrior, pinning him down and drawing a blade to press against the back of his neck. "Commander!" Broken Spine exclaimed, rushing to intervene as he saw Skull Crusher was serious. The races residing in the Wailing Forest. "Did you not encounter them all on the Western Front?" Before Broken Spine could finish, Split Hoof interjected loudly. Though it is disgraceful for a soldier to reveal information to the enemy, Split Hoof discerned the critical nature of the situation. The circumstances of the Wailing Forest are not of paramount importance. There is no need to sacrifice a clansman's life for it. No, there must be other factions or races that we are unaware of. Skull Crusher insisted, still unconvinced that the minor races encountered at the Western Front could have caused the disappearance of 1,000 orc vanguard troops, believing Split Hoof was still hiding something. "I do not know precisely what you wish to inquire about." Seeing the two orc soldiers ready to act against the towering warrior, Split Hoof raised his voice in protest. "Perhaps I did not express myself clearly." Noticing Split Hoof's willingness to engage, Skull Crusher gestured for the soldiers to halt and said, "What other factions or races in the Wailing Forest possess the capability to vanquish 1,000 orc warriors?" "Ah, your vanguard was annihilated?" Split Hoof chuckled upon hearing this, then added, "They must have stirred the ire of the lizard folk." "The lizard folk? The lizard men? We did not encounter any lizard men at the Western Front," Skull Crusher pondered aloud. "You would not have encountered the lizard folk within the Skeleton Legion, for they have never submitted to the Bone King's rule." Split Hoof responded, "Are not all the races dwelling within the Wailing Forest subservient to the Bone King?" Skull Crusher pressed further. "Indeed, the majority of the minor races residing in the Wailing Forest are bound to the Bone King, either having been conquered by the Skeleton Legion or having sought refuge voluntarily. Only the lizard folk have resisted the Bone King for decades without ever succumbing. Compared to them, we cannot be deemed exceptional warriors," Split Hoof stated, his tone imbued with newfound respect. "Fighting alone, resisting the Skeleton Legion for decades. Such a formidable race exists within the Wailing Forest." Broken Spine could not help but express his astonishment. "Are you speaking the truth? It is indeed hard to believe that a race could withstand the Skeleton Legion for so long, especially at the heart of the Bone King's territory, and it is no wonder Skull Crusher questioned it. Anyone who has lived in the Wailing Forest can attest to my words." Split Hoof affirmed with conviction. "Then where do these lizard folk dwell? How might one find them?" Skull Crusher, having encountered many Tyrannocide from the Cliff Clan, was somewhat familiar with their nature and chose to trust Split Hoof's certainty. "I only know that the lizard folk inhabit the marshes to the south of the forest. However, I have never seen this race, so I cannot advise on how to locate them." Although Split Hoof admired the indomitable spirit of the lizard folk, he understood that he was in an adversarial relationship with them and saw no reason to jeopardize the lives of his fellow Tauren for their sake. Upon hearing this, Skull Crusher gazed towards the southern lakes of the Wailing Forest, contemplating that if there truly exists a race capable of resisting the Skeleton Legion for decades, then it is not surprising that the 1,000-strong vanguard would meet their end upon encountering them. "Commander, if the lizard folk reside in the marshes to the south of the forest, then it is unlikely that the vanguard would have encountered them," Broken Spine interjected, as if realizing something. "Why are you so certain?" Skull Crusher turned to inquire. The primary objective of the vanguard was to chart the quickest route back to the orc territories. This implies that upon entering the forest from the west, they would have proceeded northward and would not have ventured towards the marshes in the south. Broken Spine articulated his thoughts. Could it be that the lizard folk, seizing the opportunity amidst the weakened Skeleton Legion, are expanding their influence within the Wailing Forest? Skull Crusher suggested, turning to Split Hoof as if seeking confirmation that, to my knowledge, the lizard folk have never strayed from the marshes to the south of the forest. Split Hoof could only respond based on what he knew. Since this lizard folk is so formidable, we must reveal our true capabilities. With a moment's contemplation, Suelu turned to Dwanji and commanded, "Order the western camp to advance into the Wailing Forest. Any resistance must be met with lethal force." "Yes, Commander," Dwanji responded with a salute. "And you shall serve as our guide to lead our troops," Suelu added, casting a glance at Leody. "Commander, Dwanji attempted to speak on Leidi's behalf. Dwanji, you are a warrior and a soldier. You must discern urgency from importance. Suelu interrupted sharply before Dwanji could finish. The reprimand forced Dwanji to swallow his unspoken words. He yearned for Leidi to join the orc army. Yet he recognized the paramount significance of securing the route to the orc territories. If you wish to ensure the safety of your kin, it would be wise to cooperate with us. After silencing Dwanji, Suelu pointed towards the other Tauren warriors imprisoned in cages and addressed Leidi. As the chieftain of the Cliff clan, Leidi naturally did not desire the needless demise of his people. Thus, he could only nod in acquiescence to Suelo's demands. The orc army, comprising 20,000 soldiers from the western camp, began to mobilize, marching grandly towards the Wailing Forest. This formidable force included not only the standard orc infantry, but also the elite wolf riders and the swift lizard cavalry, renowned for their ambush tactics. Furthermore, towering over 6 meters, the mutated ogres, massive creatures akin to mobile fortresses, were included among the heavy infantry and weaponry. Such a vast and awe-inspiring army was bound to attract the attention of the lurking serpent demons. And swiftly, news of the orc invasion reached Cliff Village. The colossal beasts advanced with deliberate strides, each step resonating with a deep thud that reverberated through the earth. Clad in armor, the orc soldiers marched in formation. Following the war elephants that loomed like hills, the orc army consisted of 100 war elephants, each bearing a platform equipped with large crossbows and arrow towers, truly embodying the essence of mobile fortresses. At the forefront, on the back of the leading war elephant, General Heishu, commander of the western camp, gazed intently ahead as the Wailing Forest drew ever closer. General, the Wailing Forest lies ahead. Should we not dispatch a vanguard to scout the path? The deputy commander inquired. The forest terrain is intricate, and the enemy knows it better than we do. Sending a vanguard may lead to the same fate as the frontline troops, Heishu replied, his gaze fixed on the dense woods. What shall we do next? The deputy asked, pondering the situation. Given the complex terrain and the enemy's advantage, deploying a vanguard to scout would typically be the most prudent course of action that in such a setting. Large weaponry would struggle to operate, and the enemy would lack means to confront the colossal beasts. 1 war elephant, accompanied by 10 ogres and 100 orc infantry, shall advance directly, carving a path northward, while the wolf riders and swift lizard cavalry spread out on the flanks, Heishu stated, seemingly having devised a strategy in advance. Upon receiving the command, the standard-bearer atop the small fortress signaled the order to the other war elephants and the troops behind. Soon, 100 detachments centered around the war elephants were assembled, and with Heishu's command, they began to push forward towards the Wailing Forest, supported by the cavalry on either side, as the army approached. Rustling sounds emanated from the forest, and hundreds of skeletal soldiers emerged from the trees, forming a square formation at the forest's edge, seemingly preparing for battle. General, it is the skeleton tribe, the deputy stationed atop the elephant, shouted to Heishu upon spotting the assembled skeletal soldiers. The skeleton tribe? Were we not meant to confront the lizardmen? Heishu remarked, observing the skeletal formation at the forest's edge. Could it be the skeletal lord from the north is altering tactics? The deputy inquired anxiously. Where is the shaman? Heishu bellowed. An orc shaman hurried forth, awaiting orders. Ascertain how many skeletons are within the forest, Heishu instructed. The orc shaman immediately began to chant, invoking the skill of all-seeing eye. Although still some distance from the forest, he could discern a significant portion of the area. There are no others within the forest, only those few hundred skeletons at the edge, the shaman confirmed after thorough verification. Just these few hundred skeletons, likely remnants that fled into the forest from the western front, Heishu mused before adding. Do these bone constructs lack intelligence? They are courting death. How the warlocks obliterate them. Each small fortress atop the war elephants housed archers and warlocks, with a platform inscribed with a magical array specifically for summoning shadow bombardments. The standard-bearer atop the small fortress signaled Heishu's command, and the orc warlocks gathered at the array, beginning to chant in unison. As the orc warlocks intoned their incantations, black shadow energy began to coalesce at the edges of the array, swirling like smoke and gathering above. The shadow energy formed into a shadow orb, its size increasing as more energy was accumulated. When the shadow orb reached a size comparable to the array, the surrounding orc warlocks, with wide eyes, let out a collective roar. Amidst their cries, the completed shadow orb was propelled outward, tracing a parabolic arc as it descended upon the skeletal soldiers at the forest's edge. The skeletal soldiers, upon witnessing the shadow orb's descent, scattered in haste, retreating into the depths of the forest. Moments later, the shadow orb struck the ground, erupting with violent explosions of shadow energy that ravaged the area, claiming all forms of life. The towering trees in the forest were first drained of vitality, swiftly withering before being shattered by the shockwaves. 100 shadow orbs had laid waste to a swath of the forest's edge, creating a barren expanse. Continue the advance. The area blasted by the shadow orbs was sufficiently spacious to accommodate a 10,000-strong army. Heishu surmised that the hundreds of skeletal soldiers had likely been reduced to mere fragments. However, as the war-elephant-led orc army pressed forward with overwhelming force, they soon beheld yet another wave of skeletal soldiers emerging from the forest, forming a square formation upon the desolate ground. "What is happening? Did you not assert there were no other skeletons?" Heishu bellowed, incredulous as he observed the reformed skeletal ranks. "General, I have confirmed repeatedly. There are indeed no other skeletons," the orc shaman urgently explained. "Then what is this?" Heishu thundered, pointing at the skeletal soldiers. The shaman hastily activated the all-seeing eye once more, meticulously scrutinizing the new formation of skeletal soldiers and their surroundings. The equipment, numbers, and physical characteristics of this new contingent of skeletons were identical to the previous batch. After careful examination, the shaman reported to Heishu. "Are you suggesting this new group of skeletons is the same as the last?" Heishu queried. "That seems to be the case," the shaman confirmed emphatically. "Impossible. How could they possibly move so quickly?" Heishu muttered in disbelief. Such a widespread shadow bombardment would render it difficult for even cavalry to escape, let alone for these skeletons, who had no mounts. Heishu had never heard of any skeletons capable of such extraordinary speed. "Order the cavalry to charge. I wish to see just how fast these skeletons can run." The black axe bellowed orders with fervor. Within this formidable horde of orcs, the combined might of the wolf riders and the swift hunting lizards amounted to a staggering 6,000, an overwhelming force capable of trampling the few hundred skeletal soldiers into oblivion. The signal was given, and the cavalry on both flanks surged forward, charging towards the parched yellow clearing at the forest's edge. The speed of the swift hunting lizards was markedly superior to that of the wolf riders, allowing them to swiftly take the lead. Yet before these cavalrymen, rushing like a tempest, could reach the forest periphery, a series of wooden stakes suddenly erupted from the ground before them. The orc cavalry, racing between these stakes, found themselves severed in an instant as sprays of blood erupted into the air, a sight that left the following riders aghast. However, the momentum of their charge left little room for hesitation, and once again, blood spattered as orc heads fell. The stakes had been ensnared with the taut webs of the spider demon race, and the speed of the charge transformed these resilient strands into lethal blades. This seemingly simple trap claimed the lives of a substantial portion of the swift hunting lizard cavalry. The crimson stains on the webs rendered them conspicuous, prompting the trailing riders to tactically maneuver around the stakes, wielding their sabers to sever the webs. With the spider's silk trap dismantled, the orc cavalry surged forth unimpeded into the yellowed expanse, intent on annihilating the skeletal soldiers, faced with the onslaught of thousands. The few hundred skeletal soldiers showed no inclination to retreat. It was only when the cavalry approached within 200 meters that they crouched and began to retreat into the forest. Just as the skeletal soldiers made their retreat, the forest erupted with a thunderous sound of gunfire, as hundreds of musketeers unleashed a volley of shots, the bullets flying and explosions roaring, catching the leading cavalry completely off guard. A multitude of orc riders, unprepared for the onslaught, became casualties under the barrage of muskets and hand cannons. The mounts of the subsequent orc cavalry suddenly became frenzied, responding to the piercing sound of the sonic whistle blown by the goblins hidden within the forest. The uncontrollable mounts began to scatter chaotically across the clearing, providing the musketeers and handgunners another opportunity for a fierce onslaught. In the ensuing chaos, the thousands of orc cavalry were left in disarray, sustaining heavy losses, while those who could still maintain control over their mounts disregarded the charge and retreated towards the main force. Nearly half of the 6,000 cavalry had been lost in this single charge. Where had these foes emerged from? Witnessing his cavalry fall into ambush, the Black Axe turned and kicked the orc shaman to the ground, leaving the shaman at a loss for words. He had thoroughly surveyed the area and found no signs of life in the forest. Unaware of the hidden ambush, after the cavalry's retreat, hundreds of skeletal soldiers once again emerged from the forest, forming ranks. While this action held no particular significance, to the Black Axe, it felt like a mockery. War elephants to the flanks, charged forth at full speed, and crushed those vermin hiding in the woods. The Black Axe seethed with fury. The standard-bearer relayed the orc general's command, and on either side, 10 war elephants thundered into action. With a deafening roar, they accelerated towards the forest. The massive orc warriors and infantry accompanying the war elephants also joined the charge, though the 10 hulking war elephants did not run particularly fast. Their presence was earth-shattering, exuding an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear. Each step they took resonated like thunder, as if they might fracture the very ground beneath them. Oh no, it was not merely a semblance. The earth truly did crack beneath them. Before the war elephants could reach the forest's edge, the ground beneath them suddenly split open with a resounding crash, and the 10 colossal beasts, along with the accompanying orc warriors and infantry, plummeted into the gaping chasm that had appeared. The tremendous weight of the elephants caused them to sustain significant fall damage, leaving them unable to rise, while many of the orc warriors and infantry who fell alongside them also suffered grievous injuries. As the massive creatures and soldiers struggled in the pit, they remained oblivious to a rat man who had excavated a portion of the chasm-esque wall, allowing torrents of water to surge into the pit. This chasm had been a trap meticulously prepared by the rat man. Although the pit could support considerable weight, allowing normal troops to traverse without incident, the 10 war elephants could not withstand such a fall. While the pit was designed to ensnare the beasts and their accompanying soldiers, it was not inherently lethal. Thus, the rat men had tunneled to a nearby lake, flooding the pit with water. The influx of lake water breached the excavated wall, causing the water level within the pit to steadily rise. However, the chasm was simply too vast for the accumulating water to affect the orcs immediately. Some orcs, still able to move, began to attempt climbing the walls of the chasm. Yet, the structure of the pit was intentionally designed to be steep and treacherous, making it nearly impossible to ascend. The orcs within the pit began to trample over one another, desperate to escape the rising water. But everyone shared the same desire. None wished to be at the bottom. Thus, the attempt to climb devolved into a struggle for dominance, and the pit erupted into chaos. With a resounding crack, the fully charged thundercloud unleashed a deluge of lightning that struck the water in the pit, causing a violent surge that spread the electrical discharge throughout the bottom of the chasm. In an instant, the cacophony of the pit fell silent. Even before entering the weeping forest, over 20,000 orc soldiers had suffered casualties exceeding 20. What a disastrous state of affairs. The most humiliating aspect was that despite incurring such losses, the enemy had sustained not a single injury. The orcs had not even discerned how many foes they faced, a staggering embarrassment. Blasted, obliterate that forest entirely. The Black Axe bellowed in frustration. The standard-bearer conveyed the Black Axe's command, and the remaining orc spellcasters atop the war elephants began to chant incantations to summon shadow bombardments. Shadow orbs rained down upon the forest, the dark energy obliterating vast swathes of trees, leaving behind barren wasteland. Yet the Black Axe remained unsatisfied, continuing the bombardment until the spellcaster's magical reserves were fully depleted. Following this round of assault, the edge of the weeping forest receded significantly, leaving several square kilometers of lifeless desolation. Advance and uncover those wretched skeletal remains. With such extensive bombardment, the Black Axe could not believe that the skeletal soldiers and hidden foes within the forest could have possibly escaped. Nevertheless, he remained uneasy and issued an order to proceed with caution to avoid further traps. One war elephant cautiously navigated around the pit, filled with charred corpses, tentatively advancing towards the forest. Once this elephant had safely crossed, the rest of the orc forces followed suit. As the orc troops advanced into the barren expanse left by the shadow bombardments, they began searching for the skeletal soldiers that should have been obliterated. However, after a prolonged search amidst the splintered remnants of dead trees, not a single bone fragment could be found. "General, we have not uncovered any remains," the lieutenant reported to the Black Axe. "How could this be? Are these skeletons capable of flight or evasion?" The Black Axe inquired with a voice laden with fury. The question left the aide speechless. Given the scale of such bombardment, even with a blink skill, it would be impossible to escape. Why, then, could they find no trace of the adversary's remains? Whether it was the battalion of skeleton soldiers or the ambushers concealed within the forest, they vanished without a trace, eluding even the shaman's all-seeing eye. Apart from the possibility of flight or burrowing underground, there seemed to be no other explanation. Burrowing underground. The aide suddenly had a moment of clarity, reflecting that while flight could not evade the multitude of watchful eyes, burrowing could. There must be subterranean passages. Find me the entrance to those tunnels. After a moment's contemplation, the Black Axe responded, "Indeed, there are spells of burrowing, but none that affect multiple targets at once. I cannot believe that every one of those skeletal soldiers and ambushers possesses such magic." Recalling the immense pit that had ensnared 10 war elephants simultaneously, he concluded that those in the forest possessed the capability to excavate underground passages. The Beastmen soldiers received fresh orders and began to systematically clear the thick debris of withered wood, searching for the entrance to the underground tunnels. "Found one. There's another here." In a short span of time, the Beastmen soldiers reported back excitedly. Although the entrances to these subterranean passages were cleverly concealed with earth and stone, they were still relatively easy to discover without the cover of thick foliage and underbrush. The deployed Beastmen soldiers soon uncovered over a dozen entrances to the underground tunnels. "Are these creatures moles?" the Black Axe mused, standing before one of the entrances, peering inside. "There are over a dozen here alone. There must be many more throughout the forest. It appears there is an extensive network of tunnels beneath this forest. With such freedom of movement and stealth, it is no wonder our vanguard was utterly annihilated." The aide gazed at the entrance to the tunnel and remarked, "Those despicable rodents." "Indeed," the Black Axe replied through gritted teeth. "As we continue traversing the forest, we risk being ambushed by those lurking in the tunnels. I suggest we unleash shadow bombardment to obliterate the forest and carve a path toward our northern territory. Wouldn't that take us several days?" The Black Axe questioned, turning to him that it is the safest course of action. The aide emphasized, sensing the Black Axe's reluctance to spend such time. "Even so, we cannot avoid ambushes from those within the subterranean passages. Furthermore, our goal is to gain control over the entire forest, not merely to carve a path back to our territory. We cannot allow these rodents to act with impunity." The Black Axe glared at the tunnel entrance. "Are you suggesting we completely destroy this network of tunnels?" The aide inquired cautiously. "Destroy it? Why would I wish to destroy it? Why not put it to use for my own purposes?" The Black Axe countered. "How might we utilize them?" The aide asked, perplexed. "Since these passages lead beneath our feet, they must also lead to the lairs of those rodents, that we can exploit these tunnels to pull the rug out from under them. Moreover, after securing the forest, these passages could serve as tactical routes, beneficial in our future confrontations with the northern skeleton tribe." The Black Axe turned to the aide as he spoke. "However, these tunnels are surely widespread throughout the forest, and they must be quite intricate. Entering them recklessly might lead to confusion regarding direction." The aide expressed with concern. "Bring forth the Minotaur," the Black Axe commanded after a moment's thought. Bound in shackles, the captive, Li was shoved forward by 2 Beastmen soldiers to stand before the Black Axe. "I require a map of these tunnels," the Black Axe stated, gesturing towards the entrance that "I know nothing of any tunnels," the weakened replied, wincing from injuries. "Your clan resides in this forest. How could you be unaware of its hidden passages?" The Black Axe questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "I have never heard of any secret passages beneath the Wailing Forest. Not even our elders are aware of them," responded weakly. "If you wish to protect your kin, you would do well to cooperate with us," the aide threatened. standing beside the black axe. "Even if you slaughter my kin, I cannot provide you with something of which I have no knowledge," replied resignedly. "Are you certain you know nothing of the underground?" The black axe pressed again. Minotaurs generally disdain the dark. However, there are indeed races like the rat folk in this forest, skilled in excavation. These tunnels may have been created for their own escape. Explained candidly. Why would there be skeletons emerging from tunnels meant for the rat folk's escape? The aide inquired immediately. The rat folk have allied themselves with the Bone King, allowing their tunnels to be utilized by the skeletal soldiers. "This is hardly unusual," answered calmly. "While you may be oblivious to the underground, surely you are aware of the happenings above." The black axe inquired. "What do you mean?" Retorted, "I require you to lead us to identify the gathering places of every tribe within this forest." The black axe declared resolutely, "Sir, might this delay our mission to open the tunnels?" The aide cautiously questioned. "We shall split our forces. I will focus on opening the tunnels while you take charge of eradicating the rodents within the forest." The black axe commanded. Based on information obtained from the Shattered Skull, it was known that approximately 20 villages inhabited this forest, likely serving as bastions for the resistors. Undoubtedly, the strongholds of the resistors might lie directly beneath the surface. Whether above or below, if these villages were active, they must be connected to the resistor strongholds. Thus, the black axe resolved to have the aide advance simultaneously from both the surface and the subterranean passages. The surface path would be guided by directing them toward the forest villages, while the underground route would explore the secret passages in the same direction, as long as soldiers with scouting abilities were deployed above and below. Coordination could be achieved effectively. Fireball. Just as the black axe contemplated how to utilize the discovered underground passages and against the forest resistors, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a fireball, over a meter in diameter, soaring from the depths of the forest, tracing a parabolic arc toward the position of the Beastmen army. Not just one, but 7 or 8 of such fireballs followed in rapid succession from the forest. These were the orc sorcerers transformed into skeletal soldiers, summoning hellfire through magical formations within the forest. Though this area spell lacked the potency of shadow bombardment, its impact on a crowd was no laughing matter. "Activate defenses, dodge, evade," the black axe commanded loudly. Every war elephant was equipped with a magical shield capable of withstanding the onslaught of hellfire. As the shield crystals atop the war elephants glowed, a semi-transparent barrier expanded from the crystalless center, enveloping the massive forms of the elephants like a protective dome. All beastmen soldiers hastily crowded beneath the colossal form of the war elephants. Just as the hellfire struck, the impact of the hellfire against the shield shattered it into fragments, causing no harm to the war elephants sheltered beneath the protective barrier. Yet those orcs who could not find refuge within the protective barrier suffered significant injuries from the scattered debris. As the acrid smoke from the hellfire bombardment lingered, a multitude of figures emerged from the recently uncovered exits of the underground passages. Among them were skeletal soldiers and various minor races from the Wailing Forest. Each of these individuals clutched a bottle in hand, and without uttering a word, they hurled these vessels at the orc soldiers clustered beneath the massive war beast. After casting their bottles, they swiftly retreated back into the underground passages, leaving no opportunity for the orcs to retaliate. The war mammoth, being robust and resilient, could withstand most physical assaults. Consequently, the shields affixed to these colossal creatures were primarily designed to defend against magical or arcane strikes. The bottles, however, were not of magical origin, which allowed them to pierce through the shields and shatter amidst the throng of orc soldiers. Upon impact, these fragile vessels broke apart, releasing their contents, which splashed onto the orc's crimson skin, instantly producing billows of white smoke. The orcs struck by this liquid felt as though their skin was ablaze, and the searing pain elicited agonized screams. As these cries echoed, flames ignited upon their bodies. The bottles contained a burning potion concocted by the half-sheep folk, mockingly referred to as liquid fire. When blood and flesh came into contact with this potion, it ignited fiercely, with the flames capable of instantly igniting those nearby. The orcs, already huddled beneath the war mammoth, were packed closely together. Thus the fires sparked by the burning potion spread rapidly among them, one after another. The burning orcs shrieked as they dashed out from beneath the warm mammoth, frantically rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the ground was thickly littered with dry splinters from the earlier shadow bombardment, and instead of dousing the flames, their frantic movements only ignited the dry debris, causing the fire to spread further. That, of course, it was not solely the burning potion that ignited the dry wood. Remnants from the Hellfire bombardment also contributed to the conflagration. This moment, the orc army found itself ensnared by the rapidly escalating flames. The immense war mammoth became agitated amidst the inferno, some frightened by the flames while others were ignited by the burning potion. These frenzied giants began to bolt in all directions, trampling the orc soldiers who could not evade their colossal feet into mere pulp. Those who, in desperation, fled into the underground passages were met with ambushes from those lying in wait. The ground, strewn with drywood debris, transformed into a sea of fire, and the orc army, beset by both searing flames and the trampling of the giants, desperately sought an escape in the direction from whence they had come. Yet that very route was also barred by flames, leaving the thousands of orc soldiers facing the grim fate of being roasted to a crisp. Just then, dark rain clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, and soon, a torrential downpour fell upon the wall of fire that marked the orc army's path. This was not a gentle rain from above, but rather a conjuration of rain magic orchestrated by Heike, who had rallied a cadre of orc shamans amid the chaos. The rain doused the flames in its vicinity, allowing the beleaguered orc army to find a route of retreat. Hastily withdrawing beyond the reach of the inferno, in the forest, Shun Jinlin, who was present at the front lines, observed the increasingly fierce blaze and contemplated the orc army. Indeed, they were, as he remembered, the skeletal orc warriors, proficient in direct assaults. Their tactics ferocious yet lacking in flexibility, he resolved to employ earth flow magic to carve a firebreak and prevent the flames from spreading into the forest. Shun Jinlin surmised that this orc army had suffered considerable losses and would likely refrain from launching an immediate offensive. Thus, he prepared to withdraw and instructed the Wood Spirit clan adept in nature magic. "Lord," just as Shun Jinlin turned to leave, the Elder of Earth suddenly called out. "What is it?" Shun Jinlin inquired. Turning back, "I believe I just spotted Split Hoof among the ranks of the orc army," the Elder of Earth exclaimed, his tone laced with excitement. "Split Hoof?" Shun Jinlin was well aware of who Split Hoof was. His feathered crown and the beast's skin cloak draping his figure unmistakable as that of the Minotaur chieftain. "Indeed, he still lives," the Elder of Earth confirmed. "He has joined the orc army." Shun Jinlin had not noticed any Minotaurs within the orc ranks. No, he could never surrender and join the enemy forces. "In fact, I saw him in shackles, so he must have been captured." The Elder of Earth's words were tinged with concern. Alas, with this inferno. Shun Jinlin turned his gaze toward the raging flames, a flicker of worry crossing his face. In the midst of this blaze, the orc army was too preoccupied to concern themselves with the captive. Split Hoof was likely to be injured by the flames. As he pondered this, a loud roar erupted, and a towering figure burst forth from the sea of flames, charging towards the forest. This figure was enveloped in fire, but it was clear that it was a minotaur, still shackled with burning handcuffs and leg irons. "Extinguish the flames," Shun Jinlin shouted, fearing that the entire forest might catch fire as the blazing figure entered. The Elder of Earth was the first to chant the nature magic water spell, and the nearby Wood Spirits quickly followed suit, launching several water projectiles at the fiery figure until the flames were quelled. However, by this time, the Minotaur was charred beyond recognition, his skin severely burned. Is it Split Hoof? Is it truly him? The Elder of Earth, upon seeing the shackles on the Minotaur, immediately surmised that it was indeed Split Hoof, who had escaped into the forest amidst the chaos of the fire. Teacher at that moment. The Minotaur, having been blinded by the smoke, weakly uttered, hearing the Elder of Earth's voice, "It is indeed Split Hoof." The Elder of Earth exclaimed with joy, promptly commencing healing magic. The surrounding Wood Spirits also joined in, green light enveloping the Minotaur as the charred skin slowly began to mend, and vitality returned to his form. As the healing magic took effect, Split Hoof's vital signs stabilized, but due to the severity of his injuries, he slipped into unconsciousness. Is he going to be all right? Shun Jinlin asked as he noted the healing of split hoof S-burns. The wounds are no longer critical, but he has exhausted himself. He will need time to recuperate before regaining consciousness. The Elder of Earth replied after a brief pause. Then let a portion of our people remain to dig a firebreak, while the rest carry split hoof back to Cliff Village, Shun Jinlin commanded. The orc army that had retreated from the flames fell back over 10 kilometers. It was only as night approached, and they confirmed there were no pursuing enemies that Heike reorganized the disarrayed troops, setting up camp near a lake. After establishing their camp and tallying their losses, they discovered that they had already suffered significant losses after a brief confrontation with the defenders of the Wailing Forest. Having lost 46 war mammoths, 20 mutated giant orcs for 900 cavalry and 4,600 infantry, a casualty rate exceeding 50%. Outside the military tents, the distant blaze continued to illuminate the darkening sky, the glaring crimson flames becoming ever more pronounced, further fueling Heike's sense of humiliation. Those treacherous bastards. Heike seethed through gritted teeth at the entrance of the tent. General, should we not report the situation to the commander and request reinforcements? The adjutant cautiously suggested from beside him. Reinforcements? Do I have the face to ask for reinforcements? Heike retorted angrily. However, it is highly probable that the skeletal army from the north is encamped within that forest. If we do not seek assistance, it will be exceedingly difficult to seize this location. The adjutant continued, his gaze lowered. The defenders of the Wailing Forest displayed remarkable tactical organization, and their methods of attack were far from those of ordinary scattered troops. Furthermore, the presence of skeletal warriors naturally led the adjutant to think of the skeletal army. No, it cannot be the skeletal army. Though those bony structures are despicable, they would not employ such insidious tactics. Heike took a deep breath, gradually calming his fury, before continuing, the reason for employing such methods must surely be due to their limited numbers. Heike and his forces were originally stationed beyond the northern front line of the skeletal army. He has faced the skeletal legion countless times and is well acquainted with the tactics of the skeleton race. The skeletal lords, capable of converting corpses on the battlefield to replenish their forces, are particularly unyielding when it comes to sacrificing soldiers. They often employ the most straightforward and direct tactic of overwhelming numbers. When engaging the skeletal legion, one does not require overly flexible strategies. Sufficient morale and courage, coupled with a ferocious combat style, are altogether sufficient. This is the primary reason why the Black Axe Orc army is characterized by its ferocity rather than agility. Are you suggesting that we still possess a numerical advantage? The lieutenant queried, uncertainly, that if the skeletal legion truly has a presence in the forest, it is likely they are preparing for a direct confrontation with us. The fact that they are resorting to such underhanded tactics indicates a scarcity of forces within the forest. And moreover, the absence of any converters to transform corpses, since they do not intend to engage us head-on. Let us employ some cunning strategies as well, the Black Axe declared, casting his gaze towards the distant conflagration illuminating the sky. This orc general has indeed surmised one thing correctly. At this moment, Shun Jinlin's forces are indeed limited due to the raging fire. However, what he is unaware of is that once the flames extinguish, the advantage in numbers for this orc army will dissipate entirely. With over 10,000 corpses at his disposal, Shun Jinlin now possesses ample material to fuse and upgrade his elite guards. After the fire subsides, he will simultaneously instruct the Serpent Demon Clan to keep a watchful eye on the retreating orc army while initiating the synthesis of the elite guards. The ranks are filled. An 100-member elite guard has been cultivated. He has obtained the title of Bone Knight. Skill acquired. Reorganization. Bone Knight. A racial title. A symbol of identity. You are now not merely an officer of the Skeletal Legion, but also a knight filled with honor. Each knight can command 10,000-man squads to fight for glory. 110. Elite troops can pave the way for your promotion. Skill reorganization. Allows the resurrection of deceased skeletal soldiers en masse. Each skeletal soldier may only be revived once. Reorganization is indeed a skill capable of turning the tide in dire circumstances. Upon acquiring the title and the new skill, the little turtle could not help but exclaim, "This skill should be transferable to other officers, right? Shen Jinlin contemplated the description of reorganization and responded thoughtfully. This skill effectively doubles our fighting force, making it a remarkable tactic for a comeback. However, as our forces grow, the likelihood of splitting our troops increases. Relying solely on Shen Jinlin may prove insufficient to fully exploit this skill. If this skill could be granted to frontline commanders, it would truly catch the enemy off guard. I suggest bestowing this skill upon the captains and centurions. The little turtle offered with unexpected enthusiasm. Today, your demeanor seems quite different. Such proactive behavior from you is indeed rare, causing Shen Jinlin to feel somewhat unsettled. That I'm simply in a good mood, the little turtle replied dismissively. If we could also grant the skeletal transformation skill to the frontline commanders, we could truly sustain our forces through combat. Shen Jinlin did not delve into the little turtle's peculiar behavior, but instead pondered the skill further. I recall mentioning before that the skeletal transformation skill has professional restrictions, correct? The little turtle interjected. It requires the profession of a skeleton converter, does it not? Is the skeleton converter a unique profession of the skeleton race? Shen Jinlin inquired. Having awakened for quite some time and established a mental connection with various converted races, he had gathered that no other races possess the converter profession. Indeed, the little turtle answered succinctly. Since the skeleton race cannot reproduce, they must rely on the conversion of corpses to expand their numbers. Correct? Shen Jinlin asked further. Precisely, the little turtle confirmed. This presents a dilemma. If the skeleton race cannot reproduce and the converted corpses inherit their former professions, then how does the converter profession come into existence? Shen Jinlin continued his inquiry. The converter is a profession bestowed upon the initial skeletal king upon awakening, and only a converter has the potential to become a skeletal king. Other races may have mages who study necromancy, but they cannot be considered converters. Their conversion abilities pale in comparison to those of a true converter. The genuine converter profession is granted to selected individuals through a promotion from the skeletal king. Typically, converters experience rapid advancement, becoming skeletal lords. Though you are an exception who cannot level up, the little turtle elucidated. So, I am indeed a special selection of a skeletal king, yet I cannot level up. How unfortunate. Shen Jinlin sighed. Do not be so despondent. At least for now, you are the weakest converter. You can at least claim that title. Can you not? The little turtle jested that I appreciate your kindness, but I would rather forego such a title. Shen Jinlin retorted, then continued to reflect. Nonetheless, I still believe that the skeletal transformation skill would be far more effective in the hands of frontline officers, whether it is the skeletal king or a skeletal lord. Their likelihood of being present on the battlefield is far less than that of centurions or captains. Even skeletal knights may find themselves stretched thin if reinforcements are urgently needed. That is undoubtedly true. To my knowledge, skeletal lords can temporarily grant the skeletal transformation skill to officers of knight rank and above. However, these officers with temporary transformation capabilities have limited uses of the skill, and the number of skeletal soldiers they can convert is restricted to the maximum number of soldiers they can command. The little turtle explained further that I believe that skill is referred to as seasonal scythe. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge that I have always been curious as to how you came to know so much, particularly regarding the skeleton race. You seem to know it all, Shen Jinlin remarked, though he had never pressed for details. When you have some free time, read more books and newspapers. In time, you too can become a well-informed scholar like me. The little turtle replied nonchalantly, then added, You should hurry and replenish your ranks. Once the orcs recover, they'll surely cause trouble again. Shen Jinlin finally snapped back to reality, sitting atop a pile of magical runes, and began to convert skeletal soldiers. Although it appears from superficial glance that the orc army has lost 11,166 combat units this time, in reality, a War Thunder elephant counts as one combat unit. However, this massive beast carries a small squad on its back, meaning that each member of that squad also occupies a slot for a skeletal soldier. Cavalry units count as a single combat unit, but with soldiers and mounts combined, they occupy 2 slots for skeletal soldiers. Thus, after excluding the over 1,000 low-level soldiers Shen Jinlin utilized to synthesize the elite guards, the remaining orc combat units still filled the cap of 10,000 skeletal soldiers. With the ranks filled and ensuring full capacity, He cultivated 5 elite 100-member squads, which would lead to a promotion. Upon completion of the conversion, Shun Jinlin received the notification of full ranks. 500 elite guards will indeed require the consumption of 10,000 skeletal soldiers. Upon hearing the conditions for promotion to the next rank, Shun Jinlin could not help but exclaim, 8,000. It's 8,000. You already have 100 guards, do you not? Besides, last time you needed to use double your force in skeletal soldiers for materials. And this time it's only 1 times. Much easier, the little turtle consoled. Easier? Why not you give it a try? Shun Jinlin retorted irritably. Do you not speak such disheartening words? With your current army, you have a complete array of heavy and light troops. Taking a small city down would be no problem. So why fear a lack of corpses? The little turtle countered. Why would I go attack a city for no reason? Shun Jinlin replied. You are of the skeleton race. Without battle, how do you expect to develop? The little turtle retorted, I have never claimed to desire development. I have always been forced into these circumstances. It is all about survival. Shun Jinlin asserted with conviction. All right. You're noble. You're impressive, the little turtle quipped. Currently, there remains an army of nearly 10,000 orcs over there, along with readily available materials. Would you like to seize the opportunity upon hearing this? Xiao Wangba replied, Why would I refuse? Those ruffians are unlikely to let this slide. They brought it upon themselves. Shun Jinlin responded emphatically. Very well, then let us launch an assault tonight, Xiao Wangba immediately declared. Are we really going to take such an aggressive approach? Shun Jinlin inquired after hearing this. Your current army cannot navigate the tunnels with ease. Remaining here will soon reveal your presence, that if you do not seize the initiative. The moment the orcs discover our ability to convert soldiers, they will undoubtedly call for reinforcements. At that point, you will face an even greater horde of orcs. Isolated and without support, it is far better to strike first while these orcs are still unprepared and eliminate them all without exception. This way, we can not only conceal our strength temporarily, but also gather ample materials for our title promotion. With this achievement, the Northern Lord should respond favorably, and when the orc army returns, we will possess sufficient confidence to confront them head-on. Xiao Wangba spoke eloquently. If that's the case, I have no choice, do I? Shun Jinlin pondered before responding. The increase in the number of skeletal soldiers indeed enhanced Shun Jinlin's strength. However, it also implied that guerrilla warfare was no longer a viable option, as commanding such a large force in the forest would render them conspicuous, compromising their stealth and diminishing the practicality of guerrilla tactics. Furthermore, with so many colossal skeletal war elephants, not only could the skeletal behemoths be easily detected in the air or through the eye of all things, but even the mounts of the skeletal cavalry could not maneuver through the underground passages. If stealth operations were not feasible, the only alternative would be to confront the orc army directly. The current orc force might still be manageable, yet behind this contingent loomed an even greater orc army. Although Shun Jinlin's forces had gained some strength, they were by no means capable of defeating an army of 80 to 90,000 orcs head-on. Taking advantage of the enemy's ignorance regarding Shun Jinlin's rapid troop expansion, it was imperative to eliminate this pressing orc force, not only to secure an alliance with the Northern Lord, but also to buy time for the creation of the Counterbirth Force Symbol's Nightmare Array. An alliance with the Northern Lord would provide the most direct military support. With the Counterbirth Force Symbol's Nightmare Array, Shun Jinlin's thousands of skeletal soldiers could withstand the orc onslaught. Whichever endeavor materialized first would ensure that the Wailing Forest remained unscathed by the orc horde. What do you think? Xiao Wangba retorted. Then we must strike first. Shun Jinlin resolved decisively. The great fire raged for several days, allowing the Black Axe's army to recuperate. Although nearly 10,000 troops had retreated, many soldiers had sustained injuries. During these days, the Black Axe focused on enabling the shamans within the ranks to heal the wounded, while also taking stock of their supplies in preparation for the next assault on the Wailing Forest. For this attack, the Black Axe decided to use beasts and some soldiers for a feigned assault, while dispatching a unit of elite infantry, equipped with reconnaissance skills, to infiltrate the underground passages while the forest defenders were distracted by the ruse. Once the elite infantry established control within the tunnels, they would coordinate with a feigned attack to eliminate the resistance that had attempted to ambush them from underground. The Black Axe and his lieutenant were engrossed in strategizing this tactic inside the command tent. oblivious to the fact that the night had deepened and dozens of shadow orbs were hurtling toward their encampment under the cover of darkness. As the shadow orbs approached the orc camp, they detonated mid-air, creating a surge of shadow energy that failed to penetrate even a fraction of the camp, which appeared to be shielded by an invisible barrier. This was a camp barrier, commonly employed to protect encampments in the wilderness. Typically, this orc army would disdain such protective measures. However, having encountered Sun Jinlin's forces once before, the Black Axe deemed the tactics of that jungle army treacherous and thus chose not to underestimate the situation. Retrieving the barrier from storage. Indeed, a night raid was underway. Hearing the explosions of the shadow orbs outside, the Black Axe bellowed, seizing his ebony battle axe and rushing out of the command tent. Upon exiting the camp, the Black Axe caught sight of dozens of skeletal war elephants slowly advancing towards the encampment that on their backs, green lights flickered, indicating that the sorcerers atop were gathering shadow orbs. Damn it, I overlooked those who possess transformation abilities. He cursed upon seeing the skeletal war elephants. General, this is not in line with our plans. What should we do next? His lieutenant asked as he followed closely behind. Humph! I anticipated these treacherous scoundrels would attempt a sneak attack. They may have numbers, but we shall crush them regardless. Having battled on the battlefield for many years to attain the position of orc general, the Black Axe had learned from his previous miscalculations and would not be caught off guard again. Send the signal. Upon hearing the Black Axe's command, the lieutenant issued a loud order. Subsequently, the signaling orc soldiers sounded the horn, followed by the resounding war drums as over 50 war elephants formed up within the camp. The orc sorcerers atop these war elephants had already prepared their shadow bombardments. Once the colossal beasts had steadied their formation, the shadow orbs were unleashed toward the approaching skeletal war elephants. The shields atop the arrow towers on the backs of the skeletal war elephants illuminated, casting a translucent barrier that enveloped each skeletal giant and the skeletal soldiers upon them. The incoming shadow orbs struck this protective barrier, the force of the shadow bombardment far exceeding that of hellfire, causing cracks to appear in the magical shield. It was evident that this shield could barely withstand another shadow bombardment. A second hit would surely shatter it. As dozens of shadow orbs exploded, the engulfing shadow energy, while failing to impact the skeletal war elephants and their riders, momentarily obscured their line of sight. What a fierce bombardment! Xiao Wangba exclaimed, taken aback by the ferocity of the shadow energy outside the shield. We can only endure this onslaught. Sun Jinlin calmly responded from atop the skeletal war elephant. As the attack commenced, the skill of retribution activated, punishing the attackers for their transgressions, lasting for 5 minutes. The notification for the retribution skill arrived as anticipated, since the shadow bombardment was an area attack. Every shadow orb that landed near the skeletal war elephants posed a threat to Sun Jinlin. Consequently, all orc sorcerers who initiated the shadow bombardment experienced the repercussions of the retribution skill. With their attributes drastically reduced, the orc sorcerers immediately felt a shift in their physical condition, realizing that no matter how hard they tried, they could not activate their magic formations. Furthermore, they found themselves unable to utilize their other skills. It appeared that for the next 5 minutes, the sorcerers riding atop the war elephants would be unable to unleash any further shadow bombardments. However, Sun Jinlin's own shadow bombardment was already prepared. As the enveloping shadow energy began to dissipate, the skeletal war elephants deactivated their shields and simultaneously launched shadow orbs from the magic formations on their backs. Over 40 shadow orbs were released, some striking the camp's protective barrier, while others soared into the midst of the war elephants. The orc war elephants had positioned themselves outside the shields to launch their shadow bombardments. These shadow orbs posed an immediate threat to them. Although the orc war elephants activated their shields in time, several were struck consecutively by shadow orbs, causing their barriers to shatter and the colossal beasts, along with their accompanying squads, to be drained of life by the shadow energy. In this exchange of fire, Sun Jinlin emerged victorious. Yet the skeletal war elephants soon encountered a new dilemma, once the shadow energy had fully dissipated. The skeletal warriors atop the skeletal behemoths discovered that a group of rock giants had inexplicably appeared ahead of them, although these rock giants were significantly smaller than the war elephants. Standing over 20 meters tall, equivalent to several stories, and adorned with ominous green flames, they were clearly formidable opponents. Hellfire rock giants, magical creatures summoned by sorcerers. Xiao Wangba cautioned Shen Jinlin upon seeing the green flames enveloping the rock giants. More sorcerers, I see. Shen Jinlin spoke, raising his head to survey his surroundings. Beyond the forest, near the direction of the skeletal throne, lay a vast expanse of wasteland, the terrain here being gentle and devoid of towering trees, allowing one perched atop the back of a colossal beast to see far and wide. As Shen Jinlin turned his gaze, he spotted on the hillside to the left of the skeletal war elephants a massive magical formation still emanating a green glow. Illuminated by this verdant light, he could discern a circle of orc sorcerers encircling the formation. It appeared they had been well prepared. Learning from past experiences, Shen Jinlin remarked upon observing the orc sorcerers on that hillside. The magical formation could not have been drawn up hastily, nor had those orc sorcerers simply rushed over at the last minute. Clearly, this was an ambush meticulously arranged by the orc army. These sorcerers lying in wait atop the hill must have summoned the Hellstone Giants while the shadow bombardment obscured Shen Jinlin and his companion's line of sight, aiming for a surprise attack. The Hellstone Giants emitted deep, thunderous roars as they charged towards the skeletal war elephants, their bodies shrouded in green flames that left a trail of emerald scorch marks upon the ground. The skeletal crossbowmen atop the war elephants began to unleash their assault upon the advancing Hellstone Giants, launching bolts and arrows imbued with destructive magic. Enhanced by this magical influence, the projectiles possessed considerable power. However, the arrows aimed at the Hellstone Giants were incinerated into ash before they could even make contact, while the bolts, despite striking the stone giants, were similarly weakened by the searing flames, inflicting minimal damage. Shen Jinlin activated his Eye of Insight and discerned that although the Hellstone Giants were smaller than the war elephants, their attributes exceeded those of the elephants by more than double. The skeletal war elephants did not hold an absolute numerical advantage, and should they confront these stone giants head-on, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. Prepare to engage, Shen Jinlin commanded, fully aware of the impending challenge, yet resolute as he issued the order to the skeletal war elephants. However, prior to the confrontation, he utilized his mental connection to instruct the skeletal war elephants to first unleash their war roar. The war roar of the war elephants would bolster the attributes of surrounding allies by 20 and grant them a state of frenzy that rendered them immune to fear. Although this enhancement of 20 attributes would not render the skeletal war elephants capable of overcoming the Hellstone Giants, Shen Jinlin himself would benefit from the war roar's augmentative effects. Upon receiving the boost, the retribution skill was triggered, granting the enhancer an overall attribute increase for 5 minutes. As Shen Jinlin heard the prompt for the activation of the retribution skill, he realized that his position was influenced by the war roar of all the skeletal war elephants. While the effects of the war roar could not stack, any enhancement could trigger the retribution reward. Consequently, all skeletal war elephants received a 200-point boost in attributes, their powers multiplying as a red glow began to emanate from their chests, and their bones appeared to be tinted crimson when the skeletal war elephants collided with the Hellstone Giants. The now red tusks of the elephants easily pierced through the bodies of the stone beings, followed by a brutal charge that tore the impaled giants into fragments of rock. The clash between the colossal beasts and the giants shook the earth. And with the giants already outnumbered and outmatched in attributes, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The shattered remnants of the Hellstone Giants, engulfed in green flames, were flung into the air by the rampaging beasts. Scattering across the ground, as the green flames slowly extinguished, it signified the demise of yet another Hellstone Giant. The once formidable Hellstone Giants were being obliterated in succession, as if they were mere sand molded into shape, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. How can these skeletal elephants be so powerful? Black Axe, stationed within the orc camp, exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the frailty of the Hellstone Giants. Summoning these stone beings required a significant sacrifice of livestock, and to conjure several dozen of them, Black Axe had sacrificed all the accompanying slaves and foot soldiers. He had anticipated that the cunning Shen Jinlin would attempt a sneak attack, hence the extravagant summoning of the Hellstone Giants. intended to serve as a trump card to annihilate Shun Jinlin's forces. Although he had not anticipated Shun Jinlin's ability to convert skeletal soldiers, upon seeing the skeletal war elephants, Black Axe still believed his Hellstone giants would prevail. For he was acutely aware of the elephants' attributes. Yet now, these skeletal war elephants seemed to possess an adrenaline-fueled vigor, effortlessly overpowering the Hellstone giants, leaving Black Axe in disbelief. Humph, they are merely at the end of their tether. In the orc camp, the war elephants charged forth, signaling all ambushers to strike. Steadying his nerves, Black Axe thought that despite the ferocity of the skeletal war elephants, there were only around 40 of them. While the orc side still had ample manpower capable of bringing down those skeletal behemoths. Thus he issued the command. The adjutant received the orders, prompting the signal soldiers to sound the horn once more. And the resounding drums of war responded immediately. Unable to unleash the shadow bombardment, the war elephants began to advance towards the skeletal war elephants still engaged with the Hellstone giants. Meanwhile, from behind the hillside to the left of the skeletal war elephants, the sound of drums echoed, followed by a cacophony of battle cries as all concealed orc soldiers surged forth. These had been ambushers meticulously arranged by Black Axe. The surrounding wilderness was devoid of trees, and the shamans, all seeing, I could only perceive a limited range. Thus, Black Axe surmised Shun Jinlin would remain oblivious to the presence of these ambushers. Indeed, Shun Jinlin had not detected the hidden soldiers, resulting in a momentary pause as he witnessed the orc warriors burst forth. They've certainly become clever, learning to apply their knowledge and practice. They can't possibly think I only brought the war elephants. Quickly regaining his composure, Shun Jinlin muttered softly to himself. The war elephants from the orc camp thundered forward, with Black Axe wielding a pitch-black battle axe, leading the charge alongside the orc soldiers, following closely behind the colossal beasts. At that moment, the rampaging skeletal war elephants had already dispatched the Hellstone giants summoned at great cost by Black Axe. Through their mental connection, Shun Jinlin issued the command to all skeletal soldiers to engage. Beside the orc camp, the previously tranquil lake erupted with splashes as 1,000 skeletal swift lizard cavalry surged forth from the water. The skeletal soldiers, not requiring breath, moved effortlessly in the water. A fact Shun Jinlin had already experienced firsthand. Thus, he had preemptively arranged for this cavalry to approach stealthily along the lake bed. These 1,000 skeletal swift lizard cavalry moved with the swiftness of a gale. However, instead of attacking the orc soldiers' flank, they directly crossed the charging path of the war elephants. As they zipped past the enormous war elephants, they did not forget to leave a parting gift. While rushing by, the skeletal swift lizard cavalry hurled bottles filled with burning potion at the war elephants. The bottles shattered upon impact, igniting flames that seared their flesh. Each skeletal cavalryman ensured that every war elephant was struck by at least 10 bottles of the burning potion. And soon the massive beasts were engulfed in rapidly rising flames. The war elephants, now screaming in agony as they were consumed by fire, began to lose control, blocking the path of Black Axe, and the orc soldiers following in their wake. Simultaneously, from the direction the skeletal war elephants had come, thousands of skeletal infantry charged forth, targeting the flank of the orc ambushers, while Shun Jinlin's skeletal war elephants turned to confront the ambushers head-on. This ambush comprised a significant portion of the orc army, with thousands of orc infantry not being a trivial number. Yet, faced with an equivalent number of skeletal infantry and dozens of skeletal behemoths, they realized they were outmatched and attempted to retreat. However, the 1,000 skeletal wolf cavalry had already reached the rear of these orc ambushers, while the other side's skeletal swift lizard cavalry, leveraging their speed, also turned to attack. In an instant, the thousands of orc soldiers, originally lying in wait to ambush Shun Jinlin, found themselves surrounded by the skeletal forces. The skeletal wolf cavalry surged into the enemy formation first, disrupting the orc soldiers' ranks, followed closely by the skeletal swift lizard cavalry's assault. The impact of cavalry against infantry is inherently lethal and intimidating, and compounded by their encircled state, the orc soldiers' formation quickly descended into chaos. As the skeletal infantry and skeletal war elephants joined the fray, the already disordered orc soldiers fell victim to a one-sided slaughter. The war elephants, engulfed in flames, gradually succumbed and collapsed to the ground, along with the orc soldiers atop their backs. Either burned to death together or crushed to death as the colossal beast falls, there's no escape for anyone. Meanwhile, the Black Axe and the soldiers he leads, who are blocked, have also noticed the agonized cries of the orc ambushers. Are these still the skeleton race? Gazing at the slaughtered orc soldiers, the Black Axe is momentarily taken aback, muttering in bewilderment. Before engaging in the assault on the Bone Throne, the Black Axe had been stationed at the northern borders beyond the Bone Legion, and it could be said that he had fought against the Bone Legion for as long as he had been in the army. He prided himself on understanding the combat style of the Bone Legion, which he regarded as a mindless horde that relied on sheer numbers to achieve victory. However, this time, the skeletons before him employed tactics he had never witnessed in his battles against the Bone Legion. They not only possessed the repugnant ability to replenish their ranks, but also exhibited cunning that the Bone Legion lacked. This was not the skeleton race the Black Axe was familiar with, and thus he could hardly believe that this was an army of skeletons. "General, the situation is dire. We must retreat." At that moment, the adjutant loudly urged the still-dazed Black Axe. "I have never endured such humiliation at the hands of the Bone Legion. I did not then, and I shall not now." The Black Axe was acutely aware of the grim reality, yet the martial spirit of the orcs compelled him to fight to the death. He murmured softly, tightening his grip on the obsidian battle axe. "With less than 2,000 of us here, advancing would be tantamount to walking to our deaths. It would be wiser to return and report to the commander. Then return to fight to the bitter end." The adjutant, seeing the Black Axe's reluctance to leave, immediately urged him. "Report the situation, yes. We must inform the commander that there is a different army of skeletons in the Wailing Forest." Although the Black Axe was eager to charge forward, he was reminded that this unusual skeleton force could pose a threat to the orc army advancing toward the Bone Throne. The rationality of a commander suppressed the impulsion to fight to the death. "Retreat." Seeing the Black Axe relent, the adjutant ceased further argument and directly ordered the remaining orc soldiers. The Black Axe cast a fierce glare at the skeleton soldiers, mercilessly slaughtering their kin, preparing to turn and leave. However, upon turning, he discovered their path was already blocked. Standing in their way were the giant lizard men, who had emerged from the southern swamp of the forest to join the fray, alongside the elite skeleton guards that had surfaced from the lakebed, akin to the swift lizard cavalry of the Bone Legion. Not all the giant lizard men had come. Only 100 elite warriors led by Grayscale were present, while the elite skeleton guards numbered a mere 100 as well. These 200 warriors stood against nearly 10 times their number of orc soldiers. However, among the elite giant lizard men brought by Grayscale, aside from himself and a level 60 warrior, the rest were around level 50. In contrast, the elite skeleton guard were the highest level skeleton soldiers selected by Shun Jinlin, besides the level 61 warrior Tong Bai. The venomous fangs were at level 60, with the remaining guards all above level 50. Looking at the orc side, the Black Axe stood at level 60, the adjutant at level 50, and the rest of the orc soldiers, considered elite, were above level 40 but below level 50. You won't go anywhere. The venomous fangs, gripping his warhammer, let out a sharp laugh. "Damn it, kill them." The Black Axe, already intent on fighting to the death, could no longer contain his fury upon encountering an obstruction, raising his axe and bellowing at those blocking their path. The orc soldiers, seeing the enemy's numbers were few, felt no fear and charged towards the giant lizard men and elite skeleton guards. Initially believing they had numerical advantage, the orc soldiers soon realized how absurdly powerful the 200 opponents were. Whether it was the giant lizard men or the elite skeleton guards, they fought like demigods, holding their ground against numerous foes. Particularly, the level 60 warriors carved through the orc ranks as if they were in a realm of their own. The level 50 adjutant did not last 10 exchanges against the venomous fangs, who dispatched him to the ground with his hammer. After eliminating the adjutant, the skeleton warg focused on the Black Axe, who was entangled with the level 60 giant lizard man. "This one is mine." Seeing the Black Axe engaged in a fierce exchange with the giant lizard man, the venomous fangs exclaimed with excitement. The skeleton warg disregarded the ongoing battle and charged at them, forcefully separating the Black Axe from the level 60 giant lizard man. The clash of the warhammer against the obsidian axe was evenly matched in strength, Yet the venomous fangs found no difficulty in his adversary, thus attacking with increasing ferocity. Be careful. This one is formidable. The level 60 giant lizard man, who had just sparred with the black axe, warned. However, the venomous fangs paid no heed, growing more aggressive with each strike, forcing the black axe to retreat step by step. In his near-manic state, the venomous fangs failed to notice that as his onslaught intensified, a dark energy began to gather around the black axe's obsidian weapon, thickening in response to his attacks. Die! Just as the black axe's weapon brimmed with shadowy energy, he suddenly roared. With a shout, the venomous fangs felt a sense of foreboding as the dark energy erupted from the obsidian axe like an explosion, unleashing a wave of shadowy power. This energy was immensely destructive, shattering even the war hammer that collided with it into fragments. Upon losing his weapon, the venomous fangs immediately activated his war god-esque body skill, a class ability acquired after becoming an elite guard, which could withstand a fatal blow. As the shadowy energy surged forth, the venomous fangs, who should have been drained of life, managed to evade this lethal strike due to his skill. But he was still sent flying. Annihilate the skeletons, the black axe roared, charging towards the fallen venomous fangs. Yet before the orc general could reach him, Tongbai swiftly positioned himself in front of the venomous fangs, executing a mesmerizing series of staff strikes that forced the black axe to retreat. Interesting weapon, Tongbai remarked, pushing the black axe back while eyeing the obsidian axe. The Shadow Slayer, a weapon passed down through my family, and my name derives from it. Today, I shall use this axe to cleanse you from existence. The black axe hefted the Shadow Slayer, replying with a fierce determination. Then let me put it to the test, Tongbai declared, and in an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance to the black axe. The skeleton ape-man moved with remarkable agility, and as he approached the black axe, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his iron staff. Fortunately, the orc general was not slow to react, parrying the incoming blows with the Shadow Slayer. As he deflected the staff's attack, dark energy once again began to gather on the obsidian axe, which Tongbai keenly observed. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Tongbai suddenly exclaimed with excitement as he intensified his assault. The skeleton ape-man's strikes became a whirlwind, his iron staff creating afterimages as he attacked with relentless precision, resembling a torrential downpour. The rapid-fire barrage left the black axe feeling the pressure, compelling him to hastily block with the Shadow Slayer. The black axe could distinctly feel that Tongbai's onslaught was significantly stronger than that of the venomous fangs. Yet he also realized that while the skeleton ape-man's attacks were swift and unpredictable, they were surprisingly easy to intercept, as if his focus was not on attacking the black axe, but rather on targeting the Shadow Slayer itself. The storm of iron staff strikes soon filled the air with dark energy around the Shadow Slayer. But then, Tongbai abruptly ceased his assault and withdrew to create distance between them. If I am not mistaken, that axe of yours can absorb your opponent's attacks, and then convert them into a shadow explosion. Am I right? While the black axe was taken aback, Tongbai, holding his staff, remarked, "It is good that you understand. Now, prepare to die." The black axe, undeterred by Tongbai's insight, replied fiercely. With that, the Shadow Slayer released a surge of shadow energy, aimed directly at Tongbai, who, however, did not evade or dodge, but stood firm as the shadow energy enveloped him. As Tongbai was wrapped in the shadow energy, the black axe thought to himself that his opponent was doomed, only to suddenly realize that his own vitality was rapidly depleting. The shadow energy was siphoning his life away. Impossible! The vitality of the black axe swiftly waned as he struggled to grasp the Shadow Slayer, his body rapidly desiccating. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered a statement of disbelief. The shadow energy unleashed by the Shadow Slayer would not inflict harm upon the wielder of the axe. Thus the black axe could not suffer from a backlash. "Voodoo doll, I merely wish to test this new skill," he heard Tongbi say before his demise. With all his might, he gazed at Tongbi, only to see a shadowy figure resembling a doll dissipate into nothingness in his palm. Along with the fading of the black axe's life, you possess a skill that can withstand a fatal blow? Poison Fong exclaimed, witnessing Tongbi being struck by the shadow energy, yet remaining unscathed. Why voodoo doll skill does not shield against a fatal strike. Rather, it sacrifices a voodoo doll as a substitute. Transferring the damage to another, Toneby replied, casting his gaze upon the lifeless form of the black axe, now a mere desiccated corpse. You warriors of the voodoo arts possess skills that are merely flamboyant. Poison Fong remarked as he jogged over to the corpse of the black axe and grasped the Shadow Slayer. What are you doing? Toneby stepped forward, seizing the ebony battle axe as well. My weapon is shattered. I need a replacement. Poison Fong protested, refusing to relinquish his hold on the Shadow Slayer. There are plenty of weapons on the ground. This is my loot. Toneby retorted, equally unwilling to let go. You can't wield an axe. It would be of no use to you. Poison Fong insisted. Neither can you. I can collect it, while you should search for a war hammer. Toneby countered, still gripping the weapon. An axe is similar to a hammer. Such a fine weapon should not be wasted on mere collection. Give it to me. Poison Fong exclaimed, tugging the Shadow Slayer toward himself. Are you attempting to forcefully take it? I will not hesitate to act. Toneby declared, yanking the Shadow Slayer back. Hey, do not act recklessly. Our Lord has set military regulations. Private brawling will result in punishment, forcing us to toil in the fields. Poison Fong was well aware that he was no match for Toneby in a confrontation. However, he still clung to the pitch-black battle axe, not forgetting to retort, do not be shameless. Toneby remained resolute. The two continued their tug-of-war over the Shadow Slayer. Meanwhile, others had already dispatched the Beastmen soldiers led by the Black Axe. In the vicinity of Shanjinlin, amidst the encirclement, thousands of Beastman infantry, ogres, and shamanic sorcerers had all been eradicated. What did you do before? You were involved in science, right? How can someone involved in science be so adept at warfare? The skeletal soldiers began to clear the battlefield, while the little turtle expressed his surprise that it is not that I am skilled in battle. It is my abilities that are formidable. Shanjinlin replied. The retribution skill is indeed somewhat rogue. The little turtle added that I am referring to the mental connection. As long as I can resurrect my opponents, I can obtain detailed information about them through this connection. If I encounter higher-ranking officers, their tactics, weaknesses, and even confidential information become no secret to me, that it is akin to playing a game of do di ju with my opponent's cards revealed, unless they possess an overwhelmingly superior hand. Losing is nearly impossible for me, Shanjinlin elucidated. Do di ju. What is that? The little turtle inquired, puzzled. It is of no consequence. Just know it as a metaphor. You claim the skeleton race has such powerful skills. How could they possibly have opponents? How could they allow the coalition of the 7 races to invade their homeland? Shanjinlin was also somewhat perplexed. Because of complications, why resort to the straightforward method of overwhelming the enemy with reinforcements when one could invest effort in studying them? Moreover, the decision-maker of the skeleton race is solely the Bone King. How could he manage all fronts? Besides, the Bone King is missing, is he not? The little turtle responded. That is true. One can only blame these beastmen for not promptly altering their perception of the skeleton race. Otherwise, they would not have so easily fallen into my trap. With the Bone King absent, the skeletal lords must have become more resourceful. They might even be more cunning than I. Shanjinlin nodded in agreement. This battle tonight should suffice for you to elevate your title level once more. Why not seize the moment and capture another of their encampments while these beastmen still harbor their stereotypes about the skeleton race, thereby bolstering our forces? The little turtle urged. I have noticed you are quite bellicose, Shanjinlin remarked. How can this be termed belligerent? It is for the sake of achieving lasting peace. We must eradicate this group of beastmen to enjoy tranquil days in the forest. The little turtle continued. At times. Excessive peace is not a virtue. My proactive assault tonight aims to foster an alliance with the Northern Lords and buy time for the creation of the reverse 4 symbols nightmare array. There remain around 70 to 80,000 beastmen. They may yet prove useful, Shanjinlin stated. What do you mean? What do you intend to do with these beastmen? The little turtle asked, perplexed. You are clever enough. Think for yourself, Shanjinlin replied, dismissing the little turtle as he began to transform the skeletal war elephants and select low-level skeletal soldiers to merge into elite guards, utilizing the mental connection. He conducted a preliminary assessment of the losses among the skeletal soldiers during the night raid. Though some had perished, the number was not substantial. He promptly resurrected the fallen skeletal soldiers using reorganization, employing them as materials for synthesis. By tallying the new corpses acquired, he anticipated that after synthesizing 500 elite guards, he would nearly reach the maximum limit of 10,000 skeletal soldiers. While recovering the corpses, Shun Jinlin noticed Tongbi and Poison Fong still engaged in their tug-of-war over the Shadow Slayer. Resembling children squabbling over a toy, I ask you both, are you not attending to serious matters? What is this tugging about? Shun Jinlin inquired loudly. That my lord, my weapon is broken. I have finally found a suitable one, yet this monkey refuses to yield. Poison Fong complained, clutching the Shadow Slayer. My lord, do not listen to his nonsense. This is my loot. He covets it simply because it is useful. What a shameless wolfman. Tongbi retorted, equally unwilling to release his grip on the Shadow Slayer. Are you both children? Whose axe was this originally? Shun Jinlin, intrigued by the fierce contention, asked about the axe. It belongs to him. Both Tongbi and Poison Fong simultaneously pointed at the now corpse-like black axe. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Jinlin transformed the black axe into a skeletal soldier and, through the mental connection, swiftly grasped the origins of the Shadow Slayer. This was an heirloom of his family. How can you both squabble over it without a shred of decency? Return it, Shun Jinlin commanded, noting the black axe's level of 60 and deciding to retain it for use. But my lord, I am left without a weapon. Poison Fong protested, seeking to negotiate. Return home and have the dwarves forge you a new one. Inscribed with runes, Shun Jinlin instructed Poison Fong. Since our lord has spoken, albeit reluctantly, both Tongbi and Poison Fong eventually returned the Shadow Slayer to the Black Axe, now transformed into a skeletal soldier. Chief Grayscale, your efforts are appreciated. Upon seeing the two return the Shadow Slayer, Shun Jinlin promptly turned to greet Chief Grayscale. We are now allies with shared interests. There is no need to speak of hardship. You could have easily dealt with this beastman army on your own. We contributed little. Grayscale's demeanor softened after the alliance was formed. I am somewhat surprised at how smoothly this has proceeded. In any case, thank you for your efforts. Shun Jinlin expressed courteously. We traversed from the marsh, and it did not take long. Since matters here have concluded, we shall take our leave to preempt any commotion from the orcs by the lakeside. The lizard folk are primarily focused on defending the southern lake, and with Grayscale having deployed his elite forces, there remains a degree of apprehension. Very well, when time permits, do come to Cliff Village for a drink. Shun Jinlin, recognizing the importance of forest security, opted not to linger. After bidding farewell, the lizard folk warriors leaped into the lake, where these agile lizards maneuvered swiftly through the water, swimming toward the marshlands to the south of the forest, quickly vanishing into the night. Though the lake is not particularly wide, it stretches quite a distance. The journey back to the marsh spans several dozen kilometers. However, given the speed of Grayscale and his kin, they would undoubtedly return within a few hours. Once the lizard folk had departed, Shun Jinlin turned his focus to synthesizing elite guards. After exhausting all lower-tier corpses and the skeletal soldiers who had perished once or were of lesser rank within his ranks, he successfully synthesized 500 elite guards. He then proceeded to transform the remaining corpses, and upon the completion of all transformations into skeletal soldiers, he found that all the magical energy stored within his mana runes had been depleted. His army was now at full capacity. Having cultivated 500-strong elite guard units, he attained the title of Skeleton Legion Commander and acquired the skill, Severing Blade. The title of Skeleton Legion Commander signifies a rank within the skeletal hierarchy, marking him as a high-ranking officer of the Legion. Commanders serve as the bulwark of their realm, the stalwart pillars on the battlefield, each capable of commanding a legion of 100,000 troops, 110. An elite force can facilitate his ascension. The skill Severing Blade allows him to temporarily bestow an existing skill upon a subordinate officer, unrestricted by level or profession. However, the skills conferred may carry unique limitations. Ah, is this not the skill you mentioned? Shun Jinlin remarked upon reviewing the description of Severing Blade. Indeed, you can now promote skeletal knights and temporarily endow them with the skill of skeletal transformation, replied the little turtle. Shun Jinlin selected 10 high-ranking skeletal soldiers with leadership potential and, using his promotion skill, conferred upon them the title of Skeletal Knights. Among these skeletal knights were commanders for infantry. cavalry, ranged units, heavy units, and spellcasters, among others. The reason for this detailed categorization was to efficiently harness the capabilities of each unit in coordinated operations, as for those like Poison Fang and Long Arm, who excelled in solitary combat but lacked leadership skills. They would remain within the guards as elite combatants. The promoted skeletal knights possessed free will, allowing them to fully utilize their command abilities while maintaining their autonomy, which ensured their unwavering loyalty to Shen Jinlin, thus allowing for peace of mind in their deployment. As his title elevated, Shen Jinlin discovered that his promotion skill had also been enhanced. Previously, he could only bestow a single existing skill upon the promoted skeletal soldiers. But now he could confer multiple skills. Thus, he utilized his promotion to grant the skeletal knight skills, such as insight, promotion, mental link, and reorganization, enabling them to promote and establish their own forces. Although their total strength was merely 10,000 at present, it was imperative to lay the groundwork for future reinforcements for the skeletal knights. Shen Jinlin attempted to employ the severing blade skill to bestow the skeletal transformation skill upon the skeletal knights. This temporary skeletal transformation skill could be used 10 times, with each instance capable of transforming a number of troops corresponding to the commanding capacity of the endowed officer. This skill could only be conferred upon those with the title of skeletal knight or higher. Initially, Shen Jinlin intended to bestow the formidable skill retribution upon the skeletal knights, but he discovered that neither through promotion nor severing blade could this skill be conferred. Not only was this true for retribution, but any skill acquired through attitude value enhancements could not be bestowed either. With all soldiers prepared, dawn broke, and at that moment, Shen Jinlin received an urgent mental call from the Elder of Earth. "My lord, please return to Cliff Village at once." The urgency in the Elder's voice indicated pressing matters at hand. Concern for the injured split hoof and recognizing the limited necessity for shamans beyond the forest. Shen Jinlin instructed the Elder to escort Split Hoof back to Cliff Village. The Elder's urgency suggested that there was something of great importance requiring attention in Cliff Village. Shen Jinlin promptly regrouped his forces for the return journey. As the colossal beasts, cavalry, and war elephants could not traverse the underground passage, he stationed them in the western jungle, supplemented by some skeletal infantry and spellcasters. This contingent was left not only to prevent any sudden incursions by orcs attempting to breach the forest, but also to oversee the construction of defensive fortifications in the western region of the forest. Should another orc army approach, guerrilla tactics would no longer suffice as the primary means of defense. A steadfast position would be inevitable, thus necessitating the establishment of defensive strongholds, fearing that Cliff Village might require skeletal soldiers. Shen Jinlin, after ensuring a sufficient number of troops remained, took the elite guards and several thousand skeletal soldiers through the underground passage toward Cliff Village. This moment, Cliff Village,